I like your confidence, and I would watch it shatter, it said with a toothy smile. Once your artifact is spent, the psychedelic energy will seep into every speck of your soul that you would never be able to get out of those hallucinations, it added cruelly. I do not doubt its words, especially since it uses the monster core and supportive materials that will send the psychedelic energy deep inside me. The formation is very thought out, whoever designed it is very good. I have been circulating soul-cleansing energy so fast that I had never before, but still, I could see despite that, once the protection of the purple brick is gone, the psychedelic energy will come at me like a storm, and the soul-cleansing energy and soul-washing formation wouldn't be enough. Why wait for psychedelic to crush me? You are powerful enough to kill me with your raw strength. Just deactivate the formation and kill me, I asked, which again stumped it for a moment. It is a genuine question. It is extremely strong enough to crush me in a single attack if I wasn't defending. If I were to go by the general nature of Grimm's, which belief in their strength most than other things, it should have already tried to attack me, especially when I am the only one here, but it did not. Nice try, human, but I will not deactivate this formation till the psychedelic seeped into every part of you, it said, shaking its head, to which I shrugged too. This bastard is more crafty than I had released, even though it is a vidette. I am confident that I would have been able to defend against it, at least for a few minutes, before trying to walk into that door, which does not have any runes. Though if you want to die early, you can turn off that protective artifact and enjoy these heavenly psychedelics. In a few minutes, I will close the formation and will you to true heaven, probably hell, considering the deeds you have done, it added with a teasing smile. You are really a coward, as they are says, hiding behind the formation to kill even a small, weak human like me, I said back, and it made it really, far angrier than I had thought it would be. Those huge eyes of its are blazing. You really have a sharp tongue, Czar, and when I deactivate this formation, I will make sure to give you the pain so great that it will torture you even in the psychedelic wonderland, it said with gritted teeth and blazing eyes. I'm looking forward to it, I replied while putting my sweetest smile on my face while inside I was panicking. I am producing any result, and when the protection is gone, it is gone to fuck me up bad. So bad that only death will be the only release, and I don't want to do, especially not in the hands of this bastard Arsas, who is one of biggest cowards of Grimm's. It seemed like I had no choice but to do that, I said to myself and shuddered. That thing is really painful, and even after experiencing so many pains, I shuddered at the thought of doing that. I am talking about circulating the energy of the purple brick currently. I am covering my soul with energy like a shield, not circulating inside it. This brick artifact is a kind of talisman that stores a very powerful herbal energy like most of the artifacts that came to our worlds. This one too is thousands of years old and lost most of its power, but still capable of protecting me against the psychedelic energy. The thing I was trying to say is that artifacts contain a very powerful herbal energy, which could be circulated. This energy used to be very powerful but lost most of its power, and now it is weak enough that I could circulate in my core. I have done the tests earlier, and what I found in the short test was shocking. The thing is that it is very effective in circulation. If I circulated, I would be able to get rid of these hallucinations, which are feeling more and more real than reality. The most important this is that I will be able to make it last much longer. 1/10 of its energy in circulations would be more than enough better protection I am having, which will make purple brick easily last up to 10 minutes. There are many pros to circulating it, including saving my life, but one con, and that con is making me shudder. The circulation of it is extremely painful. It is like I am scratching sandpaper against my delicate soul. It was so painful that half circulation had left me bathing in sweat and shaking legs. If not for the clone handling the stealth method earlier, the monster would have definitely detected me. Now, I don't have a choice, and I don't plan on dillying either when it is my life on the line. So I took some of my purple energy into the soul-washing waves and began to circulate. I immediately screamed like last time, and this time I did not create a sound around me, nor did I want to consider there was a powerful suppressive formation weaved in the psychedelic formation, which would suppress even absolute peak high grandmaster to puny grandmaster. The hallucinations should send you to the wonderland, not give you the nightmare, said the grim vidit with a deep frown on its face, which made it even more cautious as it reinforced the boundary of the formation and took a step back. I did not have a second to listen to its mumble. Currently, I am facing a pain that is making me claw my own skin out. The pain was so extreme that I could not think of anything other than stopping. Every moment is fighting with oneself as this sandpaper, like energy scratching against my soul, and the more I circulate it, the greater pain it would be. If I hadn't been focusing on the pain, I would have noticed the hallucinations were disappearing fast, even when my clone had removed the protection of purple energy, which was covering my soul and was now only being used in the circulations. My clone had also monitored the changes in the soul as I had asked it. I know very little about this energy, and though I do not think it is harmful, I will have to be cautious, especially against such powerful energies. These energies had been made from the level of resources that are extremely high level. They are not only powerful, but also contain imprints inside them. While time seemed to have destroyed the imprints, I still did not want to take risks. If I had any other options, I wouldn't have circulated the foreign energy which I barely know, but I do not have a choice. It is either this or die, and I don't want to die, not yet. Not till I wiped out each and every vermin that had infested my world. Till I achieve this dream, I will continue to struggle with every speck of my life. Lala. This human bastard is really strange. Should I just stop the formation and kill it in a single attack? Asked the grim Vidite. Till now, the screams of humans in front of it had been muffled, but now they have become a full-blown load. Maybe this is all the act. This human bastard might be just acting. It mumbled, looking at the silver artifact on the human's chest, which energy is still covering the human. I will wait for a few minutes before deciding, it said, and looked around cautiously, especially the boundaries of formation, which it had strengthened to limit, and also scanned itself deeply from outside with its Vidette energy. It had heard about the strings of Tsar, and how many of kin had simply disappeared once it had gotten caught in it. Though it had complete confidence in itself given its strength of Vidette, it still did not want to take the risk. It is how it had survived for so long and reached its current stage. It had always played safely and immediately ran away when things got dangerous. It got punished many times for that, but it had been rewarded with long life, and that is what matters the most. I don't know how long it has passed since I began to circulate this horrifying energy, but the circulation has become even more careful, and I want to curse at my clone for that, despite knowing it is done by own order. Seeing I have very little information about the purple energy, I had asked it to make changes as it got more data, and since I have begun circulating. It had made changes 3 times. All 3 times, the amount of purple energy I was circulating reduced, and 2 times, the pain of circulation had lessened before increasing suddenly a few seconds ago, that making me open my mouth and scream loudly. Though despite an increase in pain, circulation has become smoother, and I am using half of the purple energy than I had begun. It is likely due to the changes in the soul-washing energy, which is now more compatible with the purple energy since my clone had made the changes in it. It would be wonderful if it could do something about the pain. I will not say that to it, as managing the formation is not the only thing it has in its hand. It is also doing other important things, things that will help me survive, while the only thing I have to do is circulate the energy. It would have been much less strainful if I had 2 clones, but that is not a thing I should be thinking about right now. Time passed when suddenly, another change occurred in the energy. The circulation became a lot smoother, and the pain had also lessened. Though it is only about 5, it is extremely helpful against the pain I am feeling. The pain I am feeling is someone is scratching my soul with nail-laden sandpaper. It is extremely painful, and this small relief was like slightly blunting the edges of those nails. It had helped me tremendously. Just what the hell is happening? Arsas asked itself. It had expected Tsar to roll on the ground with hallucination and behave like a person suffering from hallucinations would suffer, but instead, it's standing on the stop shaking while screaming loudly as streams of sweat flew out of its body. It looked at Tsar for a while before coming to a decision with great joy shining in its eyes. I really didn't think this bastard would be worth it, but since it had been behaving strangely, it had left me with no choice but to do it, the Grimm's Vidit said with a sigh, but the cruel expressions appeared on its face as it touched the runic circle in front of it. Full power, said the Grim Vidette gleefully as it activated the formation at its full power. With the full power, I will not know whether this strange behavior is just an act or something else, not that it matters anyway. No High Grandmaster could survive the full power, not even with the help of an artifact, which would lose the power soon enough. As I was circulating the energy, I felt the power of psychedelics increase suddenly, and this increase was substantial, but strangely, my clone seemed to have increased the amount of purple energy by about 10. Though I did feel soul-washing energy getting more than twice stronger, it had barely affected the pain, but made already difficult circulation of energy even more difficult. The blood, which had stopped some time ago, began to flow out of my orifices again. The strain was too much that it had affected my physical body. It is a small price to pay to survive. Half of the purple energy had been spent. A very loud sound of my clone rang out through my mind. I was able to understand it with all the circulation. The reminder did not surprise me. I have already used it for more than one could imagine. Before I started circulation, I could have power for 1 minute, but I barely used 1/10 of it, and even that half to half sometime later. So I have already survived far longer than I ought to and probably would go for another 7 to 8 minutes. I hope my clone would be able to do what I had asked otherwise. There is no way I would survive this bastard. My luck is really shitty compared to these grim bastards. We have entered the ruin about the same time, but they have appeared close to the destination that if I had appeared in their place, then it would be standing outside of the formation and the grim inside. There are still the Grimms that had gone into that door. The two Grimms auras I had sensed did not belong to this bastard. It is clear the Grimms have gone behind that door. They might have already got what is there and returning. I really wish these thoughts of mine wouldn't come true. I am already at death's door in front of this vidette, and if another one appeared, I would be gone. No guile and subterfuge will be able to save me. It had been 10 minutes. Why there is no change? Arsas muttered as the human still standing without moving. It had thought after releasing the full power of the formation, the humans would fall into hallucination, but that did not seem to be happening. Maybe it is happening. Some inheritance lets one lock the body and the armor. Something like that might happen to this bastard. Just as it had thought that it had shaken its head, the aura of this bastard is too stable. It did not feel like the hallucination was affecting it, and it blamed it all on the silver artifact, but even the artifact did not explain the strange behavior of the human. 5 minutes more of this strange behavior, and I will kill it with my own hands, Arsas finally decided. It likes to be cautious, but sometimes there is no option to take a risk. This strange behavior of humans is giving it a weird feeling which it is not like at all. Hun. It was wrestling with its thought when suddenly it felt a strange aura came out of the human. It had disappeared just as it appeared, doubting whether it sensed it or it was just a hallucination, but it crushed those doubts. It was sure it was real, and it had made it very uncomfortable. Crack, 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 bang. The loud cracking sound began to ring across my soul as a faint gray layer appeared above my soul before exploding into pieces, revealing the soul, which is now even clearer and felt much purer. I have not thought I would really advance the soul cleansing method to level 3, but I hope I would. Still, I could not believe it, even when it had happened, considering Marina had taken more than 3 years to reach this level, and I did in less than a week. With the advancement into level 3 of the soul cleansing method, my soul has become brighter and purer than before. My thought process has become much clearer than before, and my link with my clone has strengthened even further. The pain of circulation became even clearer, but strangely, I felt my capacity to bear the pain had increased. I even stopped screaming, and now bearing the pain of circulation through just gritting my teeth like before. I could now divert some of my concentration to other things. Though those things do not need to be strainful as they affect my circulations. A few seconds passed when suddenly my clone did something strange. It had lessened the purple energy, which caught me off guard. Not only it had lessened it, but it also lessened it considerably, keeping it a third of what I circulated the moment before. It barely took me a moment to understand its reasoning. While a powerful soul might bear the more purple energy, this is not what I want to do. The main goal is to conserve it as much as possible, so I can last longer. Even now, with the advancement of my soul, I still could not bear the power of this psychedelic formation. I need the purple energy. The longer I make it last, the better it will be. With this trimming of the purple energy, I might be able to survive the formation for another 10 to 15 minutes, which is great. The energy it had noticed a minute ago had unnerved it. In the past minute, it had nearly deactivated the formation nearly 4 times before stopping it, and the reason behind it was the 5 minutes wait, it had decided. It knows it is just an excuse, but still, its heart decided to accept the excuse. The strange behavior of the human is not giving it a good feeling, but it also feels that it might be some elaborate trap of the human to make it break the formation, and the moment it does, this bastard will wrap its strings around it and make it disappear. This human is one scariest it has come across. Its aura is so weak that it is confident that it could crush it, but it knows it would not be easy. It had seen the footage and knew the bastard had one of the most powerful defensive abilities, those spherical shields. The higher-ups have marked its defensive ability strongest under the arts, the same level that bastard Leon, who has the whole collection of shields. It had fought against that bastard a few years ago along with 2 more high grandmasters, but were not able to touch even a hair on its head. It is confident that with enough time, it will be able to break the shields. There is a difference in power between this bastard and Leon, and its shield is not as strong as it. Still, it might take a minute or more to break its shields, and by that time, it might wrap those scary invisible strings around its body. Just thinking about those strings is making it shudder, as the newest memo from the higher-ups has said that the strings of Zar are extremely powerful. There is a very high chance that they might be bonded artifacts, and high grandmasters might not be able to break through them. It is because of this worry that it had not deactivated the formation and killed this bastard. It loves its life, and if the time came when it had to choose between killing Zar and its own life, it would choose its life. So it will wait till the decided time is over before taking a step, and if it had sensed even the slightest hint of strings wrapping around it, it would run away, without care for Zar, who will be a problem that others shall deal with. It had been a few minutes since I had broken through level 3 of the soul cleansing method, and for the first time, I felt like I had a hope of surviving. My clone had made good progress, and seeing how things were going, it would be able to finish with the preparation in a few minutes. By even this bastard wouldn't be able to stop. I just thought that when a shocking thing happened, the formation suddenly deactivated and all the psychedelic energy was sucked into it. Die human. I was just dealing with the shock of formation deactivating when I felt the shuddering aura bursting out of the grim vidette and it swinging down its axe with power and speed that I could not track. Pull the strings. Feeling the immense danger, my thoughts became clear. I stopped the circulation and ordered my clone. Now the RSAS have taken action. There is no need for me to hold back either. Though I would very much like it if it had given me a few more minutes, still I will manage with the progress I have made. The moment I ordered, my clone had pulled the strings, and grim world-shaking attack stopped, and immediately horror appeared on the face of the grim vidette, but the very next moment that horror transformed into fury. You will die, you bastard. I shouted and harnessed all the vidette power I had, leaving not even a speck behind. It had been not long since it had become a vidette, and for its first time, it had not even used its full power against the monsters of this ruin. Those monsters were nothing in front of the human monster standing in front of me. I had decided to run the moment I had sensed the strings on me, and a moment ago, I nearly did before understanding the gravity of the situation. This bastard was able to wrap its string around it when it was still trapped in the formation. Those strings of it had somehow crossed the formation and wrapped around itself. The power of the strings has made me shudder and let them see the vast reality. This human does not just have strings, but its battle power is one of the best among the humans, and it is also part of the project that spewed out the Grandmasters. Most importantly, it knows its inheritance. There are huge records about the hosts of celestial inheritances. Each and every one of them is a monster, and they know this firsthand, as that idiot was one of the reasons why they have the lost last epic war. Killing half of the coven is not something anyone could achieve, but the predecessor of this bastard had achieved it, and seeing its abilities and things it had done, it is very clear that this bastard also had the potential to achieve that. It may be a coward, but it loves its race, and for it, I will take a risk and kill this Huma. It had a chance that as these strings are not tight, it would still be able to project considerable power through it, which will surely be enough to crush this maggot. Its axe only stopped for a moment before resuming its charge, and I am not surprised. The strings have wrapped only 71 of its body, which is not enough to stop the movement of a peak high grandmaster, and definitely not enough to stop the vidette, which is known for its immense physical strength. Though its axe is coming down, it is not bearing as much power as before. My strings may not have stopped their attack, but they have very well reduced its power speed. Still, the attack is very much powerful, and I will need my strongest defense to defend against it, and I hope it will be enough to stop the charge of its axe. BANNNG. Its axe crashed against my invisible shield, making them visible before brightening them like a blazing sun, with pure physical might and that scary vidette energy. The ripple of energy spread across the shields as they rapidly began to fight the energy, which they used against the energy coming into the armor. The vidette energy was so powerful that a moment after it had lighted up the shields, it had lighted up my armor and still coming at me. The power of the vidette is really something, I said as I began to experience the power of its attack, which I wouldn't have been able to bear if my strings hadn't been constraining it. It would have been dead in a couple of its moves. Puh. I vomited, but there was a smile on my face. I defended its attack successfully, and seeing how it had nearly used all its power, it was likely to be its strongest attack. Even if it was able to launch the slightly stronger attack, I would be able to bear now that my armor had absorbed the vidette energy and was better equipped to deal with it. I have heard so much about the terror of yellow vidette, but your power is just so-so. I teased it, which blazed Arsas' already burning eyes. You bastard. It shouted and in great rage as took back its axe and brought it down with the great power, but last time, it could not utilize all the frightening physical strength it had brought out as my strings were binding it. This time, it was able to bring out even less power than the last attack, have provided me enough data about it that I have shifted my strings a little, so they will be able to restrict its movement even more greatly. The more attacks it will launch, the greater data it will provide, and I will be able to use it further to restrict its movements. BNNG. Its axe crashed on my shield again, lighting them and my armor like a sun before, but this time, despite the energy being slightly higher, it was not able to harm me. Not to mention, the physical power was even lower. BANNG, BANNG, BANNG. It did not seem to understand the predicament it was in, or the killing intent had been clouding its mind too much as it continued to attack me without stopping. Its attacks are getting slower and slower at each strike, as I would manipulate my strings for the maximum restrictions. I was in shock at what I was doing, as currently, this bastard is strong enough that it will give most of the high grandmasters, aside from the council members, a death in a couple of moves. Its physical and defensive abilities are off the charts. No human or grim of same level could compare to it. Still, I wouldn't have been able to achieve what I had achieved if not for that grim, who fell into my lap earlier, and also due to the advancement in the soul, which is helping me manipulate the strings even more smoothly. This grim vidette is beyond me, even with all the advancements I have, and if not for the strings that have wrapped around me, I would have been defending against it, burning my essence. Currently, the Grimm's was able to only project a sixth of its power, and even then, it is shaking my shields. I could very well imagine what it would be done to me if it hadn't been under my restrictions. Hun. It once again raised its sword, and I readied my defenses to defend against it when suddenly it had stopped the midway. All the rage in its eyes suddenly disappeared, and clarity returned though I could see the rage in its eyes was still burning. It was now in its control. Czar, it seemed like, in current conditions, I could not kill you, said Arsas with an expression of unwillingness as it brought down its axe on the ground. So you understood it finally, it said with a smile and waved my hand, and the shields disappeared. They have not truly disappeared as it had not truly relaxed their stance. It is still cautious and could swing its axe with all strength immediately if it wants to. Yes, I understood and am willing to let you go, it said as it motioned toward the white door behind me. Are you kidding me? I cursed. I have fought many life and death battles and nearly had been killed many times in coming here, and you just want me to retreat while you grim bastard take all the benefits. It is not going to happen, I added while looking directly into its eyes, which blazed hearing my answer, but it soon controlled its emotions. Fine, if you want to go to the door you can go, but let me warn you, you will not be able to survive against those two that went there, it said, pointing at the lone door behind it. How nice of you to warn me, I said sarcastically, and it glared at me. I will walk through, that is out of the question, but I want something more, I said, and it literally shook hearing it. It is clear that my suggestion had made it immensely angry that it was barely able to control itself. Bastard, you can forget about getting anything from me, it shouted back in rage. Really, then we can stay here till I find a way to kill you, and don't doubt me, Arsas, I already have a couple ways through which I can kill you with enough time, I said with confidence, and this confidence is not fake. My words wavered its confidence, and I could see the intense struggle in its eyes. Fine, I will give you the treasure, and then we will go in our own ways, it said after a few seconds, and it couldn't help but make me feel shocked. While I may have said them in all seriousness, they were jokes to me, as I had truly had not thought the Grimm would accept it, much less a Vidette, who seemed to have the strongest will as those could survive the process. Sorry, I changed my mind, I will not take any treasure when I could have you, which will automatically give me all your treasures, I said with a wicked smile on my face. I am quite happy, as I rarely get to play such jokes on a Grimm. I could not believe the human had dared to say those words to me, the gall of this bastard to say something like this to me, to a yellow Vidette. The rage that was bubbling inside me threatened to burst out and burn this little human bastard with it, but I calmed down. Even with all its abilities, I do not think it is capable of doing anything to me, at least not yet, and I am not out of options. If the need arises, I will not hesitate to use that thing. It will cost me a lot, but it is still much better than getting disappeared. How do you plan to kill me? You did not have the raw strength to do it, and I could still move through your strings, I asked while keeping all my options ready to deal with anything that came in my way. My Vidite energy is trying to destroy the strings, but these strings are acting like they did not exist. My energy had just passed through them without affecting them even the slightest. Oh, it is simple, I will make you disappear, the human replied with a smile, and I shuddered and nearly activated my last option before realizing it was all joke. You joke quite well, Czar, as I have said before. I could still move through your strings, and I know for certain you won't be able to make me disappear till you stop all my movements, I said and took a step toward it. It is very straining to move with all these strings wrapped around me, but as long as I am willing to use my strength, I can move. Oh, we can rectify that, it said, and immediately I saw the new strings become visible to my horror. I had been extremely careful, even using a very powerful consumable sensory artifact to make up for the mistake I made earlier, but even it couldn't sense the strings. I used every speck of strength I had in my body as I tried to move, but to my horror I could barely twitch. The only part of my body I could move freely is my mouth, but I do not have any words to speak through it. I don't know why you Grimms are so confident. You know you should have run away when I revealed my strings. If you had used all trump cards and made some sacrifices, you might have been able to leave, but now you are dead. You are truly an idiot to fall into such a state, despite having all the advantages, said the little human, and looked at me as if I were truly the world's biggest idiot. Hearing those words and seeing those expressions, all the raging fury in my heart turned cold as a wave of shame washed through me. The words that the human spoke are cruel but right. I have made a mistake from the beginning, and I could only blame my cowardly nature for it. The biggest mistake I made was not killing the human the moment it appeared in the formation. I could have achieved it experiencing the power of its shield. I knew I could have broken them if I tried without holding back. Even if I had lost that, there was still another chance when it had revealed its strings on me. I shouldn't have let my pride and patriotic emotions get into my head. If I had followed my cautious nature and had used every bit of the strength I have, I might have been able to escape it. Now I am bound, but I am not so helpless as it thing. There is still one more thing I could do. It will kill me, but it would also not survive. Even those quays at Grand Lord would have a hard time surviving if they got caught in it. You think you have one, human? I asked with the freedom it had given me. Yes, I have one. I have my strings wrapped around you in the moment, and within a few seconds I would be finished with all the preparation. The moment I am done with them, you will disappear, never to appear again, the human replied with utter confidence. Good, then I will see how you will survive when I self-destruct my core, I said, and used my fury to light up the spark to explode my core. It would only need 1.5 seconds, and even humans weren't able to perform a miracle with all its abilities. There is one way it could have saved its life, the door behind me, but it would not open with the strength it has. The door may not have the formation, but it is not smooth to open. Those two needed my strength, raw physical strength, to open the door. I could see its face morphing into horror as it heard my words, and it gave me endless pleasure seeing that, and I hoped I would hear its screams before dying. It would really give me a peace before departing the world. Hun. Suddenly that horrified expression on the human's face disappeared, and in its place appeared a big radiant smile. Like I had said, you are truly an idiot, it said, and I instantly realized the meaning of its words as the sharp pain materialized in my chest, and to my horror I saw the thick bundle of strings wrapping around my core. It shocked me but also confused me at the same moment. The strings are powerful, without a doubt, but I am not weak, especially in defenses. My body is stronger than any defensive method of any high grandmaster. No matter how thin the string is, it wouldn't have been able to pierce into me without my knowledge. I was opening my mouth to ask when the answer revealed itself. A delicate formation crafted out of the strings materialized on my chest. Say goodbye, Grim. I really hope I come across idiots like you often. It will make things a lot easier for me, said the human as the sense of defeat filled my heart. The Grim disappeared, but the last look in its eyes remained in front of me. That acceptance of defeat in its eyes is something that is rarely seen, whether it is Grims or humans, especially among the high-level powerhouses that forget their will like steel. It is really hard to make them see the defeat, but this one is defeated. Though those emotions have lasted only for a moment before it begins to experience the worst pain in its life, as the formation begins to harvest its essence energies, all of which will be sucked by the mysterious tree. Before coming to this ruin, I have thought of many scenarios I might come across, but even in my wildest dream, I have never thought I would capture a Webnovel and harness it. Webnovels are on a completely different level, and I know my strength. I am far, far away from matching the Webnovel. It is so powerful that it could crush my strength, especially me who had not received the amazing boost a few hours ago. Now, I have a Webnovel in my core, which is going to bring me tremendous benefits, more than I had ever imagined before coming to this ruin. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The mysterious tree had rustled and released the growth energy, and seeing the amount and purity of it, I became completely stumped, though I was more flabbergasted than shocked, as I kind of expected it. The Webnovel is on a completely different level. It's stronger than the snakeman and would easily be to kill it in a few minutes. It was my great luck that I found such a cowardly idiot Webnovel. Otherwise, it would be me, who is dead right now. It was truly an idiot who had got too easily manipulated. I am extremely lucky to get such an enemy, and regretfully, not all Grims are this idiotic. The Webnovel had been considerably nutritious to the mysterious tree, as it had grown considerably with it. The Grim earlier, despite all its power, was only able to make it grow by a few inches, but this Webnovel had made it grow by a meter. Now to mention the growth energy it had just released is unparalleled, and even I couldn't form proper words to describe it. It would be an understatement to say the growth energy is powerful. It is beyond that. The moment it touched the plant, they started to grow like I have never seen them before. I am feeling the months passing every second. The growth of the plants is simply shocking. The stainless blood soul lotuses consume tremendous growth energy and grow slowly that even with growth energy, one would have a hard time seeing them grow unless they concentrate on them for a couple of minutes, and now are growing at the visible speed. I am talking about the growth of roses that had reached the Grandmaster class, and not the ones that are at the lower levels. I could see their blood-red color of them becoming even more pronounced, and their aura rising rapidly. It is without a doubt that they will reach the peak of the Grandmaster class. The question is whether all of them would be able to go above it. If it had been growth energy harvested from an absolute peak high Grandmaster powerhouse, it would have taken one lotus to the high Grandmaster, 2 at most, but I do not think it would take all of them to high Grandmaster. The things are different with the Webnovel. Its growth energy could take all 7 of them to the High Grandmaster class, and it will solve many of my problems. The High Grandmaster class stainless blood lotuses are extremely potent. They are useful not only on the High Grandmasters, but also on the lower powerhouses. I could use the diluted version on them to purify their bodies and soul. Just a few days ago, Jim had said he had found a formula of solutions that would be able to dilute the essence of it further despite losing its efficacy, and that is great news, considering how it will able to benefit others. I watched the shocking growth for a few seconds before turning to other things. If I had time, I would have watched till every last drop of this potent energy was used, but I do not have time and need to do many things. The first thing I did was obviously turn to formation. There are extremely rare resources placed on them, including the core of monsters, and there are 7 of these formations, each one in front of the 7 doors. I did not touch those resources. Instead, I focused on the formation and began to change some runes. The Grims have given me a great idea. I am making small changes to the formations. They will especially be targeted by the Grims and would activate immediately at full power the moment Grimm's feet touch them. In my conversation with the Vidette, I found out that at least 2 Grims have gone inside the door, but there might be some coming here, and this trap would be for them. Since they had dared to do it against me, it is obvious that I would reciprocate, and mine would be more dangerous than what Grimm had designed. While I was manipulating the formations, the plants inside my core finished absorbing all the growth energy, and the change they have brought is beyond my beliefs. My core had never been so vibrant and had such high-level resources growing inside it, not to mention the thousands that are harvested and stored by my core. All the 7 stainless blood soul lotuses have reached the high Grandmaster class as I had expected, but the shocking thing is the second badge had reached the peak of the Grandmaster class, and they would need only a single High Grandmaster to take them to the High Grandmaster class. Aside from that, there is another welcome change has occurred. All the fruits on the metal essence tree had reached the High Grandmaster class, or it could be said, the slightly above it, which should not have been possible considering the level of the Vidette, which might be powerful but still a High Grandmaster. It is likely due to the aid of the dead copper tree floating above it. It is extremely powerful despite being dead, and recently I found out to contain the law marks, and these law marks are not faded like the ones in this ruin. I was not able to discover them at first due to their level being too high for me, and I wouldn't have my strength if not for the accident that had occurred a few days ago, which made them visible for a moment. I looked at all the changes my core had gone through before turning back to the formation. It took me little more than 10 minutes to finish them all up, and now any Grim that would step into the formation is going to get what they deserve. I really hope there will be some fishes in them before I return. With this, I am ready to open the door, I said as I laid out of the formation in front of the rusted door. It is the door that takes me to the next place, and likely is the door from which I will be returning, and also the Grims that went inside. Like all the 7 formations, this will also activate the moment the Grims step on it. It is stronger than the 7 formations. Who knows? The Grims inside receive some benefits and gain some strength. I will need something to greet them. Now the only thing I have to do is open the door and go inside, which is a huge risk considering the Grims that had gone there, and I am no match for them. The whole ruin is filled with the things for which I am not the match. The third door or beyond that definitely has something that is powerful enough to release a signal that reaches the mainland. It is definitely above my level, and now I really think I should have listened to the council and let someone more qualified like Rai come in here, but the deed is done, and now I have to deal with the problem for which I have come into this ruin. The objective is clear, to get my hands on whatever the thing that had created the signal, or at least stop the Grims from getting it. Others might comment that considering my abilities, I should just stay here and trap the Grim that came back, but that is a very bad idea. As who knows, the Grims would come back from this door, a new door might form and they would leave through it. Not to mention, the formation I have created could have been dealt with. If I could do it, then I have no doubt that others would have secret methods and abilities that would help them, dangerous formations such as this. I took a deep breath and looked at all my preparations, including the new purple brick beside the old one. Everything was perfect as it could be. Seeing that, I touched the huge handle of the door and pulled, but it did not, and it made me frown and worry. I tried again and then again, but it could not be pulled away, and that couldn't help but make me worried. I tried for a few seconds before releasing the investigative wave, and a moment later, a surprise couldn't but appear on my face. And from where the hell could I bring such strength, I asked myself. The formation of the door had been utterly decimated, but it still is not easy to open. It had sort of jammed and would require great strength to open it. I don't think even Arsas would be easily able to open it. I was about to begin drawing a formation for it when I suddenly stopped. "Nero, could you help me with the door?" I said, and Nero came out looking at the door excitedly. "I will see what I could do, father," he said, and jumped toward the door from my head. Halfway into the jump, he had transformed into the cloud and covered the edge of the door before beginning to seep inside it through the gaps in the corner. Click. A few seconds later, a click rang out, and the door slid open before all the fog collected into the fog and transformed back into Nero. "Good job, Nero," I said to Nero and petted him. "It was nothing, father," replied Nero with a wide smile plastered across his face. I petted him for a few seconds before he disappeared back inside me while I opened the door wide. Like the 2 doors before, I could not see what was inside it, nor did I waste any. Since I had decided, I entered inside without hesitation. Hun. The moment I entered it, I received one of the biggest shocks of this ruin within a second. I experienced many things. First was the suppressive formation, which immediately suppressed half of my strength, but it was not shocking many runes have the suppressing formations. The shock was the presence of thick first energy it is here, and it is dense and trying to destroy this place, or at least these steels. The place I have entered is vast, just as vast as the place of runes or even vaster considering. I could see the vastness of it. It had filled with steels the size of the grim monsters and were standing in the air in a concentric circle fashion, and each ruin was connected by a thick green chain. The steels in the chain seemed to be made of the same material, and now are faded green in color with faintly shining blue runes on them. Fuck. I cursed and took a couple of steps back with sweat blenching my whole body in a second. It took me nearly a couple of minutes to calm down before I looked at the blue runes on the steels. I was wondering why there was no psychedelic energy here despite the fact that every part of this world contains it. Now I have found the answer and answer these runes, which are filled with thick psychedelic energy. For the first time, I am questioning whether I have made the right decision in coming here. Those runes are beyond dangerous. Each of them contains so much psychedelic energy and is so powerful that it will break the mind of the Grand Lord in seconds. It is the reason why the first energy is bearing down on these runes to destroy them. Thankfully, we are in ruin and not on the mainland otherwise. The world would have been able to apply all its strength on those runes to destroy them. Even if a single ruin got damaged or exploded, it would end me, and each steel contains thousands of them, and there are thousands of steels and chains connecting there are present here, but it seemed like they're not much to be worried here about them. The psychedelic energy here is lesser than what I have sensed in the other places. Even kings would be able to walk in here, though the suppressive formation and the worldly energy would crush them into a paste in an instant. One needs to be a high grandmaster here to survive. I looked around and saw the world of steels, and they were placed in a concentric circle fashion. They are not moving, just standing in the air silently. Hun, flying is forbidden here, I said to myself when I found myself unable to fly. I wanted to fly to the top to see the whole view, but the flight of forbidden, and so was jumping. After reaching 30 meters high, an elastic force field stopped forcefully and sent me down hard that I was barely able to stop myself from crashing down. It is such a regret that I could not take advantage of this first energy fully, I said with a sigh and felt the first energy around me before I began to walk. This is a place from the High Grandmaster's dream. One could rarely come across such dense first energy, and despite having it, I could not even enjoy it. Though I have asked my clone to meditate on it, I will not lose this opportunity, even when I cannot properly enjoy it. I do not have any idea about this place, but I know it is a final place, and now I have to reach the center of it. These steels are placed in a concentric circle fashion, and with the direction they are facing, it is clear that there is something in the center, likely a thing that had produced the signal. There is a high chance I am right, but I could be wrong either. Hun, a minute passed when suddenly I stopped with a frown on my face. It seemed like the suppression was increasing. The speed at which it is increasing is not much, but it is increasing without a doubt, and that is going to make things difficult. I resumed walking while my soul's sense moved around, looking for a hint of grim aura or any trap these bastards might have set. I did not find any, and it did not surprise me the Grims had the hours of lead over me, and I would not find them easily. I could ask the help of Ashlyn and Nero, but I decided to keep them inside me, at least for now. A few minutes passed, and I felt the suppression on me had increased even further, but it did not affect my speed. I am moving fast but cautiously, looking at everything that might be a trap or a danger. Hun, I stopped suddenly as I had finally sensed the slight whiff of Grim's aura. It was extremely faint and might have been released when the Grim activated some ability, and I could only discover it before it entered the concentrated field of my soul sense around me. Sensing the Grim's aura, my steps became even more cautious. I did not dare to be careless even slightly. Half an hour passed, and I had crossed more than half a distance from this place and sensed the Grim aura a couple of times. It is clear the Grims have moved in a similar direction as I, which enforced my decision to go to the center then move around its edge. In the half hour, the suppression has increased tremendously now. I have a strength of master, and it is reducing at a fast speed as I moved closer to the center. Seeing such preparations, I am now even more certain that there is something in the certain. This suppression, the powerful steels and the runes that contain the power to call even the first energy of the world. I am quite curious about the thing that I will find in the center, and I am sure without a doubt that there will be a thing. I have enough experience and knowledge to know that is something in the center, and I hope the Grims haven't gotten them yet. I have reached it, I said as I reached the center. There is now only the last layer of steels before a large open ground opens, and in the center of it has a huge white statue, so huge that even Grim seemed to be tiny in front of it. The statue is majestic and seemed to have a mysterious aura, which made me bow slightly before I realized what was happening and stopped myself. It had shocked me, as Grimm's majestic bloodline phantom had not made me bold, but this statue did. This compulsion immediately put me on guard. I knew things wouldn't be simple at the center, but did not expect this. Experiencing what happened, I immediately activated all my defenses and began to circulate the soul cleansing method at full speed before looking at the blurry statue when once again, the compulsion had hit me that I was barely able to stop myself from bowing. Speaking of Grimms, I have finally found them. There are two of them. They are very close to the blurry statue and frozen with their heads down. I do not think they're frozen. I think they're just stopped by the suppression currently. The suppression of the place I am is so huge that I am barely able to display the strength of the tyrant. They have not noticed me yet, but they will soon when I enter the open space. There is one layer of steels in front of me before there is a huge open space in its center is the statue. A minute passed and I walked out of the shadow of floating steels into the open space where suppression had suddenly climbed, taking me to Emperor class from the Tyrant class in an instant. It had been a while since I had become this weak. When I burned my essence in the huge battle of the last month, I still had the strength of the Grandmaster, but now I am being suppressed that I could only project the power of the Emperor. I did not stop and continued walking toward the statue without slowing down. I did not use any method to hide from Grimms. They are useless in such suppression, and even if I could, I wouldn't have. The conflict is unavoidable, and I do not fear them. If there hadn't been suppression, I would have used my strongest stealth method, but this suppression offers a unique advantage, as I was able to find out. I walked a few kilometers, and my power had reached the king stage when finally, the Grimms sensed me as I saw they slowly craned their necks toward me. I put the biggest smile on my face to greet them, as this would be fun. Hi, I said to the two Grimms and waved my hand to greet them as I saw the old friends rather than the enemies. One of the Grimm is familiar to me, the other is completely unfamiliar, but one thing is clear. Both of them are very powerful, especially the stone-teeth manhwaedit at the front. That bastard is very dangerous. I should be careful against them. Though I do not fear them, if they attack me here, I have full confidence that I would be able to survive under their attack. Those two continued looking at me for nearly a minute before they moved their neck, and a few seconds later, I saw an unknown Crocaman moving its body slowly before taking a slow step toward me. It was clear that it coming toward me. Its steps were slow at first, but soon became faster and faster as the suppression began to lessen, and soon it began to walk at normal Grimm speed. "Father, let me fight it," asked Nero from the core, surprising me. I opened my mouth, but before any words could come out of my mouth, he spoke again. "Father, you have promised you will let me fight a Grimm," said Nero, and his tone was forceful. I did promise him, and hearing his tone, I know he will not accept any other way, and there is a high chance that he might throw a tantrum. "There is suppression here, Nero," I said, and I know it is a weak excuse, but I have no other words. "The enemy is quite powerful that even I could only guarantee my survival against it and nothing else." "Don't worry, Father, I don't think the suppression here would affect me as much as to you or these Grimms," said Nero and appeared over my head. "I was right, it did not affect me as much as you," he added, just when I was about to protect. "Fine, you can fight against it, but don't take too much risk. If it becomes harder, come back to me," I said to him, and this time my voice was serious. This was no easy Grimm. If it was outside, it would crush me, and while I have confidence in Nero's abilities, I couldn't help but feel worried about him. "Don't worry, Father, I will crush it," said Nero with confidence, and all I could do was sigh and turn to the Crockman, who had just stopped in front of us with a sawtooth blade in its hand. "What happened to Arsace?" asked the Crockman. "I killed him, of course," I replied. I had planned for an elaborate answer, but decided to do a short answer seeing how Nero is literally shaking over my head at the thought of fighting against it. "We just gave one job to that idiot, and it couldn't even do that well," it cursed before turning to me. "You must have trapped him way before killing him, right?" It asked, something like that, I replied. "Then you will pay the price for that," it and moved its tooth blade toward me. "Sorry, I will not be fighting against you. Nero is more than enough to deal with you," I said to it and walked away while Nero leaped at it. It took a moment to realize what I had just said, and as it did, it burst into rage. "You bast," it shouted, but that shout was cut off midway as it lastly moved its axe to defend against Nero, who is the size of an ant compared to it. I am worried about Nero, but I have full confidence that he will be able to defeat it. It won't be much of a problem for him if his spoken words are true. Even feeling 10 less suppression than Grimm would give him a huge edge against it, and considering the strange abilities Nero has, he will be able to defeat it, even if both of them have a similar strength. While I gave Nero permission to fight, it produced another problem. The stone-teeth Ant-Man saw the fight, and that meant I couldn't let it leave this place alive. It is not for the world to know Ashlyn and Nero's abilities, yet they need to remain secret. I needed to kill it or have it kill somehow, and it was going to be a challenge, though not an impossible thing. It would have been an impossible thing if we had been outside. There is also a considerable advantage. Unlike the Crockman, Ida the Ant-Man had the bloodline. If I was able to kill it, then I would leave this ruin with so many advantages that I had never imagined those would be comparable to going to several ruins. Though I understood how hard the task, and I barely had 30 confidence in doing it. Before I could even think about fighting it, I had to reach it, and it will be an incredibly hard task, but I am confident that I will be able to do it. So I flashed it a brilliant smile and increased my pace. Each of my steps would bring me close to it and would increase the suppression. There is also that compulsion or something else that is making me bow to the statue. I have already done it 3 times, and it seems like it is also getting stronger with each step. From what I could see, it is not just me that is suffering from it, and Grimm's too. Both Ida the Ant-Man and the Crocman also kept their head bowed most of the time. Even now, the Ant-Man's head is bowed, though it would lift it every minute as it is fighting the compulsion actively. Time passed as I took one step after another toward the statue, while my power reduced with every step. From the king to it had descended the prince stage and now had reached down to the duke stage. It won't be long before it descended to the lord stage, and then the knight. I am very sure that would be my stage when I touched the statue. The great change occurred when I reached the mile of the statue now. The suppression did not just affect the level, but every part of my body. I now finally understood why the Grimm is needling a few minutes to take a simple step. It was just level, it could still walk, but now it had remained frozen on its spot and needed an immense amount of willpower just to take a step. My strength had been suppressed to the level Lord, and I am just a few hundred meters away from the Ida the Ant-Man. Despite the suppression, I am approaching it and am confident that I will be able to reach it within an hour, which is quite considering how close it is to the gigantic statue. It will need about 8 to 9 steps to reach the foot of the statue where the stairs are. Nero is still fighting, but that fight is good. It finished. Nero is playing with it from the beginning. It had never stood a chance. Even Ida the Ant-Man knew its friend stood no chance and hastened its steps, which made me push myself harder to catch up with it. I have to reach it before it reaches the status. I don't know what happens when it begins to climb up the stairs on the statue. Another half an hour passed, and my strength had reached the night level. It was the weakest I had ever been in a long while. That feeling of this strength, I felt liberating. It had caught me off guard, as I had thought. I felt a mixture of panic, helplessness, and fear, the emotions I was feeling when my levels were going down before descending to the night stage. It is said the feeling of occasional weakness is liberating. I have never believed it, but now seeing the emotions I was feeling, it felt true. I felt my emotional strains untangle and felt peaceful from the inside, which gave me great joy. I was quite shocked to realize I was feeling even happier than when I had killed the snakeman, or even gotten that vidette. This joy had reached much deeper inside me. I felt like I had taken a big leap emotionally. I didn't know what it would do or even think about its potential benefits to me, as I usually do. I just simply accepted it. A time after that, I found myself bearing the suppression better. My steps became quicker, and before I knew it, I had reached 100 meters area of the Grimm monster and walked toward it, already much slowly, taking only a couple of steps every minute. It had taken another step before craning its neck toward me slowly. It did not say anything, just looked at me with an emotionless eye. I did not say anything either and had not put any artificial emotions on M-face. I showed what I was feeling in my heart, which seemed to have irked it as the great irritation flashed its eyes as it slowly moved its gaze back toward the statue and focused on the step ahead. It had become evidently clear that this was the final place, and the statue had the thing that produced that powerful signal, and Grimm and I desired it. Some more time passed, and I reached it. If it moved its hand, it could touch me, but it did not seem to be in the mood. It was even trying to get away from me, but under such great suppression, every movement requires great effort. Despite its tries, it is me that is getting closer to it than it is getting away from me. It had once again looked at me, and this time, instead of having no emotions in its eye, there was a deep question and confusion, and I understood what are they, without it even the need to say them out loud. It is very simple. Despite a clear difference in strength, how can I move faster than under such suppression? In my opinion, there are 2 answers to these questions. First is my will. I like to think my will is stronger than this 200 years old bastard as I walk under the suppression of this statue. The strength is not enough. Though most people will snort at my first answer, they will find my second answer much more reasonable. The second answer is that I am special. I am not speaking in a self-important way. It is a reality brought down by rule-bending power. I have a core of it, and it had merged into my very being, from soul, body, energy, and a few others that one might count. While this suppressive power is extremely powerful, even in front of it, I have been able to bend the rules in some way. I took one more step toward it, and now just step away from touching it with my hands. I just hope that it did not move, because if that happens, it will be quite bad, considering it had moved its leg toward me, and it is clear that it planned to crush me with its let. I was just thinking that when I saw it moving its feet while grinding its stone teeth. Its leg is moving faster than I have seen in the past hour. Fuck, I curse it in my heart, seeing its chitin-covered foot moving above me before coming down while standing there defenseless. Even my armor had disappeared, as I was not able to maintain it as I had descended into the lower middle of the night stage. Unlike me, the bastard still had its bloodline armor, although not as radiant as I have seen in the photos. It is still covering its body. I cursed in my mind, seeing the food of the grim coming down me, but my legs did not move. Instead, I concentrated all my willpower on my right hand and moved it with my index finger pointing. I could see the mirth appearing in the grim's eyes. It seemed like it was my last gesture against it, which is kind of right, but also wrong. It is a gesture, but also something more. My hand reached up, and at the same time its leg reached my hand, and now there were barely a few inches of distance between my ant-like finger and its huge leg, which had shadowed like a tent over me. I thought its leg out and touched my finger when I saw its leg stopping just inches away from my finger. It instantly confused me. It's not like I found it with my strings, and since it is gravity, it would take a much effort from it to bring down its leg at me, so why it did do that, I have no fucking idea, but I am not going to wait till it decides to crush me. I once again gathered my willpower and strength and stretched my legs. It was hard, but I was able to do it. Slowly, my hand moved it and reached closer to its leg, which is covered in chitin-like bloodline armor. My finger touched its leg finally. There was no sound when it happened, but I felt its leg shaking, and to my surprise, I felt it moving up instead of coming down to crush me, but it was too late for the instinct of it to save it. A thick drop of pink-green color energy came out of my finger and touched its leg, and the moment it touched it, it began to spread into its huge body like a wildfire. No, it the Ant-Man screamed loudly as my energy began to it. I don't know where it had got the energy to move its mouth, but it did, and also began to bring down its giant foot to crush me. I did not resist. Instead, I let it bring her feet down while my finger was still touching it. I am not scared, only a little bit, but I know I will succeed. Soon its leg appeared an inch above me and still falling down fast. If I did not do something, it would crush me, and considering the suppression, I could not duck and nor could I dodge, and I don't think I would need to do those things. Its huge feet had just touched my hair, about to crush me. When it had disappeared, its huge body simply disappeared, leaving not even a single sign, a faintest fluctuation. So I sighed internally. It was the third grim I had defeated in this ruin, and the third one which would have the ability to crush me with its raw strength. I could not believe it, and if I told others, they would be shocked too. Some people might say it is luck, and I will also agree, but it is not just luck. My abilities also played an equally or even more important part in defeating these grims. From rule-bending power to soul-cleansing methods, there are also things like soul-washing formation and artifacts like the purple brick. Still, it felt easy, so easy, but I knew it was the mind that was playing its tricks. I rarely killed so many powerful enemies without direct combat, and now I did, with the enemies who were much stronger than me. My mind is having a hard time in believing that. I cleared my mind of those thoughts. The most important part is killing the enemy, and it does not matter what type of way you use. I looked at the statue in front of me, its feet to be precious, on which there are stairs. I have not reached there. There is still a distance of 10, around 8 meters. It would be quite a challenge to reach there, and I hope it would be the end of the suppression. Once again, stopping my head which was bowing to the statue, I begin to put all my efforts into moving my leg forward. Buzz. It took huge effort and time, but I did, and a moment later, the harvest finished, turning the grims to ashes while releasing strengthening energy inside my body. Strangely, I saw that my strength was increasing, but it was not giving me huge benefits against the suppression. It is not like I am not receiving any benefits, but they are minute as currently, even with the strengthening energy strengthening my body and soul, my strength had still remained in the lower middle night stage. I did not because of the strengthening energy, but instead continued with my efforts while keeping an eye on my core, where the resources are blooming. If one thing that benefited the most from the grims I have defeated, then it would be the resources in my core. They are growing so crazily that my clone is having difficulty harvesting them. It is a good thing it had made the preparations, and even had planted the temporary plants like when I was dealing with the Vidette. Unlike the other plants of my core, their plants did not remain there forever. I just planted them for the resources I needed in an emergency and could not find them outside, but unlike the normal plants in my core, I did not keep them forever, as the resources they produced could be acquired with enough time and effort. It is an inefficient use of the precious growth energy, but I have no other choice as I could find these resources outside and needed them immediately. Step, step, step. I took another step, then another, and then another. By the time of the third step, all the growth energy and the strengthening energy vanished, bringing incredible results. Especially the growth energy, which has shown remarkable results. All the stainless blood soul lotuses had reached high Grandmaster class. All of them could be used for purification, which is great. I looked at the resources inside my core before focusing completely on the way ahead of me. I only have to walk for a couple of steps to reach the statue, but each step is taking more and more strength out of me, requiring great willpower to even breathe. Step. 2 minutes later I took a step, and it immediately reduced my strength to the lower night stage. I stopped thinking about my dropping strength, and even the suppressions, the only thing I had in my mind was reaching the statue. It is the only thing that matters, and I have become completely concentrated on it, blocking everything else. It was very hard to reach such a state, but I reached it slowly and blocked all my thoughts. Step, step, step. A minute later, I took a step, and another minute later, the third step took slightly more as the suppression increased, but that did not stop me as I continued to take one step after another. I was so concentrated on walking toward the statue that I did notice Nero finishing his fight and coming inside me. I stopped finally when I reached the statue. All my blocked thoughts came back but did not flood me, though a thing had happened that had never happened before. I have become a common person. The suppressive energy has suppressed all my strength. Even with the rule bending present in every inch of my body, I am suppressed completely. I am not worried about it. There are no enemies here against which I will need any strength, and I don't see any danger here that would need me to use my strength, aside from this overwhelming suppression. I looked at the statue in front of me, which I could touch if I wanted to. There was only an inch distance between me and it. There are stairs carved in the feet of a statue, and I have to take a step on them to move forward. As currently, I do not see the thing that had produced that signal, which I am sure I will find in the place where stairs will lead me. Still, I am hesitating a little. The suppression has already made me a common person. I wonder what will happen if I take a step on the stairs. Though there are questions running through my mind, I know I have to take steps, whether I want or not, as it is the only way I would find an answer. So once again, I began to muster my efforts and will to lift my leg. It was beyond hard to do it with all the suppression, but I tried, and a few minutes later, my leg began to move up, and a flood of sweat falling down on my body. I don't know how long it had passed when my feet finally touched the touch statue, and instantly, the surprise couldn't help but flash in my eyes. Step, another of my step landed on the statue, and a small relieved smile flashed on my face as all the suppression had vanished. The only thing I could feel was the gentle aura of the statue. It was very light that one could barely sense it, but still, it was extremely powerful as within seconds, it had relaxed my tired body and soul, making me feel like I have just woken up from the sleep. The most surprising thing I found was that compulsion to bow has also vanished with suppression. It is like I have passed some kind of test, and now I am relieved from bowing. Though it is my own opinion, reality might be something else. I remained on the first step for a while before I began to climb up. I did not hurry. Each of my steps was slow and deliberate, and I around before taking another step. In the gentle silence, I began to climb up the statue, and each step made me feel more peaceful than others. It is not just due to the aura of the statue, but also due to the clarity I gained earlier, and I wish Marina had been here with me, feeling what I am feeling. She liked such a peaceful place where she could be calm and alone, and was quite sad a few months ago when one of her favorite vacation spots was destroyed in the battle between the Grandmasters. We lost that place to Grimm, but I have promised her that I will gain it back for her. Soon I reached the shoulder and walked toward the extended hand. I was a little surprised when I saw the stairs leading me toward it, as I had expected it would be its head. Usually its head when it comes to such huge statues. I did not immediately walked on its hand and instead looked around, taking the grand view around me. The view is majestic, especially of thousands of steels around the statue. It is without a doubt that steels have played an important part, with that thing on the palm of the statue as the center. I looked around for a minute before walking on the hand, and within a few minutes, I reached what was likely will be my final destination. In front of me was a huge red orb in a big house. It was spherical in shape and made of glimmering red hexagonal crystalline tiles. It looked very beautiful. People would fall in love when they looked at this glimmering thing like I am right now. There is a door made of hexagonal tile, and I walked toward it before reaching it, though I did not pull the door and instead looked back at the face of the statue, which even at such a distance is blurry in features. No matter how much I tried, my gaze could not pierce through the blurriness, and not to mention the compulsion came back and forced me to bow before I even realized what was happening. It seemed like it was impossible to look at the face, I said with a sigh. I have everything, even my abilities, and it has made me a little disappointed. It is a face of the Titan. Even those who carved out this statue couldn't see the face of the being, said the hidden being. It shocked me, but soon I calmed my emotions down and turned back to the orb building and reached for the door. If I did not ask the hidden being anything, and I did not want to, despite being extremely curious, I might have asked a few years ago when I don't know the things I know now. Titans are the one subject I have no right to know. If I knew too much, it might come to harm me. Click, the door opened smoothly with a click, and I went inside. The inside was not spatially enlarged, as I had expected it would, but still, the area is quite large, and the thing at the center instantly caught my eyes and immediately reminded me of that thing. This shocked me because that thing is the highest level of resources I had ever touched. Its level is so high that even people much higher than me would fight to the death for it, and this thing reminds me of it. That thing is the reason I am what I am right now, and the only reason I was able to create a core. It is the perfect thing that represents the rule bending, as it is a thing from which the world and all its rules are formed. Like it held no state or shape, but it had a color or colors, 9 of them, through which it changes to. The thing in the center of the hall revolves in 9 colors and held no state or shape, but I could see it was about the size of my thumb, gently floating above a long white disk which is covered in the ancient formation. The white disk is the only thing in this whole place that has the ancient runes carved on it, and that is a big thing. The ancient runes are hard as they contain the power of law into them, which makes them very hard to comprehend. It not only requires extremely high comprehension power, but one also needs to be sufficiently powerful, not to mention the time. These runes are beyond me. Even a single glance at them had given me the headache that I quickly moved my gaze away and focused on the thing floating above it. You have found a good thing if you could get it. It will benefit you tremendously, said the hidden being, and I was not surprised I had guessed that much, but still opened my mouth to ask the question before closing it. I should not be hasty. I have a feeling that the hidden being might answer the questions I asked about it, but before I do that, I have to get all information, and there is information in this hall. Those murals seem to be telling a story. I turned slowly and looked at the beginning of the mural, where an aged being with long, curvy black horns was in front of what seemed like a floating continent. It seemed to be very joyful to get the continent. The Grandmaster Painter had caught the emotions so well. I could literally feel the joy that old horned being was feeling. The picture showed the old horned being casting a huge formation on the continent, which seemed to have taken years and huge effort, but it was finished, and in the next images, the cities appeared on the continent one after another. Many sun and moons passed, and the civilization of the horned being flourished and kept flourishing, even after the old horned person died. The good did not last long, while the horned people fought many wars and turned victorious. This war was not easy. It was a war of survival for the whole race, with the enemies being the Grimms, and the one leading them was a creature of nightmares. With the 9-colored matter in my hand, I did not waste any time in retreating. I had obtained everything I could from this ruin, and now there is no need for me to stay in it. If I could leave directly through this place, I could have done it already, but the space here is restricted, and those restrictions are so powerful that even Grand Lord wouldn't be able to break them. It would have been amazing if I could take a white disc with ancient runes. I am sure it is a wonderful treasure, but it is connected to the whole ruin, and if I tried to take it, it might trigger something that would kill me on my spot. Click. It took me a second to get out of the stairs before I pulled out the door and walked out of the huge red orb building. I once again looked at the face of the Titan, which was still blurry and made me bow before I could stop myself. I pulled my head up and began to walk down the stairs. I moved as fast as I could, despite everything looking fine. I have come to many ruins, and my experience has told me that I shouldn't tarry, especially when I get the most important thing. Almost always, something happens, and every moment I was expecting something would happen. Everything seemed fine. I did not see any problem when I reached the base of the statue. While it made me feel relieved, I did not let my guard down. I stopped at the last stair for a moment before taking a step down, preparing myself for the immense suppression that would take all my strength. But to my utter surprise, the suppression I was expecting to feel had never come. I did not feel any suppression I was expecting to feel, not even a shred of it. The only thing I felt was the familiar compulsion to bow and the first energy that was targeting the steels. Soon the surprise morphed into a smile, and I disappeared from my spot toward the door, which I reached by the end of the minutes. Earlier, it had taken me hours to cross the distance between the door and the statue, and now, only a minute. I really don't want to leave this place. The first energy here is extremely rich. It will benefit me immensely if I comprehended for only a few hours, but I am feeling uncomfortable with the jitters I am having, which is telling me that the things could go bad at any moment. Click. With the expression of unwillingness, I opened the door before stepping outside, though not before activating my defenses to the limit. If there is a Grimm on the other side, I want to be prepared against its attacks. Step. I stepped into the other side and saw no Grimms, which disappointed me, honestly. I spent a lot of time and effort manipulating the formations, and it felt bad seeing they have not come to use. I wouldn't have minded fighting a Grimm, especially one with the bloodline. I waved my hand and collected all the resources on the formation, not only resources, but also collected the painted dried formation. The formation ink is high Grandmaster level stuff, made of precious materials. It had its uses, even when it had turned dry. I collected it all before turning to the 7-door 6. Considering the white door is out of the question, the bridge had collapsed. Going there means death, but others also did not provide me much solace either. I had already chosen the door. It is the blue one. It is the door through which the Grimms have come, and the one they have planned to return from, as I have seen the signs of Grimms copying the runes on the door. No other door had those signs. My clone had already solved the formation, and I just waved the prepared formation. It came out and flew toward it before sticking into it. Buzz. A couple of seconds later, the runes on the door buzzed before disappearing. The door was now free for me to open. My hands shook as I gripped the door. I could still remember the collapsing bridge and how close I was to falling into that hole, which had seemed endless. Click. The door opened with a click and I stepped to the other side. When I saw what was on the other side, I shook. The other side is an exact copy of the place where I went a few hours ago. It is also vast and filled with formation, and also there is a long bridge, but unlike that place, the formation here is complete, and I did not see any damage on the bridge. The small building beside the door also seemed in good condition, but I did not walk toward it. I could see the aura of Grims all over it, and since they looted the building and I killed them, I will find what they have taken when I inspect their storage later. I looked at the bridge and did not want to walk on it, and if I had any other options in time, I would have walked out of their door, but I do not have time, and there are high chances that the other doors contain something like it, and they might not be in good condition as this place. I should not waste any time, I said to myself and took a step into the bridge and stopped for a moment before beginning to walk on it when I saw no shake or vibration appearing. I was walking on the bridge, but my speed was very fast that by the end of the minute I would reach the other side. I could go faster, but I did not want to take the risk, and not to mention, at this speed, I could record that vast formation. Thud. I landed on the base on the other side. I immediately sat down after recording the formation and started to break it with my clone while Ashlyn and Nero watched over me. The formation is hard, but I am solving at very fast speed. It seems like that great puzzle had boosted my confidence and knowledge, or this might be just a fluke, but I don't think so. Buzz, it took me 44 minutes to solve the formation, and a minute after that, the formation came out and stuck on the door before activating. Click, I pulled the door as the runes disappeared and walked outside. As I did, I was stumped. Shit, I cursed. The whole place was in shambles for some reason. The walls are cracked, debris is flying, and spatial tears floating around, destroying everything that came into their paths. These spatial tears are so strong that they will cut through me like a hot knife cut through butter. Hun. I was just looking around when a spatial tear came toward me really fast. All my boosts activated in an instant, and I disappeared from my spot and appeared over a huge piece of stony debris, with a look of surprise on my face. I have really controlled my power precisely, though I have very good control over my strength. It became slightly loose when I leveled up this time. I barely felt that loose feeling. I like to know the answer as it will be extremely helpful to me, but I decided not to think about it, as the most important thing to me is getting out of this place, as this place is collapsing by second and more and scarier tears appearing. In a few minutes, it will become a complete death zone, and I will have to get out before that happens. I looked at the door. It was the only place through which I could get out, as walls have enough cracks to pass through. They did not lead outside, only the door would. The door may be rusted, and its formations may be deactivated, but it is made of spatial resistance material. I could see how it is repelling the spatial energy. While the door is fine, the spatial tears are damaging the walls around it. I had to get out of her before the tears could do further damage to the walls those walls had formed, which is keeping the door in its place. If there had been the slightest change in the formation, the door would open somewhere else, likely at the spatial sea, where I would not be able to survive. Unlike the spatial sea in the homeland, this spatial sea is at the edge of the world, thus extremely dangerous that only Grand Lords have the chance to survive. Sup. After I made up my mind, I did not waste any time and immediately shot out of my place. It would take me a couple of seconds to reach the door, and it would be dangerous, but I had confidence that I could reach it before the things got really dangerous. Sup. I jumped around the huge lobby, my feet barely touching the ground as they mostly jumped around the debit, landing on fist-sized rocks to tile as big as Grim. If the spatial rifts were not here, I would have directly appeared beside the door, before they are everywhere and moving around very fast speed that I have to be extremely careful within a few seconds. These rifts have appeared too close to my comfort. I do not have any defense against these rifts. The only thing I could do is avoid them, as my defenses are weaker than the paper in front of them. Rip. A spatial tear ripped through my armor, but I moved away before it could touch my skin, but it still did the damage by releasing spatial energy into my armor. I looked at the spatial energy at the horrified face, as I knew, considering the level of spatial energy, my armor wouldn't be able to hold it for more than a few seconds before it came at me to tear me apart, and I wouldn't be able to do anything against me. Though I did not let this horror stop me, I continued flashing toward the door and at the same time started to make the preparations to deal with the spatial energy. It seemed like those preparations I have made are going to be useful. I said in my mind and removed a silver diamond with dark pink brow runes carved on it. As the crystal appeared in my hand, I fixed it on a small hole that appeared on my chest. Spatial energies are one of the most dangerous energies out there and extremely hard to with, and I have little more than natural fear against them due to the incident which threw me into the spatial sea. This silver diamond is beyond rare, and most high grandmaster would never come across such a resource their whole life. Only grand lords have it. I have to request especially to matron Mavis for it when I come to know she had this treasure, and it is a good thing I had asked, as it is now saving my life. As I attached the silver diamond to me, it lit up my whole armor in a silvery light, and all the rampaging spatial energy began to move toward the diamond. The diamond began to absorb the rampaging spatial energy, and seeing that, I couldn't help but take a sigh of relief as, for a moment, I had thought the diamond wouldn't work, and these spatial energies would tear me apart. Thud, I finally landed in front of the door, and without wasting even a moment, I pushed the door. Krrrr. The spatial tears are not letting me do that in pieces as I am flashing around the door, pushing it with all my strength. 9 seconds later, I pushed the huge door that had produced the gap big enough for me to pass through, seeing that I did not waste any time and shot through the gap. Roar, roar, roar. I had just gotten out of the building when the feeling of immense threat welled inside me. I saw the gazes of 9 monsters looking at me, and half of which leaped toward me, with deep killing intent in their eyes. It seemed like the monsters had sensed the spatial energy. Fuck, why this always happens to me. I cursed inside my mind. I had just gotten out of danger before falling into another. My strength had increased a lot, and if it had a single monster, I wouldn't have been scared of it. But in front of these many, my recent advancement means nothing. These bastards would tear me apart and wouldn't leave even bone back. Ashlyn, I shouted, and in the next second, Ashlyn appeared in her big form right behind my feet, and I felt fire shackled covering my feet. In the next second, I shot into the air with Ashlyn, barely missing the claws of the panther monster by inch. Roar, roar, roar. The monsters roared loudly as we shot out, and before coming behind us, these bastards were quite fast, but Ashlyn was still the fastest. There is no choice but to run away, because even with all her power, even Ashlyn would find it hard to deal with these many monsters with all her strength. Sup, sup, sup. We ran like hell, and I have to say, Ashlyn's speed truly surprised me. The advancement we just had increased her speed so much that we are not only leaving behind the monsters, but Ashlyn also comfortably dodging the tens of attacks that are coming at her from all directions. The monsters are appearing everywhere, and within a minute, the 9 monsters have turned to 20, and they are increasing. I am feeling quite worried, but Ashlyn does not seem to be sharing my emotions. She is excited. Ashlyn rarely shows her emotions even when she fights. There are barely any fluctuations in her emotions, but this time she's having fun. Seeing that, I decided to trust in Ashlyn and let my worries rest. I knew she would keep me safe. The only thing I had to be worried about was getting out of this ruin. It took 7 minutes for us to fly out of the high psychedelic zone earlier. It had taken me more than 10 hours to reach the destination, and now only 7 hours to walk out. The moment we walked out, Ashlyn abruptly stopped. We could not leave, but for us, we needed to be in the same spot. And considering how hard defenses of ruin is, it would need half a minute at the least for the beacon to connect and form a tunnel for me to leave. At that time, the spatial area around me needed to be stable. It would be a very hard thing to do, considering the swarm of monsters that would be on me. Ashen, Nero, defense stacking, I said as Ashlyn stopped, and I activated the beacon. Yes, father, said Nero, who was sitting on my shoulder, and released a cloud of white-purple, which became bigger and bigger, and its shape had also changed till it had transformed into S-square cloud with us inside. Chew. Ashlyn came out a single chirp as the ball of silver fire came out of her beak and soon crashed on the purple-white cloud, but instead of burning it, it began to spread like paint, and within a second, it had covered the whole square of cloud. I also brought out my shields, which have become even stronger after the strengthening energy from 2 Grims. I rarely used Ashlyn and Nero in battle, but I always kept the knowledge of their abilities. Who knows when an emergency like this will fall on me? Bang, bang, bang. I barely got a 1.5 second of silence before the attacks started, and they came like a storm, so powerful that they would have shredded my shields apart, but the combination defensive method of Ashlyn and Nero is handling it without much shake. It truly surprised me, though it is just the beginning. BANNNG, BANNNG, BANNNG. Seconds passed, and the attacks got stronger and stronger as more and more monsters joined it till they became so strong that the square began to shake. It scared the shit out of me, but I forcefully calmed myself as I stared at the beacon in my hand. Get in, I shouted suddenly, and Ashlyn and Nero went inside me immediately. The very next second, the light from the beacon covered me, and I disappeared from my spot with a relieved smile on my face. In a very secret place. Today is the joyous day for us, as we have gained a Grand Lord, said the old werewolf with a big smile on its face. Come, Grand Lord Faxer, and take your rightful place in a coven, said the old werewolf. A moment later, a lizardman with blue scales walked into the conference, bearing the powerful lacerating aura of ice that was faintly leaking out of its body. It is clear that it had yet to fully gain control over its colossal strength. The gesture surprised quite a lot of people, especially the bow so deep. The power and influence of the old werewolf are growing rapidly, and that unwillingly made many pledge allegiance to it. If it had been just its power, they would not have bowed, even come together to oust it and even kill it, like they have done before when the leader of the coven becomes too authoritative. This time the things are not simple. The Golden Fire werewolf tribe will rise and rule above them all. It is inevitable, just like the defeat of humans. The result wouldn't change, even if the old werewolf died or humans spawned another Hawthorne and Roosevelt. It had been carved into the stone the moment they found that. Thump, thump, thump. Faxer is just the beginning. Soon we will have more Grand Lords, so many that even if humans brought back Hawthorne and Roosevelt, they would still be crushed under might, said the old werewolf, and no one held any doubt about its words as they all thumped the table in affirmation. This is inevitable, nothing, and no one could change it, not even they. Begin, I said, and 28 formations lit up as the mass breakthroughs of the Grandmasters began. It had been 3 months since we launched that big attack on the Grimms, and 2 months since I had returned from the psychedelic ruin, and since then I have constantly been working. The work is so much that I barely get a chance to do anything else. 3 months ago, we used quite many masters for the breakthrough, that in the 10th month I was only able to 17 reach the Grandmaster class. The number was little better in the past month with the 21 Grandmaster. Now in this 12th month, I will get a satisfactory number if all 28 of them leveled up to Grandmaster class. The goal is to make 25 Grandmasters at the least each month and reach 50, which is extremely hard, near impossible, but I want to achieve, and the only way we would be able to survive this war considering the impossible number of Grandmasters the Grimms are pouring in the war. We are barely managing it on edge. The breakthrough began, and I could already hear exciting discussions around as they watched and observed the breakthrough. Many had deep lodging in their eyes as they looked at the breakthroughs. Those who have got the access to come to this room wouldn't have to worry about becoming the Grandmasters, and I gave them a special focus, as their current level is not enough. I will need all the core staff at the Grandmaster class. Only then will they be capable of helping me with the high Grandmaster. Thankfully, some of them have advanced to Grandmaster. It had relieved some pressure on me and others. No matter how many times I see it, I couldn't help but feel excited, said Lady May beside me. Lord Hunt is occupied with a mission, so some of his responsibilities include being representative of the council in the project. Yes, it is exciting, I replied as a metaphysical projection of 28 tyrants floated around me. I have seen more than 200 Grandmasters breaking through, but even now, each breakthrough provides me the data, especially when there is someone like Parth, who had already started the process of creating the core. I wish I could have more people like him, but creating a core is not easy. Less than 5 in 100 Grandmasters could create it. Though I am trying it all to increase the chances, the creation of core is dependent upon their own efforts. Especially the inheritance core requires a deep comprehension of their inheritance, which most people do not have even after hundreds of years with their inheritance. Soon, those with inheritance begin to call the energies, and within just a few minutes, the halls got jam-packed with the worldly energy that spherical formation would absorb and send them inside bodies in the most optimum ways. How was your last mission, Lady May? I asked. She had just returned from an important mission 2 days ago. It was in ruin, like most missions nowadays. It was dangerous. These unexplored ruins are filled with danger. Though I have acquired a small fortune and even managed to heavily injure 2 Grimms, she replied before turning to me. Though nothing compared to you, Lord Tsar, very few are able to compete against your kill rate, she said, giving me a clear look of envy. It is very hard to kill the powerhouses. Even if they do not have powerful offensive methods, they also have very good running methods that even powerhouses like Lady May sometimes find hard to stop the retreating enemy. You know, at Wisdom Tower they are trying to replicate your strings. She asked. I know about it. Lord Mad Eyes has come to me for notes, I replied. So did you give him? She asked. Some, I replied, to which a clear surprise couldn't but on my face. Powerhouses are very guarded about their moves, especially for moves like strings, which are so powerful that there are very few days one could survive them. If it had been any other organization than the Wisdom Tower, I wouldn't have done that, but it is the Wisdom Tower, and the old Matthias had helped me when I really needed the help. Let's hope they succeed, said Lady May with a smile, but a smile did not reach her eyes. While they may be united, there is intense competition between the Supremes, and the Wisdom Tower has an edge in replicating my moves considering their core inheritance, which lets them create their own moves. Lady May did not say anything about that matter any further and focused ahead, talking in between with mostly. The talk always remained in the realm of the project. Time passed, and the first person successfully broke through the Grandmaster class, and that was just the beginning. A few minutes later, another made a breakthrough, and a few seconds after that, another. In just 10 minutes, more than 11 people had made a breakthrough, and the breakthroughs continued. By the time 2 hours passed, nearly all the host of inheritance had made a breakthrough, except for the Parth, who is in the process of forming a core. I did not see any problem in him that could need my help, and the breakthrough of the bloodline hosts is also going smooth. If everything went well, I wouldn't have to lift a hand in this mass breakthrough. Congratulations on becoming a Grandmaster, I said to the last host of Bloodline as she opened her eyes. All 28 of them have finished the breakthrough, and people begin to leave. Not all the people here have access to see what will happen next. I have kept the access to a minimum, to only those I truly trust. A few minutes passed when the 4 windows appeared in the viewing room, showing 2 men and 2 women. All of them looked in their 50s and over, and were absolute peak Grandmasters, one of which is Grandmistress Charline. She is finally ready to make a breakthrough into the High Grandmaster. She had been ready for months, but she had decided to wait to further strengthen her core of the 4 people. Grandmistress Charline is going to have the easier time breaking through. She already has the core, and her foundation is robust. She's going to have a smooth breakthrough as long as there is no disturbance. The other 3 Grandmasters have good chances, and there is also me to help them as I did with the previous 2 batches. Though the previous 2 batches did not have as much as numbers as this batch, and if all 3 of them have developed a problem, then it will be little straining. Click. A few minutes passed when the door opened, and Neela walked in, clearly tired, but there was a smile on her face. You did good, Neela, I praised. She had worked on 3 Grandmasters except for the Grandmistress Charline, who did not need any help. She would not have done what she did a month ago, but now she could. She's still a master, but she has finally been able to create a core, and with it, she could level up to Grandmaster. She would be able to help me even more when she did, but I had asked her not to. First, she needs to reach all the potential of her core, and when she has harnessed every bit of it, she will make the breakthrough to Grandmaster and receive the maximum benefits. Begin, I said after I checked their meta scans one more time. Everything is good as it could be, and the success now depends on their efforts, and some of mine if the problem rises. The breakthrough began, and I watched with rapt attention. Last time, the problem began at the first minute. The curse, which was hiding in the deepest part of the Grandmaster, flared up, and I had to use emergency procedures to deal with it. It was not a Grimm's curse, but something he had gotten from exploring a ruin. He had thought he had gotten rid of it, and I had thought there was nothing considering how deep it was hiding. Even my seeds have a problem in scanning this deep. That curse was a problem, but it also turned useful as I got precious data from it, which now enables me to scan much deeper. Within 13 minutes of the start of the breakthroughs, Grandmistress Charline summoned the gate to her source, and the energies began to fly out into her through the formation covering her. Those source energies are one of the most gentle I have ever seen. Even a common tyrant will bear them. This is not the case most of the time, and even Grandmasters became careful and kept their distance when the source energies were called out. I am quite in awe of source energies, be it inheritance or bloodline, unlike the naturally occurring energies like the energies of art. These energies are crafted by powerful beings, it is said. The process is extremely dangerous and conditions for their breakthrough. A half hour passed, and all 3 of them were called the energies. These are also the source energies, but they are not as dense or powerful as the source energy that Grandmistress Charline had called. High Grandmaster could also call source energy, but the source energy they called is only as powerful as Grandmasters with the core. This is why the core is extremely important. It could let one harness power that one could only dream about, and the sooner one creates the core, the greater benefits they will receive. All the 4 halls filled with the source energies, and these energies got dense and denser till they became so dense that Grandmaster would think twice daring to enter these halls. I was just watching when suddenly I found the problem. Building the problems are in veins. He seemed to have suffered the injuries, and even though those injuries healed, it is quite a delicate affair, and if someone were in my place, they would have aborted the breakthrough. Because if not stopped on time, this small problem is not only going to become bigger and cripple him, but also kill him very painfully. I have been aware of this problem but could not heal it. Still, it is related to his veins, and to heal them, I would have had to injure that part before healing it systematically. The whole affair wouldn't have been not only painful, but also would have done psychological damage, which would decrease his chances of leveling up, and the main reason I waited and decided to take a chance during the breakthrough where the strain is the most. Buzz, activating the formation, said my clone, and activated the healing formation my seed had carved inside his vein. It is an extremely expensive formation, and had to use the resources like the Divine Crystal and the Blood Fiend Lily, which his organization was too happy to provide. A High Grandmaster was extremely important, and Supremes would pay any price to get them. It is why I had asked for 3 times more resources, which they were too happy to provide without suspecting anything. What I had asked is too low of the price for the High Grandmaster. I have been privately approached by the Supremes and others, where they were willing to pay insane price, really insane price per High Grandmaster, which of course I have rejected. I may skim them now and then, but that is a limit. I will do or accept anything that will jeopardize my freedom. The formation activated and began to heal as the cracks appeared on the veins, and this time, the healing was far more complete. The formation not only has powerful resources, but also has a heavy dose of rule-bending power. I will not allow any failure, given how important these people are. From what the council had told me, of 3 of these people, 2 will immediately join the war, while only 1 will be kept in reserve. There is a huge need for the High Grandmasters, especially in those dangerous, unexplored ruins. The Grimms are making big headway there, plundering huge amounts of resources which in turn will help them produce more powerhouses. The ruins are providing us a huge amount of resources, but our share is still lesser than the Grimms, and the pyramid wants to change that, make it equal at the least. And to accomplish that, they need powerhouses, and currently only the project is capable in numbers they need. Congratulations, Lord Lake, for your breakthrough into the High Grandmaster, I said as the old man opened his eyes, which are now twinkling with power. He is the 3rd one, the only one who had a problem, but now all of it has been healed. Its veins, which have been a constant cause of worry for it, have been fully healed, and now he would be able to release all his power without any worry. Every month, the number of High Grandmasters is increasing. I wonder whether there will be a time when we get a 10 High Grandmaster a month, said Lady May with her eyes burning fervently. Why, I am wondering that, of course, it will happen, she added and turned to me with those eyes. I smiled mirthlessly at her words, not only me but others behind me also looking at her with the same expressions. They understood the gravity of the words she had just spoken. Lady May, what you said is not easy to accomplish. There are innumerable difficulties in achieving that, I said to her with a mirthless smile on my face. Seeing my expressions, she seemed to understand what she had just said, and her expressions immediately became sober. My apologies to you and your team. Grandmaster, I should not have spoken so thoughtlessly, she apologized. You don't have to apologize, Lady May, as creating 10 High Grandmaster a month is our goal, but it is an extremely hard goal, which might take a month or over a year to achieve, I replied, which she nodded. I have formed many groups within projects and had been admitting the Grandmasters who had potential. I have laid the formation for it since I produced the first batch of Grandmasters of the project, selecting those with the potential to improve further, and I am still working on them, but it would still take more than a year before they could be ready to make advancement into the High Grandmaster class. Till then, I will have to focus on the old Grandmasters, and a lot of them have the potential to reach the High Grandmaster, and for them, I could afford to create a personalized treatment for their advancements. 3 Grandmasters have leveled up to the High Grandmasters, and usually I would greet them personally, but now I am a little busy. Grandmistress Charline has not finished her breakthrough yet, and while everything is going smoothly, I still like to be focused on her till she finishes her breakthrough. A few minutes passed when finally, the powerful High Grandmaster class aura shot out of Grandmistress Charline. The aura is far more powerful than all the Grandmasters who broke into the High Grandmaster class, but it is also undeniably gentle. Teacher had finally done it, said Erica from behind me. She is with Elizabeth, another student of Grandmistress Charline, or should I say Lady Charline. Click, she opened her eyes, but like all the High Grandmaster whom I greeted, I did not greet her. Instead, I got up from my seat and walked toward the door before opening it and walking into the hall where she was sitting, which was still dense with the source energies of her inheritance. Grandmistress Charline, I said with a smile like me, she also prefers to be referred to as the Grandmistress rather than the lady. She is more proud of her achievement as the healer rather than the level of power she had achieved. Though with her becoming a High Grandmaster, many things will become easier for her, and that will make a lot of things easier in the project. Congratulations, Grandmistress Charline, congratulations, teacher. People congratulated her one after another, and it took a while before she left to consolidate her level while I went back with Lady May to the conference room. We need to talk about some things, and it is the best time for it. Lady May, you might have guessed what I have to say, but I will say it again, we need resources, the high and peak level ones. Without them, we wouldn't be able to move forward with the High Grandmasters, I said seriously. The resources I am talking about are the High Grandmaster class and Grand Lord class. We do not have those resources in a large amount, especially the Grand Lord class. For it, I am totally dependent on the Council to provide. The Council understands, but we have a limited number of those resources, and only Grand Lords could acquire them, she said with a sigh. Though we are having a meeting about that this evening, there will be people from Supremes and other big organizations, along with the Grand Lords, she said. Though I am sure the organizations wouldn't hesitate to open their coffers for you if you accepted that suggestion, she said softly, to which I shook my head. I will not accept something that will compromise the freedom of the project, I said, repeating the same line I had repeated so many times. The quota system is bad. It would not only restrict my freedom, but also bring the micromanagement and pressure that I do not need. I will convey your words to the Council, she said with a smile and disappeared, while I remained in my spot before opening the files and a couple of meta scans. The success of the High Grandmaster project is good, but I want to make it great. It was not big words when I said, I want to make 10 high grandmasters every month. It is a great challenge, a near impossible one considering it is the high grandmaster we are talking about and not a simple grandmasters. I studied and looked through the documents for a while before closing them and bringing out another set. These belong to the actual high grandmasters, whom I am trying to take to the absolute limit. I even had success. A single one. It is a success considering how hard it is to take them to the absolute limit. 75 of the Grand Lord class resources were consumed by these people still. The number is better than it was 2 months ago when I needed to spend 90 of Grand Lord class resources on them. I am making progress, collecting data, and improving the methods to be more efficient and use lesser class resources while giving a similar amount of benefits. I plan to reduce the resources I used on the High Grandmasters and use those resources on the Grandmasters to help them reach the High Grandmaster class. I hope I succeed. Sky Saber Headquarters. Sky Lord greeted Silas Bishop with a bow. Silas, said the Grand Lord without looking from the documents he was reading. I did not like to intervene in the matters of organization, and you have been doing a fine job, much better than I would have done if I had been in your place, he said softly, still not looking at him, and Silas shuddered in his heart. He knows the Grand enough to notice but in a sentence and also the disappointment. Do you know what these are, Silas? Asked Sky Lord as he finally looked at him and tapped on his desk, and tens of documents flew up. It took Silas a moment to see what these letters were, and seeing them, pupils couldn't help but shrink. Letters of justice, he said. Yes, letters of justice, sent by Michiel Czar every month for more than 3 years, said the Sky Lord. In the first month of the project, I have told you to deal with it, but it seemed like you have done nothing, added the Sky Lord. There are just letters, Sky Lord, and we are a supreme. We did not have to bow to anyone, said Silas, and it is not just an excuse. He truly believes what he said. Yes, we are supreme, and we did not have to bow to anyone, but there are times when we have to make a compromise, said Sky Lord softly. I don't think we need to make any compromise to Czar. He is no threat to us, said Silas, to which Sky Lord just nodded. Yes, even with all his influence and power, he is no threat to us, and because of him our power is increasing, but it will change, said Sky Lord and looked directly into Silas's eyes, that seeing the look, he shuddered visibly. Do you really think he could become a Grand Lord, Sky Lord? No one had entered the realm of Grand Lord formally in 300 years, he said. In the 3 centuries, there have been a lot of high grandmasters, and many of them comprehended first energy becoming quays at Grand Lords. Few of them were so powerful that they were capable of exchanging few blows with Grand Lord, and 2 were equal to Vivian Solar, gaining the strength of Grand Lord through their art. Still, despite all that, there have no one who had entered the Grand Lord class formally for 300 years, and there is a reason for that. It is damn hard, impossibly hard. I do not think, Silas, I know this is an era where we will have the Grand Lords again, and it will be more than my era, he said, looking very serious. So I really hope you make the right decision. A wrong one will have great consequences, said the Sky Lord before he disappeared, while Silas remained in place thinking. The lunar frost is increasing fast, but these will stop it from affecting her further, I said while adjusting silvery metal bands around Grand Commander's body before activating the formations on them, which will work with the formation in her body. Her condition had escalates faster than I had imagined. The lunar frost wants to consume her, and to make things worse, it is growing in power. It was a good thing I had been keeping a keen eye on the condition of Grand Commander and crafted these bands before it was too late. These bands are connected to the formation inside her, and her body core releases the lunar frost instead of spreading in her. It will move into these bands. It was not easy to create these bands, but Crystal Domination is filthy rich and has enough expertise to craft something like it after they got the blueprints. It would have been wondering if these resources had been compatible with her, said the old Lord of Glass, looking at 3 extremely precious resources piled up on the table. All of them are earth elemental and extremely rare, but they do not hold the needed compatibility. I kind of pity Lady Vivian, who had gone to extremely dangerous ruin to acquire these resources, but they were not useful to her sister. It is not they are trying, I am also trying hard, going as far as bringing out the 9-colored matter, which is level above the resource that she needs, but it too does not have compatibility with her. It would be great if it worked, just like it had worked on Marina. I had used it on Marina, and it had worked much better than I had imagined it to be. Not only had it wiped away all the friction, but merged all 3 seeds into the constitution at such seamlessness that now even I couldn't tell whether some fiddling had been done to her constitution, which has also advanced in level. We should keep trying. We have 6 months. I am sure we will find something compatible in time, I said. 3 of them gave me a smile that did not reach their eyes. I talked to them for a few minutes before walking into the conference room. It was still morning, but I saw Mary working with her loyal assistant standing behind her. These are the things for you to sort, she said and threw a storage ring at me before I even sat down on my seat. I caught the ring and sat down. The ring contains the things we got through donations that our scholars couldn't sort. We are still getting the donations, and the amount we are receiving is also very good. To be honest, I had never thought we would continue receiving the donations at such an amount even after so much time. It also helps that people now have far more resources in their hands than before due to the shift in war, which has been moving toward the runs in just 3 months. Half of the runes have already been turned into battlefields, where both sides fighting to the death to kill each other and take the resources. We have also lost quite a lot of people, especially in the ruins which hadn't been fully explored or hadn't explored at all. The fatalities will increase even further as, till now, most people went to familiar ruins, but as their numbers shrink, both sides are now moving toward the unexplored ruins, and most of the unexplored ruins are dangerous at ND high level, a Grandmaster class and above. The Grandmasters are precious, be it human or Grimms, would think 100 times before sending their Grandmasters into the dangerous ruins. Now, more and more Grandmasters are being produced, they are sending them to these dangerous ruins, before sending the low-level ones behind them. The war in ruins is very different from the war on the mainland. Even when thousands of people are involved, it is always a game of cat and mouse in the ruins and not direct battles, and unlike on the mainland, rescue is hard there. So one has to fight as their lives depend on it, and it truly is. Our Grandmasters are quite loyal, always sending us the big badges of resources after their missions, said Mary suddenly and showed me the graph, and seeing that I couldn't help but sigh, seeing how we are deceiving them. We are not deceiving them, Lord Tsar, we have never promised them a spot in the Grandmaster project, we have only suggested we would if they passed the qualification, she said, looking at expressions. Not to mention, we are also providing a treatment to them, now and then, which is being extremely helpful to them, she added. To that, I couldn't help but nod. Most of the Grandmasters we have produced through the project have no hope of advancing to High Grandmaster class. 70 of them wouldn't be able to reach the peak of Grandmaster class in their lifetimes, unless they come across an opportunity that will fundamentally change them. For the donations, we are in constant with powerhouses, from kings to High Grandmasters. We are especially focused on the Grandmasters. We did not harass them for donations, we just gently nudged them, taking full advantage of the gratefulness they felt toward the project, with a shot of deception that hinted that there was a chance ahead and they could be selected in the next phase of the project. This is enough to not only get a huge donation from their organization, but also from them we are the reason why we have a sufficient number of high-level resources that last us for months, and each month the donation from them grows as we produce more and more Grandmasters. The pyramid knows about it but does not do anything, considering it is taking an immense load off them. The powerhouses hoard resources, and now they are sharing some of their hoarded resources. To maintain the grip over these Grandmasters, I treated each group weekly, providing them small advancements and keeping them loyal to the project, which in turn gave us more donations. All this is Mary's scheme, and she developed it like a master that even I am completely impressed by. We have received the donation from one of our High Grandmaster, Lady Prashett. She had come personally to hand me the donation, asking me to put a good word for her, she said after some time, which surprised me, considering we had not begun our plan for the High Grandmasters. We wanted to wait for a little before we begin to nudge them for donations. She's not the only High Grandmaster who gave us the donation, 3 others before gave us. One was the High Grandmaster the project had helped make a breakthrough, while the other 2 were already High Grandmaster, whom I am helping to reach the absolute peak. Lady Redhorn is one of them. She had reached the absolute peak 2 weeks, the first one to reach that level with the help of the project and her donation, which is absolutely fucking massive. Big though nothing compared to what Lady Redhorn gave, but still quite impressive, she replied with a beaming smile before giving me a list, and a second later my eyes also lit up. It is really good, I affirmed with a smile. So should I start on High Grandmasters? Mary asked, to which I shook my head. We will wait until the decided time. I said we could not be too greedy and mess up everything. If we carefully crafted the relationship with the High Grandmaster, then we would get a constant supply of high-level resources, and our dependency on the pyramid would reduce further. With the donations we are receiving, we have already stopped groveling to the organization. I have even stopped attending the donor gala and never sent a core team to attend, which irked the organization at first, but soon they began to grovel at us, and their aid had also increased multifold. I have a goal to make the project truly independent from the funding of the organization, even from aid from Pyramid itself. I would not have believed this would have been possible 2 months ago, but now I truly believe it is very much possible as we are patient and craft our strategy well, and also keep producing the powerhouses. The greater their numbers will reach, the more donation we will get. Ting. I continued discussing things with Mary for a few minutes, till my holowatch rang with the mail. "They have arrived," I said in my mind and got up from my seat. "You are doing good, Mary, and don't forget your practice, don't forget your appointment with your teacher. She had called me earlier and asked me to remind you about it," I said, walking toward the formation. Mary and her assistant shuddered, and even I shuddered. That woman is really scary, and now I'm off to meet another scary old woman. Even after gaining so much strength, I still couldn't shake up the fear of that old woman. Buzz. I disappeared in teleportation formation and appeared in the hall, which is my personal practice space, which now had people. Councilwoman Marla, Councilman Adams, teacher. I greeted 3 people in front of me. Headmaster, said both councilmen and the people behind them greeted as they bowed, and it was not a short bow, but a deep bow, formal bow with head down and hand on the chest. "Councilmen, how many times have I told you you have been exempted from bowing?" I said to them. "It is an etiquette, Headmaster," said the old woman Marla, repeating the same words she had said so many times. I just shook my head and looked at the 22 people behind them. They were divided into 2 groups. The biggest group of 12 are leaders, while the group of 8 are masters, and behind them is a pool and 8-petal-shaped huge yellow flower, densely carved in the ruins. That flower is a real flower, a high Grandmaster class resource, which I am growing in my core. "All right, everyone, take your places," I said to them. Teacher had already seemed to have instructed them, as the group of leaders quickly sat in the pool while the masters sat on the petals of a flower. As they did, the string came out of me in peace inside their bodies, without the slightest hint of pain. Buzz, buzz. "It will be painful, Barrett," I said, and began the process before turning back council members and teachers, while my clone handled the delicate treatment. "The scale achieved in such a short period of time couldn't but shock such an old man," said Councilman Admans with a sigh. "Everything I have achieved is due to the grace of teacher and academy. If it weren't for it, I wouldn't have been able to achieve my current heights," I replied, and these are not just humble words but the truth. If I had joined any other organization than the academy, I truly wouldn't have been where I am. "We just helped you a little. Everything you have achieved is due to your own efforts," said the teacher, and I was about to reply that, when the loud scream broke through before another joined and then another soon, all the people in the pool began to scream. "The people had been asking in the academy, when do you plan to have them make a breakthrough," said old woman Marla, while she silently created the invisible field to block the screams. "Oh, so they could not continue further," I said with a smile. To be honest, their persistence lasted longer than I had imagined. "The old woman is very good at managing people," she now said it, which means even she isn't able to control the chorus. "We will begin next month. As long as they have the capability and are on the list, they can break through," I said with a smile. I am already quite surprised some of them have been able to control themselves for long, though I would have very much liked it. If they had stayed in the master class longer, it would have been not only safe but also given a greater chance of creating the core, but the core is not for everyone. "I will provide you the list of people you can select who can make a breakthrough to Grandmaster," said the old woman, considerably excited. "Okay," I replied with a smile. I have been helping the people of the Academy even before the project began. The work I did on the people of the Academy formed the base of the data I used in the proposal of the project, and since the project began, I have focused on them even more. I am not so selfless that I would focus on other organizations and not mine. The Riverfield Academy is getting stronger slowly, with a very strong base. If they revealed their full power, even the council would be surprised by it, despite keeping a close eye on the academy. Now the academy has 42 masters, over 150 leaders, and over 300 elites. No grandmasters. We had grandmasters, but not anymore. Both Alina, professor, and I could project the power of the high grandmaster. It would be good if the academy had some grandmasters. It is time for that anyway. If I had wanted to, the academy would have had the grandmasters months ago, but I waited and still would be waiting. When it comes to truly important people, those who will be leveling up to the Grandmaster class would be those without the potential or will to reach the greatest height. All the council members and other important people will be at peak master till they form the core. No matter how long it takes, I hope they wait till they create the core, as only the core could give them the potential and future. I have big plans for the academy, and to realize that, a maximum number of powerhouses need to form the core. Thankfully, most of them have good inheritances and are capable of creating a core given enough time and resources. Some of them are close. This old woman is one of 3 people in the academy who will form the core. "When are you planning to come to the academy, headmaster?" "There are some things you have to do, some secrets you have to know," asked Councilman Edward. "Soon," I replied with a sigh. I haven't returned to the academy in person in more than a year, ever since that incident after my breakthrough. Even when they had formally made me the headmaster 2 months ago in a quiet ceremony, I was still in Pyramid, and only my projection had gone to the academy. It is not like I did not want to go back to the academy, but I could not due to many reasons, but most important being safety. Academy is not safe, though there are some defenses that could even stop the Grand Lord. Even I could not activate those defenses, and not mention those defenses are for emergencies, and each time they are used, they would be reduced in power or simply spent. Good, the members of the Academy need to see you in person and not just your projection, he said, and I nodded. The members of the Academy are doing well in the war. Their performance is rapidly matching with the members of Supreme, I said. The members of the Academy have above average strength, but it was nothing compared to Supreme. Now that is changing. When I pulled up the records a few days ago, I was surprised to see the progress they are making in the war. It is all because of you, Headmaster. Your prestige is making them work harder, the old woman replied, which made me pleasantly surprised, as it is very hard to get praise out of her mouth. Though some of them took too much inspiration from you and are needlessly charging into the danger and ended up losing their lives, she said while giving me a glare. There it is, the praiser is rare from her, and even if they came with the complaints. It is very hard to control the young people, still make them understand the gravity of the war before they join the battle, I said with a sigh. Not that it is going to do much, as I had said, the young ones are very hard to control. The teenagers specifically, even when they idealize, will not listen, even when I tell them to be careful. I have done that many times, but it has not produced any result. I talked with them for a while before turning and flying toward the flower. The huge flower is called the manhwarecaps flower, a very rare flower, especially one that reached high grandmaster class. This flower may look big, but it is extremely delicate, withering instantly at the undesirable change. When I found its seed, I did not waste any time and planted it inside my core, and that's to my trip to the ruin. I was not only able to grow the flower, but also take it to the high grandmaster class. Drip, drip, drip. Soon I was above the flower and took out a tiny glass bottle, which contained a dense, milky solution. I activated the formation on the bottle, and drops began to fall, each drop landing perfectly on the center of the small blue formation painted on each petal. This is no ordinary solution. It is called Irwin Cleansing Dew, a very complicated solution. It is also an extremely expensive one, requiring the resources such as stainless blood soul lotuses. This is one best thing that came from Jim. The solution had reduced the amount of stainless blood soul lotus I use for each cleansing by 4 times, with the help of other resources, which are also extremely rare, but not as hard to grow as stainless lotuses. Usually, most people only go through the single cleansing of stainless blood soul lotuses, but these people are damn lucky that they belong to the Academy. They already went through 1 cleansing last month, and today will be their 2nd cleansing, and some might even receive the 3rd cleansing if I think they need it or are worth it. Within a few seconds, the whole formations on the flower turned milky white as the cleansing had begun. Looking at the meta scans, I don't think they will need a 3rd cleansing. The combination of flower and dew will clean all their impurities and strengthen their body and soul from within. Though the final decision would be made after I looked through their data carefully. We will be leaving, Headmaster. Take care of yourself, he said and bowed to old women and others before walking toward a teleportation formation. Buzz, soon, all of them disappeared and I turned to Marina. There is time for 1 quick round, I said. I thought you would never be asked, she said with a full seductive smile, and next second our lips clashed. Within a minute we were completely naked. For the next 15 minutes, the hall was filled with the sound of moans and the wet sound of bodies, and it was amazing as always. I am really envious of Grandmistress Charline. The things she could do with that power are really amazing, she said with a sigh. You will reach that height too, I said as I pulled the zip of her dress up before hugging her from behind. I am not envious of her power, I am envious of what she could do with it, and the number of people she could help with, she said as she melded back into me. I know, and you will gain that power soon, I said softly as I wrapped my hands around her. If she had any other healing inheritance than what she is right now, she would have been a Grandmaster today, even High Grandmaster or quasi Grand Lord. Her healing talent is the best I have ever seen, much better than what I have. The only reason I am capable of achieving these miraculous feats is because of the tools I have in my arsenal. If she also had these tools, then she would have done a much better job than me. We remained to hug for about a minute before letting go. Marina gave me 1 last kiss before she left while I waved my hand and brought out the formation. I have constantly been improving the formation, and now it has become even more amazing with the least side effect. Still, I am being extremely careful using this formation once a week and only for 1 hour. If I use it for a longer time, I will gain much greater benefits, but the side effect did not worth it. I looked at everything one more, especially the timer, because it would be the only thing that would bring me back if I had lost. Buzz, I activated the formation, and a moment later, a green-purple incense ball burned and began to release the smoke. The smoke did not enter through the air, instead spread into the runes before coming to formations surrounding and coming out. A faint, wonderful fragrance came to my nostril, sending me directly into the psychedelic wonderland, through which I was able to become alert for a moment. the chance which I took to circulate the cleansing method at full power. Ever since I have come out of the psychedelic ruin, I have been using the resources I have found there in controlled manner. It is very dangerous considering the side effect of the psychedelic energy I have suffered after coming back to the mainland. I was not totally clueless about it, but still, the power of side effects has considerably shocked me. I was not able to sleep properly for 2 weeks, woke up a sweat, and suffered the feats of disorientation, the classic psychedelic withdrawal symptoms. I did not remain there for even 2 weeks, but its effects still gripped me. I couldn't help but wonder what would have happened if I had remained there for a month or more, and would have considered its benefits if the huge responsibilities weren't weighing down on me. This is why, till now, I hadn't used the psychedelic in the project, but used it myself, which a sane person wouldn't have done after what they have suffered. The benefits of it are damn too good to discard, and I did not completely discard this idea about not using this in a project. I have been testing it myself, and after I studied the result today, I will make a decision on using it in the project. Though I will start it experimentally those with a strong will and high level, and I already have a few people in mind for that. Unlike what I have experienced in Ruin, the psychedelic wouldn't be raw and would be filled with benefits. Grandmaster Salvador had done a very good job crafting the psychedelic essence ball. It provided me far more benefits than raw psychedelic energy. I could feel my soul getting purer in each session, though I am still far, far away from breaking into the 4th stage of it. It will take me months. Still, I am very hopeful about it, because, despite its huge disadvantages, the benefits it offers are also bigger. Minutes passed as I continued circulating the formation with the soul-washing formation. Each moment is a challenge itself against this powerful psychedelic that wants to pull me into its wonderland, which seems to be a better and better option every second. Still, I hang to my sanity like a hut in the storm, because I had made promises to myself that if I lost myself in the psychedelic wonderland, then I would never use it for practice, and that was not an option for me considering its benefits. It is currently the only method that would be quickly reach the level 4 and above levels of the soul cleansing methods, which in turn will help me create another clone. For the second clone, I would need a purer and even more powerful soul right now. My current soul is not enough to create a second clone, which I want to create in the next level. If I had succeeded, it would be tremendously helpful to me. 10 minutes, 20, 30. Finally, an hour passed by 58 minutes to be exact when I stopped, as psychedelic incense ball had been completely spent. It had been crafted to design only for an hour, and it had worked perfectly well, just like always. I got up and collected the formation before walking toward teleportation while looking at the changes in my soul. I know what changes have occurred, and seeing them, a smile couldn't help but appear on my face, as like always, they are great. 1 hour with psychedelics is equal to daily 20-hour practice for a moment with such benefits. Why wouldn't I use such a method? The only problem it has is resources. It requires a lot of resources, from the Grandmaster level formation ink to resources to craft a psychedelic incense ball to soul-washing formation in my core. Not everybody could afford it. Buzz. I disappeared in formation and appeared in a small room where a familiar peak Grandmaster was already waiting for me. Grandmaster Czar, said the woman as she stood up in greeting. At ease, Grandmastress Veronica, I said and walked toward the formation. Thud, are you ready to begin? I asked. Yes, she replied. Hearing that, I brought out a huge golden red tile, which radiated an extremely powerful metal fire energy that most Grandmasters wouldn't be able to bear, but Hazel's mom was not having a problem. Being familiar with the process already, Grandmaster sat on the formation carved on the hot tile, and I could see her gritting her teeth as the energies of tiles assaulted her, but she bore without letting out a single sound. Fuck, I am tired, I said as I sat down on my seat in the conference room. I am alone, not even Mary is here. After Grandmaster Veronica, I had 4 more appointments, one involving 102 leaders, which tired me to my bone that I just wanted to go home and sleep, but there was an important meeting with the pyramid had to attend. I will be joining the war in a few days in the few ruins. The battles are getting especially intense, and I want to join in. The project is important, but it is war, especially now when I need inspiration for my inheritance. I have been stuck on the combat moves for nearly a month, which is 3 months in my core, and that is not a good thing. The inheritance for the Grandmaster class is huge. The right word would be vast. There is huge pressure on this next upgrade, as this will bring my strength to the peak of the world, to a Grand Lord. There has never been an instance where a Grandmaster was able to achieve the strength of the Grand Lord, but with my unique condition, it is very possible, but I have to create a worthy inheritance that will harness such power from my core. Months have passed since I started on the inheritance, and my clone spent considerable time working on it, but despite that, I have not made satisfactory progress, and if I continue at pace, then it will take me years to make progress. To be honest, I very much like to work on the project, as I know how much we need the powerhouses, but I have to worry about my progress too, especially when my friends are making huge progress. Just a few days, I came to know about the mission Ellen and Jill did, along with the team of High Grandmaster. The mission was super secret, so much that even I did not have access to know about it. Thankfully, a little bird whispered to me he was more than willing to let a few secrets slip for a few favors, which I do not have much problem in giving, considering the value of the information he was providing. The information was shocking. It had turned out Secret Ellen was no less powerful than Jill. Both of them were advancing at an extremely fast speed, and if I did not progress fast, they would leave me behind, and it was my fear, but a complete surety. Ting. I was busy in my thoughts when the pyramid badge on my chest vibrated, and I closed my eyes a moment later. I was in Central Command. Council, Grand Lords. I greeted the 7 council members and 2 Grand Lords. I am quite surprised seeing Matron Mavis sitting beside Patriarch Bradford. She usually does not attend the meeting, or only attends truly important ones. Let's begin, said Grand Commander as she looked at Lord Whitmore. The latest information told us that we are winning 23 runes, retreating in 12. While fighting stalemate in 57 runes today, we have also lost 1 ruin. It is now completely in the hands of Grimm's, he said, and projected the data. I looked at the data, and currently it could be said to be good, at least much better than the last week, where we had lost 7 ruins to Grimm within a week, not to mention innumerable powerhouses, including the Grandmasters. The war in the ruin is completely different than the war on the mainland, where everything is clear and lines of communication are open. In ruins, we do not have that luxury. We could not send reinforcements on a timely basis or give orders and expect them to reach the person immediately. Most importantly, there is no rescue from the powerhouses. If the enemy is too strong, then there is a high chance that one will die without a doubt. The result is good, except for 5-star ruins, he said, looking at the group of most important runes, where the fighting is always most intense. Yes, the battles on 4 Grandmaster-class star ruins and 1 High Grandmaster-class ruins are going especially intense, stated Lord Whitmore. It did not matter if we lose the normal ruins, but we should not lose the star runes. They are the ones that are helping this behemoth of war running, Matron Mavis said softly. What is mean is that these are runes that are providing us a huge amount of high-quality resources, and war needs resources. Every part of war requires resources, and if we lose them, then it will be good as losing the war. We are going to reinforce it with more Grandmasters, and Grandmaster Czar will himself reinforce the luminescent ruin, said Lord Whitmore, surprising me greatly. I had just informed them about my intention to join the war for a longer duration 2 days ago, and they have already sent me to the mission. It is a good thing I have already finished with most of the responsibilities, and the other things will be handled by others. This year, I have tried hard to make most of the process independent of me, and I have largely succeeded. 75 of the treatments did not require me to be present, which is starkly different from the 20 at the beginning of the project. Now I could stay away 2 weeks or even 3 weeks away from the project. As long as I finish my responsibilities within a week, I will be ready to join the war again. That is what I am planning till I get combat data to my satisfaction. I will spend most of my time in the war, which is easily a few months or more than 6 months. Nothing could be said, though the things will go fast if I got quality enemies. Don't send too much reinforcement. We barely have enough Grandmasters and High Grandmasters to manage the Grimms. It will be a disaster if Grimms suddenly poured a huge number of powerhouses, and we don't have enough people to deal with them, advised the Patriarch Bradford. We understand that and keep a sufficient number of powerhouses hidden, Grand Commander replied. The meeting lasted for another before coming to an end, but before I could leave, I found Matron Mavis in front of me. I would have very much liked it if you had stayed in the safety of the pyramid, but I know self-progress is important too, and combat is a very fast way to get it, said Matron Mavis. But I hope you will remain careful. The Grimms are the only things that kill you, and your luck wouldn't be with you to help you get out of every problem, she said and disappeared, leaving us stumped for a few seconds. I disappeared just as I came to myself and walked toward the teleportation formation. Since I was leaving at dawn, there were many things for me to do, and I did not have much time. It would be great if the pyramid could have given notice of a day than the few measly hours. I could not even say proper goodbye to Marina with the time I have. Oh, I did not know the Diamond Princes would be joining us for the mission, I said as I appeared in the hall, where Rhea was waiting with the other 2 Grandmasters. I was a little surprised to know that these 2 Grandmasters are one of mine from the earliest batches, and they saw me. They moved to bow, but I waved them off as I walked toward Rhea. I'm still nothing compared to the most eligible bachelor in the world. She shot back without missing a beat as she turned at me. I thought you were in Akis ruin. Did they call you back? I asked. The pyramid had informed me that I would have a team of Grandmasters to Luminous Ruins, but did not expect she would be present, considering she could not strictly classify into the Grandmaster. Yes, they said they needed this Diamond Princess urgently to different ruin, she said, and I couldn't nod at that. The ruin we're going to is extremely dangerous, and her defensive abilities would be extremely useful there. She's being called the Diamond Princess for a reason. A clip of the battle that Pyramid had released saw her getting bombarded by the two High Grandmasters, and she survived them till the reinforcements arrived to rescue her. Once again, I am in the tunnel, where I remain static without moving my aura sealed. I really like it when I did not get thrown into the unknown place. You might not believe it, Mitchell, but once I have been thrown into the jaws of a powerful monster, and the only thing that saved me is my diamond skin, said Rhea as her diamond skin seeped back into her body. You have told me this story before. I said it was not the first time I had heard the story from her. She had told me many times, one time in great detail. Adishi was saying when she suddenly stopped as the handsome middle-aged Lord Yandy. I greeted the middle-aged, who seemed to come out of fighting a big battle considering his aura and looks. Lord Tsar, you have really come on the right time, he said, and a look of question couldn't help but appear on my face. Has something happened? I asked with a frown and readied myself for a battle. It would save a lot of time if I just showed you, he said, and the next second I saw his energy cover me, and the next second we began to moor at a very fast speed. Lord Yazdi seemed to be very hurried. Considering the speed we were moving at the castle, he would have teleported, but the space here was too strong, and using the teleportation formation inside the castle would be a waste of crystal, which Pyramid did not want. Since the war began, we have been rapidly using crystals. Most of them are being used in hundreds of realm-breaking gates that are being used daily. Fuck. In a few seconds we stopped, and one of the grandmasters behind me cursed loudly to see what was in front of us. He did not bring me hastily to fight, but to heal, and it is not a damage that Grims have done, but what this ruin had caused. Tap. This ruin is not easy. Even the grandmaster would turn into this if luminescent touched you, I said softly and tapped on the ground, and with my tap, hundreds of strings burst out of the ground and moved toward the patient. There are 23 patients, 2 grandmasters and 21 masters, and looking at their meta scans, they seem to be hit by a large cluster of luminescent energies, which are invisible, but once you hit by them, you will become radiant. The patient in front of them have huge tumors all over their bodies, and these tumors are shining brightly like bulbs. At the end of the minute, all the patients got completely wrapped in my strings, while the healers working on them collapsed. Why didn't you send them back to Pyramid? I asked. I received the memo that you are coming, so I only asked healers to keep the patients stabilized till you arrive, he replied, and to that I couldn't help but know appreciatively. The cluster seemed quite powerful, I said. It was, and it also came out of the ground all off sudden and hit the group before they could do anything about it, replied Grandmaster Yazdi with a sigh. Tap. 2 minutes passed in silence when I tapped on the ground again, and my strings began to unfurl from the bodies, and in a few seconds all of them returned to me while all the patients healed. Now there is not even the slightest hint of tumor on their bodies. Gasp. Soon we reached the command, which is obviously on top of the castle and gives the whole view. Seeing it, Rhea behind me couldn't help but gasp audibly. Even I barely stopped myself from gasping in wonder seeing the view in front of me. When I first time saw the view, I wasn't able to move from my spot for a minute, said Lord Yazdi as he looked at the view with us. Luminescent energy is invisible, but it makes things visible, and in front of us, the forest and all the trees inside it are shining like a colorful light. It is so beautiful that I thought I was looking at a piece of heaven itself. There is a saying about the runes, Lord Tsar, the more beautiful the ruin, the more dangerous the min will be, and this ruin is extremely dangerous, he said somberly while still staring at the beautiful view in front of him. That is very right, Lord Tacit, I said and sighed. The luminescent ruin can be roughly divided into 7 regions. The 3rd region is controlled by us, while the 5th region is controlled by the Grims, and we are fighting for the other 5 regions, said Lord Yazdi as he widened up the rough map in the center of the command. The report had said the Grims are making the big headway into the 4th region, I said, pointing at the 4th region, which is between the 3rd and 5th region. The pyramid had provided me a dossier of information, which had all the latest information about the ruin. Yes, it could be said to be they now control half of it, and this 4th is extremely important to us. It is the only region aside from the 3rd and 5th the Master could survive. The other 4 regions are too dangerous, forget Grandmasters. Even I was nearly killed there a week ago, he informed, and I nodded. That would be the 6th region. There are things there that could kill even a high Grandmaster. What do you want me to do, Lord Yazdi? I asked directly. Lord Tsar, I hope you will help us defend against the Grimm's other danger while our people harvest resources in Region 4, he said. The plan is straightforward but will be filled with danger, especially when I have responsibility behind me. Grandmaster Rhea, your mission is even more difficult. You will explore Region 6 for resources, he said as he turned to Rhea. As you wish, Lord Yazdi, she said respectfully. When can I begin? I asked. In the morning, the nights are very dangerous here, he said, and before started to brief us with great detail. It took about an hour for him to tell us everything. I had a few doubts about what I asked, and some of the answers even excited me. I will take a tour of the surrounding. I informed and flew out of the command through the open window. The protection formation did not stop me, it wouldn't have stopped. Even if Lord Yazdi had ordered it, my access is much greater than his, and so is my position. He is the commander of this fort, but he has no authority to order me. It is completely up to me whether I want to follow what he says or not. Though I am going to follow his orders, he is a good commander from the record I had seen and also quite powerful, able to hold on against most of High Grandmasters. He is on the list of people I am planning to add to the project, but it will take a little time before he can start with the treatments as there are restrictions. Even after 3 months, the council is unwilling to let me work on more than 3 people, and 2 of 3 need to be in optimal conditions. This is kind of disappointing. It would have been more efficient and fast if I had 9 to 12 High Grandmasters to work on together. It would have saved me a lot of time and resources. Though next month I am planning to be a little forceful with the council, I will ask them to increase the number by at least 1, and remove the condition of them being battle-ready. There are some treatments that require days, which currently I could only perform on 1 person at a time. I flew out of the castle and saw the beauty of the luminescent forest even more clearly. It is not just the forest that is shining in luminous light, but everything, from soils to hills to even monsters, which usually like to unnoticeable. What a dense mono, I said as I took a deep breath in the sky. The mana of this ruin is exceptionally dense and filled with destructive luminous energy. Those below masters could not bear it. Even masters had to drink a specially made potion every few hours to fight off the energy. Without it, the pores and blisters would start to appear on their bodies, and their condition became like that of those present in the infirmary earlier. I was flying toward the forest when I suddenly stopped, and the sphere of pink light energy formed in my hand, and inside it was shining violet energy, luminescent energy. I said I had just been attacked by invisible luminescent energy. It had formed in front of me by gathering luminescent energy. Before shooting toward me, it would have definitely harmed a master if they had struck them. The luminescent energy is invisible, as I had said before, but it could be easily sensed and avoided, though there are some especially powerful, like the ones that attacked the group earlier, which could be harder to avoid, even by a grandmaster. I looked at the violet energy before sending it to my core. I had to analyze it, as till now, people have barely any idea what it is made of. Though from the analysis that was done a few years ago, it is said that these energies made of various residual attacks remain in the ruin, and a peculiar type of energy this min is absorbing from the cosmos. This ruin is quite unique. Aside from the mana, it is also absorbing a unique type of energy from the cosmos. I wonder if this had been since the ruin broke off from the world, or if its original world had also had this ability. I have read that some worlds have abilities to take natural energies of the world aside from mana. It is very rare, but it happens. These worlds are very unique and produce the treasure that no regular world would produce. This ruin also had such treasures. The best of them all is a luminescent pool, an amazing thing to strengthen the body. Though I heard that those things were dangerous, and that most people were not willing to enter inside it despite its obvious benefits. It's beautiful, Father, Nero said as he appeared on my shoulder. It really is, I said as I looked at the glowing trees below us. If this place hadn't been so dangerous, I would have marked it one of the places I want to take Marina for date. Thud. I flew over the forest for a while before landing softly on the ground gently, before walking gently among the glowing trees. There was no purpose of me coming out of the forest other than enjoy the beautiful scenery. Though I had sent Ashlyn to scour the place, it would make things quite easy tomorrow. This variation of drawer grass is quite different, I said softly as my strings bore the glowing grass to my hand. I have been observing the flora and fauna of this place, and it has interested me greatly. I have been using some of the resources of this ruin for a month in the project, and in my time here, I plan to research them even further. This min provides a huge number of resources. If I could expand the number of resources of this ruin I could use in its project, it would help the project a lot economically. This is really good. Every time I eat your food, your skills seem to have advanced by a notch, said Ria as she took a first bite of the meal. She had informed me yesterday that she would have all her meals with me as long as both of us were in the fort. I will think about it, I replied. The opening of the restaurant had never much crossed my mind, but if I am able to vanquish the Grimms and feel all my ambitions are fulfilled, I will think about what she had said, and who knows, I might end up opening a restaurant. So are you excited about the mission? She asked after she slowed down with the food. Yes, a little bit. It had been quite a while since I have done a group mission in Ruin. I replied. I will leave for the mission soon with the group of Grandmasters and the Masters. You should be careful. There might be more than 3 Grim High Grandmasters here, I cautioned. She has a dangerous exploration mission, but that is tomorrow. Today, she is going with Lord Yazdi, and there is a high chance she will have to fight. While her defensive power protects her against the High Grandmasters, there are many other tricks they have to deal with a tricky enemy like her. "Don't worry, I will not chew more than I could swallow," she said before taking another bite. Soon both of our plates were wiped clean, and she helped me wash them before I put them back into the storage. A few minutes later, I was standing in front of the 3 grandmasters and 42 masters. Quite a powerful team, by the standards of war, especially in the ruin. In wartime, Pyramid rarely sent such force out in ruins unless it was a resource site. "We are moving to Region 4, and our target is the area surrounding Lake Samson," I said, and I could see some of the masters shuddering in fear. It is a fearful place, even for a grandmasters, and these are just masters. "With me here, you all don't worry about the luminescence energy. The only you should worry about is gathering the maximum number of resources and grim monsters," I said, and waved my hand. Tens of blue shining seeds came out of my hand and flew toward them. The seeds began to seep into their bodies, those who wanted to resist but could not, and even their mouth to say something, but closed in fear when they saw nobody was speaking. "These seeds are your protection against the luminescent energy. With it, you don't have to drink those potions every few hours, and as long as luminescent energy remains in the realm of Grandmaster, my seeds will protect you," I said, and I could tell it had shocked them. "Let's go," I said, and the golden lines came out of me and soon formed a shuttle of energy, which instantly shot into the air with a speed that they could not follow. Golden Shuttle of Tigger is the method's name that I am using. This method surprisingly came from donations and is the best mass transport method I have ever come across. No method in the academy, and even in the pyramid, came close to it. The most surprising thing about that, it was donated by the knight, but is so hard in its requirement that some grandmasters wouldn't be able to use it. Even with all my strength, I am only capable of using an only first level. This shuttle is golden in color and looks like an egg which had 2 bird wings. The design is definitely, and I wish I could change it, but aside from that, there is absolutely no flaw in this method. It is my first time using the shuttle at my full power, and I have to say, its speed and energy efficiency thoroughly surprised me. It is moving at an extremely fast speed. If we did not come across any obstruction, then we would definitely reach there in 3 hours, which is much less than I had imagined. I had calculated 5 hours. Ashlyn had gone there last night. She took much less time. It did not even take her an hour to get there. Hun. For half an hour, we did not run into any obstruction. We had come across many monsters, but nobody dared to obstruct us except for this one. A murder of crow monsters is coming toward us. There are hundreds of crows in them, and 9 Grandmaster crows, including a huge, over 50-meter long leader with the Grandmaster class strength. Such a huge group would scare anyone. I am not scared of it. I am just laughing at the idiocy of the ruler of this murder, which I am going to murder if they continue coming at us straight. Let's see how powerful your offensive methods are, and place my palm on a symbol with fireworks before pouring my energy inside. And I have to say, it is taking quite a lot of energy, and now I hope it produces the result according to it. Sup. It took me a second to change the attack, and the moment I removed my hand, missiles came out of the shuttle, some small, some big, and one quite big, 5 meters thick and 20 meters long, obviously for the big bad. Caw caw caw. The big caw is taken the attack as a challenge and cawed loudly, and I could see it exploding with aura, along with all its minions. The blind confidence in its eyes had lasted for a second before utter horror appeared on the big crow's face as the missiles stuck it. Bang bang bang. Deafening sounds rang out as the missiles struck the monsters, creating the scene like fireworks. It is a beautiful scene, but I did not particularly enjoy it and thus hadn't decreased the speed of the shuttle, so they could watch. The birds begin to fall down, including the big crow, but it is not dead. It is seriously injured, but it will survive with half of its kin, which it saved at the cost of its injuries. I did not do anything to the bird and flew away. I hoped this bird would learn a lesson and wouldn't attack those who are more powerful than it, or it would lose its life. The humans and Grimms are not merciful when the dumb monsters dare to attack them. Time passed and I was attacked by 2 more monsters. Unlike the crow, these 2 were alone and did not survive the attack from the shuttle. Unlike the murder of crows, I did not show much mercy on them, as those bastards have launched an attack on me. Thud thud thud, I deactivated the shuttle and landed on the ground. The group of Grandmaster and Masters landed behind me, with some Masters little wobbly on their feet. We have come very fast. Forget the Masters, even Grandmasters aren't able to see anything in the blur. Since we had left the castle, I have not reduced our speed, even increased slightly, which helped me reach this place in record 2 hours and 54 minutes. Gasp, gasp, gasp. Couples of gasps rang out as people walked around. The scenery was very beautiful, and the lake had glimmering water. It looked like it was made of the world's purest crystals. Attention, everyone, I said, and immediately, the Grandmasters and the Masters around me gathered in front of me in a neat line. It would go without saying that is a dangerous area, especially close to the lake, which Masters are forbidden to go in 500 meters range. I said there's a very dangerous monster in the lake. Even the weakest one would eat the Masters for lunch. The strongest one would make even me take out my shields. though I do not worry about that. Ashlyn had fought with it last night still. There are 2 other high grandmaster monsters in the lake, which I have to be careful of. This is the map I have assigned each of you the area where you will harvest the resources, I said, and transferred them a detailed map of Lake Samson. Ashlyn provided me clear visuals, and from it was not hard to create the map. Does anyone have any questions? I asked. No, my lord, they replied in unison. Go, we have to completely harvest this area by night, I said, and all of them left, and within a few seconds I was in my place. Considering what we are doing, it might not seem like a war, but it really is, and these resources are fueling it. We have harvested a huge amount of resources from the ruins, and its effects are shown in the battles on the mainland. The number of battles is lessened by half, but they have become far more intense, and the people participating in them are advancing in never-seen speed. The speed is shocking. The people had progressed at such speed even in the last epoch of war, which we have clear records. The war had shifted to ruins, but it will not remain here forever. We are calling it a harvest phase, and it will last till we have harvested every resource we could from ruins in the realms, and when that happens, the war will shift back to the mainland. Even Pyramid is having a hard time predicting the whales the battles would reach when that happens, but it is being said that its whales would be above all the wars we have ever fought against the Grimms. There will be so many powerhouses that the battles would be everywhere, from the tiny islands to the center of the central continent. That is a bad thing, but something that will definitely happen unless we produce a powerhouse that could finish it off in an instant, which of course will not happen, at least not as early as we want. Though there are whispers that Grimm might be able to achieve it, we could not let that happen. It will be the end of us. I shook my head of those thoughts and began to gently float at the edge of the lake, while hundreds of strings came out of me and began to harvest the resources around the lake and even inside the lake. While there were powerful monsters in the lake, I did not fear them. I would not move from my spot, even if they came to fight. One of the 2 could be difficult to kill, but it would not be able to kill me either. Though I do not think they will come, especially after what happened last night, as right now, they might be in their lairs, nursing their wounds. A few minutes passed by when my vision changed, and I saw a group of 5 Grim Masters moving toward the human area sneakily. I did not hide myself when I came here. I am sure the Grim nearby had sensed me and sent a party to gouge the strength. The quick action had little surprised me. I thought they would wait till our storage got filled with the resources, so they would not only get humans but also the resources. It seemed like the commander was a little idiot. Its info said it is a hothead, but its strength is extremely powerful that even with all the power-ups, I have no confidence against it. Still, I would very much like to fight against it. Only fighting such strong enemies would give me the inspiration I needed to make progress in my inheritance, which is my main objective in coming to this ruin, and I would not forget that in the lure of these wonderful luminescent resources. Star 37, Star 22 moved toward Star 31 to against the party of 5 Grimms. I ordered them through my seeds. I could see they immediately stopped doing what they were doing and moved toward the Grimms. A few minutes passed, and when the faint sounds of battles began to ring out, it instantly attracted the attention of surrounding monsters and also humans. Everybody, stay at your place. It is just a little battle, which surprised many of them, but they decided to follow the orders. Usually when a Grimm's attack, the whole force comes, especially in the mines where traditional communication did not work. Though there is some soul threat method that forms the web of connection, the range of these methods is not. This will surely surprise the big group of Grimms that just standing at a distance from the fight. If the other humans had joined the battle, the leading grandmasters would have ordered other masters to more as well. The big battle is a great thing, but we also need to collect the resources. It is the reason why we have brought these precious masters here. It is a kind of a waste of their great power, but we could not make the golems do such things. It needs intelligent beings. A few minutes passed when another battle broke out. It was the Grimms that attacked, but monster, and it is quite powerful. Seeing the data, it did not seem like the humans would be able to deal with the monster, but I did not interfere. Data is not everything. It tends to get wrong when it comes to the actual battle, where raw power is one of the things that require to win the battle. I did not stop. As the battles began, I continued to float around the lake while harvesting the resources. There is no need for me to do that. My strings are everywhere, and they would take action if the need arose for it. Though I would only interfere when they are about to die. If they had their limbs cut by the enemies, I would not take any action save them. This is a war, and they need to be self-sufficient. This old woman is quite good, I said as I saw the decapitated corpse of the blue cat monster, which was about 5 times her size and was very. I had estimated her chances of winning quite low. I thought she would retreat after seeing how strong the monster was, but she proved me wrong. She had not only survived but also killed the monster, which was considerably more powerful than her. Your battle was magnificent, Miss Roya, I said to the collapsed woman, and my string pierced into her. First, it sucked away all the luminescent, flavored monster energy before pouring the healing energy, which rapidly began to heal her injuries. A word of suggestion. You should retreat when you come against such strong enemies. If I had not been here, the wounds and energy that monster left inside you would have killed you within minutes. I suggested she should understand these things, given her experience. She is one of the oldest masters here, over 100 years old with a great battle record. These people do make such mistakes. Maybe it is because of me she thought I would save her if she was in any real danger. I would have retreated if it had a normal occurrence, but you were here, and it is not every day one meets the core member of the project, she said, and hearing that a mirthless smile couldn't help but appear on my face. So this was an audition, I said somberly. I couldn't say I was surprised, as I had been warned about this, Jim. Sarah had come across such auditions during her missions. People thought since her fiancé was a high-level member of the project, they would get a chance if they impressed her enough. Miss Roya, you would not get into a project with such stunts, I said. Every tyrant is being examined, especially masters, and only those suitable with the director's methods can get in. It does not matter how high your talent is, how impressive you or what organization you belong to. As long as you are suitable with the director's methods, you will get admitted into the project, I said with a sigh. Can I not get a chance? Even after everything I have sacrificed my race, she asked in a quivering voice. I could hear the clear desperation in her voice. I have heard people are going desperate to get into the project, finding it the only way to reach the level of their dreams, especially people like her who have been fighting for so long. It is not a question of chance but of compatibility, and it is constantly changing with the method. We practice the things we go through. Which is why we constantly scan people over and over, especially peak masters like you, and you might not believe, but there are huge vacancies in the project and continue to fill them with the people compatible with the director's methods, I said, and there was silence from the link. I will try to be compatible with the project then, she said nearly a minute later, and I could feel the resolve in her voice. I knew immediately that she was going to take risks and it might kill her, and I even opened my mouth to dissuade her but closed it a moment later. My words will not change anything. I could feel her resolve, and know she would do anything she thought might help her become Grandmaster or get into the project. Just be careful and don't take too many risks, I said finally, and continued with the harvest. While one battle is finished, another is still happening. The Grimms and humans are still fighting, and seeing their battle, it might take a while before it is finished. 40 minutes passed. When the battle had finally finished, the Grimms began to retreat, and the humans did not stop them. They fought for over an hour but were not able to kill, which is a kind of disappointing result. I had hoped they would have killed at least one Grimms. Though the result is a little disappointing, I did not blame them. The Grimms have sent a team that had great teamwork and had a greater number than humans. It is already a miracle that they have not lost their lives in the hands of Grimms. I began to heal their injuries as I watched the Grimms leave. I could kill them, but I did not. There is no need, at least not now. Let them stuff their storage with resources first before I kill them, though I would very much welcome it if their leader came at me. My hands have been very much itching to fight the bastard. It had been 2 months since I had a proper fight. A few hours passed, but no other attack came from the Grimms. They were watching us like we were watching them, but seemed to have no intention to attack. I am a little surprised with their patience, given the temper of their commander, who is always very eager to kill some humans. I am excited but not in a hurry, as I am going to fight it, just not right now. Let us fill our storage before taking any action. My lord, another hour passed when a master contacted me and looked at the reason. My eyes couldn't help but shine brightly. I think I have found the luminescent pool, he informed with some hesitation. You really did, I said, surprising the hell out of him. It took me less than 5 seconds to appear where he was. At ease, I said to him when he tried, before focusing back on a twinkling pool of colorful water, which was about 20 feet below the ground. Despite being so close, I was not able to sense it. The information is right, but they are very hard to sense, though one could still find them if they know what they are looking for. Are you interested? I promise I will not let you die, I said to Irvin, who was bald and looked to be in his mid-30s but was over 50 years old. And no, my lord, I have to see what this thing could do. I was there when Rana stepped into the pool, and I do not want to suffer the fate he had, he said shudderingly as he took a step back. These are wonderful treasures, but also extremely dangerous. The person he is referring to was a little careless and ended up sufferingly horrifically. I had watched the footage, and it was quite a gradoscopic scene. We have found a luminescent pool. Those interested in entering inside can come here, I said to all the masters through my seed. After sending the message, I turned to the pool, which looked like it was made of tens of colorful shining liquids. Tap, I tapped on the ground gently, and it began to collapse. Soon, the wide area around the pool collapsed, making a wide way around the pool. Within a minute, 5 people have arrived. The number is a little surprising, as I had not thought these many people would show interest after a couple of unfortunate accidents that had happened with the luminescent pool. Of the 5 people that came, 2 were from the project. I knew they would come. They had to experience the benefits of the project and understand that in every process I am involved, they will gain the benefits. There is also Roya, which I had no doubt about her considering the zealousness she had about breaking into the Grandmasters. The last two are a young man and a middle-aged woman named Rohan and Carla. Both of them are middle-level masters. Only 3 people can enter the luminescent pool given its capacity, so we will go by the order you have arrived, I said to 5. Roya, Halberg, and Rohan, you 3 are entering the pool. I called out the names, and 3 bottles with mud-green color solution appeared in my hand, which I threw at them. I did not ask them if they were willing to enter the pool. I called for those who were willing to enter the pool, and since they have come, it means they are willing. Drink the solution and enter the pool. I said to them. They opened the bottles one after another and drank the solution inside them. All 3 shuddered, and painful expressions appeared on their faces before a green-brown layer began to appear on their skins. It looked like tree bark was growing on their skin, and something like that was happening. This would be necessary for the protection of their bodies and filtration of the harmful elements of the luminescent pool, which could melt their skin off and create holes in their bones. This is the first time I have crossed a luminescent pool, though I have asked for its sample from Lord Yazdi, on which my clone had done some research with the little time it had. The solution is for the protection only, and I barely have any idea what I will do. My approach will completely depend on how this pool reacts with the body, which is kind of risky, but it is the only way I have. The sample I have had been considerably weakened. This liquid is one of the resources that rapidly lose its efficacy when it leaves its place. Get in, I said as the bark had completely covered every part of their body. They did not tally and went and walked toward the pool before entering and sitting cross-legged inside it. Their meta scans appeared in front of me. I could see the luminescent pool was attacking the bark, and the bark was not stopping the attack. It is letting most of the energies of the luminescent pool while blocking those which I detected harmful. This potion they drank is a little special. It could be controlled by the others, and now I am controlling it. CC, the energies of the luminescence pool hit the bodies of 3 of them, and all 3 sucked the sharp breath. I could see the dangerous spike in pain in their brain gap, even after filtering out the dangerous elements. It is not just painful, but also dangerous. It begins to burn their skin, and internals I could even see their bones begin to blacken. It is like a bark skin is offering no protection at all. Interesting, I said to myself. Such effects are more common than one image when it comes to special energy resources like a luminescent pool. One has to look past the damage they are doing toward the benefits it is providing. I could see how its energies were burning up the cells, but I could also see the special kind of energies that they leave behind those cells and how it is strengthening them. I was watching the 3 meta scans with rapt attention when I sensed the soul sense. It seemed like someone wants to look, I said in my mind, and did not stop the soul sense. I let it cover and observe what I am doing. I could see it was surprising, seeing no restriction from me. A faint fluctuation before its soul sense got reinforced is proof of that. While I am letting it look, I am too keen on letting it look too deeply. I have formed a soul protection layer around 3, and it will not be able to see what is happening to 3. I wonder whether it would frustrate it enough to take action, which I would very much welcome, and so are my people. This is war, and while the gathering of resources is important, killing the Grims is even more important. That is the whole reason for this war. A minute passed, and I saw no chance seeing that. I couldn't help but shake my head in disappointment. It would have been amazing if it had attacked, and I really wanted to fight against it. I controlled my battle lust and focused on 3 whose conditions had become quite severe. If I did not do anything in a few seconds, they would suffer irreversible damage and die in a minute. Though I have to give it to them, despite suffering such damage, not a single of them made a move to leave this place, nor have they made any sound of pain. Even I wouldn't have been able to stay such silent at their level. It is time, I said, and healing energy released from the invisible strings into their bodies. The moment I released the energy, the bark layer covering their bodies stopped the luminescent energy. The powerful blast of healing energy, with the healing rule, rapidly begins to heal their body at a visible speed. My healing energies work quite faster on the master. If it had been grandmasters or even high grandmasters, I would have a need to take the aid of the potion to achieve such healing speed. Within the 50 seconds, all their injuries had begun healing, and I once again lifted the blockage, and energies of the luminescent pool came barging and once again began to burn their bodies with their energies. Soon their injuries reached a critical point, and I once again sealed their bodies and began to heal them. Once they were healed, I would again release the luminescent pool energies into their bodies. The classic cycle of healing and injuries of their bodies continued. It was an extremely painful process that very few will bear, but these 3 are bearing it, and its benefits have already become visible. The luminescent pool turned out to be a better resource than I had imagined, being a little dangerous, and could kill the subject if not handled carefully, but it is worth it considering the benefits, and the most important thing is that it did not require outside resources, except for potion and healing. Next time I will not use the bark potion. I have only used it because I was being extra careful now that I know how the luminescent pool works. There is no need to use such expensive resources when a cheaper formation would be able to do a much better job. 2689, 64 cycles II. 64 cycles, I said as I looked at the lone person sitting in the luminescent pool. The two people had already come out, leaving only her, who now had reached her limit. Miss Roya, you can come out, I said, and blocked the luminescent energy from entering inside her. She had reached the limit, and it would only harm her body. A second later, she began to get up as she did. The bark layer covering her body began to dry up before flying down with the air. How are you feeling? I asked as she summoned her armor over her body. Powerful, she replied with a single word. She had gained considerable advancement through this process, and her body had become firmer and more powerful than before. I had thought I had reached the absolute limit of my level, but it seemed like I had been very wrong about it, she said as she looked at me. There is still some space to grow before you reach the absolute limit of master class, I said with a smile. She had reached her limit, but I had expanded it with some skillful use of rule-bending power, and now it will be up to fill that open space. I couldn't help but wonder how long it would take her to achieve it. I don't think it would be much. A year at most if she survived all the risks she's going to take. All right, everyone, go back to harvesting resources. We still have a few hours before we have to leave, I said, and within seconds, all of them disappeared, leaving me alone once more. I looked at the luminescent pool, which still had some water, but not enough for a single person. I looked at it for a moment before moving again and beginning to harvest the resources. The luminescent pools are rare and hard to find, but I am sure I will be able to find some in my time here, and if I am able to strengthen a few people with it, it would be amazing. Even more amazing if I find a high Grandmaster class luminescent pool, which is extremely rare that they had only found till now. I really wish they had left it alone instead of taking all its water and sending it to Pyramid, making it completely useful for me. I hope I will find one, and I have also already begun to make changes to my soul sense, so I will be able to detect it. It might be harder for others, but not me. I would just need a few days, and I would be able to achieve it. Few hours passed, and it was already evening. The luminescent trees began to shine even brighter, and this place began to resemble more and more like heaven as it became darker and darker. Lord Yazdi had said that I should return at nightfall as things became dangerous, but I had already told him it would be a little late. While this ruin is dangerous, we have maximized our time in this place. We cannot just hole up in the castle at nightfall. It is a waste of precious time, especially when our enemies are not doing the same. Even when the night appeared, it did not change anything in the Grims. They were still the resources. A few minutes passed by when I saw the monsters becoming active, just not toward us but also toward the Grims. Rip, rip, rip. My strings moved, and within a couple of seconds, 9 masters and 2 Grandmaster class monsters got divided into the two. I am much more silent than my counterpart, who turned them into the ashes. The monsters in the forest made the movements, but the monsters in the most dangerous place did not. There had not been a single monster that came out of the lake earlier. I had asked Ashlyn to release some of her aura in the lake, which had worked better than I had imagined, as no monsters had come out of the lake. Lord Czar, I am finished harvesting all the resources in my area, said Star 11. Akalita, move to the area of Star 7 and help in the harvest, I ordered. In the next hour, I got a couple of such messages, and like the first one, I moved them to a different area to help others harvest. I want them to finish before 10, and they likely would, considering I am handling all the monsters that came to the attack. We have been attacked by tens of monsters, and now all of them lying dead, which kind of warned the other monsters that now, barely any monsters are attacking. Soon it is 9, and we have nearly finished harvesting the area around Lake Samson, including me, and now that I am free, it is time I do the job I have come here to do. Ready for battle, I said to all the masters and grandmasters and flew up soon. I was high in the sky and flew toward my enemy, who had been in the sky since the beginning. Czar, said the Grim as I stopped a few hundred meters away from me. Krefa, I said to the Bloodfire Hyenamen. The Grim in front of me is Krefa of the Bloodfire Hyenamen tribe. It is completely red and wearing a blood-red armor, which seems to be made of burning blood. It gives him quite a scary look, more than other Grims. Seeing how cowardly you were behaving all day, I did not think you would come, it said, and while speaking, fumes of bloody flame came out of its mouth. Why wouldn't I come? I just wanted to harvest the resources first, considering how our battle will end up destroying this wonderful place, I replied as I looked down at the luminescent forest below me. True, I wanted for the same reason. It is quite a hassle to harvest resources, but with you humans, we will be able to get all the resources with the mirror efforts, it said and laughed, and the fumes of bloodfire coming out of its mouth have become bigger. Snort. You seemed quite confident. Not many people were able to remain such confident in front of me, I asked, to which it let out a fiery snort. What is there to be afraid of? I know there is a huge difference of power between us, and your strings are pretty much useless against those who had a great difference of power with you, it replied, and when I heard that, smile on my face couldn't help but become bigger. If I had told it what had happened in the last ruin, it wouldn't have been this confident. Though I have to say some of the things it said are right, especially about the difference of power. It is very strong, and I would have to use every advantage I have against it even with them. I might have to summon my shields, and I will do that without hesitation if I feel a danger to my life. Though that is the last option, I would not use it unless I really need to. Central Command, Pyramid. Why have they not returned yet? Asked the Grand Commander worriedly. She is worried and agitated, and she is not the only one who is feeling such emotions. Every council member sitting at the table feels the same emotions. Even Lady Angela and Skylord's projections had a look of worry on their faces. Something big had happened, a thing that would change the trajectory of the war. A thing important enough that 3 Grand Lords had gone to investigate it. The Grimms have sent the 5 Grand Lords, including the leader of the Coven. Since the war had begun, nothing had caused the 3 Grand Lord to appear in the same place. Even when the Lord of Glass died, only Matron Mavis went to the edge of the realm, while others stayed, but this time, 3 Grand Lords have gone to investigate. That thing is too important, or could be said most important considering it is a single source that caused more than half breakthroughs in the Grand Lord class. It had started the war and ended it. Its appearance is both good and bad, and it will change things drastically. It could be said that just news of its appearance had upended the carefully laid plans of both sides, and it appeared, then smashed them into pieces. This is why everyone is agitated, and it is not happening in the central command of the humans. The Coven of Grimms is feeling the same. A minute felt like hours before. Finally, the projection of Matron Mavis along with Patriarch Bradford and Lady Vivian had appeared. Grand Lords, what are you able to find out? Asked the Grand Commander immediately. It is as we had guessed. Its presence was clear as day, she replied, and everyone froze for a moment, as despite expecting it, the weight of the news was too big. How long do you think it will take to appear? Asked the Grand Commander despite knowing the answer to her question. I don't know, its reveal time varies after its presence appears, said Matron Mavis, even though she did not have an idea about it. According to the historical data, it will take 3 months to 19 months to appear after its presence seeped out, said Lord Whitmore. In our time, it had taken 7 months. Patriarch Bradford. He knows it too well, as it is inside that thing he had made a breakthrough into the Grand Lord class, and he is not the only one. There were more. Some of them won't be able to come out alive, even after making a breakthrough into the Grand Lord class. I truly did not think it would appear so early. It had been barely 3.5 centuries since it had made its appearance, said Grand Tower Mistress Angela. Its appearance is always erratic. 2,000 years ago, it had appeared twice within a century, said Lord Whitmore. The appearance of that thing is erratic, and the rational thing about it is that it only appears twice every millennium. It had never chanced since it made the appearance. Now that it had appeared, it changes things, said Lady Vivian. Yes, we will initiate the Hawthorne Protocol, said Matron Mavis, and looked at all the Grand Lord, and nobody seemed to have a problem with what she had said, though it had shocked many of the council members. Hawthorne Protocol is not something the council could activate. Only Grand Lord could do that, as only they possess enough authority and power to make everyone follow it. Should we call Tsar back? We will need maximum people ready to enter that thing when the time comes, Elder Lord asked. No, give the child a time. He will be the most important seed that will enter that thing, and we will need to have him complete his inheritance before that, said Matron Mavis. Though we will be having a meeting with the core team of the project today, I am sure they will be able to act, even when that child isn't there, she added, seeing the expressions people around her. What do we do about the news? Should we keep it sealed or release it? Asked Grand Commander. Release it. It will create a little chaos but will give us benefits, she said. Grand Commander looked at the other Grand Lords and saw no objections on their faces. She turned back to the council. It seemed like the coming days wouldn't be easy, she said with a smile before starting firing orders. Mitchell did not know about the world-changing incident that happened, as he was busy sparring words with the Krefa of Bloodfire Heinemann. Enough chit-chatting, I wipe you away from the face of the world, roared Krefa, and how powerful bloody aura blasted out of its body when it hit me. I felt like my blood wanted to burst into the flame, which alarmed me into activating my defenses into the highest order. I have heard about this blood fire, and the blood fire belonging to the bastard is strongest. It had killed our High Grandmaster. With just a touch it had made her own blood burn her to ashes. This blood fire is a very dangerous ability, and I have to be careful of it, given the difference in our strength. As my defenses activated, the effect of its aura halted, but it had still made me shudder at what it had been able to accomplish just with its aura. Dealing with it going to be very difficult, and I might get burned to ashes by my own blood, and that couldn't help but make me excited. I was right in my decision to see the combat for inspiration. If I continued fighting with the enemies like that, it wouldn't be long before I would have the data I needed, and it won't be just the data I would be getting, but much more, I am sure of that. The only thing I have to do is fight. Globe of Aska, it said and waved that blood-red sphere in its hand, and at that moment, tens of thousands of globes of bloodfire materialized around me in a spherical formation, surrounding me completely, leaving me no way to escape. There are over 10,000 of those fireballs, and they only took a second to appear. I had thought I had already overestimated its power, but seeing what it had summoned, I know I once again underestimated it. Die, it said, and the ball of bloodfire came at me. They came like a cannonball, each globe filled with enough power to burn down a grandmaster to ashes before even touching them. Even if a single blood fire had touched me, I am going to pay the price, and a couple of hundreds would burn me to ashes. With speed they're coming down, it will only take a second at most for them to strike me, considering all of them are aimed at me. First burst, second burst. I activated the first and second burst one after another before 12 arms came out of behind me. These arms were just like my normal arms, but these arms were made of green crystalline strings, with each arm holding a weapon. The weapons are not made of strings, they are real weapons, and there are not just swords. Only two are swords. There are sabers, axes, spears, lances, and shields, which are the highest. There are 3 different kinds of the shield, 12 arms of Riam. This move is something I have been working on for the past 2 months. It is based on a mythical deity I have read about in the books. This is not just a copy move, but something I have worked hard to create. Every weapon had a purpose, and if it worked as I had expected, then I will be able to deal with such huge attacks with much fewer efforts than I required, and it makes things less dangerous for me. Though there is one thing to note, I have not tested this move and should have done that before using it against a powerful enemy such as this. A slight mistake, and it will be the end of me. Haha, they came, thousands of them from every direction, and my weapons moved to clash against them. There was a big laugh on my face as I moved my weapons to clash against these fireballs. It was my lance that had first clashed against the bloodfire ball, and as I had expected, the moment it touched the fireball, its structure destabilized and moved to explode, but the lance's touch contained special energies. The first energy covered the ball as the lance touched and began to slow down the process of the explosion, while the other energy repelled it toward the other fireballs. Bang, 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 the fireball clashed against the fireball behind it and exploded, taking a few more of them exploding with it. By that time, the other weapons had already reached fireballs, as unlike my normal arms, these arms could stretch. The fireballs begin to explode, and with each explodes, the effects would become greater and greater, and with me at the center, it hit me hard that I began to shake. I did not move from my spot. Instead, I powered up my defenses even further and moved my weapons to clash against these fireballs, repelling them back toward the barrage, making them explode a little further than they would have exploded if I had dealt them with my sword. A few meters of distance may seem like a small thing, but it is not. It is a huge thing, and with my energies interfering with an explosion, the power of these explosions reduced so much that I could bear it with my armor. It took several seconds for me to deal with all the fireballs of bloodfire, and a few more before it cleared enough to the grim again. My heart was still beating rapidly. Dealing with the attack was not easy, especially when the attack wanted to seep inside me and wanted to burn my blood. Despite my defenses, I felt the effect of the attack on my blood. It wanted to burn, and it couldn't help but scare the shit out of me. My blood is not normal. It has been strengthened by art and different methods, and has a huge amount of rule-bending powder mixed in it. It is not easy to affect it to such a degree, but it is doing that, which made me feel even more apprehensive about it. I wanted to summon my shields then and there, but I calmed my emotions. The attack was powerful, and there was a heavy change. It might burn my blood, but I had to continue. Only by fighting such enemies will I be able to improve. Powerful attack, but you have to do a little better if you want to injure me, I said with a smile. Hell, it did not even make me take a step back, I added, and I could see the burst of anger appearing on its face. Its body shook slightly, as it wants to come at me and pierce my body with that sphere blood-red spear of it. It seemed like my attack really did not affect you. I hope this one would be your satisfaction, it said, and began to move its spear in a circle. A thin red released from the tip of the spear as it moved, and soon the spear completed a circle, and now there is a huge circle made of the thin blood-red line in front of the grim monster. Sup, slaying disc of Aska, it said, and the dense energy spewed out of the thin red line, turning a circle into a disc that slowly spun before shooting toward me with such speed that my eyes were barely able to follow. It is a dangerous attack, all right, but I feel that this attack is not simple as it seemed, and I should be prepared for something nasty. Monster integration, as expected, I said as a huge disc broke into thousands of pieces as it appeared in front of me. I knew this attack wouldn't be simple as it was not the moment the disc broke. It had revealed its true power. I harnessed all the power from the two bursts and moved my weapons toward them. I got surprised before even my weapons clashed against them. These discs tried to move away from their trajectory, and their movements were not simple. All of them seemed to be moving in some mysterious formation, which would confuse even a high grandmaster. A beautiful crown had appeared on my head, and my eyes lit up with a method, and immediately the mysterious movements began to unravel in front of me. With their movements beginning to clear, my weapons moved against the discs, which came much closer to me than I had liked. Clang. Like before, my lance was the first thing that clashed against the tiny blood-red disc, and it felt as if my arm had clashed against the hammer. If it had been my real arm, it would have been shaking right now, but my strings are much more tensile, and they have immediately absorbed the huge amount of blood-fire energy before moving toward another disc, as there are nearly 1,000 of them. Clang, clang, clang. All 12 of my weapons clashed against the discs, and each one of them felt like it contained a mountain inside them, and was sharp as a razor. The most dangerous thing about them was the blood energy. It is coming inside me in a huge amount. As it came inside my armor, I began to feel my blood healing up. It was doing that without touching my blood. I did not dare to even imagine what would happen if the unrefined energy were to touch my blood. Clang, clang, clang. My weapons continued to destroy one disc after another, and the more they destroyed, the better they became in doing that. I have used multiple arms many times before, from fighting to cooking, but I have never truly developed a true strategy to use them like I am doing right now. I should have done that before. I have an amazing thing like my strings, and I should be using them to their full extent. Clang. The last was cut apart by my rapier and vanished into the smoke as its energy attacked me, which my armor immediately dealt with. Your attack was really good, I praised. It was really a good attack, especially that formation in the disc, which had made it very hard to detect the attack. If not for the crown of roses and sub-method I have developed inside it, I could forget about successfully defending against the attack. Yes, the attack was good, but still not enough again, it said, and I could see the faint smile appearing on the corner of its face, which did not give me a good feeling. I have the 5 most powerful moves in my arsenal, and since you have defended against those attacks, I will use them on you. I will start from the weakest before going toward the strongest. I truly hope you could defend against at least 3 of them. It would be wonderful if you could stay alive. Till the last, not many humans were able to survive these 5 ultimate moves of mine, it said with a smile and pointed its spear at me. The spear did not have a chance for a moment before a ball of concentrated blood fire appeared on the tip, and it got bigger and bigger till it reached a diameter of over 4 meters. Blood-burning fierce snake, it said loudly, and the next moment a fiery snake made of bloodfire came out of the huge fireball. Roar, roar, roar. The snake roared as it came out, and it was not the only one that came. Another snake came out, and then another, and then another. They kept coming till 32 huge snakes, bigger than even Grimm's, appeared in front of it. I hope you like this attack of mine, Tsar, it said with a laugh and waved its spear toward me. This is the only command the blood-fur dragons have needed. Roar, roar, roar. They roared loudly as they came at me. Their roar was louder than before, so loud that those below Tyrant would go deaf hearing it, burned to ashes when the blood-burning aura of snakes touched their bodies. Third burst. I activated and harnessed all its power, which was really huge that it had made me slightly uncomfortable. The last ruin gave me a really big advancement after returning to Pyramid. I practiced my art and also continued using resources to increase my strength. All of it had now roared inside me, and I needed this roaring power to deal with these snakes coming at me. Saying these snakes are powerful would grossly underestimating it. They are beyond powerful, so much that they begin to affect the strong space around themselves. Even most grand lords wouldn't be able to achieve in this ruin. Roar, roar, roar. Let's hope I will be able to defend against it, I said, and moved my blue energy-covered lance toward the first snake. Unlike the 2 attacks, it had used this attack before, and I know how powerful this attack is and what it could do, and thus the blue energy I had created a moment ago. It is a variation of my inheritance energy, perfect for defending against the attacks like this. BAMMM. My lance struck against the dragon, shaking from up to down, but instead of pain or worry, there was a smile on my face, as my inheritance energy was working as I had intended. If it did, that fiery snake would be wrapped around the lance and come at me. I could see it had confused the Grimm, but it did not seem worried, as that was just one aspect of the attack, and these snakes could go much more. ROARRR, ROARRR, ROARRR. The snakes roared as if they were real and came at me with even greater fury. Seeing that, a smile on my face turned to laugh, as this is what I have come to this ruin, and it is giving me the challenge I have come looking for, and it couldn't help but make me feel ecstatic. Bring it on, I shouted, and my arms stretched as they went to attack the snakes, which were roaring like the drakes. BAMMM, BAMMM, BAMMM. My weapons began to clash against the snakes at each attack. These snakes would try to wrap around my weapons and come at me, and when that fell, they began to attack me directly at each clash, releasing a great amount of energy at me. If not for that, there is no way I would have been able to defend against an attack like this. Suddenly, 12 of the 30 snakes roared again and opened their mouth before spewing out a huge amount of concentrated bloodfire at me from all directions. It had come from everywhere and so fast that I was barely able to react, but I did. The 4 shields expanded and covered me from all 4 directions before the concentrated fire clashed against them. I remained inside while the snakes spewed out the fire, but my arms were still fighting against them. Grim might have through, and I might have to take my back inside too, which would have given these snakes a great opportunity to finish me off. I have no doubt that Bloodfire Hyaenamen would have used this opportunity to launch an even more powerful attack. It might seem like we are fighting civilly, but we are not. We are trying to kill each other. The only reason we are standing apart from each other is that both of us feel it will be dangerous to fight the close battle. It fears my strings, while I fear its shuddering close combat abilities, which are even more powerful than these ranged attacks. Finally, the blood fire stopped, and within it, the 12 snakes disappeared. They had used all the energy in the attack, but the attack had not finished. There were still 20 snakes that remained which had been attacking me relentlessly. I am using every speck of my strength to defend against their attacks. These snakes still have immense power and are in complete control of snakes. Every moment they make, every roar they take, are in its control. BAMMM, BAMMM, BAMMM. My weapons clashed against these snakes, each attack taking some of their energy. It continued for quite a while when I noticed a thing. Invisible lines of energies came out of the Hyaenamen and connected to these snakes, charging them with power. I noticed it immediately but did not show it on my face, though I am laughing inside my heart, as this action had not surprised me even a tiny bit. Earlier it had acted so honorably, stating it would only launch one attack once it is implied in a sentence that it will not launch that attack again or charge it, but now it is doing that shamelessly. Dishonor is weaved into every fabric of Grimm. They might show how merciful and honorable they are, but each and every one of them is rotten to the core, and we humans learned a lot from it, as also keep the honor in the home when we come to deal with these bastards. I am saying without a shame that I am trying to wrap my strings around this bastard, and even though I am not succeeding, I am still trying. The Grimm is using an extremely powerful invisible armor around its body. This invisible armor is made of the most concentrated blood energies that even my strings have a problem piercing through, and even though I could wrap my strings around the armor, it would not be any use. It would be able to escape, and that is the reason why it is using these armors. The Grimms are not idiots till now. I have used my strings openly enough times that they could guess some of the abilities of my strings and could defend against them. The distance and the armor are part of that defending strategy. Such enemies are frustratingly great, and it is a good thing I have an amazing clone. It is handling the binding while I am handling the defending. I am truly having fun doing it. Every moment is filled with danger, and not even the slightest mistake is allowed. As I fight, I am improving rapidly. I am beginning to use every weapon to its strength and also collaborate well with the other weapons. If I continue learning at such speed, then it won't be long before I can start using the mountain cleaving set. Currently, I am only using my standard combat style and not the moves of the mountain cleaving set. If I had used that, my defense would have been even greater, but I could not. I am not skilled enough in these weapons to use them. If I used it now, I would end up messing up everything, and these snakes would tear me apart. Fuck. Suddenly I sensed something, and it couldn't help but scare the hell out of me. All the 20 snakes are about to explode, and there is nothing I can do. Using the slowing energy wouldn't be any use, as the bastard had suddenly filled it with too much power that even energy wouldn't be able to do anything. I couldn't even escape as these bastard snakes have surrounded me from all angles. BNNG, BNNG, BNNG. I only had bare moments before the great fireworks began, and they are powerful, so powerful that they have made me shudder to my deepest. If I had gotten caught in this, it would definitely be messed up good. It took a while for the energies of the attack to gather, and when it had seen me fine, without even the slightest scratch on my face, a genuine surprise couldn't help but appear on its face. You should keep your word, not that I had expected you to. You are a Grimm after all, I said as my glowing shields began mute up before disappearing. I had my shields ready the moment I flew up to fight against it. I knew this was the enemy that was beyond me, and I should be wise to keep the thing active, which could guarantee my safety. Your shields, I have heard nobody was able to break through them, it said, completely ignoring the taunt mine. You are wrong, they have been broken, I said with a smile. You could try your hand at it, you might find some success with great power of yours, I said with a challenging smile. No, I don't think I will be successful in killing you today though I would not be leaving without a price, it said and let out a killing smile as it looked ahead toward the humans, who are chicken to slaughter in front of its strength. Do you think you can? I asked with a smile, which immediately made it freeze in its place before huge invisible armor around its body became visible, and it burst into the flames, giving out a horrific aura, which heated up the blood coursing through my body even at such great distance. You think I cannot? It asked back the deafening sound of a giant and took a huge step while looking at me in a challenge. BAMMMM. Its feet hadn't crossed the whole distance when suddenly it stuck against something and repelled back. It had stumbled a little before it was able to stop itself and looked at the prison of shields it had found itself in. It seemed like your higher-ups did not brief you about all my abilities. My shields are not just for defending, I said with a taunting smile. The nature of Grimm's is easy to guess, which is why the moment I defended against the attack, I sent my shields at it. I knew this bastard might go after my team. I could not let that happen. Their safety is my responsibility. It is fine if they are killed by a Grimm of their level. This is war, and deaths happen, but I sure as hell will not let them be killed by someone more powerful than them, especially someone who is my opponent. I saw the Grimm getting further and further. I kept watching even till its silhouette became tiny like an ant vanishing. One needs to be very cautious in dealing with Grimm like this one, as it would require a single attack from me would wipe away all the people I have brought. Even at such a distance, some of them have been affected that if not for my seed inside them, they wouldn't have been able to bear the residual aura of the attack. After a few minutes, when Ashlyn had told me, it had truly left, and I relaxed and flew back toward my people. Let's go, I said, and golden lines began to come out of me, and soon the shuttle formed. They flew toward and sat inside it one after another. Boom! The moment everyone sat down, the shuttle flapped its wings and shot straight toward our destination, for which we were leaving quite early. I had thought the battle would last for hours, and it wouldn't be midnight before I left, but that was not the case. It was only at 10. The battle had lasted not even an hour before we retreated. I would have liked it if we had fought a little longer, but that was not an option. I had reached the limit of attack. I could defend against my sword and summon my shield, and it knew there was no way to break my shields. Though it would have been fun if it had tried to break my shield, it hadn't tried much even when I had captured it in my shields. It had just accepted my conditions of retreat without any tantrum. To be honest, this Bloodfire Hyaenamen is one of the calmest Grimm I had ever seen, which made me wonder whether that information about it was wrong. Such information is very important. The whole fighting strategy is built upon it, and I will make changes. In the few minutes of flying, I come across the monster, or the monster came at me. This time, I did not show mercy and was attacked with the strongest attack that the shuttle could cast. The single attack had done the job and finished off the shining monsters, but that was the first of many monsters that I would come across. Grandmaster Yazdi's warning was not for naught. The night is really dangerous here, and normal grand monsters wouldn't be able to deal with the monsters that attacked night. These monsters that attacked night are not only higher in number, but also more powerful than I have come across during the day. Some of them were able to bear the full power attack from the shuttle. I had to launch a couple of more to kill them or shoo them away. Thud, thud, thud. It took 3 hours and 52 minutes for us to land in the protective ground of the castle, an hour more than morning. The speed was a little slower than in the morning as I wanted to conserve the energy in case I came across a pretty powerful monster or a Grimm. All of you have done well today, I said as I turned grandmasters and masters, and don't forget to submit the resources before going back to your quarters, I informed before flying toward the central command. It is mandatory to submit 75 of the resources. We did not check the storage of masters and grandmasters. It all works on the honor system. Through this, we keep track of the number of resources one submit, though we are able to see who is skimming on their submission if they do it enough times. Thud. I passed through the protective formation and appeared in the central command, where to my surprise, 2 high grandmasters were present. One was Lord Yazdi, and the other one the one I am quite familiar with since he had been receiving my treatments to reach the absolute peak of the high grandmaster class. He is an old man who looked to be in his 70s. There is nothing remarkable about him. If he hid his aura, he looked like a harmless grandpa. His appearance here surprised me. 2 high grandmaster is already a stretch, and now they have sent the third one. They wouldn't have sent him here without a sufficient reason. Lord Tsar, they greeted in unison as I appeared. Lord Yazdi, I greeted back and turned to the other high grandmaster. Lord Remus, it is quite a surprise to see you here, I said. Not quite, he replied, and the look on their faces changed. There was trepidation, but I could also see the intense excitement hidden behind those eyes. Has something happened? I asked with my voice all somber. Yes, you could say that, he replied and motioned me to take a seat. I did, and they have sat across me. What happened? I asked. Their expressions have made me quite curious about what happened on the mainland. The Grand Lords have sensed the presence of that thing, he replied, and for a second confusion clouded my eyes, and I even opened my mouth to inquire further when suddenly spark lit, and my eyes went wide in shock. You can't be serious. I asked back in shock. It is the truth, Lord Tsar. The Grand Lords have gone there and confirmed it, replied Lord Remus in all seriousness. It took a while to digest the news because it was too huge, and I had not expected to hear it for at least a century. It had been only 3.5 centuries when it had last appeared. I muttered softly before turning to Lord Remus for an important question. Has the pyramid called me back? I asked. It could be the only reason they have sent him here. No, Lord Tsar, I am here as your bodyguard, he replied with a small smile on his face, which again surprised me, but this time I have quickly able to control my emotions. I couldn't help but feel thankful for the council. If there had been any other news, I would have resisted the summons as my own progress is important as the project, but since that thing is coming, everything has changed. The responsibilities on the project increased by tens of times in an instant with this news. Now there will be more pressure from the council and even more from the people, especially grandmasters and high grandmasters, all of them wanting to reach the absolute peak of high grandmaster before that thing appears, as in that thing they will find a way to reach the grand lord class. That thing is so powerful that in the 6,000 years, we have gained half of our grand lords through that thing. Did grand lords say when it will make an appearance? I asked, to which he shook his head. No, they said it will appear within 3 months to 1.5 years, he replied, to which I nodded. No wonder they sent me a bodyguard. I had been offered a bodyguard many times, but I rejected, and the council did not force considering I had to grow myself, face all the dangers, and improve, but this time they were not willing to take the chance. Lord Yazdi, Lord Remus, I am a little tired. I am going to rest in my quarters, I said and got up. As I reached the door, I stopped and turned back toward them. Lord Remus, we will resume your treatment tomorrow, and Lord Yazdi, congratulations, your name has moved up in the last. You have officially become a subject of the project, I said and walked out of the central command, leaving them shocked. You are not trying to kill me, are you? I have heard how dangerous those luminescent pools are, and now you want me to enter a high grandmaster class luminescent pool, she asked, bearing an expression of outrage on her face. You will be fine. Use those 2 things before entering within an hour. You will gain the amazing benefits, I said, waving her concerns away. You know, I have seen the videos of the luminescent pool, and I don't think even my diamond skin would be able to protect me if I entered the high grandmaster class luminescent pool, she said uncertainly. Why don't I try the grandmaster one first? Since you know I am a grandmaster, she asked, to which I shook my head. Those will be useless to you. Just enter the pool with those things, and you will be safe, I said. Fine, since it is you saying it, I will accept, but if I sense the slightest danger to my life, I am going to jump out of that pool, she said and flew toward the castle gates. Good luck, I called out, and to that she waved before flying out the gates. She's going on a dangerous mission. From what I have read, Region 6 is a dangerous place. Even Lord Yazdi, with all his strength, nearly died there, and Rhea, as she had said, is still a grandmaster. She will be fine, I tell myself. Rhea is powerful, and with defenses, even a high grandmaster would find it hard to kill her, not to mention she is DD her monster. From the reports I have read, the monster also seemed to gain the benefits from her bloodline and is no weaker than her. I watched her till her silhouette disappeared before going back to the castle. There were things I had to do and much less time. While I slept last night, my clone had read every little information I had on that thing, and it is a lot. It is useful, also useless. There is something that remained the same, but many things changed, especially the dangers. A lot of people died inside it, even grand lords. It is morning, and I have 3 hours before I have to leave for Region 3. Now that it had become clear that things would appear, the resources have become even more important, as the project is going to burn through them. I have already sent the updated missive earlier to the team. Before, we have been a little careful with the resources, but now I have asked them to burn through them. There is no need to worry about anything else other than advancing the subject. This also means I will have to cut my trip short, but I still have 2 weeks, which I think would be enough, before I go to another battlefield in search of the data. Click. A few minutes later, I walked into the hall where Lord Yazdi and Lord Remus were already waiting for me. Let's start, I said with a smile that made Lord Yazdi visibly shudder. I only have 3 hours, which means I am not going to hold back. I am usually a little considerate of the High Grandmaster, but now I don't really have time. It is enough for today. We will continue tomorrow with another treatment. I looked at 2 High Grandmasters who had collapsed in different places. Both of them have gone through different treatments which are suitable for them, but the pain they have felt is nearly the same. We have to leave for Region 3. Be ready in 20 minutes, Grandmaster Remus, I said and walked out of the hall. I quickly went to my room and brought out the delicious lunch my clone had cooked and began to eat with Nero. Ashlyn had gone out in the morning. Father, you have to let me out today, you have promised, Nero said as he finished with his plate. I will even help in finding those luminescent pools. I don't think they are much of the challenge for me, he added before I could say anything. Nero is becoming too smart for his age. He knows my weaknesses and says the right thing at the right time. Since I had promised you, I will follow it, I said and lifted my plate to wash. A minute later, I am ready to go out. You don't have to go inside, you can stay on my shoulder, I said to Nero when he was about to go into the core. Hearing that, Nero's eyes exploded with happiness, and he jumped on my shoulder. I have been revealing Nero now and then, increased his appearances more in the 2 months. I have been keeping him inside too long. He needs to see the outside world more. There is no need, I said and petted his head before walking out of my quarter, only to find Lord Remus waiting outside my door. A look of surprise appeared in his eyes as he looked Nero on my shoulder. Lord Remus, it seemed like you're taking your bodyguard duties quite seriously, I said, to which he smiled. It is my duty and honor that I have got the job of protecting you, Lord Tsar, he said after a second of silence. I did not say anything to that, and instead I took out the white disc from my storage and placed it on the center of his chest. Buzz, the dick buzzed and formation began to come out of it, and a minute later, the formation covered him completely before transforming into the gray armor of stone and metal. This, he asked. Grims do not need to know there is a high grandmaster beside me. I would like to fight them myself, and you would help me when I had asked you to. I said, as you wish, Lord Tsar, he said. It is not a protective armor, but something that would actually hide his true aura through this armor. He would be able to pose as the Grandmaster, and even a high Grandmaster wouldn't be able to sense his true power unless he revealed it. With this finished, we walked out of the castle, and the team was already waiting for us. Our destination today is also Region 3. We are going a little deeper than yesterday, toward the red dust hills, I said, and the golden lines began to come out of me, and soon the shuttle was formed and they got in. Boom! With the loud boom, the shuttle entered the air, and its speed increased even further in the air. Nero, who was on my shoulder, jumped on the dashboard and looked around with his shining eyes. He is so cute, said the young master named Jennifer. From behind, she tried to control her voice, but with our senses, everyone heard her loud and clear, including Nero. Nero slowly turned toward the master, and before she could process what was happening, she found Nero in her lap. It shocked her and scared her, but soon she calmed down. Do you want me to pet you? She asked, seeing Nero nudging at her hands, to which he nodded, and she hesitantly began to pet him while casting a sneaky glance toward me. I did not say anything, even happy seeing he was interacting with others. Note the privilege now has 50 off. This bastard, I cursed it in my mind just a few minutes ago. I was happy that Nero was interacting, but now he is exacting the pleasure from the buxom of countless girls. Seeing his face squeezed between the buxom of girls, I wanted to drag him back into the core and never let him out. I am not the only one who is mad at him. Nearly all the men sitting are. They also wanted to pet him and cuddle him, but he did not go toward them. He only jumped from the lap of one woman to another, and the thing is, every woman wanted it. Even old and stoic like Roya couldn't help but pet him. Thud, thud, thud. 3 hours and 19 minutes passed when I activated the shuttle, and everybody landed on the red dust hills. It looked like, as its name says, it is a red color hill that had luminescent red dust flying around it. The strange thing about the dust is that it never flew away from the hill. It always remained around it, covering it like a blanket, never scattering away. Not big fast wind is. We don't know much about it before us. Only 2 people have come here. One was a high grandmaster a few decades ago, and the other was Lord Yazdi. Both of them did not spend more than a few minutes here. This place was chosen by me due to the particular type of resources that this hill produces. I was quite surprised when my clone examined the resources from this place, as all of them contain a special type of herbal energy, which I really like. 60 of plants from this place would be used in the project, which is absolutely shocking considering we use not even 5 of resources that came from other places. I want to investigate it, and it is a good thing I have a great partner for that, who finally came back on my shoulder after taking all the pleasures of mortal life. I have divided this place into areas, and each area had been assigned to you for harvesting the resources, I said as I tapped the few buttons on my holowatch, and their holowatches lit up. Go, I hope we will be able to harvest the resources from this place by night, I added, and they scattered immediately, except for Lord Remus. Lord Tsar, I don't think we will be able to harvest by night. It will take the whole night, even a morning tomorrow, he said, and I smiled at that. If we did not face any obstruction, we would be finished by midnight, I said with a smile, and 100 strings released from me. And a few seconds later, he saw the resources around him disappearing rapidly. That by the end of the minute, no resources remained in the 300-meter diameter around me. Yesterday, I harvested as many resources as all the people I had brought. The strings made such things too convenient. Your methods are really out of common sense, he said with a shake of his head and walked away toward the area I had assigned to him. Since he came here, he has had to contribute. As for bodyguarding, he could do that for distance with his power. It would need him bare seconds to reach me, and I have enough confidence that I could stall any danger for at least a few seconds before he arrives. You go play around if possible. Find me some luminescent pools, I said to Nero. I will not disappoint you, father, he said and hopped out of my shoulder excitedly and disappeared into the hills. I couldn't help but shake my head seeing that before I walked away while my strings stretched around me, harvesting the resources. The harvest is not simple since these plants are high level. They require a unique method to harvest. Thankfully, my strings are versatile. They could envelop the trees, morph into the formation, or even create a small domain around the plant. Harvesting is not a challenge. The real challenge is controlling hundreds of different strings and doing hundreds of different things. It is very strainful that even now, I am feeling a headache and sometimes end up destroying a plant, but it is a price well worth for such amazing harvest speed. The harvesting could be more efficient if I handed control of my strings to my clone, but I did not, as my clone has 100 different things to do, and using it to harvest would be such a waste since it is a thing I am capable of doing myself. It had been a few minutes, and I had begun harvesting when suddenly, I sensed something and immediately extended my string toward the star 22, who had just now been hit by a high Grandmaster class luminescent burst. It had taken all the energy to contain in the seed, which is fine considering no harm had come to the host. Though it would have happened yesterday, he would lie on the ground, with dangerous pores appearing all over his body. Yesterday, I collected enough data about the luminescent that I have modified my seeds, and now they are better equipped to deal with, even could take high Grandmaster class luminescent burst as it did now. My string reached him and pieced into his body without him knowing and began to charge the seed, which had lost nearly all its power while it was happening. I continued to harvest, and half a minute later, the string finished charging. It came back and resumed harvesting. Time passed, and I became happier and happier as more and more resources began to pile inside me. They are going to help the project tremendously, especially now when we have started to burn them with careless abandon. In the missive I sent to the team, I have removed the restrictions on the D-class treatments. The D-class treatments consume a lot of resources, but provide only a quarter of the benefits compared to C-class treatments, and we did not use them unless we had no choice due to their consumption of resources. Now with that thing coming, progress is the only thing that matters, not the price we are willing to pay for it. The donations and the resources coming from the ruins wouldn't be enough to sustain us, and I really hoped that the Grand Lords would be able to enforce the Hawthorne Protocol, which they have activated. Everything is good except for one thing. The Grims, unlike yesterday, there are no Grims at the seeing distance. Though Ashlyn had detected them near me, I did not hide the aura of the shuttle when I came. I really hoped the Grim come for a fight. If it did not, then I am going at it when I finish harvesting, because this is the thing for which I came to this ruin, and my battle yesterday with Bloodfair Hyaenaman has already provided me with a huge amount of data. The 12-arm move has been much more efficient than I had thought, and now I have to quickly become good enough at controlling them that I would be able to use the mountain-cleaving style through them. Just imaging the power I could project when all 12 arms using those moves couldn't help but shake me with excitement. Monster integration, father, I have found it, said Nero. It took him 16 minutes for Nero to find the luminescent pool, and I wish I could say I was surprised. The moment, a few seconds later, after harvesting the resources I was harvesting, I moved and soon reached the place where he had found the luminescent pool, and Nero was kind enough to move the earth around, giving the simple access to the pool. Good job, Nero, I said and petted him before turning to the luminescent pool. It is the master-grade luminescent pool like yesterday, but bigger. It would be enough for 5 people. Hartford, Gavi, come to me. I called the 2 people who were not able to enter the pool yesterday. I have found a luminescent pool. Those who are interested in entering could come, I said, and a few seconds later, a clear surprise couldn't help but appear on my face. People are coming, lots of them yesterday, only 5 people had, and now there are 27 are coming, some even had appeared beside me. The increase in number is not surprising. I was sure those 3 have sat in the pool would discuss the benefits they have got with their peers. If they know they are going to receive the concrete benefits, they would be willing to bear even a torturous pain. A minute later, 30 people gathered around the pool. 3 more decided to come at the last minute. The one that surprised me most by their presence is Irvin. He is the one who had found the luminescent pool yesterday, but did not enter inside when I gave him to opportunity. Hartford, Gavi, James, Kai, and Renat, step forward, I said, and 5 people stepped forward and deactivated their armors with me asking. As they appeared, small red balls appeared in my hand and flew toward them before touching their forehead. The moment the melted and red liquid began to spread over their bodies, and within 40 seconds, it had covered them whole. The moment the solution covered them fully, a blue formation materialized over it. This is something I created yesterday after I got data from the 3 subjects. These are much cheaper and more efficient than the bark solution I used yesterday. 4 of you, enter inside, I said before turning to Red who were watching. All of you go back to your area. We have a lot of resources to harvest, and don't worry when I find another luminescent pool. I will call you, I said, and with my order they left, albeit unwillingly. I did not stay there much longer either. I watched them for a couple of seconds before I walked away. There is no need for me to stay with them. The formation is automatic, and if some problem does appear, I will be able to deal with it with my seed. I resumed the harvested and continued for 12 minutes before Nero found another luminescent pool, a much smaller one with only a capacity of 2. That was just beginning, as the next hour he found 4 more. making 6 within little more than an hour. All the pools were master class and have a capacity of 2 to 9 people now. Half of the masters are sitting in a luminescent pool. The speed at which Nero finds the luminescent pool is shocking. If he continued finding them at such speed, then in less than 2 hours, all the masters would be in the luminescent pool. The luminescent pools are not easy to find, but Nero is finding them at an amazing speed. Each one of them is tens of miles away from the other, but despite that, he is not having a problem finding them and even enjoying the process immensely. Still, all the pools he had found were master grade. There was not a single Grandmaster luminescent pool in them. They are extremely rare, so rare that we have only found one so far, and that is in Region 7, the same region. We have a high Grandmaster class luminescent pool. Those regions are extremely dangerous, filled with dense luminescent energy. Grandmaster Yazdi had informed me that in Region 6 and 7, one is constantly being attacked by high Grandmaster burst every few seconds, and the monsters there are extremely powerful, that he is barely able to survive when he went to explore there. Still, he sent Rhea there, and it is not like he is cruel, but it is a requirement, and she has all the abilities to comparable to survive there. Those diamond abilities of hers are not just for defense, they are capable of much more. What I want to say is that it will be quite hard to find the Grandmaster class luminescent pole here. From what I am able to observe, to form the luminescent pool, a flux of dense energies require, and that should form over a special type of plant, which helps it ferment over the period of years. If I am not wrong, then at least a decade is required to form a master-class luminescent pool, and as for the time required for Grandmaster and High Grandmaster classes, I have no idea, but it should be more, a lot more. 2 hours passed, and now all 42 masters have either taken the benefits of the luminescent pools or taken it currently. Even those who were horrified by that flesh-melting video of the luminescent pool decided to step into it and get the benefits. It is a good thing I have prepared those balls in the excess that now every master is able to enjoy the amazing benefits of a luminescent pool. Soon, it's evening, and now all the masters who have gained the benefits of the luminescent pool are harvesting the resources in earnest. I have even let them practice their strength by allowing a few master-class monsters to come in and fight with them. Today, too, there are no high Grandmaster monsters for me to fight, as Ashlyn had dealt with them. And now I am jealously watching my enemy fighting against the monster, from Ashlyn's eyes, who is flying over the Grim undetected. This Grim monster is someone who is not in our database. It had never appeared before, but is extremely strong as Bloodfire Hyaenamen, whom I had fought yesterday, possessing many unique abilities, most importantly having a powerful bloodline. If I am able to swallow its bloodline, I will gain a huge boost, but it will not be easy. This bastard is strong and just as tricky to deal with as Hyaenamen. Still, I want to fight it, and I will just as I finish harvesting and seeing it has already formed the camp, it will not be leaving. So I could take my sweet time in harvesting the resources before I go fight against it. I only watched the battle for a few minutes before handing it to my clone, and I focused on harvesting the resources. My string moved fast as if wanting to finish this job as possible before moving for the real target for which they had been created, and I couldn't agree more with that. Still, despite my working hard, it took me near midnight to finish the harvest, and now it is time to have a battle that I very much deserve. Monster integration, Lord Remus, I will be leaving for the battle, I said as I flew into the sky before shooting toward the Grim. The Grim is a little far and it would take me some time, but I don't mind. It is a good thing the shockwaves and residual energy of battle wouldn't be able to reach the humans, and now that there is Nero, I have to be worried about the safety of the humans. Lord Remus, which I had thought stay and protect humans, did not seem to be doing that. He was following behind me. I did not say anything as I didn't think that would be any useful. He is sent here to guard me, and he will do that no matter what I say to him. Soon, I reached near my enemy, and it flew out of the camp. I had not hidden my aura as it would not be any use. It's not like I could assassinate it. I would have if I had the strength, but I did not even with all my stealth abilities. It will sense me the moment I entered 100-meter radius of it, or even sooner. Hello, new friend, I said to Blue-Horned Goatman, which had blue veiny armor made of ice covering every part of its body. Zar, it said simply, and an axe appeared in its hand. You know, it is good to introduce yourself when you are unknown, I said with a smile before there was no reaction from it. Its expressions remained unchanged. Well, it seemed like I will have to note you down as Ugly Ice Goat, I said, and even made a gesture of writing. Blade Storm of Iker. The Blue-Horned Goatman said, and the terrifying aura erupted out of its body and formed a clear bloodline phantom of Ice Blue Goatman, which disappeared inside it a moment later, and at the same time, thousands of huge ice blades materialized from behind it. You know, I was just joking. You do not need to get so serious for such simple words, I said and pushed my hands forward defensively. Die, it said. Tens of thousands of powerful ice blades came at me with incredible speed. This attack is not only fast but also powerful. As powerful as the last attack of Hyaenamen before, I was forced to summon my shields. First burst plus second burst plus third burst, 12 arms. I activated all 3 of my boosts and harnessed all their strength, and also the 12 arms came out of me, each one holding a different weapon. Since you want to fight, I will give you the fight, I said and pushed my lance forward toward the ice blade that came at me. These ice blades are as thick as mine and twice in length, and each possesses an aura powerful enough to crush the army. I have to be careful of them. If a couple of them hit me, then it would be a game over for me. Bang, my lance struck against the first blade, and it exploded into thousands of pieces and came at me. I did not make any movement to stop instead. I moved my lance and other weapons toward the thousands of lances which are coming from behind. Bang, bang, bang. First, the lance was just the beginning. A fraction of seconds later, my weapons clashed against the tens of ice blades, and all of them had exploded into tiny sharp pieces and came at me. Finally, the first layer of the broken pieces touched me, and to my great surprise, instead of striking me hard, these pieces turned into puff as they touched me, and their extremely cold bloodline energy drilled inside my armor en masse. The sudden intake of this powerful ice elemental bloodline energy was so powerful that I felt freezing. Every part of me started to become cold, but the very next moment, a couple of formations activated inside me and began to release the heat. I have learned a lot from yesterday's battle at the stage where the Grim is. Its energy did not need to touch me to affect me yesterday. The Hyaenamen's aura was enough to make my blood heat, and when it entered inside me, it had made it steaming hot. My clone had worked hard and created the formation to ward off such effects. Bang, bang, bang. My weapons moved at an extremely fast speed, not letting in even a single ice blade close to me, but the fracture pieces of it were coming inside me, and this energy was huge, and with every ice blade destroyed, it increased rapidly. Thankfully, if I am good at anything, it would be dealing with energy. Even if it is coming at a huge amount, I am dealing with it. My armor kept absorbing and getting stronger, and those it could not absorb were getting quickly refined and sent to my runes, which are more than happy to consume it all. Bang! Finally, the last ice blade came, and it was destroyed by my rapier, and a moment later my armor absorbed it. "Hugh, that was one scary attack," I said as I placed my hand on my rapidly beating heart. "You survived," it stated without change in its frozen expressions. "I had to use all my strength to do that," I replied to its statement. "You are not going to survive the next one," it said, and its eyes radiated in blinding blue light, and once again, the bloodline phantom appeared behind before disappearing inside it, and the aura that came out of its body was so powerful that I felt as if my soul had frozen away. 9 chains goat heads, it said in a hollowed voice, and the very next moment, 9 huge goat heads materialize in front of it. These 9 goats' heads are huge. Each one is about 5 meters tall and frozen blue, and has chains of ice attached to their heads whose ends have it held in their hand. "Freeze to death, human," it said, and to shock, I found the goats moved at such speed that they surrounded me in an instant from all directions, just like the snakes of Hyaenamen did, but goat heads are far more powerful than those snakes. The 9 goat heads bleated loudly in ghostly voice and spewed out the torrent of thick icy mist at me. The mist is powerful, far more powerful than I had thought it would be, so much that even Lord Remus caught in the mist, he would be frozen to death, much less me. This is why he is calling me, wanting to come to help me, but I stopped him, saying everything was under my control, and it is, despite this being likely, its most powerful attack. The frozen mist came at me, and before it could stick me, it stopped by my shields, which had become visible. My shields lighted up as powerful mist hit them for a few seconds. My shields begin to shake, but I am not worried. The attack is powerful, but not enough to break through my shields. Note the privilege now has 50 off. Good job, I will soon come and see what you have found, I said to Nero before turning back to the mist. That 9 goat heads are still spewing out at my shields, which are shaking under its pressure. I did not do anything except for keeping an eye on the bastard, which had not moved from its spot since the battle had begun. Just like Hyaenamen, it had maintained the distance, and I was sure if I had moved toward it, it would retreat. It also had a powerful invisible cover surrounding it. If I were to describe them, then I would say they are the icy rings. There are 18 of them, and they zip around it at an extremely fast speed, so fast that whenever my strings tried to move at its body, it would repel them. This is the advantage of the power it has. If we are of equal strength, then my strings would have pierced through that defense. Even now, my strings are powerful enough to hold even if they bind 25 of it. I have confidence that I will be able to kill it, but currently it is a great challenge. More than 1.5 minutes had passed when finally, the goat heads stopped spewing the icy mist and closed their horrific mouth. I am sure these goat heads are not just for spewing icy energy. I have seen their teeth, and they would easily be able to chomp me into the pieces. As the mist disappeared, my shields too, and now we are just staring at each other with its frozen expressions while I with my smile. "So do you have anything else?" I asked with a smile. It did not reply. It just continued looking at me before it turned and flew down toward the camp. While doing that, it increased the power and the range of defensive method, fearing I might attack them with my strings. I watched it till it had touched down on the camp before turning back and flying away. I really wish I could burn down the whole camp and the Grim with it after such a disappointing battle. I wanted to have greater time fighting with my 12 arms, but the bastard only gave me one chance before launching that powerful attack against which I could only defend. Thud, a few minutes passed, and I landed back in the red dust hills, and a moment later, Lord Remus appeared beside me. It was an incredible battle. Lord Tsar, Lord Remus, to a mirthless smile, couldn't help but appear on my face. What was incredible about it, I had only defended against its only one attack before I had to summon my shield and hide like a turtle, I replied. He smiled at that. While killing the enemy is important, which is more important is surviving, as there will be many chances to kill the enemy in the future. While there is only one life, said the old man, and I couldn't help but nod at that. Yes, there will be a time when I will kill the bastard, I said before walking toward the Nero. We are not leaving, I asked Lord Remus as she followed beside me. No, Nero had found something, and we are going to check it out, I said. I had not hidden the fact that it was Nero that was helping me find the luminescence pool. I have now become powerful enough that I do not need to hide every ability of my monster. Soon we reach a place where Nero is quietly sitting on the stone before a tunnel, which I am sure has been created by him. I had asked him what he had been found, but he did not tell me. We appeared by the tunnel, Nero jumped on my shoulder, and we walked into the tunnel silently. There is a natural tunnel a few 200 meters down, and it is quite deep, said Lord Remus while casting a deep look at Nero. Then we will see what it has, I said without stopping. What about our people? He asked worriedly. They will be fine, I said. He looked at me for a second before following. Ashlyn is flying above. If any dangerous monsters attack, she will be able to handle it. She will be fine, even if Grim attacked. Soon, we reached the natural tunnel made of jagged stone. We did not stop and continued going down, crossing tens of meters each second. Are you sensing the energy? I asked Lord Remus. It is luminescent energy, but of different flavor compared to what is in the environment and in luminescent pools, he said and nodded at that, as I had sensed the same things. It also seemed to contain inherent heaviness, I said, and increased the defenses of my armor. This energy is different but also very dangerous. I want to be as protected as possible, unless we come across unforeseen. Though I do not think we would, or if we did, it would be manageable otherwise. Nero would have informed me about it already. Finally, we have reached the place which seemed like the end of the cavern. The energy here is exceptionally dense and heavy that it feels like we are in the high-gravity environment. The pressure of energy is fine. What concerns is the power of energy, which is really something else. I don't think even those newly advanced high grandmasters would be able to bear this energy, said Grandmaster Remus as he activated his defensive methods around him. My armor also became thicker and bigger as I created the extra layer of armor while Nero went inside me. He is fine, and that is why I have sent him back to the core. I do not want to reveal too much of Nero's abilities in front of this old man, who I am sure would report everything back to the pyramid. Let's enter inside, I said, and stepped inside in what seemed like a cavern, and the things I saw inside couldn't help but stump me. I saw a cavern full of rocks of all colors which are shining like a bright bulb. Here it is so bright that even Grandmaster couldn't be able to see anything other than the shining rocks. Even I had to modify elements of my abilities to see beneath the light. The shining rocks are nothing rare. The whole ruin is filled with these things. Any rock of this ruin would give a shine, but all the rocks I have seen never gave out such blinding shine, which is filled with power and heaviness. One does not need to be a genius to know these rocks are special. My abilities have already told me that these rocks contain far denser luminescent energies than the luminescent pool, and the nature of this energy is also much different than the common luminescent energy and the one that is found in pools. I adjusted my defensive measure before walking a little inside and crouched down to pick the piece of shining rock. The moment I picked it up, I couldn't help but become surprised. Lord Tsar, do you know what these shining stones are? I asked Lord Remus, to which I shook my head and turned my eyes back to the little shining stone in my hand. Lord Remus, be careful when you touch these stones. The dangerous energy inside them wants to drill inside you the moment you touch them. I warned him when I saw him moving to pick the stone from the ground. This stone is heavier than one could imagine. Just a tiny piece the size of my thumbnail weighed more than 100 kilograms. And the thing is, it is not a rock but concentrated energy which had been solidified. This whole cavern is filled with these rocks. There are hills of them here, and I do not have a damn idea what they do. Though one thing is clear, they are valuable. This immensely dense energy is definitely valuable, and I am going to find out its value. I am sure with enough experiments I will be able to figure out what it does, which immensely for its value. Damn, Lord Ray's cursed behind me as he picked up a rock similar size to the one in my hand. Its energy seemed to have stung him, but he did not throw it away. Instead, he created the isolation shield around the rock, which seemed to have calmed the enemies of the rock. These things are nasty, he said, but he observed it for a while before putting it in a crystal box. I also handed the stone to my clone for the experiments and walked inside the cavern while spreading sound sense around. The range is only a few hundred meters, which is still better than nothing. The normal soul sense did not work here. The energies here eat that away. Which is another interesting thing I have noticed about energy. It affects soul energy hard, while the regular soul energy also affects the soul energy, but not this much. It is too aggressive toward the soul, and not just the soul, but other things too. My clone had just performed some experiments and found it aggressive toward the flesh, as well as toward the soul. It is not just that it is aggressive toward everything. About half an hour passed when I turned to Lord Remus. This energy is the reason why the resources on the Red Dust Hill are so different, I said to him. This energy is too destructive. It should have destroyed everything, he asked. I smiled at that. Adaptability, Lord Remus. The plants above got used to this energy, and they are not getting this directly. It is being purified by the rocks and soul and other things before reaching the plants in a tiny amount, I explained. I have already expected that much when I have seen the rocks, but after some looking around, I found out my guess is true. Now I want to see where this energy is coming from. I could tell it is coming from the ground, but I could not tell how and what from, and my soul sense has a hard time going deeper than a few meters as floor, itself made of the shining rock. I might not be able to find out the due density of this energy, but I want to try. It will be interesting if I am able to find a source of this energy. It will help me in determining the use of this energy. I am tuning my soul sense to this energy, and slowly, I am able to seep it further into the ground. My soul senses have already crossed the 10 meters, and the distance is increasing by minutes. I just hope I will be able to seep my soul sense a few hundred meters deep, which might be able to provide me with some answers. Nearly an hour passed, and my soul sense had reached a little over 100 meters deep when I had made a breakthrough in tuning. As I did it, a change occurred. The resistance I was feeling with the energy vanished. I did not waste any time and pushed my soul to sense deeper fast. This breakthrough came with the cost. I am burning a large amount of rule-bending power by the second, so I have almost half a minute to look for a source before I have to call back my soul sense. Gasp. 10 seconds, 15 seconds, 20 seconds. At 22 seconds, when my soul sensed I had reached nearly 8 miles down, when I saw something shocking before I had cut my soul sense down. The thing down there had sensed me. Lord Czar, are you all right? He asked as I crouched down weakly. I am fine, I replied a moment later and got up, taking a deep breath. Cutting soul sense had cost me, but I will heal from it in an hour. My clone had already activated soul healing formation, and I increased the tempo of the soul cleansing method, which I am constantly circulating, even in my sleep. Were you able to find something? Asked Lord Remus when I was finally able to calm myself. Yes, but it is not something we can deal with, I said. We have stayed here enough. Let us collect some samples and leave, I said before he could inquire further. I might have answered the question he had in his mind if I had known the answer myself. I was only able to see it for a moment before being forced to cut my soul sense. Though what I saw is recorded, I will study it, as it is one of the most amazing things I have ever seen. It has made a deep impact on my mind, and I have already decided it is one of the things I will investigate deeply when I reach the Grandmaster class. I feel like at that time I will be able to look at it more clearly. It took us a few minutes to collect the samples before we walked toward the exit. Once we reached the exit, it took us a couple of seconds to reach outside. Has anything happened while we are out? I asked when I reached the group. All of them have already gathered and waiting for us worriedly. This area is extremely dangerous. Even grandmasters here are chickens waiting to slaughter. In this ruin, they barely have any power and are just glorified herb pickers. Yes, not far from here, 2 huge grandmaster-class birds fought. Joan gave short detail of the battle, and I listened even though I knew what had happened. A grandmaster-class bird arrived not long after we entered the cavern, but Ashlyn fought it and burned it to the ashes. The only thing that bird had survived was its core. We are finished here, let go, I said after I calmed them with my few words. Boom. A minute later, the shuttle took the air, and Nero once again came out of me and jumped into the embrace of heaven. I did not say anything to him. These people need something to focus on after what they have experienced. Note the privilege now has 50 off. Lady Yui, increase the flow of your energy. Lord Yazdi continues pouring the energy, I said as I increased the flow of energy. We 3 High Grandmaster are sitting on the triangular formation, and in the center of it is a Grandmaster, who is floating in mid-air while her body is completely covered 5-inch thick black substance, and on it is a dense formation. The Grandmaster's name is Vera Candence, a peak Grandmaster. She was not on the list of breakthrough candidates for this month or the next 6 months. I barely started on her, and she would have needed at least 1 year to 1.5 years before she had a chance to break through into the High Grandmaster class. Things changed during a mission a few days ago. She had come across a wonderful opportunity in the ruin that had changed things. So when I read her data from the new seeds that the team had sent, I immediately devised the method to fill the gaps she had with an insanely expensive treatment, which her organization was more than happy to pay for. Now, with this treatment, she will be completely ready to make a breakthrough into the High Grandmaster class. Pyramid wants High Grandmasters, no matter the price they have to pay to make them. I have received a letter from the Councils of 9 Supremes saying they are willing to give me separate access to resources other than normal donations, as long as I help their member to advance into the High Grandmaster class. The conditions are agreeable. Considering the Supremes are not holding back on their general donation, it is a win-win for both the project and Supremes. It is giving an undue advantage to Supremes, but I could do nothing about it. I could slow down a little to give the other organizations more advantage, but now with that thing appearing, my hands have also tied up to anything. Now, if they want to compete, then they will have opened their treasuries and provide us resources. So we will not slow down because of resources. The letters from the team had already said that some organizations have also started opening their treasuries, and with time, more would join because they do not have any other choice. We are their only hope. Crack, crack, crack. More than an hour passed when I and 2 High Grandmasters removed their hands from the formations. The black block also gently landed on the ground. Cracks began to appear on it, and its pieces began to fall down before a figure of Grandmaster Vera revealed itself through it. You only need to go through 2 more treatments prepared by the director on the mainland, and you will be ready to make a breakthrough into High Grandmaster, I said, and hearing that the women's eyes couldn't help but light up brightly. Though I would suggest waiting, you have a good chance of creating a bloodline core. If you worked hard and got a few more lucky chances, you might form it within a year, I suggested, which surprised her and both High Grandmasters. I have looked at her bloodline, and it is nearly ready to form the core. The opportunity she got in the ruin is pretty fantastic. I have compared her old metaphysical with the new one, and the advancement her bloodline made in a single month could be said to be shocking. She would have needed years to make such great advancement. Core, it is one of the great regrets I have, said Lady Yui with a sigh. Me too at our level. It is very hard to create a core than it is at Master or even Grandmaster class, added Lord Yazzie with a tone of regret. I did not say anything as what they said was right. Once you reach the High Grandmaster class, it becomes very hard to create the core. Well, our future is not dead. We have that thing. I just hope Grandmaster Czar will make us completely ready to take every opportunity from that thing, said Lady Yui as she turned me with her twinkling eyes. I will try my hardest, Lady Yui. Lord Yazdi, I said, and we walked out of the hall. It is morning, and I will be leaving with Lady Yui in an hour. She had come 2 days ago, replacing Lord Remus. It is I who had asked for the replacement. I did not have any complaints about him, but I have finished with his treatment, and it would be a more efficient use of me to send another High Grandmaster to receive the treatments. I like Grandmaster Yui. She is fun, and unlike most High Grandmasters, she is not old. She is about the professor's age and fun to be with. Suddenly a surprise couldn't help but appear on my face, and about a minute later, Lord Yazdi's holo watch lit up. Grandmaster Ria returned earlier than I had imagined, he said, and we flashed toward the command, and a few seconds later, we appeared. It took a little more than a minute before the silhouette of Ria appeared in front of our eyes and got bigger and bigger every moment. Interesting, I said as my clone began to read the data that my seed inside her began sensing, and it was very interesting, more than I thought it would be, especially about the luminescent pool. The luminescent pool of High Grandmaster class is different than I had imagined, and the benefits are also different. Thud, Ria landed on the central command, and looking at her face, she seemed quite tired, though her tired eyes flashed when she saw Lady Yui, who smiled at her. Grandmaster Ria, I am glad you have arrived safe and sound, said Lord Yazdi. You came early. Weren't your missions supposed to last for about 2 weeks? I asked directly. I do not have to be polite with my words. Her expression turned serious when she heard my question. I have come across something which is beyond my level, she said, and hearing that, all our expressions became serious. What is it? Asked Lord Yazdi, to which she shook her head. I don't know, but it seemed to be a vestige, and when I got close to it, my bloodline began to react, she said, and tapped on her holowatch, and soon a couple of images began to appear in front of us. The most prominent of all these images is a huge door made of bones. It looked like the door was weaved from the thousands of intersecting bones. Just looking at it gave me a gloomy feeling. Have you entered inside? Asked Lady Yui, to which Ria shook her head. No, the danger I felt there shook my soul, but that place definitely had something that would immensely benefit my bloodline, she said with a look of anticipation and fear. Well, it changes things, I said, and Lord Yazdi nodded. It seems like you will have to cancel your plans for Region 3, Grandmaster Czar, he said, and all I could do was smile. Grandmaster Czar, I would still think you shouldn't go there even with Lady Yui. It is too dangerous, said Lord Yazdi with a deep conflict appearing in his eyes. I couldn't help but pity him. He couldn't stop me, and neither the council had put any restrictions on my movements, but it was very clear that if anything happened to me, he was going to face a lot of heat. You are worrying too much, Lord Yazdi. I will be fine, especially with Lady Yui here to protect me, I said. Grandmaster Czar is right, you are worrying too much, Kaz, it will be dangerous without a doubt, but these are the things which will help us grow and advance, she said. Fine, but please protect him. If something happens to him, the council and the Grand Lords are going to have our hide, he requests. Lord Czar does not need my protection with his defensive abilities, but if some danger does befall on him, it will be me who is going to face it first, she said, and he nodded. Soon discussion moved to important things, analyzing the data that Rhea had provided about the vestige and routes there. She had left a few minutes ago to rest. She had not taken a minute of rest since she left the region and faced multiple dangers. She needs rest, especially now she is going back with us to region us. Lord Yazdi had suggested she should stay, but she nearly exploded. If he hadn't been a high grandmaster, she had fear and respect for his level. She would have definitely beaten that person up. We discussed and planned while my clone inside looked at footage my seed had captured, which is 100 times better, as there are many things cameras are unable to capture, while seed not only captures the visual, but it also copies the aura and other things. This likely vestige is going to be very dangerous. That weaved bone door had a faint script that cameras did not capture, and looking at the reaction from the soul and body, they are residual fluctuations of law. Rhea did not seem to understand what they were, as her brain reaction was not intense. If she had, she wouldn't have gone near touching distance of that door even with all her power. She's still a grandmaster, and this is a danger that someone like me with the power of a powerful high grandmaster has the ability to deal. We discussed for an hour before Lady Yui and I went back to our quarters. Ashlyn is already toward Region 6, and with her speed, it won't take long before she reaches there. Region 6 is dangerous, but Ashlyn is capable of handling most of the dangers that come her way, not to mention, she possesses superb stealth abilities and could be able to hide from any monster. She flew a few hundred meters above the Grims, and they were never able to sense her. Even I was surprised seeing that, as those were not common Grims, they were powerful high grandmaster powerhouses. Soon, I reached my questions and lay down on the sofa. I had 2 hours, and I was not going to waste them. There is a high amount of work that piles up on me, and I would like to finish some of it in the 6 hours inside my core. Before I knew it, 6 hours had passed by, and I stopped working on my inheritance and went to the cooking station, which is a big market-style building that has all the cooking materials from rare and famous spices to thousands of types of meat, fruits, and vegetable. I don't think anyone had such a big personal collection as I. Many of the things, such as spices, are very rare, and I even have the meat of Grand Lord-class monsters, half of which had been provided by Lady Vivian. She had been ruin hopping a lot, it is the name of missions, but she is doing that for her sister, who needs extremely rare resources. It is so rare that her hopping many Grand Lord ruins, but it will still be quite difficult to find the resources we need for Lady Hera. Everyone has been trying, but as I had said, it is not easy to find them. We barely find a few in each millennium. I moved around with the cart, selecting the things I needed. It is becoming a part of the ritual, and like cooking, it relaxes me from deep within and makes me forget all responsibilities and work I have. In a few minutes, I selected materials for the dishes I wanted to cook before going back to a kitchen counter, which is an extremely high grade. It is also a gift, though not from Grand Lord or even a high grandmaster. It was from my mentee, Ida. She had found it in ruins and gave it to me, seeing how much I love cooking. It is in very good condition and helps me cook some of the complex dishes. It took me around an hour to cook all the dishes. I gave Nero his food before bringing back the dishes outside. I had asked Nero to wait and eat with us, but he wasn't willing to wait since I had cooked his favorite dish. Click. I had just set the table when the door of my quarters opened, and Rhea walked inside. "It smells good," she said, and immediately appeared on the chair, and a moment later, a cute diamond panda appeared on a seat beside her. She did not reveal DD in front of others, only to those she trusted. Both the monster and humans are huge cases of luck. First, she got an elemental earth monster, who later advanced to diamond element. It had happened very front of my eyes, which gave her human the diamond ability and ended up awakening the diamond elemental bloodline. People would die for the luck these two have, and I hope it will continue, as we will need it in the place we are going. Note, the privilege now has 50 off. "Let's go," said Lady Yui, and we shook into the sky from the central command while Lord Yazdi watched. Our destination is Region 6, which is neighbor to the Region 5 we are in, but the danger it represents is far greater. Still, it would be well worth it if we could find something substantial from the vestige, and I have a hope we would. We did not speak as we flew, and if we had not been flying into the dangerous place and I needed to be alert to all dangers, I would have just closed my eyes and gone back into my core to work, considering it was Lady Yui who was doing all the work here. The white ribbons had come out of her, and they had wrapped around our waists while their energy covered us whole. She is flying us with her energy without any effort for us. The only thing I am doing is using my soul sense, which has a greater range than the soul sense of Lady Yui for many obvious reasons. ROARRR. 2 hours passed, and the journey had been in comfortable silence when silence broke up by a shining black feline monster that flew toward us fast. I did not do anything as before I could. The white ribbon from the Lady Yui moved at the monster. Rip. The ribbon had slashed the monster into two without spilling a single drop of blood, while we flew away without slowing down even for a second. Lady Yui, you have grown quite stronger since we met last time, said Ria with her eyes shining, seeing how effortlessly she had killed the monster. We all have made progress. Little Ria, I don't think my ribbons would now effortlessly cut through your diamond skin as they did with that monster, said Lady Yui. Of course they will not, Ria replied without a beat. It seemed like she was used to the dark humor of Lady Yui that somehow came out. I had gotten a little stumped on the first days hearing her words. When you reach the High Grandmaster class, my ribbons would also be useless as they are with Grandmaster Czar, she said as she turned at me. We had sparred, and Lady Yui had used nearly all her strength to break my shields, which was utterly failed to do. She's so powerful, even more than some of the grim present in this ruin, that even an absolute peak Grandmaster would have a problem defeating her. She's already close to reaching the absolute peak of High Grandmaster class, and through the project, I will take her there. Thank God she had a bloodline. Those with a bloodline are easier to advance than those with inheritance. 4 more hours passed when we slowed down considerably. We had reached the boundary of Region 6. The luminescent energy here is much denser for a few minutes. It is getting denser, and it will get denser as we get further inside, which will make the monsters here even more dangerous. Ashlyn had fought with few to gauge their strength, and they are dangerous. It is time for the stealth method, said Lady Yui, and tens of ribbons came out of her, enveloping us in the ball of ribbons that had turned invisible. It had turned invisible. It had not just made us visually invisible, but also sensorily. It also did not produce any fluctuation or air currents, making it near perfect stealth method in the air. It had been 6 hours since we had begun our journey, and we had crossed more than half a distance, but since we had reduced our speed, it would take considerably most to cross the rest. Still, I think the whole journey should be finished within 24 hours, which is a lot less than what Ria took. It had taken her 3 days to reach the place where the vestige was, though she did not move toward it directly and found it accidentally. Still, even if she had moved directly toward it, she would have needed 2.5 hours to reach that place. Lady Yui, take a left, there is a powerful monster ahead, I said, which made Lady Yui and Ria look at me in question. I did not answer their gazes. Despite them looking at me for a few seconds, the only reply they got was a smile. You know, sometimes I really hate your smile, said Ria, to which I again replied with a smile. It seemed to have irked her as she glared at me before looking away. In the next few hours, I continued to warn Lady Yui about the monsters. Ashlyn is just ahead of us, scouting the way she had reached the place where that vestige is and came back. I had asked her to come back. There are too many powerful monsters in this region, more than I had imagined, and they are dangerous. Some are even capable of sensing the stealth method. With Ashlyn just scouting ahead, we are easily able to avoid these powerful monsters, which saves us a lot of time. Right, I said, and Lady Yui followed without question. We had reached quite close to our destination. In about 1 hour, we would reach it. I can't believe we were able to avoid those dangerous bastards when I was here. I had to survive getting chomped by some dangerous bastard every hour, Ria muttered and looked at me, and I once again gave her my irritating smile. It seemed like we really had to fight the monster, I said softly as we reached the destination, and a few minutes later, Lady Yui's expressions changed as well. There is a monster sitting right on top of the vestige. There is no way we will be able to reach it without it sensing us. Given its power, we will have to deal with it to reach the vestige. This is the bastard that nearly ate me. It is because of it that I was able to find the vestige, said Ria. I have seen the footage from her memories, and she was not exaggerating even a bit. This monster had nearly succeeded in eating her. It seemed like we have to deal with this monster to enter the vestige, said Lady Yui, and was about to step toward it when she stopped. Do you want to deal with it, Grandmaster? She asked, to which I nodded. It is a very powerful monster. Michiel, it is best if you let the Lady Yui handle it, said Ria. I will be fine, I said with a smile and walked out of the ribbon globe. Usually, I did not fight with monsters, just kill them, but this is worthy. It is very powerful as some of the Grims I have fought in the ruin. As I came out from the stealth ability, my armor became thick, and 4 arms came out of me. These string arms are thicker than the normal arms I use, and each arm holds a square shield that looks like a huge piece of the puzzle, and it is considering all 4 pieces are part of a single weapon. They could be connected, which would immediately increase their power. I have found this puzzle shield in the storage of the Vidette, which means it is good stuff. The Vidette did not keep many things in their storage, considering most of the things were useless to them, and few things they kept could be said to be amazing. These shields are amazing, and they are perfect against an enemy like this one, which now had finally sensed me. ROOR, a defeating roar rang out, and a huge, about 45 meters long monster appeared in front of me as if it had just teleported. The ape monster in front of me has luminescent white fur and a black crystal covering thickly around its palms. Through the visual, I know how powerful this ape monster is, and it couldn't help but make me excited. ROOR. It roared once again and punched toward me. The punch was fast, so much that I wouldn't be able to see it if I did not have a crown on my head, and this punch was filled with raw power. First burst plus second burst plus third burst. I did not move from place, which I should have done if I had been smart. Instead, I activated all 3 bursts, and my 4 arms moved and appeared in front of me while the square puzzle shields connected to each, forming a perfect rectangular shield. BANNG. A punch filled with raw physical power struck against my shields, shaking from up to down and nearly sending me flying, and it was not all that was present in the attack. My armor had lit up luminously as the tide of wild luminous energy came at me. It was powerful, but I had already prepared defenses for it otherwise. It would have done a lot more than just lighting up my armor. A good punch, ape, but far from enough to do anything to me. You need to hit me harder if you want to injure me, I said as I stabilized my footing in the air. ROOR. I don't know whether it understood me or not, but it had made it angry, and it pushed toward me again this time. Its punch held a lot more power, and even black crystals covering its palms were shining faintly. BNNNG. The punch once again crashed against my shields with raw physical power, but unlike before, it was not able to make me take a step back. I only shook on my spot. It is the same with my armor, which only light faintly absorbing a lot more wild luminescent energy. I wanted to fight this monster, not because it is strong, but also because I have made some big changes to the defensive formation. I wanted to test it against it before I went against the Grimms, who had inspired me to create the move. I have been fighting against them daily, and it had quite irked me that I was not able to kill them, not a single one of them. With this defensive upgrade, I was planning to get close to them, which would give me a better chance to kill those bastards. It did not even tickle me. You should try harder, I teased, but at the very next moment, my eyes became serious as the eyes of the monster turned red, and the black crystal blazed as the powerful aura burst out of the monster. Feeling the might of the aura, I nearly took a step back unconsciously before I was able to stop myself. ROOR. It roared deafeningly with raging anger and punched. As its black fist radiated brighter and brighter, it felt like it was a black hole sucking up all the light in its surrounding. Bring it on, I shouted as my armor became thicker and my armor bigger, and I powered the shields with every ounce of energy I had. BANNNG. Its blazing first crashed against my shields, and I was sent back flying while vomiting the blood. It is a good thing that our earlier clashes had destroyed the trees around, or I would have been crashing through them right now. I had been sent back for quite a while before, but I was able to stabilize myself, stopping short of crashing against the tree, but that relief had lasted for a moment before the ape appeared in front of me phantom, and its blazing punch teleported right in front of my shields. BANNNG, BANNNG, BANNNG. Its punch landed on my shield once again, and I blasted through the tree and tens of others behind it while vomiting the blood. The bastard followed me like a phantom and punched me repeatedly without giving me a moment of rest. I did not even get time to stabilize before I got punched again and again, and the punches of this bastard were getting stronger and stronger by second. That sheer physical force contained in them was tearing my internals apart. If I did not have the powerful healing abilities, my conditions would have been much worse. This bastard is really good. Even with all my battles with the Grimms of this ruin, I have never been injured as this one is injuring me, and my injuries are getting worse and worse with each punch. While in my core, my clone is moving around the ruins. It is getting all the data it needs to test out the defensive measure and now making the adjustment according to it. If it were not for that, I wouldn't be getting punched to the pulp. Even if my speed was not great as it, I would have still been able to dodge the attack with the aid of my abilities. But no, I could not do that. I would have to bear its punches till my clone was finished with its adjustments. I hope it will be quick. This is really getting in on my nerves. Note, the privilege now has 50 off. BANNNG, BANNNG, BANNNG. I think you helped Michiel, Lady Yui, said Ria as she watched the battle worriedly. The battle is too fast for her to follow, but she can still see the monster beating Michik badly. I will wait. He did not ask for my help yet, she replied, and Ria couldn't help but look at her worriedly. You are his bodyguard, Lady Yui. You should protect him before any serious harm falls on him, she said. You are right about that. Pyramid does ask me to protect him with my life. But as you can see, little Ria, he did not ask for help, not to mention he is doing fine. He is just suffering a few injuries, she said and patted on Ria's head. He is not fine, Lady Yui. Can't you see him getting beaten black and blue and vomiting the blood, Ria said, this time a little more forceful, which put a bright smile on her face. Do you have any feelings for Michiel, little Ria? Are you worried about your little crush? She asked, and Ria's face couldn't help but redden up before she glared at Lady Yui in exaggeration. Lady Yui is different, most of the time. She behaves like a normal person, but sometimes her strange behavior comes. she would become too carefree and would not even care about her life. She had seen it several times when she was on the mission with her. You do need to worry too much about Lord Tsar while he is taking a beating. His condition is not that serious. If things got too dangerous, I am sure he will summon those shields of his, which I did not have the confidence to breach, she said and looked around toward the monsters who were gathering around after hearing the noise of battle. Though no monster has dared to attack, if they do, Yui will handle them. Bio! Another of its bunch hit me, and this time I felt my bones cracking and intense pain shot into me. This bastard is bearing me, not stopping even for a second, and the worst thing is, the power behind its attack is getting stronger and stronger. My clone is still working on the defensive formation, changing around the runes every moment, wanting to find the combination that works the best, but it is getting time. I am getting quite angry at getting beaten in such a state. It had been quite a while since someone had turned me into the punching bag, and I do not like this feeling. I could feel my clone was close, but another problem could appear, and the whole process could be extended like it had happened a while ago. I hope something that does not happen, as I don't think I will be able to resist myself from taking action against this monster. ROOR. It roared again, and I saw it materializing behind me before throwing an extremely fast punch, and once again, I moved my puzzle shields to protect myself. Crack, crack, crack. I felt some more bones on my body cracking rapidly as both forces inside me clashed, and I flew back to the opposite side. In the past couple of seconds, the monster had changed its strategy of coming at me from the front. It is now coming from all directions, hoping that it would help it. It is useless. My four's arms are flexible and fast. They could move in any direction I want. As long as I could see the attack, I would not have any problem defending against it. BNNNG, I am finished. I don't know how long it had passed when I heard the sweet around from my clone, and a bloody smile appeared on my face as I looked at the blurry punch coming toward me. It is now my turn, you bastard, I said, and a couple of formations lit up inside me, and I, who was flying behind like a ragged doll, suddenly stopped in my place and before jumping forward. Thud. In front of its coming speed, my speed felt slow, but despite that, I was able to avoid it and even stepped on it gently before shooting toward the monster's face. I would not have been able to do something like that with Grims, even if they were this big. Those woolly bastards have too many tricks up their sleeve. Walking into their immediate area is extremely dangerous. ROOR. The monster roared, and its huge while body lit up luminously. A layer of luminescent couldn't help but appear across his body. It surprised me, but soon it transformed into a smile, and a moment later, I appeared directly in front of the left eye of the monster. It is my time to you back the love you have been giving me, I said, and brought down the lance with the fifth limb that appeared from behind me. The blue lance moved with blurring speed, covered with my dense inheritance energy that pierced through the shield of light the monster. There was a little resistance, but was only able to slow the lance for a fraction of seconds before it reached the eye. Putch, the lance pierced the eyes through the pupil. Though more than half of the attack's force had been absorbed by the pupil, what mattered the most was that the lance was able to pierce the eye of the monster. RAOR. The whole monster shook before letting out a deafening cry of pain, while at the same time, its hand came toward me in a fury, which I was barely able to avoid. Instead, I felt fear as the ape monster had finally revealed its true aura, which scared the hell out of me. How is he being able to fight against such a powerful enemy? Asked Rhea in shock, seeing the mad ape monster with the terrifying aura attacking Mitchell, and he is even responding against it, dodging, defending, and even attacking now and then. When Mitchell attacked the ape's eyes, it released that terrifying aura that had froze her on the spot. Even Lady Yui had taken steps, but stopped when Mitchell asked her, and now just watching. Though given the power the ape monster is displaying, she is ready to save Mitchell at the moment she notices he is in real danger. ROOR, it roared again and attacked me as I slashed on its back with the two lances, which by the way are healing at an incredible rate and would be healed in a couple of seconds. All the injuries I have given it had been healed, even the first injury in its eye, which made it so mad and started to attack me without reservation. SUPPP. It attacked me again with its punch and crushed the air itself. The friction around its fist is so strong that it will melt the metal. I avoided the attack by inches, but another fist was also coming. The monster is not dumb. It had been learning while fighting against me and knew the only way it could deal against me was lightning-fast attacks, not letting me rest even for a fraction of seconds. I have also learned a few things, one of which is that with my current power, it is impossible for me to kill it. I do not have sufficiently powerful moves. All the injuries I am giving it are like a scratch to it, and they are healing it at an incredible rate, not lasting enough to create any effect. My inheritance energy is pretty powerful. If Grims were hit by it, they would find it very hard to heal those injuries in a short time. This bastard, on the hand, has no problem. It is filled with so much vitality that it would crush anything that would come in between the healing, even my incredible inheritance energy. I guessed it is time to finish the battle, I said after I continued fighting for half an hour in this half an hour. The strength of this bastard had not even decreased a bit, and from what I could see, it could continue fighting at such for more than a day. I do not have a day, I do not have even an hour. I have already gained what I could from this ape, and now, it is time to finish it. I saw its punch coming toward me, and this time I did not move. Grandmaster Yui had called out to me, but I told her to relax. Stop, I said to Ape when its punch came into my personal rage, and it stopped when it was just inches away from touching me. The victory in the ape's eyes turned into deep confusion, rage, and helplessness before the horror. It could not move, no matter how much strength it used, it was completely frozen. You have taught me a lot, so I will give you the quick death, I said to the ape, and it seemed to understand what I had some way as it constricted and let out a final struggle through which it was able to move slightly before suddenly all the life in its eyes disappeared. It had died without letting out a single sound. I had killed it. From inside, it was a painless death. As it did, its body disappeared into my storage. I had no interest in eating this monster, but I needed it for research. Since I have come to this ruin, I have researched the monsters of this place. The pyramid had said in its memory that the monsters of this ruin are unedible and even dangerous due to the high dosage of the luminescent energy present in them. I do not think so. I think they could be eaten, and their meat will be extremely helpful. I just need to find a way to safely consume myself, and I have been making some progress. I hope I will finish it before I leave this place. While I do not think you will be able to kill this dangerous monster, but you did, she said as she appeared beside me with Lady Yui. Your strings are incredible. Grandmaster Czar, I have been looking for them since the beginning of the battle, and even when you have bound the ape, I was never able to sense your strings, much less see them, said Lady Yui. I smile at that. If it had been so easy to sense or see my strings, I wouldn't have been able to kill the countless Grims. These strings are the sole reason why I have been able to kill more than 90 of the Grims. I have fought without them. They would have run away or just killed me. Many of them were quite stronger than me, and the only reason I am alive is my strings. Now that we have dealt with the monsters, let's move toward the vestige, I said, and immediately their expressions became serious, and we flew toward where the vestige. The ape is not the only powerful monster. There are some even powerful, and they are slowly coming toward this place. A few minutes later, we appeared at the entrance of the abode, near the bone door, which is more than 10 meters long. I have seen it in photos and through the memories that my seed had recorded, but seeing this majestic thing with my own eyes is a completely different feeling. Lady Yui, are you sensing it? I asked when I looked at the shock that appeared on her face. The residual fluctuations. This ruin will be extremely dangerous, she said. While most people, even at Lady Yui's level, find it hard to sense it, only those with some special abilities have the capability of that. The hosts of bloodlines had a great edge in this area when compared to the hosts of inheritances. Little Rhea, I would suggest you stay here inside. It is going to be extremely dangerous, said Lady Yui. To that, Rhea immediately shook her head. I'm coming inside. I could feel this place has something which is going to help me a lot, she said. It is clear she is unwilling, and we could not do anything else unless, of course, we are willing to be forceful. Since it is your wish, I will not say anything else, she said before turning back toward the bone door. The bone door is above 10 meters long and made of bones. Unlike a normal door, it is weaved door made from long and thin bones. On these bones is a mysterious script, which is what that is letting out a residual law fluctuation. Whatever the law is, it is related to bones. It is not directly attacking me, but still standing within its range. I feel like it wants to melt my bones, and if it had a common tyrant or below, their bones would have melted within a second. Grandmaster Czar, what do you think? Asked Lady Yui. There are no runes on the door from what I could tell, and the effect of the script seemed symbolic, I said. So we just need to push the door open. She asked. Yes, I don't think it will trigger any alarm, I said, and walked toward the door and had taken a step when Lady Yui stopped me. Let me, she said, and appeared in front of me before placing both of her hands on the push and pushing. KRRR. At first, nothing happened, but when Lady Yui revealed a bit of her aura and used more strength, the door slowly began to open. I activated all my ocular abilities and placed my shields around us as I looked for anything strange, but nothing sort of ordinary happened. Gasp! Lady Yui had opened the door completely, and I could see what was on the other side, and it couldn't help but shock me. I'm not the only one who is shocked. Even Lady Yui and Rhea are shocked seeing what is in front of us. Let's go inside, said Lady Yui, and we stepped inside and finally got a full look at the whole, which again couldn't help but shock me. The Museum of the Skeletons, I whispered as I took the whole place in. We are in a gigantic place which ends we could barely see, and everywhere we can see, they are skeletons. They are left and right and even above us, protected inside the formations. The smallest skeleton here seemed small as my finger, while the biggest is above 200 meters tall, and the shocking thing about them is that nearly all of them are letting out the fluctuation residual of the law of every kind. It is very clear that these skeletons did not belong to normal beings. They are powerful, so powerful that they are able to enrich their bones with the laws they have comprehended. I feel like my rule power is improving at an incredible rate, said Rhea in shock and moved before stopping in front of the skeleton, which seemed to have 2 skulls and 6 arms. She stopped in front of it before sitting down with her eyes closed. It is clear that she wants to increase the comprehension of her rule power, and 2 skulls, 6 arms being, are letting out the residual fluctuation of law that belongs to the Earth domain. Though not pure Earth domain, if I am not wrong, then it should be a diamond. She's not the only one. Lady Yui also walked before stopping in front of the skeleton of the bird, which was big as us. Unlike 2-head 6 armor skeleton, which is nearly complete, this bird skeleton had half of its bones fallen down, but the residual law fluctuations coming from it are just as strong. They have chosen the skeleton and begin comprehending in earnest while I am still looking in confusion. I have so many rule powers, and I have a hard time choosing which one I should comprehend first. I had spent over a minute thinking before choosing a skeleton. The skeleton is big, but not that big. It is of the humanoid being, which is nearly 3 meters long and has a bird head with a long beak and spiked wings. This being is letting out the fluctuation of the killing laws. Just concentrating on it had made everything red and made my mind blank. Fuck. I cursed when I had come to myself. It was not that my mind had gone black, but my armor had made me unconscious. It does not do that usually because if something like that happens in the battle, it only means death. It only happens in extreme conditions, and extreme happens. The residual killing law power had influenced my rule of killing so much that I felt like I should kill everyone. I had even summoned my sword and was about to get up for a killing spree when my armor detected extreme influence and made me unconscious for a moment. A cold sweat couldn't help but cover me just thinking about what would have happened if one of the emergency functions I had designed hadn't been activated. It immediately made me think of the initial days when I had comprehended the killing rule, when I did not have enough control over it. I used to have such urges at that time, and it needed for me quite a while to get complete control over them. The killing rule is the first rule I had comprehended, and also the most dangerous one as it affects the emotional spectrum. When it is transformed into the law, it can do many things. It could directly manipulate emotions, and make one kill even one close friend and familiar. It is terrifying that I immediately wanted to get away and nearly did before stopping. I stopped because I looked at the progress that was made by my killing rule within a second, and it couldn't help but shock me. So I just gritted my teeth and stopped. I tightened the condition of influence further and even asked Nero to keep the guard. If the formation failed, I am sure Nero would be able to restrict me from causing any harm. With all the preparations done, I closed my eyes and focused immediately. I felt my mind flooded with the killing. I began to get a glimpse of the bloodiest battle I had ever fought, and I wanted to kill till the thrust risen into me satiated. This feeling lasted for less than a second before I became unconscious. When I became conscious again, there was a smile on my face. So after calming my mind, I once again focused on the killing rule and once again got influenced and unconscious. That did not stop me as I closed my eyes and tried again and again. Soon, I got completely lost in that rhythm, forgetting everything else. Note the privilege now has 50 off. At first, every other second, I would become unconscious due to the extreme influence of the killing rule, and it continued for a minute before that 1 second had turned to 1.5 seconds, and then 2 seconds before increasing to 3 seconds. As the minutes passed, the influence of residual law lessened and lessened on me. I could continue to comprehend long and longer, till the time I could continue for a minute before falling into unconsciousness. While I was comprehending, the spherical field of blood red formed around me unconsciously and slowly. Its color became deeper and deeper and even more pronounced. Finally, after an unknown time, I opened my eyes and the field around me disappeared. There was a smile on my face as I opened my eyes. In just an hour, I had gotten the benefits of months or even a year if I were to be generous with my estimation. My killing rule has made huge advancements, more than I have imagined. I am happy and I hope I make such advancements in other rules too. Giving one last look at the winged skeleton, I got up. Lady Yui and Rhea are still comprehending the rule powers. There is a sphere of rule power formed around them. One is of the diamond color, while the other is of azure. This time, I am not confused about the rule power. I want to comprehend the residual law of killing had messed up my mind well. If I sense the slightest killing intent around me, I am not sure I would be able to stop myself from fighting to the death. So I need something good, something pure to calm myself. In few minutes of searching, I found it. This is one of the strangest skeletons here. There is a rough squire bone from which 3 weaved bones are connected to, which are spread in 3 different directions. It was strange, but I did not spend too much time thinking about what it was, as it had the law I wanted, and I sat in front of it and closed my eyes. A moment later, I felt a refreshing calm clouding over me. The influence of the killing energy began to cleanse from my mind, and the tiny injuries that I had remained to be healed began to heal. I am feeling good. I am feeling calm. The rule of healing is completely opposite of the rule of healing, and the residual power of healing law emitting from these bones is pure in nature. There are many flavors and even healing, but these bones emitting is the purest. It is good that I did not choose the other two. The two skeletons I have come across have also had the healing, but not pure as this one. I comprehended and soon got lost in it, that I forgot everything else. The only thing I have focused on is comprehending. By the time I opened my eyes around 35 minutes later, there was a calm smile on my face. I have made big gains, and most importantly, I have neutralized the effect of the killing rule now. It would not affect my emotions. Lady Yui and Ria were still comprehending the rules while Ria was still on the diamond. Lady Yui moved, and now she was sitting in front of what seemed like a weapon rule. I searched for a few minutes in the huge museum before I found what I was looking for. It was a giant over 20 meters long and had 6 arms and a head that was too big. I looked at it for a moment before sitting in front of me. A minute later, a spherical field of sun rule formed around me. It looked like I was inside the sun. The rule of the sun is a very powerful rule and one of the first I had. It had been comprehended by Ashlyn and handed to me. It was a rule of sun fire originally before I was able to advance it to the rule of the sun. It is one rule I used the most in my inheritance energy. It had the greatest quantity. It is the most offensively powerful rule I have, and if I can advance it to I had the other 2 rules, then I am sure that my offensive power will increase with it. Fuck, I cursed and opened my eyes. A couple of seconds later, it was not going to be easy comprehending this art, and even more dangerous. I wish in this whole place, it is the only thing that is projecting the law of the sun. If I had the other options, I would have chosen them. This skeleton is projecting the sun rule that is especially searing. If I concentrate on it long enough, it will start to burn my body and soul. My body is still hot from its effect. I circulated the healing rule to wipe out all its effects before I started comprehending again, and a few seconds later, I once again opened my eyes with a singing smell around me. This time, it had literally started to burn my flesh. I healed my injuries and again concentrated on comprehending the rule. I had kept doing that for nearly an hour before I had stopped. I had taken a huge risk in comprehending this sun rule, but all the risk had paid off. I have advanced my rule, taking it to the same height as the last 2 rules, and now only 1 rule had remained to comprehend it, and I know where I need to go to comprehend it. While I was moving toward the skeleton, I saw Ria moving around the skeleton looking, while Lady Yui was still comprehending that weapon-type rule. I gave Ria a wave before stopping in front of a skeleton. This skeleton looked like a human. It is about the same height as a human, and its bones are also similar to humans. The only difference it has from humans is 2 horns over its head. It kind of reminds me of the being of a culinary tome. Like I had done with all the other rules, I sat down in front of it and began to comprehend the rule of swallowing. As I began to comprehend, I felt like I was getting swallowed by the power of law, but this feeling was not dangerous. The swallowing law is no danger to me. It is like a ride in an amusement park, and I am the rider. I have to take it as much as it is giving it, and I could feel my swallowing rule is rapidly advancing, far quicker than the other 3 rules. Seeing that, I decided to take a risk and let go of all the resistance I was feeling, and immediately, the power of the fated swallowing law became even greater to me. I was seeing one aspect after another of it. They were rapidly flipping in front of me. It might seem like I am not getting anything through the fast flipping, but I am comprehending things. Hun. Suddenly the flipping stopped, and infinitely clear scenery appeared in front of me, and I only got to admire it for a second before it swallowed me. It had happened so fast that I did not have time to put any resistance. Monster integration, a memory, I said as I saw the completely different scene in front of me. I saw thousands of horned humans standing in neat lines, each holding a silver-green halberd in their hands. They have light violet bodies, sharp ears, and 2 horns on their head. Their eyes are also slightly bigger than humans, but overall they still look like humans, but are not. They belong to a completely different race. In front of them is an army of the Grimms in millions, all of the Grimms from the Frost Tigerman tribe. These Grimms are nearly 10 meters tall and have frosty blue bodies, which make them look like frost mummies. The leader of the Grimms is thinner and much smaller than Grimms behind it, just around 8 meters tall, but unlike the Grimms behind it, it has 4 eyes. The millions of Grimms coming toward the horned race person, who are standing neatly in their places without making the slightest movements. They have only moved when the Grimms have got close enough to them. All of them got into the position and moved their halberds toward the millions of enemies that were running toward them. There was barely any fear in their eyes, just cold hard hate as they looked at their coming enemies. The leader of the Grimms shouted something which I was not able to hear, but it was clear that it had said something akin to an attack as millions of Grimms pounced toward the horned race people, whose leader also shouted something which made them move their halberds in complete sync. What happened next is something I have never seen before. It opened my eyes to a completely different thing. The horned being moved their halberds, and huge gray swirls formed in front of them powered the energy of the thousands of horned beings, and as the army of frost tigermen crashed through them, violet, jagged pieces of glass appeared in the swirls. It had shredded the Grims before swallowing them up. The swirls were so powerful that they had left not even a drop of the blood behind. In an instant, easily 100,000 Grims were shredded into pieces, but there are still a million more, and they pounced at the horned beings with their sharp metallic claws. There was barely any change in the expressions of the horned beings. They just moved their halberds, and big swirls disappeared, and small swirls appeared on the tip of their halberds through which they began to attack the Grims. If such a battle had happened in our world, it would have been a complete massacre of humans. We could handle twice, thrice, and even quadrupled the number of Grims against us without losing an edge toward them, but the difference increased the more pressure fell on us. If their number reached 10 times, then it would be a simple massacre of us, but here the horned being is handling the number of Grims that are more than 100 times greater. Still, the horn began to massacre the Grims, who are on the same level as them. The halberd moved, and as they touched the Grims, they would swallow a huge chunk of them. Sometimes they would even swallow the whole Grims. It is not just these swallowing swirls that are powerful, but also the technique of these people. I had never seen such fluid technique. Not even a Grand Lords had them when they fought. Not to mention, they fight in a battle formation, which increases their power and teamwork they have learned through thousands of battles. I did not need to be too intelligent to know that this is an elite force. The Grims they're slaughtering are no weakling, either. They are powerful with a technique that Grims of our world look like children fighting with sticks. I was completely mesmerized, and the one thing that made me forget everything was the technique and law of swallowing these people were using in the battle. I am trying to memorize everything because what I am seeing is the thing I have come to this ruin for. The combat data, not only for my inheritance but also to improve my own fighting style, which had been lagging since I began to use my strings. The strings have given me the ability to kill the enemy stronger than me. One could never get away once they are caught in my strings, and due to this, my combat ability became a secondary. It became a thing that I mostly used defensively while my strings wrapped around my enemy. Once they were done, I stopped and killed the enemy with my strings. Now, in this battle, I am seeing pure weapon combat with a technique that far surpassed this world. I am watching everything I can, trying to glean as much as possible. I hope I am recording this. It would be amazing if I had the recording of it. Though it seemed to be likely as I am seeing it through my eyes, I am looking at the memories hidden in the law, and even with rule-bending power, my core will have a hard time recording something like it. Still, there is my clone, so the chance is there. In just a matter of a few minutes, half of the Grim army had been obliterated. It is not like the horned beings are not paying the price. Their people are also dying, but the number of them is much less compared to the Grims. The battle became increasingly intense as it continued, and the most intense battle was between the four eyes of Force Tigerman and the leader of the horned race. Their battle is on a completely different level. I should say that the leader of the Grims is on a completely different level, while the horned race man below is killing hundreds of Grims by minute. The leader of the horned race is not able to kill its opponent, which it had fighting for minutes. The leader of the Grims does not seem to care about the men that are dying below it. The only thing it cares about is killing the leader of a horned race against which it is gaining the edge. Time passed, and both leaders' bodies have littered with injuries, but it was the leader of the horned race who had the most injuries. The battle continued for a minute more when a sudden change occurred in the battle. Two extra eyes of the Frost Tigerman blazed with a blue glow, and it burst out with speed. It had simply appeared in front of the leader of the horned race and pierced its claws inside its tiny body. Horned race person very slowly. A laugh couldn't help but escape from the mouth of the Grim, but it only rang for a second before it suddenly stopped, as the thousands of tiny swirls appeared around it, breaking and swallowing it. It tried to run away, but those swirls became its shackled, not letting it leave, and in just a few seconds, not even a speck of it had remained. The result shocked me as I was not able to see how it was able to do it. Every movement of it was clear to me, but I was still not able to see how it did it. If I were to say it, then it had used the swallowing law through the high-level method, which even the person was not able to see, to whom this memory belonged to. Note the privilege now has 50 off. What a battle, I said as I opened my eyes and got up. I have learned a lot from this battle, and would have learned even more if my clone had been able to record the battle, but unfortunately it could not due to the law. I shook my head, and I got up. I had already got more than I had imagined from comprehending. I should not be asking for more. Have you finished, or is there some more rule for you to comprehend? Asked Rhea as she appeared beside me with Lady Yui. I am finished, I said before I turned to them. Have you guys explored this place completely? I asked. Yes, there is a door that will take us ahead, said Lady Yui as we walked toward the door while admiring the skeletons. There are more skeletons of races here than I had heard in my life, said Rhea looking at all these skeletons. There are millions of races that exist across the vast universe. If you ever read, you will find that the pyramid had already compiled a list of more than 5,000 races from the information they had gotten from the ruins. I said for that, she gave a look. Say, Mitchell, aren't you the best at solving formations? She asked. I will not say best, but I am good. I replied I am pretty proud of my ability, though all the pride disappears when I think about the challenge of the Hermes library. So can you break the formation covering these bones? I would really like to take some of the bones here, she said, to which I shook my head. No, I could not, at least not in a short time. It is a hive-type formation. I will have to break a connection on each formation before solving the central part of it, and only then will we be able to touch the bones, I replied. Such formations are extremely hard to solve, and they take a lot of time, but there is an obvious flaw in them, which is that once you solve the central formation, everything will be opened, which means if I solve the central formation, the protective formation on each and every skeleton would disappear, and they will all be ripe for taking. Considering the value of the skeleton, I would have taken risks, if not for getting a bad feeling about. The way the skeleton is kept, one could see the pride of the collector. It wanted to shock and awe those who came inside, and such people who love their things too much kept a nasty surprise, and I don't want to find out that is, as I am pretty sure it might make me lose my life. It's a pity, I really wanted a few bones of diamond law, she said with regret, and I could smile at that because I too wanted a few bones for myself. We should not feel any regret. We have already gotten a great harvest at the first haul, and I am sure we will have a great harvest as long as we are cautious with our greed, said Lady Yui. Soon we reached the gate, and seeing it, I couldn't help but become stumped. Before I knew it, tears welled up in my heart, seeing the door made of tiny skeletons. These skeletons are small as my fingernails, and they belong to the same species of butterfly. Whatever the species of butterfly this is, it must be quite powerful, as I could feel an extremely low fluctuation of law each, and every skeleton is letting out this fluctuation. The crafter of these doors used these skeletons to make the door. It did not even use the script like the previous door, only skeletons, and connected them through their own law power. I don't think even people of the same level as a crafter should have such skills. This door also does not have the formation. Should I just push it open? Asked Lady Yui, with a smile that couldn't help but appear on my face. That will be a grave mistake, Lady Yui, I said to her, and both looked at me in question. This door does not have a formation, but it does have a quite difficult puzzle, I said with a smile before pointing at the certain butterfly skeleton. I am sure you have already noticed there are some butterflies here which have natural runes and have formed a puzzle, I said. Can you solve it? Asked Ria. I can, though it will take some time, I said, and sat down on the ground before closing my eyes. Soon I am in the core, and a replica of the bone door appears in front of me, and I began to move the runes and could tell what kind of horrific power the door would release if I became wrong in solving the puzzle. It will not be the power of the runes that will come at us, but also the power of law, which could kill us before we could even put decent defenses in front of it. It took me a little more than 9 hours inside before I was able to solve the puzzle and open my eyes. Have you solved the formation? Asked Lady Yui. I nodded and moved to the door before she could stop me, and started to move the skeletons of the butterflies, which smoothly moved. A minute later, I finished and stepped back. Click. For a couple of seconds, nothing had happened before finally, all the skeletons with the natural runes lit up lightly, and a wave of residual emitted through it, which made Lady Yui step in front of me as the audible click rang through the door. The door is now safe to open, Lady Yui, I said, and she nodded and pushed open the door, which made barely any sound as it opened. The door opened completely, showing us a glimpse of what was ahead. If we had seen the previous space and the skeleton and door, we would have been surprised to see what lay ahead, but we were not. After seeing the first hall and door, it became clear that we are not the ground of some organization or a facility of some kind, but the abode of someone and the looking of things ahead. It seemed like that person is a great artist who worked with the bones. It is nothing strange we had few people across thousands of years who worked with bones. Though they mostly worked on the bones of the monsters, I think it is safe to step inside, said Lady Yui, but they looked at me. I nodded, and 3 of us stepped into the second half, which is much smaller than the first but still filled with thousands of things that are made of bones. I have a special love for bone art pieces, but here each and every piece is a work of art, each invoking different emotions, from anger to love to frustration to calm. In my voyages to ruins, I have seen many artistic things, but nothing could be compared to what is in front of my eyes. These pieces are really beautiful. It would be wonderful if I could take one of these homes, Ria said as she stood in front of the art piece, which looked like a pointy spire. The most wonderful thing about the artist is not his ability to meld the bones, but melding the laws contained in the bones. Take the spire, which Ria is looking at. It has a law of heat, wind, and velocity. If activated, the formation made natural runes in the spire. It will release a bullet of heat, which would easily be able to tear apart every defense I have. We cannot. The formations protecting these pieces are even stronger than the one in the previous hall. I said the creator definitely wanted to show off its pieces, but it has the policy of looking but doesn't touch. Those who dare to touch it will not like what is happening. Hun. I was looking at an art piece with Ria when suddenly, I noticed something, and great horror couldn't help but appear on my face when all my bursts activated at once, and I moved at my greatest speed toward Lady Yui. Lady Yui, I shouted loudly as I stopped her hand, which was barely an inch away from touching the piece. I did not look at the piece as I forcefully took her away from the piece. Zar, said Lady Yui and shook my hand away. There was blazing anger in her eyes, and a horrifying aura was threatening to burst out of her body. It was clear she was very angry about the way I had handled her. The blazing anger only lasted for a moment before a realization hit her beautiful face, and horror appeared as she moved her head toward the piece, but could not look at it due to me standing in front of her obstructing her view. It will not shake powerhouses if they are beaten to death, but they will be extremely scared if something had controlled them without them knowing. Be careful, there are many pieces here that affect the mind as well as the body, I said. I was just looking at it, but before I knew it, I was just an inch away from touching it, she said softly before she closed her eyes. Is that piece really dangerous? Asked Ria as she looked at it. Yes, and don't look at it. Lady Yui was just a centimeter away from touching it, I warned. The piece that Lady Yui had just nearly touched is of a nymph. It is an extremely beautiful nymph. It took a couple of minutes for Lady Yui to open her eyes, and we went toward the other side of the hall while admiring the pieces. While these pieces are dangerous, without a doubt, they are the epitome of art, and one should enjoy them while being careful. While we have walked through the hall, we have come across many pieces that affect one mentally. We have remained steer clear of them, especially Lady Yui. Another creepy door, said Ria when we appeared in front of the door. The door was even more intricate than the last one and even creepy. It looked like it was made of snakes, and if one continued looking, one would see hundreds of snakes moving around the door. I will solve the puzzle, I said and sat down, and soon in my core, I and my clone began to solve the puzzle. Surprisingly, I finished earlier than I had thought despite it being harder than the last door. It had taken me just 2 hours and 25 minutes outside time. I thought it would definitely take 4 hours when we began. I got up and began to move the snakes. It felt creepy, but I had no choice but move them to open the door. Click. 1.5 minutes later, I finished and stepped back, and like before, a couple of seconds later, the runes shone softly before a clicking sound rang out. Lady Yui stepped forward and pushed open the door. They began to open without making any noise, and soon, the door completely opened, giving a glimpse of the big hall, though its size could be said to be tiny compared to the other 2 halls we have passed through. Such a dense energy, said Lady Yui as she stepped inside me. The energy here is so dense that Ria had to take out a small artifact to protect against the density of energy. Not only grandmasters, even some high grandmasters will have to take out artifacts to bear this energy. The above is a little strange. The foyer should be first, but it is third. It seemed like the lord of this abode was too vain. They wanted to show their guests their collection and art first before inviting them inside. The place we are in could not even be said foyer in a common sense considering how big it is and the furniture that had been placed here. Thankfully, it is not made of bones, though there are some art pieces made of bones present here. The half foyer and half common hall had 7 doors in total, all leading to different places, which made me quite excited. I am interested in bones, and I am more interested in the resources I would find in those rooms. Looking at the pieces, I am clear it had many supplementary things aside from bones to craft its pieces, and I want to get my hands on them. They would be, without a doubt, extremely rare resources, and I need them. My own appetite for the resources is getting bigger and bigger over time. You guys are sensing anything? I asked them. Their bloodlines have been reacting ever since they came to the entrance. It is clear that this place has something which their bloodlines desire, and I couldn't wait to find out, as that thing wouldn't be useful to only them. I am not just thinking about myself, but also about the subjects of the project, many of which have bloodlines. My bloodline is reacting, but I could not pinpoint where it wants me to go, said Ria. Hearing that, I turned to Lady Yui, who shook her head. Fine, since nobody had an idea, we will begin with the first door, I said and walked toward the first door, which is just elaborate as the last door and made of bones, of course. Be careful when looking around, I said and closed my eyes. I am very excited. I have finally reached the place which could give me something. While the 2 halls were amazing, and I had to see something that very few could see, considering the condition of my race, I want something more concrete. Something that will benefit my people and me. While I concentrated on cracking the puzzle, the 2 explored, and this time they were being very careful that they did not touch even furniture. The furniture was of great quality and looked very good, but they have been to enough ruins that they have collected tons of them, and now just wanted to have something that will benefit them, especially something that is making their bloodline excited. Note, the privilege now has 50 off. Click, the bone lizard spewed out the bone ball, and the clicking sound rang out from the door as the puzzle was solved. Lady Yui appeared in front of me and pushed open the door with an expectant look in her eyes. "Finally, we have found something good," said Ria as she looked at the huge hall in front of us. It is slightly bigger than the second hall, and I could see a couple of pieces, but unlike the second hall, it is not a showroom, but a workroom, which we have been hoping to find. "Don't touch anything, I am getting a very high feeling of danger here," I warned her as we slowly entered the workroom. Saying this place is a mess would be an understatement. Half of the things have already turned to dust here, and thankfully we did not make any large movements, or we would have disturbed the dust, which would have made it slightly difficult. Nobody is surprised to see the state of its workroom. We have traveled to many ruins and seen many things in the state. It had been thousands of years since anyone had come to this place, and such a scenario was expected. The things outside are only fine due to them being protected by the formations, and the power of law slows down the age of degradation very slowly. Still, we are happy, even ecstatic, as we can see the things through the pile of dust, and if we are lucky, we might even be able to find some good things from this trash and might even get a thing that is making these two bloodlines react fast. After looking at the hall for a few seconds, we floated inside slowly. We flew instead of walking because we did not want to touch the dust, and also because who knows what kind of formation was hidden in the dust. We do not want to accidentally trigger it. I am getting dangerous vibes here, far more than what I have felt in the 3 places we have passed through, and it might not seem much, but those 3 places were dangerous. Lady Yui had nearly died at the second hall. "A bone," said Lady Yui as she stopped as she saw the bone buried in the dust. "There is nothing special about the bones. It is about my palm size and cracked and fallen into 10 different places, but it is pure white in color, and there is a faint fluctuation of law being emitted from it." "Faded water law fluctuation," she whispered and crouched down. I was about to call her caution, but saw I did not need to as she took out a beautiful jeweled glove and wore it on her left hand before cautiously picking up the bones. Some pieces of it fell down, but those were not important, as they did not contain the law. She cleaned up the bone with a jeweled finger and placed it inside a delicate wooden box which is carved up with the runes. The law, even if it had faded and nearly lost its power, is something that is too dangerous for us. Even grand lords wouldn't be able to handle its power. One needs to be careful handling them, or one might find themselves in the underworlds before one can understand what is happening. The bone that Lady Yui had picked up is a water elemental law bone. While not a single one of us has comprehended the water rule, it would be extremely useful to those back in the home. The project is in dire need of such things, as one needed to have a certain level of comprehension of the ruling power to level up to the tyrant class, and it also requires the Grandmaster class. Even the Grand Lord class had rule requirements, but I am too far to discuss those. What I want to say is that bone is a great treasure, and the more we find, the better it would be for us. "The hall is too big. I think we should separate to cover more area quickly," I said. "Everyone here is experienced enough to handle the danger, especially after what had happened in the second hall. As long we're cautious, we should be able to handle things on our own. It is too dangerous, and besides, Grandmaster Czar, I am your bodyguard. I should not be leaving your side in such a dangerous place," said Lady Yui. It is clear she is objecting. "I'm more than capable of protecting myself," I said with a smile, and my shields appeared around me. My words seemed slightly rude, but I didn't know what other words to use. We could not afford to waste too much time in this place. There was a huge war being fought outside, and Lord Yazdi was alone in the castle, along with grandmasters and hundreds of masters. If Grimms attacked in huge force, then even Lord Yazdi wouldn't be able to save his own life, much less protect those under him. "You are right." Grandmaster separated. "We will be able to cover more area quickly," she said, and a few seconds later, we chose each direction and moved. Ria took a left, and Lady Yui took a right while I took the center. It was not even a minute since we separated when I had stopped, and a feather fan appeared on my hand, which I waved. The fan is an artifact, but I am using it as the common fan to fly the dust away, and it did, revealing a metallic blue bone emitting the fluctuation of the faded metallic law. Seeing it, a smile couldn't help but appear on my face before I picked it with my strings with a rule-bending power covering it. I admired the long bone, which is quite ugly with all the holes and cracks on it, which make it difficult to guess what type of being it belongs to, but it did not matter. Knowing species is not related to how we will use it. An hour had passed since we had come to this place, and I had already found 9 bones. It was quite a huge haul, more than I had expected. The one that made me happy, that there was a bone with a healing rule, which is kind of amazing. My rules are uncommon, all of them. It is easy to find the bones of 4 conventional elements, but quite hard to find others. I was quite lucky that I was able to find skeletons of law, which my rules could relate to in the first hall. Still, there is a little disappointment in my mind. I wanted real resources, something which I could truly use. "Fuck, it's Magadar ore, and it is a huge piece," shouted Ria ecstatically. Hearing it, I was so shocked that I wasn't able to control myself and flashed beside Ria, and saw her holding a huge block of gray-blue ore, which is even bigger than her hand. "It's really big, little Rhea. It seemed like you have hit really big this time," said Yui, who had appeared beside her at the same time as me. I could see a hint of jealousy appearing in her eyes before she disappeared, while I did even hide it. "I am really jealous right now. If you were Grim, I would have already wrapped around my strings and taken that big thing from you," I said directly. I did not get jealous easily, considering the level of resources I have and the things I use, but this thing is really amazing. It is rare and useful sadras leaves and divine crystals that even grand lords will desire, and the most amazing thing is that she had found such a big piece. "This is mine, though I will give you a tiny piece or two later," she said, and the ore disappeared from her hand. "You better, or I will just rob you up," I said with a smile and walked back to my place. Lady Yui had also left with a smile. "We are going to get a piece of it. It is etiquette and law." Seeing Rhea getting such a big piece of ore, a fire couldn't help but light up inside me. I spread my soul sense further than the 10 meters range and began to search for the treasures. Usually it is quite dangerous to use the soul sense in a place such as a thing, but my soul sense is different than the other's soul sense. There is a heavy dose of the rule-bending power here. To be safer, I have used the half-half formula, half soul energy and half rule-bending power. It is quite wasteful with rule bending, but I could not compromise on the safety. In the next 10 minutes, I found 6 more bones and a few resources that had degraded to a lower level, nothing to the level of ore that Rhea had found. Still, I did not lose hope and continued searching. Another hour passed, and 3 of us had nearly covered half of the area, but still, I did not find anything. "Grandmaster, would you take a look at the thing I have found?" Lady Yui called out. Hearing that, I moved toward her, and soon, I reached her and saw even white pieces in her hand. I was about to say these are just the pieces of bones when I suddenly stopped when I felt the peculiarities from it. I took a few minutes in my hand and closed my eyes to concentrate deeply. For nearly a minute, I did not find anything useful except for a few peculiarities, which gave me no hint, and I was about to stop when I finally noticed something concrete, and it couldn't help but shock me, considering these things should have already turned to dust since they did not have any power. I continued for a few minutes before I finally opened my eyes and handed the wild stones back to Lady Yui with a smile. "What are they, Grandmaster?" "They are making my bloodline react faintly," she asked with hope filling her eyes. "If I am not wrong, these should be the Morrow," I replied, and I could see the disappointment appearing in her eyes. "Don't be disappointed, Lady Yui. What you found is no less important than the ore Rhea had found earlier," I said, and could see the shock appearing on her face. "The reaction to your bloodline would have been intense if it had attracted impurities as its power regressed during the years. If we are able to purify it, I am sure you will get tremendous benefits from it," I said, and I am not overstating the facts. There is an insane amount of energy there. A single stone would be more than enough for tens of high grandmasters like us, and I will ask her for a few pieces from her after we return to the castle, as these things will be perfect for crafting that thing. I have come across a few amazing recipes of alchemical solutions and alcohol, and one of them requires a powerful Morrow, which I have not found in any samples that Grand Lords have provided, but looking at those pieces, I am sure I will have what I need after I purify them. After saying a few words, I flew back toward my place. Now that Lady Yui had also found the treasure, I had to find it too, or it would be quite awkward when we were dividing the treasures since they would have those amazing treasures and I have none. I was thinking those thoughts when I suddenly stopped, and a second later, I gently sent my string down into the dust. Usually I use the fan, but the dust here is deep, and using the fan is not appropriate. So I sent my strings down, and soon they found the thing, which piqued my sense. A few seconds later, my strings brought the thing out, and it couldn't shock me. Note the privilege now has 50 off. What my strings brought out was a skeleton, which had many parts missing, including what was supposed to be a head, but that did not matter, considering what this skeleton was made of. "Grandmaster, this," said Lady Yui, who appeared behind, and even Rhea came and looked at with a deep shock. "I have thought I have brought out a buried treasure, but in front of it, what I have found is nothing," she said as she came closer to inspect. "I have found a skeleton, all right. It is damn fucking ugly with many parts missing and holes that one could say anything about other than it belonging to some kind of humanoid with a tail. Skeleton of the divine," I whispered. "The skeleton had no law power, it had divine power. The whole bones are made of divine power, every speck of them filled with it, and one couldn't help but call them a divine crystal. It is not a divine crystal, it is a divine bone, and I don't know whether it is a good thing or a bad thing. Divine crystal has many uses and is the most versatile resource that could be used on anything. If it had blocks of divine crystal instead of the skeleton, I would have been ecstatic, but now with this, I don't know what to feel. As I have said, this could be a good thing or a bad thing. It all depends on whether I would be able to use it or not. While I would have rather found another treasure, I am happy to get it. I would have felt down if I did not get anything worthwhile compared to my friends." I looked at the skeleton for a few minutes before I put it back in my core and let my clone study while I hunt for the treasures. Half an hour more passed, and I had explored the whole central area, and now on the left side helping Rhea. I could not just wait for them to finish, we do not have that much time on our hands. I found a few more bones, but they were law bones, not divine bones. Aside from that, I have found a few normal treasures, but nothing compared to the treasures that each of us has found. We have already explored 80 of this hall, and the rest, 20, will be finished in a half hour. With that, we would be able to move to the other door. We have already made huge gains in this place, and there are a few more doors we have yet to open. If we found something in those doors as we did in this place, then we would be leaving this ruin with the Great Hall. Hun. My strings had brought up another faded law bone I had sensed in the ground when a light flashed through the hall. Lady Yui. Rhea screamed and moved toward the place where Lady Yui had been, and now she had disappeared. Be careful, I said, and I pressed on her shoulder, stopping her wildly rushing in. She understood my intentions and slowed down, and soon we reached the place where Lady Yui had disappeared. She had accidentally activated the teleportation formation, said Rhea, looking at the formation in front of us, which is mildly glowing. It is, without a doubt, a teleportation formation, and seeing that, I couldn't help but take a sigh of relief. For a moment, I had feared it was security formation that had been activated, and it had puffed her away. Still, we don't know where she went and whether she is safe or not. This teleportation formation is exceedingly complicated, and even I would need a long time to study it. Still, I could glean what type of teleportation formation it was. It is a tunnel type of teleportation formation. There is a similar formation on the other side of it. These formations are much less dangerous compared to throw-type formations, which throw you to the specific coordinates. Pyramids used those types of formation to throw people anywhere in the world, and even most ruin-breaking gates are of a similar type. The shook types work on coordinates, they throw you at coordinates, and that makes it extremely dangerous because the slightest problems in geographic and spatial conditions could mess the whole thing up, which is a pyramid calculates spatial and geographic conditions before throwing one away at spatial coordinates. This is door puzzle answers. If you followed them to exact, you would comfortably get out of this place, I said and handed her crystalline disc before stepping into the teleportation formation. I disappeared before she could even call out my name fully. What I was doing was foolish, but I did not have any other option. This vestige is extremely dangerous, with traps and security formations lying everywhere, and the most important thing is wherever Lady Yui went, she's going to need my help to leave. This ruin is filled with a complicated bone puzzle, which she does not have the expertise to handle, not to mention she might be in danger. While I do not have the raw strength as her, I have numerous methods that have helped me get out of things that would have killed a powerhouse like her. So I handed Rhea the answer to the puzzle through which she could get out and took the risk with the formation. Hun. A fraction of a second later, I appeared at the other end of the formation in a dark place and found her, and her condition did not look good. I took a step toward her but stopped midways with fear appearing on my face, while tens of formations lit up inside and outside of me, formatting very strong shields which could keep out any type of energy, and even then, these unknown horrifying energies wanted to seep inside me. Seeing I didn't have much time, I appeared beside Lady Yui, who had completely changed in half a minute. She is thrashing on the ground wildly, while her skin has turned black and split from hundreds of different places, and letting out a dense gray poo which is smelling very bad. I was shocked seeing her condition, and did not before piercing my strings inside her at the same time. Another set of strings formed the runes around her body, and formed protective shields to stop her body from absorbing any more of these horrifying energies. Her condition is bad, I said as her complete metaphysical scan appeared in front of me. I thought she might fall into danger, but did not expect she might be directly entering the death's door, and the thing that surprised me the most was the time. It had been only a half minutes, but the energies here had not only passed through her strong bloodline armor, but injured her to this degree that even I am sweating to find a way to heal her. I could not just pump the healing energies or extract them. I tried, but these energies were too strong, and my extraction did not seem to absorb the amount needed. So, I stopped and focused on laying the formation inside and outside her, while watching how her bloodline was dealing with the destructive energies. Her bloodline, despite being immensely powerful, is losing against the destructive energies, which is quite surprising considering the bloodlines of people at her level are extremely strong, but these collections of energies are stronger, that they are firmly suppressing the bloodline energies while they spread deeper and deeper inside her. It is clear her bloodline is losing, but it is fighting hard, and which is what will give me a clue to deal with these energies. She is not the first patient I am healing who has been infected by the strange energies. I have been doing this for years, and such cases have become quite common since the war had shifted to the ruins. The ruins are filled with danger, and such danger contains strange and horrifying things like these energies. Those who could escape on time, get help from healers, and truly hard cases come to people like the Grand Mistress Charline and me. I dealt with a few every week, and after healing all those, I have learned a thing or two, especially when it comes to those with bloodlines. When one does not have a definite way to deal with it, one should watch the bloodline on how it deals with it. It always provides an answer, even when it is losing badly. My strings transformed into the runes inside and outside, while I watched how her bloodline dealt with the energies. Those who do not know much about bloodlines might guess that bloodlines have a single way to deal with injuries, but they would be greatly wrong. Bloodlines are one of the most versatile things, and their bloodline energy goes through thousands of changes according to the conditions. I could see the bloodline energy was changing every second as she dealt with the energy, and each of its attempts was better than the last. I have already gleaned quite much of the info, and began releasing the energy inside her through the strings. This energy is something I created with the help of my own energy and some resources. The energy is not for healing, but to stop the spread of the energy so her condition wouldn't get worse. It is already worse, and if it continued, then within a few minutes she would die, and I would not let her reach that stage. It had become necessary to stop the charge of this energy because it had reached the precipice where she suffered any more damage it would affect her foundation. I could not let that happen. I have spent a huge amount of time and resources on her, more than any other High Grandmaster. I had not told her, but I am experimenting on her secretly, wanting to revitalize her bloodline, which seemed to have lost the steam of her growth. I am doing that to bring her to the absolute peak of her level, but also to create a core. It is a very hard thing to do for the High Grandmaster, but it is possible in her condition as she is still young and brimming with potential, capable of bearing powerful treatments that old High Grandmasters would not be able to bear. So I have to save her, not for herself, but for the time and resources I have spent on her. The energies I have released have been eaten by the energies in this place, which is nothing surprising. I intend for them to do it, as now, instead of targeting the body, they will target the energies, which will slow down their spread and give me enough time to find a perfect healing method from the bloodline. Seconds passed when the bloodline had finally stopped changing, as it had found a perfect way to counter the energies. Though it is far from enough to stop the energies considering their power, it is enough for me now that I could truly begin Lady Yui's treatment. It did not take me long to study the way to deal with energies from the bloodline, and the moment I finished, tens of resources appeared in formation inside my core before it had activated and released the energy I needed to deal with these energies. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Sizzling sounds rang out as the formations and outside of Lady Yui's began to release the energy. It did not destroy the energies but weakened them, which is fine too, as now they are weak enough to extract, and my strings are doing just that. Very slowly, the sickly black color on Lady Yui's body begins to fade as more and more energies in just body begin to be extracted. I also begin to release the healing energies slowly into the parts from which dangerous energies have been completely extracted. Though she would not come out of this unscathed, her bloodline had suffered great damage, and it will take at least a month to recover. It is not necessarily a bad thing. Her bloodline has suffered damage, but this disaster had also awakened it fully, like what I have been trying to do. As long as I provide the necessary nourishment, it will not only completely recover, but will also reach a few more steps closer to creating the core. Another 15 minutes passed, and the color of her body turned gray from black, and pus had stopped leaking from the wounds. Fuck, I was busy healing Lady Yui when I saw the teleportation formation not far from me lighting up, and seeing I couldn't help but curse loudly. You should listen when I say a thing, Ria, I said coldly, and thousands of runes made from string flew toward her as she appeared. I had hoped she would listen to me and prepare for a moment, but she did not, and clearly she did not. I am quite angry at her. It is not a place where a grandmaster like her should enter. No matter how powerful she is, these energies would tear her apart. Before she could realize what was happening, my runes had stuck her and formed a protective layer around her body, and I was about to piece my strings inside her when I stopped in surprise. My seed had told me that the dangerous energies had not entered her. Her diamond defense was able to protect her for long enough till a protective layer of my strings had formed around her. Still, it is quite surprising, considering even Lady Yui's defense was not able to stop it for a moment. It did not mean her defense is stronger than Lady Yui, who is level higher. It's just that her diamond defense is better in dealing with energy such as this. Her defense is powerful, slightly weaker than the Lady Yui is level above her, and step away from reaching the absolute peak. When she leveled up to High Grandmaster class, there would be barely anyone of the same level who would be able to break through her defense. Note the privilege now has 50 off. I really should have listened to you, said Ria, and sighed as she walked out of the teleportation formation. You should have, I replied, still a little angry at her for not listening. This place is extremely dangerous. Even I don't have the guarantee of preserving my own life here. I said, and turned back to Lady Yui. Yes, I am feeling it. I am also sensing the thing that my bloodline want is at this place, said Ria, and it couldn't help but surprise me, but I quickly controlled my emotions as this place is not where someone should think about the rewards. Don't go anywhere, this place is extremely dangerous, I warned her. My senses are blaring everywhere I look, I see the danger. It will need great luck for us to get out of this place, but before I think that, I have to heal Lady Yui completely. She still has the destructive energies rampaging inside her. Buzz. It took me another 56 minutes before I was able to extract every bit of the destructive energies. As I finished with it, another formation lit up inside me and began to send revitalizing energies inside Lady Yui at the same time. I took out an air pen and began to draw out the formation. Buzz. It took me around 10 minutes to draw the formation. It activated and split into two before covering both Lady Yui and Ria. I could not have my strings covering always, so I created the formation, which cost me a lot, but I had no choice. These destructive energies are dangerous, and their own defenses are not enough to defend against them. They will sneak inside them and rampage. How are you feeling, Lady Yui? I asked as her eyes fluttered open, weak. She said softly before a sudden realization appeared in her eyes, and I saw her closing eyes for a second before opening them and looking directly at me. You have saved me, Grandmaster, she said. I did what I could, I said with a smile, and helped her get up. While she is fine now, her state is weakened, and her power has regressed. She is now as powerful as Ria. I think we should try to get away from this place as soon as possible, said Lady Yui as she looked around. You are not interested in the thing that your bloodline is sensing? I asked. I am very invested in it, but after what happened and what I am sensing, I think it is wise to get out of this place as soon as possible, she said and looked at the teleportation formation, which was shining mutely. Will this teleportation formation be able to take us back to the hall? She asked. No, it was one way. We will need to crack it or need the access codes to operate it to go back, I replied with a disappointed sigh. My clone had studied the formation, and these are the only two options that really want me to curse out loud. This place is too dangerous, and I would have liked to go back as soon as possible. How long will it take to crack you? She asked. Days, I replied straight. The spatial formations are complicated, and this one is the most complicated teleportation formation I have seen in all ruins I have explored. Well, it seemed like we had no choice but to find a way through this dangerous place, she said and sighed again. I think this place is part of one of the 7 doors, but it is much bigger than the first hall we have entered. The space here had been spatially enlarged, I informed. So we just need to find one of those creepy bone doors, and we will be out. Asked Ria, and I nodded. Let's move. The quicker we will able to find the door, the sooner we will be able to walk out, I said and slowly took a step forward while activating my sensory and ocular abilities to full power, and even then I was only able to see only 20 to 30 meters ahead in this darkness. The previous hall was also dark, but our abilities worked fine there. We did not have any problem, but here everything is different. We walked slowly, carefully taking each step in case we triggered any formation, and there are a lot of formations that could be triggered here, more than I am comfortable with. Ria, there is an invisible formation to your left, I warned her as I continued. This was not my first time warning them. I would need to do it once in a minute at least. Hun. A few minutes passed when suddenly I stopped and closed my eyes, and a few seconds later, earth in front of me moved and my finger's thick purple crystal came out. The crystal is shining, and one can see the beautiful sparks flying across it. Gasp, gasp. Gasps of shock rang out. It is not just they who are shocked, I am shocked too. I had not expected that after a few minutes of walking in this extremely dangerous place, I would find a divine crystal. A lighting element divine crystal, said Lady Yui softly. The elemental divine crystals are more expensive than those without elements, and they are rarer. The skeleton I had found earlier did not have any element, while this one has. After checking no fault with the crystal, I placed it in the box and sent it to my core before continuing with my journey to find the exit. Hun, it had not been even a minute when I began walking again when I stopped, and a few seconds later the earth moved, and hand-sized block of gold came out. It is gold, but not a simple gold. It has natural fractal patterns on it, which gives out a deep aura. What is it? Asked Lady Yui and Ria in unison. Rid fractal gold, a material that is slightly more valuable than the divine crystal, I replied, finding it truly a surprise, and I am very happy to receive it as I have been searching for something like it. I am creating a formation that needs this type of resource. Jim would also be happy. He is trying something ambitious and needs the metal elemental resources of this quality. I placed it into the box silently and resumed my journey. I am happy with the resources I am finding, but I will not search for them. I do not need to say it many times, but this place is dangerous, so dangerous that once I find the door, I will not look back, even if there is a big load of divine crystal behind my back. I have been to many dangerous places before, but this one topped them all. In about 15 minutes, I am walking and have avoided more than 100 traps. They are fucking everywhere at every corner. I don't understand why the fuck do the owner of this place would need to place so many traps. Even we humans did not place this many traps when we needed to catch the nasty vermins that flood into our homes. Michiel, said Ria from behind me, have you sensed something? I asked her. The thing our bloodline is sensing is close, very close, she said. If it had before, she would have asked to go there or even gone there herself, but even with all her faults, Ria understood the danger we were in. If it had been any other place, she would jump right at it instead of informing me. I looked at Lady Yui, who nodded. It was clear by her answer she was also sensing what Ria was sensing. We will go there, but you have to listen to me. If I say it is dangerous, you will not take a step at it, no matter how hungry your bloodline might be for it. I said and looked at Ria. She had a habit of being impulsion, so it is better that she understood what is rules before we go there. I wouldn't have taken such a dangerous decision if not for Lady Yui. She is weakened a lot, and I need her stronger here. If whatever it is will be able to help her regain her power, or at least get the power of the common High Grandmaster, it would be a great help. I understood, said Ria. Which direction is it? I asked. Left, they replied in unison. I could tell both of them were extremely excited. They were trying to hide it, but I could see it in their eyes easily. The response they're getting from their bloodline must be really intense for their mood to become like that, especially Lady Yui, a powerful High Grandmaster, who is a step away from reaching the absolute peak of her class. I moved to begin to walk toward the left slowly, and they followed behind. There were traps everywhere, and I warned them now and then about the traps they could not sense. A few minutes passed, and on the way, I even found a couple of resources, including a few bones. One of the resources I have found was at the level of the divine crystal I have found and was quite rare. It is the request of Skylord. Now, I just have to survive. I have heard that the old man has quite good things, and there are some I need. I will easily be able to exchange it for the resources I need from him. Another few minutes passed, and I stopped, as in front of me was a pool. The pool is not big, it is round, and about 10 meters in diameter. It is a little deep, about 5 meters deep, with its base filled with multicolored crystals. Those crystals are in hundreds of colors. Some are shining whole, others are dull. They also release hundreds of types of different kinds of energies that even my mind had got blown up by them. Ria, stop, I said loudly, bringing her out of her reverie brought out by her bloodline. My bloodline is deeply hungering for it, said Ria as her thoughts became clear. This hunger is really intense that I am barely able to control myself, added Lady Yui as she stared at the crystalline base at the pool. Both you don't make any movements before I completely investigate it, I said, and not to take any risk, I used my strings to bind them. I would not have taken such excessive actions if not for seeing the intense reactions their bloodlines are having, and it is getting intense by the second. If things reach the dangerous stage, I will make them unconscious. I could not allow their bloodlines to take a risk and put their lives in danger for whatever thing was inside the pool. Tap. After a few minutes of investigating, a crown appeared on my head, and I tapped on the ground lightly. As I did, a silvery pink wave came out and moved toward the pool. I have already investigated the pool, and now I want to confirm what I have found with my most powerful investigation method. The result will decide if those two will be able to enter inside or not. A few seconds later, the silvery pink wave came back. It was much lighter than when it went, but it had brought back the data I needed. There is no formation in the pool, and while the pool itself is a powerful artifact, its only function is preserving it will not stop those who are trying to enter inside. Lady Yui, you enter first, I said, and before the words fully came out of my mouth, I found Lady Yui flashing, and the next second, she's sitting on cross-legged on the jagged crystalline surface. Michiel, it is not fair. I am your old friend, you should have given me the first chance, Ria complained behind me, but I did not listen as I was busy looking at the thing happening the moment Lady Yui's feet touched those crystals. Visually, there is no change in them, but metaphysically, they are sending a huge amount of energy inside Lady Yui, and her bloodline is drinking it all like a thirsty man in a desert. I am watching it very carefully, looking at any problem, and even asking my clone to focus on it. This energy is not so simple. It is giving me the feeling of danger, which means it is dangerous. My instincts have never let me down. Michiel, can you let me go? It is becoming very hard to resist, Ria said pleadingly. She had tried to move but had found herself bound, and I was right to bind her. If not, she would have already jumped at the pool. You will enter after Lady Yui comes out, I said, and focused back on metaphysic, especially her bloodline, which is ravenously absorbing the energies. The bloodline is getting stronger as it absorbs the energies. I could see the bloodline is rapidly regaining its strength as it absorbs more and more energy. A little more than a minute later, her aura affirmed the High Grandmaster class. At the same time, a bloodline phantom appeared above her, revealing her bloodline, which she had kept secret for many years. Her bloodline phantom is of the blue-colored women with shining blue skin and wide azure wings. I could not tell what kind of bloodline it was, but it was definitely a powerful bloodline. I am not surprised to see that if her bloodline were this powerful, she wouldn't have been able to reach her height of power quickly. As her bloodline got stronger, it began to absorb more and more energy while getting stronger and stronger every second. My instinct is still calling the danger, but I have not been able to find any, but that did not stop me from looking. If my instinct is telling me there is a problem, then there is, and I just need to find it. 5.5 minutes passed, and her aura had gained its previous power, her bloodline had recovered her previous strength, and was still absorbing the energy without stopping. Another 3 minutes passed, and the bloodline got closer to the absolute peak when I finally found the problem that my instincts were screaming at me and saw what it was. I did not wait even a second to think and yanked Lady Yui out of the pool. Note, the privilege now has 50 off. Grandmaster, why did you bring me out? Asked Lady Yui in blazing anger. I ignored it and looked and magnified the problem I had found a second ago. The energies are simply a corruption, a very well-hidden corruption which, if I had been looking high and low for, I wouldn't have been able to find out. And now the question is what this corruption would do, because till now, it is lying dormant without doing anything. I just thought that when suddenly, the hidden corruption began to burn, and Lady Yui let out a primal scream as she fell down on her knees, while her bloodline burned by the corruption that sneakily piled inside it in a huge amount. Buzz, buzz, buzz. It took me a moment to realize what was happening, and some of the formations I had already prepared lit up inside me and sent the energies into the Lady Yui, where the formations I had laid out inside her activated and began to send the energies into her bloodline. Since I had sensed the danger, I have prepared to deal with it. I have laid out the elaborate formation inside her and also brought out hundreds of formations, which I used to deal with the bloodline, 7 of which I have activated, seeing what is happening inside her. It could be said that Lady Yui is very lucky that I am here, and also, her corruption is simple. It is powerful, but it is simple. It is not trying to infect her bloodline or dormant and spread, it just wants to burn it and is willing to use all its energy. It is burning the bloodline while I am supplying the bloodline with a huge amount of energy to resist this burning. I really couldn't help but pity her bloodline. It had been not long ago. It had suffered a disaster, and now it is suffering another. I just hope her bloodline did not go into deep sleep due to it, which would truly be a disaster for her. While it is important to continue to wet the bloodline and continue testing it so it would harness even more power from the source, sometimes this approach bites one in the ass, and instead of increasing its potential and making it harness more power from it, it will put in a deep sleep. The bloodline also has the essence, and while its energies could be burned or damaged, the essence should be kept safe, or it becomes quite hard for the bloodline to react. This corruption is powerful enough to burn the essence of a bloodline that it may never be able to recover, though I am trying my all not to let that happen. Lady Yui is a very important powerhouse, and we need such powerhouses at the optimum conditions. Now that thing is coming out. Minutes passed, Lady Yui's raw screams continued, and I did not have the heart to shut her up forcefully, so I heard the screams while I healed her. The screams also helped Rhea break through the compulsion of her bloodline. Her emotions are a lot calmer now that I have released the restrictions on her, and despite that, she did not move toward the pool, though I have felt her casting a glance at it now and then. Lady Yui's screams lasted for 11 minutes before they finally stopped. The corruption was still there, and it would take me some time before it completely burned to ashes. I'm not doing anything directly related to corruption. While it is simple, it is powerful and made of energies that I have no experience dealing with. So I use the two-pronged approach in dealing with it. One is pouring energies, it will burn them instead of the bloodline, and the other is pouring strengthening energies into the bloodline to strengthen it against the power of corruption. It is tried and tested approach which has always worked, and this time too, it is working. Another 20 minutes passed when finally, the corruption was completely spent and Lady Yui slumped on the ground and closed her eyes. I did not say anything and investigated even further, looking for any more hidden corruption, though I did not see any. It is the least I could do, I said before turning to Rhea. Do you want to enter now? I asked. My question caught both of them off guard. Are you sure, after what had happened with Lady Yui? She asked, looking at Lady Yui, who had the same question in her eyes. I smiled at her question. The pool is dangerous, without a doubt. There is intense corruption that, when it burns, will make you suffer the greatest pain of your life and will also burn the bloodline essence, if not careful, but it is without question. This thing is very useful to people like you with the bloodline, I replied. I was able to stop the corruption from burning her bloodline essence, or much of her bloodline means Lady Yui was able to keep most of the benefits she had gotten from the pool. She is now just a hair's breadth away from reaching the absolute peak of her level. That is not even the greatest benefit she received with all the danger she had faced. Her bloodline had energized and was brimming with potential. As long as she does not take any more of the risk that is dangerous to her bloodline, she will not experience the spurt in her bloodline. It could be said that now, the chances of her creating the core have become even greater. Okay, I will go, said Rhea after nearly a minute of thinking. Okay, let me make some preparations, I said and began to make some changes, which took me a few minutes. You can go now, I said, and like Lady Yui, she had jumped into the pool before the words had fully come out of my mouth. Just as her feet touched the crystal on the base, the energies of the crystal rushed into her bloodline, and this time, I knew what I was looking for and immediately spotted the bloodline and released my own energies into the torrent that was mixing with the bloodline. The things here are slightly different when compared to Lady Yui. Some even surprised me, and the thing that surprised me the most is the amount of energy the crystal is pouring inside Ria. It is more than what it had poured into Lady Yui, and like her, the amount increases with the passing time. The reason for that is simple. Ria possesses a bloodline core, thus, her capacity is more despite being lower level and possesses much greater potential than Lady Yui. In just a few seconds, a dense diamond light began to shine blazed across the body of Ria, and her bloodline projection appeared. I am one of the people who knows what kind of bloodline she has, and looking at the expression of Lady Yui, she seemed to know about it as well. The core had finally begun to resist the energy as it had reached the limit, and it only took it 9 minutes for that to happen. In these 9 minutes, her bloodline had absorbed more energy than what Lady Yui had done. Now, it had reached its limit. The crystals were pushing more energy into it while core was resisting, but even in its resistance, it was still absorbing some of the energies coming toward it, and the only reason I have not pulled back Ria out of the pool yet. I want to see how long the energies could push up the core. It will also help me test the limit of the core, which is extremely important data. It is certainly dangerous, but I have prepared for it, and as long as Ria does not initiate the breakthrough, everything will be fine. So I just watched as Ria's bloodline struggled against the energy, which wanted to be consumed by the bloodline. The only thing I did was mix my energies with the energies coming from the crystal. Seconds passed by, and with each second, a stream of valuable data kept coming toward me as the energy pressed the core further and further, and to my surprise, the core continued its struggle for more than a minute before it began to repel all the energy. Seeing that, I yanked Ria out of the pool. She was expecting it because she did not resist, and as she appeared, she immediately sat cross-legged beside me, readying herself for what was about to come. She only got a second of rest before the corruption in her bloodline burned. It was not that the bloodline spread around her body had started burning, but the center of her bloodline also began burning. Her core, which looked like the most beautiful diamond in the world, has now transformed into the blazing sun. It is beautiful as it is horrifying that I couldn't help but get transfixed by it. The blaze of corruption is more powerful than it had been with Lady Yui. If it had been such powerful in Lady Yui, even I wouldn't have been able to stop it from burning its essence. The prior preparations are necessary to deal with such a dangerous thing. Unlike the last time, this time I am more relaxed still. I am keeping a vigilant eye on the core. If something bad were to happen, I needed to react immediately. A few minutes passed, and nothing had changed. The only thing that had changed was me closing Ria's mouth. She had herself asked me to do it when I was making the changes. She did not want me to hear her raw screams. Another few minutes passed when I noticed something in her core. It was nothing serious, but I still investigated it and looked deeper when I saw something which shocked me and upended my understanding of these energies. I had been very wrong since the beginning. At first I had thought the corruption inside was unintentional. It had someone produced in it through the thousands of years, but I have been utterly wrong in thinking it. Corruption has been present in it since the beginning. The creator of the pool had intentionally put it, and seeing what is happening, I can understand why it had done it. This pool is for the holders of bloodline, and it is not suitable for all bloodline holders. Sorry, wrong again. What I meant to say is being on a regular host of bloodlines, or those who did not create a core, is a clear waste of this resource. It should only be used by those with core, only those with core will receive the complete benefits. The strengthening energies in the burning corruption worked in tandem. I could see how it is strengthening the core from deep within without a doubt. Ria will get far more benefits from it than Lady Yui did, all because of her core. Though that does not mean it is not dangerous for Ria, it is even more than Lady Yui, and the only reason she is safely getting the benefits from it is because of the preparations I have made. The burning continued for another 12 minutes before it stopped. All the burning corruption disappeared, leaving behind a diamond that is now shining even more brilliantly than before, and if I am not wrong, its size had also shrunk a little. My energies did not protect her bloodline completely. It had to face the corruption, and it did, and now came out even stronger. She had got many benefits from the energy, from the huge increase in strength to purer bloodline energy, but the greatest of them all is the limit. Earlier during the absorption, her core had reached the limit, but now after the baptism of fire, that limit expanded further. If I am not wrong, now she has gotten the strength to fight against the High Grandmasters, not just passively defend against it, and with the limit increases, she will be able to gain even more power. By the time she levels up to High Grandmasters, she will directly become one most powerful High Grandmaster we will have in our arsenal. Her defense, on the other, would be nigh impossible to break within the same level, and Kuei's Grand Lords would need to launch their most powerful attack to break her defenses. This strength, said Ria as she opened her eyes after resting for a few minutes. There was a clear look of shock in her eyes when she felt her strength. Don't use too much bloodline power, it needs a rest. I warned her. I gave the same warning to Lady Yui a while ago. They have made a huge advancement, but it had also put a huge strain on their bloodlines, and it would be better if they let it rest for a while. It is quite regretful that such wonderful treasure is in such a dangerous place, or we would have definitely tried to take it, said Lady Yui, and Ria nodded. Who says we aren't? I asked, and to their shock, they saw the pool slowly separating from the ground, a web of hair thin strings lifting it up slowly above the ground. Note, the privilege now has 50 off. I am taking this pool, and how could I not? This thing had the ability to supercharge the bloodlines. It is the first treasure I have come across in my life that could do something like it. It is absolutely necessary for me to take it, and if it had been covered in the formation, I would have broken it, even if it had taken the days. This is a resource that could bring a huge change in the strength of the race, and we need it now, especially now that thing is coming out. I have already decided how I will use it, and who will be perfect to use it. While most people will get to use it, priority will be those with the cores, as only those who will take the greatest benefits from it. Currently, from what I could see, it could only be used once it is too powerful and puts too much strain on the bloodline that even those with core will be able to use it once. To use it the second time, they would need to recover their bloodlines to optimum vibrancy, which is different from the optimum power. A simple level up or rest is not enough to gain the used vibrancy, but those bloodlines with core recover it much more quickly than the regular bloodlines. Soon, my strings disconnected the pool from every connection it held to the ground without disturbing the ground and traps in the slightest. If one looks carefully at the ground, one will see there is a formation shining on the ground. This is the formation I have laid on the ground before taking the pool with it. There was not the slightest disturbance. Not a single trap within an immediate area had been activated. The pool had detached itself, but I did not take it immediately. I would not forget the danger in my greed. My strings are currently performing the tests. I want to see if there are any hidden traps inside, and unless I am sure there are not, I will take this thing inside. More than 25 minutes passed, and the last of my test had been finished, and there was no problem. I did not see the sign of the slightest problem. And now, after taking it inside, any trap activated, then it will be completely my fault, and I am willing to accept the responsibility. I took a deep break, and a moment later, the pool disappeared and appeared in my core inside the formation, which had been powered by powerful artifacts. This thing will bring out the huge change in our race, said Lady Yui softly, looking at the empty creator. Every host of bloodline will receive a huge boost from it like we had, added Ria, and I couldn't help but nod at that. Let's go, we still haven't found a way out of this place yet, I said, and slowly walked back toward the area from where we came. In the unknown, directionless place, it is important that one stick to a single direction. If they continue with the straight path long enough, they will find something that will lead to the exit. We avoided the traps that were on the way, and the new ones that had appeared. These are floating traps in this damn place. They keep moving around, and if I did not have the special skill set that helped me find them, then we would die 100 times already. This is really an SS class vestige, said Lady Yui as we avoided another hidden trap, without a doubt, added Ria. There are 3 types of S classes, S, SS, and SSS, and people barely explore them. Only people with specialized skills are capable of exploring these kinds of ruins, and the pyramid rarely gives permission to explore them. Even during war times, both humans and Grimms have largely avoided the places of these types, especially SS and SSS. The psychedelic ruin was an S-class ruin of high Grandmaster level ruin that needed special skills, extremely rare protective artifacts, and peak power to explore. This ruin requires super special skills on top of great power and protective equipment. Going into these places usually means death, and that is why only those powerhouses closer to death explore such places. Most of the time, they do not return, but when they do, they bring out the Hall of the Century, like we have gotten. Even without a pool, we have gotten enough haul that would even shock a Grand Lord. Divine crystal, divine bones, powerful ores, law bones. This is really a Hall of the Century. 3 hours passed, and we continued with our journey in this dark place, avoiding the traps and collecting the fortune that would blow anyone's mind. I have found many things to the level of divine crystals that I have sort of become numb to them. They did not give me a shock or even a surprise. I did not even feel happy, just tired. It had been more than 3 days since we had left the castle, and I had not slept even for a second usually. It is not a problem for the powerhouse of our level to not feel tired, even after not sleeping for a week, but a condition we are in totally different, especially me. Ever since we entered this ruin, I have been using my abilities constantly, especially after I entered the first door, and their usage intensified after coming to this extremely dangerous place. I have a crown of roses on my head through which I am using my multiple abilities. I only use this thing when things get serious, and now I am using it constantly. Even though I am using it in an efficient mode, it is still straining for me. Within this crown, I will only be able to continue for 5 to 6 hours at most before my efficiency begins to drop, and that would be a dangerous thing because, in this, we are missing one trap away from death. The traps here are so dangerous that we fall into them. We could forget coming out alive. So I really hope I find the exit within 5 to 6 hours because it is not a place where I rest, which would be equal to welcoming death with open arms. Another few minutes passed when I stopped, and about a minute later the earth began to move. This thing had been quite deep, at the edge of my soul's sense. If it had been a few more inches deeper, I might not have been able to sense it at all. Finally the thing came out, and it couldn't help but surprise me as it was not a resource that I was expecting, instead a wooden box. It is a deep brown color wooden thing the size of a shoebox, and the surprising thing about it is that it looked fine. There is no scratch or a mark of age on the box. It looked like it was just days old, not thousands of years. The box is simple and had no adornment on it, and if I had not been looking at it with my abilities and seen a dense, extremely complicated formation drawn on it through the invisible bone ink, I would have immediately opened it. I carefully looked at it, and the only thing I say is that it is not a common box, but a safe with a formation so complicated that it would easily require me weeks or even a month to solve. "Why aren't you opening it? It is clear this thing has something good," said Ria in excitement even after finding so many things. Her excitement about the new things did not wane. It might be due to it being a box which is likely containing treasure inside. "I can't. There is an exceedingly complex formation covering this thing," I said and shook my head while the violet light bloomed in my hand, showing them the dense, complex runes covering the box. A second later, I placed the box inside my storage and resumed walking, only to stop a minute later to take another thing out of the ground before resuming walking again. Little more than 2 hours passed as such, and I became even more tired, but I did not see the end to this place, much less find the door. This place is big, and we are walking at a pace that even a common person overtakes us. If this place hadn't been so dangerous, even with such dark, it wouldn't have taken us more than a few minutes to explore the whole place and find the exit. I was thinking those thoughts when suddenly I saw something in the distance which was shining faintly. It is not the thing that surprised me, as this place is littered with those, but it is what is behind the thing. Seeing it, my whole face lighted up like a bulb, and I wanted to flash up there, but if I were to do that, I would die by 10 times reaching there. So I continued with my regular pace, even though my body was shaking with excitement. I moved through the traps, guiding those behind me while picking up the treasures from the ground that seemed to be everywhere. Is that?" called out Lady Yui as she finally noticed it. "Yes," I said and resumed walking, and a few minutes later we had reached close enough to confirm it was really a wall behind the skeleton, but the thing that had surprised me the most is the skeleton itself. I thought it was one of the common skeletons we have found in the first hall and the last hall, but I was grossly wrong. This skeleton is no common skeleton, and that black greatsword in its chest is proof of that. "Don't go near it, it's dangerous," I said and stopped. There is still around 150-meter distance between me and the skeleton, and I begin to iffy about it. There is extremely faint energy releasing from it, so faint that, if my sensors were not in the hyper mode, I wouldn't have been able to sense it. This energy is trying to sneakily enter inside me, but is stopped by my defenses, and thankfully, the defensive formation I had placed on them has also been effective. If this energy had been regular energy, I wouldn't have been so cautious. Many things in this place have produced the energies. Some of it was dangerous, but one coming from the skeleton was most dangerous, and it is the same that formed the base of the destructive energies that had attacked Lady Yui the moment she entered this place. "Both of you, wait here a little," I said, and even gave a look to Ria before walking cautiously toward the skeleton. I did not have any interest in the skeleton. I have seen enough skeletons for a year that I wouldn't be too interested in them for a little while. But this skeleton is different, and I am seeing something on it that I have to investigate it before I follow the wall toward the exit. Upping my defenses, I got closer and closer to the skeleton before stopping at around 50 meters before it. I could not get any closer without the chance of energy seeping inside me, which had now become a lot denser and more powerful. It is fine, I can now see what I want to see. As I stopped, I activated my ocular power at their full power, and the things I saw shocked me. The skeleton is a humanoid. It is slightly taller than humans and has a single horn on its head and tail. Its bones are different than other bones. They are white like normal bones, but have a steely quality in them. I am very sure the bones of this are stronger than those of the same level. This skeleton had all its bones preserved, which is no surprise. There was no single one that seemed to be missing, even those that were broken by a strike in its heart by the black sword. It had been killed by that sword, and I don't think it would have anything but a simple death. There are unknown black scripts coming from the sword, covering its whole body, and when I stared at the script for a long, I felt as if my soul was burning. It was not a feeling, it was really trying to burn my soul, and if I had not stopped on time and hadn't been circulating the soul-cleansing method which protected me, it would have really harmed my soul. It seemed this skeleton might be the owner of this place, I said, and I am not assuming it out of the air. The copper ring it is wearing on its middle finger had a signet of bone lily, the same signet I have seen in the bone art pieces and even above the doors. So there are only two assumptions, whether it is the staff of this place or the owner, and I am betting my money on the owner, considering how it had been killed. It is a simple kill. The one who killed it wanted it to suffer, and I felt no pity for it. I am sure this one had sufficient blood on its hands collecting all these skeletons it had proudly showing, and something or someone related to the skeleton might have come back to bite it in the ass. I also got an answer to a question on resources that are lying everywhere. The signet ring was also its spatial storage, and it had exploded with damage, sending everything contained inside everywhere. I would have really liked to get my hands on that sword and the signet right, which would have made opening the door extremely easy, but I am not powerful enough to get such close to it, and they are not worth it for me to go all out for them. Seeing that, I turned back and returned to the ladies. Let's go now that we have found the wall. It wouldn't be hard to find the door, I said to them, and we began to follow the wall. This place is huge, and even with us finding the wall, the door did not seem to close to use, which is scaring me a little as energies are rapidly expanding that I begin to slightly ration them. I did not want to do it, but I have no other choice. I don't know how long it will take us to find the door, so I want to preserve as much energy as possible in case it takes longer. We found TH door, and it took us nearly 3 hours to do it. By that time, my expenditures had turned really low, though on the way we have found really good things that few times have brought me out of the numb state. I will solve the door, I said, but unlike before, I did not sit down. This place was too dangerous for me to sit down with floating traps. Success. It took 2 hours and 40 minutes for my clone to solve the door, and by that I had become so tired that I just was to sleep, but I did not fall down and instead consumed a herb which cleared my mind, which instantly made my mind clear and all the tiredness vanish. That thing had a price, said Lady Yui simply. I smiled at her and turned to the door. Yes, the herb had some side effects, but I need to be at most alert right now. A single mistake in a complicated puzzle, and I would be vaporized from the face of the earth. I don't want that. There are still many things that I want to do before I leave this world. Click, the click rang out, and without wasting any second, Lady Yui pushed open the door and we walked out into the foyer living room. So it was the fourth door, said Ria, and I nodded. The teleportation formation had taken us to the fourth hall from the first hall. What do we do next? Asked Lady Yui. First we rest, then we will think, I said, and immediately took out my spatial abode before entering inside with two. You can choose any room you want, I said to the two and walked into the first room, and inside I directly laid on the bed before destroying all the herb's power into me. The moment I did, extremely tiredness hit me, and I fell into the sleep before I knew it. I woke up 3 hours later, feeling completely refreshed. All the tiredness in me had vanished, and most of my energies had also recovered. I did not stay on the bed for long. I got up and removed my clothes, including my jacket. Before walking into the shower, I stayed there for 15 minutes before walking out. I wanted to little longer and enjoy that magically water more, but I could not waste any time. Lady Yui and Ria hadn't come out. Seeing that, I closed my eyes and went into my core and began cooking there. In 25 minutes, I cooked an elaborate meal before bringing it out to the dinner table. Ah, it smells heavenly, said Ria as I had just finished setting up the table. Lady Yui, have you eaten the food made by Michiel? Asked Ria. No, but I have heard the praises of it. It is said that Grandmaster Czar is one of the foremost culinary experts of our world, she said as she looked at the table with the glittering eyes. Please join me. I invited them. They sat across, and we began to eat. Grandmaster, those praises of your culinary skills are really not empty, lacking even, said Lady Yui a minute later, tasting many of the dishes. I am glad you are enjoying the meal, Lady Yui, I said. The praise from her means a lot. She's not some common powerhouse, but a high grandmaster who is very close to reaching the peak. She had experienced the many things eaten by the culinary experts of her organization, so the praise coming from her mouth is not empty. Within 15 minutes, everything had been licked clean, which is not surprising considering we hadn't eaten much in 3 days. Lady Yui, Ria, I hope you both will go back to the castle. Lord Yazdi is alone defending that place, I said. Ashlyn is currently handling things, but even with her power, she could delay things if she did not want to reveal much. So I want them into the castle, reinforcing Lord Yazdi. Grandmaster Czar, I have a duty to protect you. Your life alone is worth more than our forces here, including Lord Yazdi, she said, and I could only sigh. You are right, Lady Yui, but as you have seen, I did not need protection. I am well capable of protecting myself. but if you and Ria did not return to the castle soon, there will be no human remain in this ruin that would need a protection, including Lord Yazdi, I said, and silence descended. All right, I will leave with Ria, she said with a sigh, surprising me. I had thought she would need some more convincing before she was ready to leave. I suppose you will return to that hall, she asked, and I nodded. That place is extremely dangerous, but it also contains numerous treasures that will be helpful to me, and others we will need them to increase our strength to the max before that thing appear, I said with a sigh. To be honest, I really don't want to go back there, but there are too many treasures there and my enticement for them increase further now that I know they were from the storage ring. One storage container is the most precious thing one has, and while I have found a good thing, I am confident even greater things are waiting for me there, and I have to get them. Click. A minute later, I heard the door of the foyer click before Lady Yui pushed open the door, giving me a glimpse of beautiful bone art pieces on the other side. Take care, Grandmaster, she said and took a step toward the hall with Ria. You too, Lady Yui. Ria, I said, and a few seconds later, the door behind them. They will be fine, especially now that they have gone through the advancement. There are very few beings in this ruin that have the power to harm them. I did not stay thinking for long and appeared in front of the fourth door and began moving the bones, which seemed to be from the tiny but powerful reptiles. Click. Finally, about a minute later, the door clicked and I pushed it open before entering inside, and the door closed behind me, turning the whole place completely dark. Though to me it is not completely dark, the marks I have spread are completely clear to me. I know where the teleportation formation where I had appeared is, and also the body of the owner of this place. I have sprinkled the marks on every way I have walked, and by that could tell this place is quite big, which means the greater treasures and resources. These marks will also help me quickly run toward the door if things get really dangerous. I looked around before choosing a direction and moving toward it, and within 3 minutes, I had found the first treasure. I looked at its condition and stored it before moving again. This time, I am in much better condition, and my pace of moving is more than double speed than before as now. I do not have 2 people behind me who I have to look after. As the time passed, my speed increased further, and I began to find the greater at much greater speed. Within an hour, I have collected more than 20 treasures and resources that discount the law bones I continue to find. One of the artifacts is quite nifty and a great gift for Marina, with which she will be able to diagnose the patient with much ease. Another hour and a half passed when I finally found the thing I had been looking for, though it seemed utterly useless, more than half of which seemed to be eaten by the energies and the whole half damaged by age, with no protection. It is already a miracle it had been able to survive for such long. I looked at the damaged book. I should throw it away considering its state, but after thinking for a while, I decided to store it back in my core. If lucky, I might be able to salvage the few pages of it and every bit of the knowledge count. Note the privilege now has 50 off. Father, take this, said Nero and threw another treasure at me, which is 3 times of side. It is a smooth, square black rock with a burst amethyst around it. It looked quite beautiful, but it is also extremely useless, especially to a water elemental who will pay an arm and a leg for it. It had been 6 hours since I had come to this place, and I was far from tired. I was already using less energy before being alone, and after Nero came out, the expenditure had lessened even more since he would bring out all the treasures and warned of the danger. I should have brought him out from the beginning. It would have saved me a lot of energy and time, and helped me find more treasures and resources. I am getting a lot of extremely rare resources, but I did not get the books that I had been hoping for, which has made me a little disappointed. I really wanted to have books, and since the lord of this place specializes in bones, I was hoping to get a few books on the bones. It would have really helped me a lot with my inheritance and project. The data is extremely important, and while constant research continued to provide me a treasure trove of it, I need something more. The research done by the powerful powerhouses, they can see much more than I could and have a long vision. I wish I could have the Hermes library with it. I wouldn't have had to constantly search for the books everywhere for my research. That place was filled with books, so many books that even in my lifetime, I wouldn't be able to read through all of them even when I brought the book into my core, and I am only talking around the first floor. There are many floors to the library containing many books. I have found many books here, but all of them were damaged, and one had even crumbled to dust under my fingers. I was really hoping I would find some books here and still do it. Will help me a lot if I find a few good books. Nero was walking in front of me when suddenly, he stopped and seeped inside the ground like he had done many times. He is doing that means he had found good. So I waited, but soon a worried frown couldn't help but appear on my face seeing him not coming back, even after half a minute. I was about to call him when the earth moved, and Nero came back with a small glass jar between his cute reindeer horns. Father, careful, the thing inside feels extremely dangerous, said Nero, and it couldn't help but turn my expression serious. Till now, Nero had found many things. Some of them were very dangerous, and despite that, he never gave me a warning about them until now. I will be careful, I said to him before taking the jar from his horns with my strings. The glass jar is a mason jar and is covered in clay. I used my strings to clean it and found a single white flower inside the jar. A white orchid looking fresh like it had been plucked and placed into the bottle not long ago. There was no sign that the flower was a few thousand years old. Hun, what is this flower? I asked myself, which looked nothing different than the white orchid. Seeing that, I decided to use my soul sense to investigate it, and to my surprise, I saw it was repelled by the jar. If it had been common soul sense, I wouldn't have been surprised, but this is soul sense mixed with the rule-bending power which would be able to seep through most anything, but this bottle had repelled it. Earlier, I was only interested in it because Nero said it was dangerous, but now I am curious. I want to know what this flower is which requires such protection. With that thought, I increased rule-bending power into my soul sense and still got repelled, but that did not stop me as I continued to increase the power. And finally, when the percentage of rule-bending power had reached a whopping 70, my soul sense seeped inside, but only slightly. Seeing that, I did not stop and continued to increase the amount of rule-bending power in the soul sense with it. The soul sense seeped deeper and deeper inside the bottle. Finally, when the rule-bending power had 81 in the soul sense, a small tendril of it broke out and touched the flower. The moment it did, an utter horror appeared on my face, and the soul sense touched the flower, burned into the crisp. Thankfully, I was able to break my connection with the soul sense before it could harm me. Black Sun Orchid, I had never expected I would find a resource of origin, I said inside. This alone is worth coming here. I have received the Harvest of Millennia. It is a supreme treasure of the level we are searching for to heal the Grand Commander. It is extremely powerful, so much that if a Grand Lord were to touch it carelessly, they would be burned to death, and no defensive method would be useful against it. I wish this treasure had been Earth Elemental or Crystal Elemental. In nature, it would have helped in healing the Grand Commander. I shook my head and once again looked at a flower, or rather the jar holding it, with the flower being organic in its level. It shouldn't exist in this ruin, considering the level of ruin is only High Grandmaster, but this jar isolated from the world itself, so it did not get discovered. The most amazing thing about the jar is that it did not have any formation. It protected the flower inside with just its natural abilities, which made it a grand treasure itself. It took them 13 hours, much less than I had thought, I said as I looked at Lady Yui and Ria bursting into the battle between Grandmaster Yazdi and 3 Grims against which he was barely holding against. If it were not for the recent boost in the strength he had got through me, he wouldn't have been able to achieve this feat. Still, his current condition is quite bad, and if those who haven't arrived on time, I would have had Ashlyn to save him. She had already helped stalling the attacks of Grims before they reached the castle and even killed a Grim, which delayed this attack. With those 2 arriving, I stopped looking. Though the visual is still being recorded in my core, and I or my clone will watch it when we have time. Currently, we both are busy with our work. I have not found another resource of origin, nor had I expected it to. If they had been so easy to get, they wouldn't have been called the Treasure of Millennia. We only get a few every millennium, and most of them are found in dangerous places, even more dangerous than this place. From my marks, I could tell I had covered half of this huge place already earlier. We were quite lucky that the teleportation formation was quite close to the door. If it had been where I am right now, we might have been still here, searching the way out. Nero makes things quite easier. We are covering the area fast and finding all treasures and resources. Seeing that there is still a half area to explore makes me a little hopeful about finding another supreme treasure. Though I know the hope is quite futile, a man could hope, especially for the Earth's elemental supreme treasure that I desperately need. I continued searching for treasure, and another 3 hours passed, and Ashlyn informed me about the result of the battle, which was a draw as the Grims retreated. They did not give a chase, nor could they, considering the condition of Lord Yazdi. He had taken quite a beating before they had arrived and rescued him. Father, I had found the books, said Nero suddenly when I was watching the retreating Grims from Ashlyn's eyes. Bring them out, I said immediately with eyes full of excitement, and I really hoped this time the books would be complete. I did not ask for many, I just hoped that a few would be in good condition, and they would offer me what I needed. Hun. I just thought that when the earth began to move, and not just a small part of but a big part of it, a surprise appeared in my eyes seeing that when it had transformed into the shock when I saw Nero was not bringing out the books, but the shelf itself and inside books that had been protected from the harm. The shelf came out, and it is pretty big, containing almost 1,000 books, and all of them looked in perfect condition, protected in the formation. I was looking on the shelf when I again heard the sound of the earth moving. The emotions, which had barely stabilized, became shell-shocked again as the second shelf came out filled with books, and after it third and then fourth, all containing the books in a near-perfect state. Seeing that, I couldn't help but turn ecstatic. I had wished for a few books, but I had got a few thousand, and all of them looked enchanting. I wanted to break their formation and begin reading them, but I had controlled my impulse and put the shelf back into my core and continued through the hall. 10 more hours passed, and I nearly finished with the hall. I could see my marks everywhere, only some part in the eastern side had remained, which I would be completely harvested in 2 to 3 hours. A few minutes later, I reached the eastern part and began the harvest. The eastern is furthest away from the body, and thus the treasures here were fewer than in the other parts, but still, those treasures are rare like the others, so I have no complaints. An hour passed by, and we continued harvesting the resources of the ground to save time. Nero and I divided the area. We are the opposite side of each other, coming closer and closer as we harvested the resources, and despite me having thousands of strings at my disposal, I am still slower than Nero in the harvest. Hun. A surprise couldn't help but appear on my face when my strings touched the thing underground, because for the first time, my core had reacted, which is very considering it did not react to the things it needed, and when it does react, it means the thing is extremely good for me. I wish the core had not been picky. The faux bloodline used to react to every single thing it used to find important for its growth. It used to sense those for miles, and once I had reached deep underground of the ghost town to get that thing, I immediately pulled out the thing, which had to be quite heavy. I needed to deploy more than 100 strings to lift it from the underground. It took a while before a big thing came out, and it turned out to be a perfectly rectangular block of crystalline bone. One might confuse it for milky crystal if they do not look at it carefully. The block of crystalline bones is about 4 meters long, 2.5 meters wide, and about a meter thick, and the most amazing thing about it is the dense formation carved on it, covering every inch of its surface. Those runes on it are carved from quite strange ink. It is giving me a feeling that I could not understand. It is not a bad feeling, just strange, one which I had never felt before. I looked at it for a few more seconds before I stored it inside my core for my clone to study. It was clear that this thing was extremely important, and the feeling was quite intense when my finger touched it. I want my clone to study it, so I can use it as soon as possible. After I placed the crystal bone block into my core for my clone to study, I resumed the harvest, and 40 minutes later, I finished, seeing that a big smile couldn't help but appear on my face. This place has given me one of the biggest harvests I have ever got, especially that supreme treasure which was the treasure of millennia. Click. I did not waste any time as I finished and walked to the gate. It took me a few minutes to reach it before I began moving the bones on the door, which had changed the puzzle, but my clone had already solved it, so I moved the bones confidently before hearing the click. A second later, I pushed open the door and walked out before turning toward the other door. Since I have remained here, I will take everything I could from this vestige. Click. I pushed the door and walked out of the last hall, which was the first hall we had inside among the 7 halls. There are some parts of it that have remained to be explored to accidental teleportation, which I did and got some good things, aside from the obvious law bones. It had been 2.5 days since Lady Yui and Ria had left, and I had explored this whole place, which I have to say was much smaller than the many vestiges I had explored, but had a good thing high density. I had a great harvest in 2.5 days, especially in 2 halls which surprised me with the things they had, though I had only found the resource of origin in the 4th hall. I have explored the whole vestige, but I am leaving yet not in my current state, which is very tired after 2.5 days of constant exploring. So as I got out, I directly summoned my abode, and a minute later, I was in a deep sleep. It was sleep without dreams that when I woke up 5 hours late, I was feeling completely refreshed in mind and body with all the energies inside me being recovered. I did not stay on the bed and went to freshen up and shower, where I stayed for nearly half an hour. Wearing my clothes and my favorite jacket on top, I walked out of my room and went directly into the kitchen, where I took out some things and began to cook. I cooked a simple meal with a few dishes, which Nero and I ate while talking. After we finished eating, Nero went inside the core and slept while I walked into the practice room. There was one very important thing I had to do. Thud. A loud thud rang out in the center of the practice room as I took out the rectangular crystalline bone block, whose runes were giving me quite a strange feeling. My clone was not able to find out the source of these strange feelings, but it did find out something after studying for nearly 6 days. It especially made practice artifact of consumable category, and if my clone isn't wrong, then it is used to strengthen the bones. I did not forget the bones owner of this place. They had a metallic sheen to them, and even after so many years, there was not a single mark of decay. The strong bones have huge benefits, from more raw strength to greater defense, among other things, and I want that. Since I had come to this ruin, I did not make much progress. All the progress I had made was from my own methods. I looked at the bone block before flying over it. From what my clone could tell, this block is in fine condition, which means I could use it. As for whether it is safe or not, I don't have the faintest idea. I will know when I test this thing. Tap. I landed on the runic circle on the top bone block. Before sitting on it as I did, I waited, as there were no activation runes through which I could activate the formation. Buzz. For a minute, nothing happened when suddenly, I felt a sharp pain in my mind, only to realize it was a memory containing the method. Bone derivation method is the name of the method that came at me, as there was no other info in it aside from how to practice it. Reading the method, I know it is not complicated, but I will have to study it before I begin to practice. So I entered my core and began to study it inside it with my clone. It took me about 1.5 hours of outside time to completely study the method, and when I did, I began to circulate it. The method is different from all the methods I had practiced before first. It does not take the energies of the body, it takes one of the universal energies which have already begun to trickle into my body, and it also completely affects the bones, which is no surprise considering it is the method relating to the bones. No change appeared on the block as I began to circulate the method, and I did not focus on it. The only thing focused on the circulating method, which is attracting more and more universal energy and fusing it to my bones. About 2 hours passed, and now a torrent of energy was coming inside me as I circulated the method faster and faster. I could tell my bones were reaching their limit, and in a minute, they wouldn't be able to accept any more of this energy. Buzz. Still, I kept circulating when suddenly, the runes on the whole block lit up resplendently. The strange feeling my core getting from runes became intense within a moment, but I did not have time to think about that as the bone devil rose from the block and began to cover me. I felt the bones of the bone devil wrapping around my arms, my neck, my feet, my whole damn body, and I was not able to resist it, which I tried. This restriction had scared me, and I even stopped circulating, but it did not seem to matter as the bone devil continued to wrap around me. The bone devil is binding me to my place, leaving me no chance to escape if things were to go wrong. It had taken me a few seconds to calm myself down. I stopped resisting, but I did stop my struggle inside my core. Multiple formations appeared. Some of them were very dangerous to myself, but I would not hesitate to use them if I felt a danger to my life. The bone devil continued to wrap the bones around me till every part of me got completely covered in the bones. They are now covering me so tightly that I could not move even a slightest. Forget moving. These bone binding had made even twitching impossible. These bindings of bones seemed to be even tighter than the biting of my strings, and that compelled me to break them as soon as possible and run away, as I very well understood how little powerless one became when falling into such bindings. I was trying to calm myself when I felt sharp pain all over my body. Thousands of thin needles had come out of the bone binding and pieced into my body from every angle. The pain was nothing much, so I watched everything from my core. I could see my own meta scan in extreme detail, and could see how those 1,036 bone needles were gently piecing inside me and only stopping when they touched my bones. As the needles touched the bones, they released thick energy that spread across my bones, forming a layer around my bones. This had surprised me as seeing the needles. I had been very prepared for them to pierce through my bones like they did my skin, but instead they had released the energy which is now covering my bones. It did not take even a minute for the energy to spread, covering my bones whole, when the needles finally moved, and instead of piercing as I had expected them to, they began to move on my bones, carving the delicate runes on them. Thousands of needles doing that in unison, making me feel like a horde of ants eating away my bones. It is a good thing these bones are binding me tightly, otherwise, I did not think I would have been able to stay seated on my spot with all my willpower. The needles moved, carving one tiny rune after another while I watched with eyes and tried to study the formation they were trying to carve. But it was too complicated. Even an incomplete one felt 100 times more complicated than what was on the safe. The carving continued for nearly 4.5 minutes, and now every part of my bone is carved in small and delicate runes. The whole runic formation is in front of me, and as I had said, it is exceedingly complicated that I could make head to tail. Whoever designed this formation must be absolutely generous. The way he designed it is simply marvelous. I would need to study it for weeks just to get a hint of what this formation does. I was watching the runes when suddenly, I saw the needles melting and filling the runes within a few minutes. The runes turned crystalline. They looked quite beautiful, actually. A moment later, the runes lit up blindingly, and I felt the pain that made me scream. The runes released a wave so powerful that it began to turn them into dust. My bones began to turn into dust, and there was nothing I could do about that other than scream so loud that my throat became dry, but still, the pain did not lessen. The bones crushing wave also made me understand why there is a layer of energy covering my bones. It is to contain the wave to bones. With its power, it wouldn't be any problem to turn flesh into a fine paste. It is truly very powerful, and that is likely why it needed a bare 7 seconds to turn everything into dust. The bones had turned into dust, but the crystalline formation was fine and visible, and now it is slowly seeping inside the bone dust till it has completely disappeared. For a couple of seconds, nothing had happened before I felt the bone dust lighting up or the formation that seeped inside, but a moment later, I felt a wave realizing from the center. This wave is different as it touches the particle of dust, and a change would occur in them. The universal energy would come out of the dust and merge with the energy of the wave, and together the bone dust particle would bond. The first wave was spent, but it was far from enough to bond all the dust, so when I saw another wave coming out from the center, I couldn't help but take a sigh of relief. If they had kept the bones as it is, then I would have been a dead man. The bone is necessary for the movement. With them turning to dust, I am incapable of moving. Hell, I wouldn't have been able to survive, for long bone turning to dust is no simple matter, and if not for formation, which is controlling the inner working of the spine and other things, I would have been dead right now. The second wave came out, the third, and then the fourth, and so on, and each wave would bone the bone dust little by little. I could see my bones coming together little by little. I just wish it would happen a little faster. I kept fearing something might happen, and it would just stop, leaving my bones to dust. I do not want this to happen, and even making plans to fix it myself if something like that does happen. 40 minutes passed, and bone dust was bonding at steady speed, and if it continued like this, then within an hour I would have my complete bones back. Waves after waves came out through the formation, bonding my bones more and more. I watched the whole process through the pain. While the process is painful and makes me extremely vulnerable, I get huge data from it. This method is doing some of the things I was planning on testing with my bones, but never done for fear of permanently damaging my bones. But now the method has done it, proving to me the data, which was going to help me a lot. I had focused so much on the data that I had forgotten about everything else and only came to myself when the dust had turned back to the bones. The formation had returned, but its glow had disappeared, and so had its crystalline shine, which confirmed that it is a consumable artifact. I would have to be very careful about the fact of who will be able to use this thing. Even if I could feel it contains a huge amount of energy, it is finite. Buzz. The formation buzzed again, and this time, it began to suck the energy layer covering my bones. It had completely absorbed the layer within a minute before melded into one and forming, and getting out of my body into the bones devil that is covering me. It took nearly a minute for it to be completely absorbed into the bone devil before I felt its binding loosening from me. Seeing that, I couldn't help but feel relieved. It took around 3.5 minutes for the bone devil to undo all its binding and seeped back into the bone block, leaving me completely free. I opened my eyes with a big smile on my face. My bones have gone through a transformation. They are now whiter and have a faintly glowing sheen to them. I did not feel any bursting strength from them, except for being a little heavier, which now they have become, but it is not the only change they have gone through. If the data I am reading through the meta scan is right, then my bones have gone through a tremendous change, and I am very glad that my fleshy body is strong enough to bear the change. It is abundantly clear that not all of them would be able to take advantage of this thing. Those who wanted to use it would need a sufficiently strong fleshy body. Thud. I looked at all the changes before jumping out of the block. Now that I have gone through the transformation, it is time I test the benefits and get used to it. As I do, then it will be time for me to hunt the Grims, which I wanted to do the moment I have taken the steps into this vestige. Note the privilege now has 50 off. It is time to leave, as I wore the new set of clothes before summoning my armor. I had trained for 3 hours and gotten a new strength completely under my control. Click. Soon, I walked out of the abode and put it back into my core before appearing beside the door and started moving the bones on the door, and a minute later, I heard the familiar click. I pushed open the door and walked into the art room and again couldn't help but sigh in wonder seeing the art it had made. It is truly beautiful, and I really wish I could take some of the pieces. There are many places in the academy and the pyramid where I could put them. Alas, I could not. The formation covering them is too complicated and dangerous to solve. It will take me days and comes with a lot of danger. So I could only sigh in regret and walk toward the exit door. The puzzle had changed, I said softly and sat down with Lady Yui and Ria leaving. The puzzle had changed again, which means I would have to solve it, and I had wasted no time doing that. Click. It took me little more than 1.5 hours to solve the formation, and just as I did, I moved the bones and soon I heard the clicking sound, and with it, I pushed open the door and walked out. The collection I admired as I stepped inside the final hall. I wish I had some time. I would have definitely spent some time here, researching the bones of all these beings, which I could take, but still could collect a lot of data by observing, but regretfully, I do not have much time. I have about a week in this ruin, and I have to do the job for which I have come to this ruin, collecting the combat data and on the way, kill some Grims. It had been extremely hard before with them preparing against my abilities, but now, with the boost I have got through my rules and the bones, my chances of killing them have increased a lot, and I wanted to do that as soon as possible. I reached the exit and began solving the puzzle on it. This was the last puzzle. Solving it, I would walk out of this wonderful. Click. 2 hours and 7 minutes later, I heard the final click and pushed open the door. I did not immediately walk out, instead looked back for a second before stepping out of the vestige. The bone gates closed behind me as I watched. In the future, if I had the skills and strength, I would come back to take the treasure that had remained here. Technically, I am still a master, and this is a high grandmaster class rune. I don't know whether I would be able to reach the high grandmaster class, which seems too far away currently, given I have not even reached the grandmaster class, but if I do, I will definitely come here. With the strength, I will have that level. I don't think escaping any danger will be a problem for me till then. I will study hard and sharpen my skills, so I will be able to solve the problems quickly as possible. I felt the dense luminescent energy as I walked through the collapsed underground space. I am very careful and have activated my stealth method. I did not forget how dangerous this place is and hope to entangle with any monster if possible. With the increase in the strength I had, it would be hard for any monster to do me any serious harm, but still, I would like to remain as hidden as possible and quickly reach the castle so I could prepare my assault on the Grims. Nero, scout the way, I said to Nero. Sure, father, he said and jumped out of my shoulder. Usually it is Ashlin's job to scout, but Nero also has stealth abilities that are no weaker than Ashlin, and it could even be said his abilities are far more flexible than Ashlin's. Nero disappeared and I followed him. It took me a few seconds to walk out of the underground space before running through the forest. I hate to admit it, but my stealth method is not good as Lady Yui's. I could not fly stealthily. I could fly, but my speed would be much lower than Lady Yui's compared to that. I am faster on the ground. I speed through the forest at a blurring speed with Nero guiding me. I was easily able to avoid the monsters while clearing more and more ground. Father, there is a Grandmaster class luminescent pool below me, he said as he suddenly, good, mark it and keep an eye for the high Grandmaster class pools, I said to him. Yes, father, he said and sped up. I am not willing to stop for anything other than the luminescent pool of high Grandmaster class. I have to use it to strengthen my flesh. It is a wonderful resource. Currently, my flesh is more than strong enough for the strong bones, but I want to strengthen it further, and luminescent does not strengthen only flesh but bones too, so the boost will be even bigger. It would be great if he finds a couple of them. There are many high grandmasters would be able to benefit from it, and the best thing is I wouldn't need to be present here. I would need to prepare a formation for them like I did with Rhea, and they will be able to enjoy its benefits on their own. Time passed when suddenly Nero stopped. I did not think much of it, thinking he might have found another luminescent pool when suddenly, he changed the direction sharply. I did not ask him anything, just followed him behind. Nero continued moving for about half an hour, and I was about to ask him the reason for that when he stopped, and his vision became colorful, instantly showing me the thing that was not there before. Grim, I said, and it was not one of 5 high Grandmaster class Grims that were present in this ruin. Just how many high Grandmasters these bastard Grims have, I asked myself as I looked at the familiar Grim monster. This Grim may not be the Grim of this ruin, but I have met it before and even fought. It was more like attacking, and I was defending with my shields before being rescued. Still, I could not understand why they had sent it here. This bastard is a water elemental and stays near the water. Maybe the strange method it is using might be the reason behind it. I asked it is using a method that would release extremely faint waves of energy that would spread miles into the underground before coming back to it. It worked a little like my own investigative method. It is clearly searching for something deep underground, and I want to know what, but more than that, I wanted to fight it last time. It had nearly killed me, and now I am going to take revenge for that. Good job, Nero, I said and moved from my spot since I had decided to fight the Grim bastard. There was no need for me to waste any time. Though I would have very much liked to take a dip in the luminescent pool before fighting a Grim, it is fine too. I think I am more than capable enough to fight against this Grim, and with some luck, might even be able to kill it. In a few minutes, I reached its range and moved slowly toward it. While my stealth method may be lacking to some degree compared to the stealth method of Lady Yui, it is stronger than it in many ways. With my stealth method, as long as I did not go too close to the Grim, it wouldn't be able to sense me. I stopped and looked at the Grim a few hundred meters away from me through my own abilities. I could only see the faint, blurry form of it. It did not matter in a few seconds. There won't be a need for the stealth method. Fasra, it had been a while, I said to the black sharkman. Fasra, hearing my voice, it immediately froze on its spot before a powerful aura shot out of its body, breaking its stealth method, and in its place was a cover of energy, a powerful measure to stop my strings. It had grown stronger than the last time, which is not surprising. We could increase our strength in a short time, and so did the Grims. They have more methods than us for doing that. Zar, it said, and I revealed myself. I have to say, Fasra, you have grown strong, I said as my sword appeared in my hand. Snort, it is you who made the real progress, Zar, from barely defending against my attacks to fighting against me without your shields, it said, clearly reading the latest info about me. It is good you have appeared. There is one resource of origin I want, and your head would be sufficient for me to exchange for it, it said, and a genuine surprise couldn't help but appear on my face. I knew I had quite a bounty, but still did not expect it to be a resource of origin. Those are usually reserved for grand lords, I replied, feeling quite flattered, honestly. In my personal opinion, you did not worth it, but I am glad the higher-ups are willing to pay such price. As with your head, I will be able to get it, it said, and its aura exploded even further, stopping the monsters, who have gone too close to us. My, you have quite a confidence. I want to see whether you have the strength to back that up, I said, and dirt exploded under my feet as I moved toward it. I could see the alarm flash in its eyes for a moment in its eyes before it had a sword, its jagged-toothed sword with it. Thousands of jagged-toothed swords materialized around it. Sup, sup, sup. Stream Reapers, it shouted, and thousands of huge jagged blades came toward me before I even crossed half a distance toward it. It is clear that it did not want me closer to it like all the other high grandmasters. I have found in this ruin they think it is the right strategy to be safe from my strings, and they are little right about that. The distance does matter, but not as much as the Grims think at a distance. I have fought with them, and it is quite easy to wrap my strings around them. I just could not due to the strong protection they have around them. This time, my strings are strong. The advancement in my rule power had made them a little stronger. It will also help if I am able to breach its defenses with my sword, which I might be able to do with the advancement I have got, not to mention that thing I could use unlike the Grims I have encountered in this ruin. It is an enemy which I have fought before and held a unique advantage over it. Thousands of jagged swords made of powerful water elemental energy appeared beside me instantly, and to face them, 12 arms with different weapons came out of my back. Clang. The lance was the first weapon that clashed against the first jagged sword that came at me. It was bigger than the lance and contained powerful destructive energies, but my lance was destroyed. The destructive energy it contained came at me, but my armor instantly dealt with it. Unlike the first-time enemies, I have a sample of its energies which I have fused with my armor, which made it much easier for my armor to destroy and absorb the energies. If my enemies want to kill me, especially those who are fighting against me for the first time, they shouldn't tarry with regular attacks. They should directly accumulate all their power and launch the most powerful attack at me the first time. In this way, they will have the greatest chance of killing me, but I am not going to tell them that. Let them fight the conventional way, which gives me a much greater chance of killing them. Clang, clang, clang. After the first clash, the other weapons clashed against the thousands of huge jagged blades at extremely fast speed, so much that even most high grandmasters would find hard to follow. Even I am having a hard time believing how easily I am defending against such a powerful attack, which before would have forced me to harness every ounce of power I had in my body. Now, it is quite relaxing. Still, I did not get this ease to get into my head and remained cautious. This is not an enemy you take lightly. This bastard had even been able to run away from Lady Vivian once. So, it would be better that I remained cautious and careful of its every move if I wanted to kill this bastard. Vasra, try something better. I would have defended this attack even in my sleep, I said as I crushed the last of thousands of huge jagged swords it had sent me. And come closer, I am not going to bite you. Well, I might, but I am sure you are more than capable of defending against the tiny bite of this little human, I taunted, which made it glare at me with its huge eyes. While I was defending against its attack, it had recovered the distance I had gathered on it and took steps back even further. Your tongue is sharp as ever, it said, and a powerful bloodline aura blasted out of its body, so powerful that the monsters which have taken the steps toward us again stopped in their tracks. Last time you got rescued. This time, there is no one here to rescue you. You will not survive, it said, and huge drills of water materialized around it. There are more than thousands of them, and each one of was 10 meters long and spinning very fast with such power that it is affecting the space. If one looks clearly, one will see the faint spatial tears at the points of the drills. Drills of Maras, it shouted, and thousands of drills came at me. They crushed through everything that was in their ways, from bounders to tress. Everything got crushed. These drills are far more powerful than the last attack, and if I did not take it seriously, I am going to pay the price. First burst. I activated the first burst and harnessed all its power. Fasra had learned a lot from the last attack, and now it is in no mood to hold back, and it would be wise if I did not hold back either. The thousands of drills surrounded me from all directions before coming at me. I did not move from my spot as they came instead. My weapons moved toward them. BANNG. A defeating shockwave spread out as my lance crashed against the huge water drill, which was an attack of pure power. It did not explode or send energy at me, nor did it try to attack me with the energy. No, it had just pushed with sheer power. Its power is so great that I felt strain from my string arm, and this is just a first attack, and there are thousands of more fractions seconds behind. So the couple of invisible strings moved out of my arm the moment it had clashed against my land, and used their physical power to collapse the attack of the drill from within. This feat is not easy, considering the attacks are very protected against such sabotage, though you could do it as long you have things amazing as strings and deep knowledge of how an attack works, which I have even centuries-old monsters would struggle to compare against me in this department. BANNG, BANNG, BANNG. The fractions of seconds later, the hundreds of drills on me and my weapons moved like phantoms, clashing against them and collapsing them under their own force. Unlike the last attack, I am under quite the strain. The drills seemed endless, and I am trying to move my weapons flashed and faster, harnessing all the power I had. If I had been a few days ago, this attack would force me to use the power of the second burst, but I am managing it with only the power of the first burst. As I destroyed half of the attack, the Black Sharkman took greater control over its attack, trying to move its water drills in a predictable fashion, and instead of making things hard, it made things easy on me, and I began to destroy its attack at the much greater pace. BANNG. The last drill clashed against one of my shields before collapsing a moment later, and I turned to Black Sharkman, which was glaring at me madly. It had widened the gap between us even more, and now there is a mile of the gap between us, which did not make me feel better. My strength had increased without a doubt, and I would easily defend against most of the long-range attacks of the Grimms, but I wanted to fight it in close range, which seemed quite difficult, considering it is hell-bent on keeping a distance, and if I tried to move toward it, it would just attack me with barrage, which will stop me on my tracks. Still, I would see no way out of it in my current condition. If I wanted to fight it directly, I would need equally powerful attacks or enough power to directly crush these long-range attacks in a single moment. I do not have such power, and it could be said, when it comes to the raw power, I am much weaker than it, and the only reason I could fight against it is due to my special abilities as my strings. Though not all hope is lost, there are some ways I might be able to kill it, but I wanted it to fight directly, not just defend against these long-range attacks. If the killing had been the only motive of mine, I would have remained hidden and bound it to my strings, which would have given me a much higher chance to kill it. It seemed like you are scared, Fasra, creating even more distance between us. I said to it, come closer, we will fight weapons to weapons like real warriors do, I taunted, but the only answer I got was even bigger glare. Fasra did not attack me immediately as I had expected it to do instead. It just kept staring as if it was thinking. It is quite uncommon behavior, but ever since I have come to this ruin, all the Grimms except for one had shown such behavior. If I even suspected, they might be using some method of communicated and even investigated, like I am doing right now, but had got no answer. Dark prison of Dizzy, it said softly, and tsunami-like power exploded out of it as the bloodline phantom appeared and seeped back into its body, increasing the power of its aura even further. It immediately made me serious. As if I am not wrong, it had exploded with every ounce of power. It had meant an extremely powerful attack, likely the most. I had thought it would wait for a little, launch some other attacks before coming to this, but I guess it did not. I just thought what attack it would be when I saw hundreds of meters long, elaborate pillars materializing around me. There were 24 of them. They took less than a second to materialize around me. The moment they did, I felt danger, only to huge discs materialized above and below the pillars, trapping me on my spot effectively. Now I am feeling regret not avoiding these pillars, which is clearly a trapping move with hidden offensive powers. Ha ha ha. Czar, you are really too confident. I had thought it would be hard to trap you in this prison of mine, but you dumb, overconfident bastard had let yourself get caught without a struggle. You have signed your own death warrant, Czar, it said while laughing loudly. Do you think this little prison of yours will be able to trap me? I asked it with a confident smile on my face. Hearing that, no, of course not, but this will, it said with a toothy smile, and a stone trident appeared in its hand, which it instantly threw toward me. Fuck. My eyes went wide with horror, and immediately made way toward the gap between the columns while activating all three of my boosts with full power. While earlier, I had a feeling of danger. It was still within my control, but now that stone trident had appeared, I would not dare to take a risk. That thing is a goddamned ancestral inheritance artifact. They are dangerous and powerful, and most importantly, they could power up any of its moves to a terrifying degree. It is a good thing these artifacts are extremely hard to create and consumable in nature, otherwise it would have created a huge trouble for us humans. It took me a fraction of seconds to reach the gap pillars, which are wide enough that even Grimms could pass through them easily and looked open enough, but I looked carefully, they would see a thick invisible layer of energy that is no less strong than the pillars itself. I did not dare to underestimate it and poured all my power into my string arms and coated them with the power of my totem enchantments. BANNG. The first one to clash with my lance, of course, had struck heavily to the invisible layer, making it visible and creating a wave across it that had spread through the whole prison. It failed to break it, and nor I had expected it to. If its most powerful attack had been so easy to break, then it wouldn't have dared to use it on me. BANNG. After the first lance, the second lance struck, then the two axes, swords, and other weapons one after another, destroying it layer by layer, attacking the same spot, not giving it a chance to heal. Finally, it was time for my own sword to strike the last attack, and seeing barely 3 thin layers remaining, I was confident that I would be able to break them. While the attack of my totem sword might be weaker than the attacks of strings, it more than makes up for it with enchantments that are the strongest on the sword. It makes the attack on my sword the strongest of all the attacks, and unlike the attacks of string arms, I am using the mountain cleaving art to strike, which will make my attack even stronger. Bannng. My attack struck, and as it did, it instantly cut through the first layer and moved to the second layer, which also began to cut like butter and did before moving into the third layer and begin to cut it. A smile appeared on my face, and I became ready to jump out of the gap which is about to open when suddenly powerful energy covered the whole structure. This energy was so powerful that it stopped my attack for a moment before creating multiple layers, which my sword could not pierce through. Fuck. I cursed as I stopped and looked up, and as expected, there was a stone trident floating above the prison, powering it, making it far stronger than it had already been. Zar, it is the ancestral inheritance artifact of my tribe. Its power is not something you break through, said Fasra. And for the first time since the battle began, Fasra moved forward toward me before reaching directly in front of me. There is barely distance of few meters between us now. You sure are quite confident on your ancestral artifact to appear in front of me. Don't you fear my strings? I asked the huge Grim, whose expression froze for a moment before it glared down at me with those huge eyes. Sometimes I truly wonder at the size of Grims. They are 4 times bigger than us, truly a giant, without the strength to crush us with their stomp. But despite the such huge size and obvious advantages coming with it, the Grims were never able to defeat us, and they never will. Yes, I am, it replied in confidence. If you're so confident, then why don't you take off that defense of you? I am sure with me trapped under the power of your move and artifacts, my little strings wouldn't be able to harm you, I asked with a smile, but it made it glare at me. Well, not so confident after all, I said, and its glare became even more intense. You dumb human, you have forced me to use my ancestral artifact, which is fine too because your head will give me the resource of origin that I need, it said, bringing out the cruel-toothed smile. Bring it on them. I want to see how your little move and artifact is able to kill me, I said in the challenge, not showing even the slightest fear in my eyes. Good, let's see long this confidence of yours last, it said and waved at land, and multiple holes appeared on each pillar. Sup, sup, sup. I did not get gut feeling about it when it immediately appeared in the center, and at that very moment, huge spikes began to shoot out of the holes at an extremely fast speed that appeared beside me instantly, and I reacted immediately with my 12 weapons. Bannng. It is a black axe of mine that stuck against the first spike, and the moment I felt a shock traveling through the string arm into my body which made me shake all over. I was shocked by the power, but immensely controlled my emotions, and moved my weapons. The power in this attack was immense, so much that if it had been before I received these advancements in Vestige, the attack would have sent me flying with vomiting the blood. It is powerful, and hundreds of them, if not thousands, are coming at me as those holes did not close. They are still releasing the spikes, with me being their only target. Bannng. My weapons moved as they clashed against one spike after another, without letting a single one come closer to me. I am doing my utmost not to let that happen. It will be disastrous for me if any single one of the spikes rammed into me, given the power they have, which is shaking me to my core constantly. I could feel the power of this attack, which not only came from the Grim, but also from the trident that was floating above the prison. Its power is what launched those powerful energy attacks at me. Thank God I have such a powerful defense against energy. If not for that, this energy would have torn me apart by now. As I have said, it is quite powerful, which made this the strongest attack I had ever faced by the Grim ever since I have come to this ruin. My 12 weapons were defending against the attacks, but they too many of them, and they were constantly coming that one had finally slipped and came at me with my head as the target. Bannng. It was destroyed by my final defense, my sword. Though I had destroyed the attack, it had shaken me, and a crown appeared over my head. I was an idiot not to summon it before, but now I am rectifying that mistake. Note, the privilege now has 50 off. Bannng. The crown made tracking the spikes easier. My weapons became precious, as they began to clash against tens of spikes every moment. The spikes continued for more than a minute and came in thousands before they had finally stopped. Seeing that, I couldn't help but take a sigh of relief. It was the strongest attack I had ever experienced, and even with the crown, I was fighting with the real possibility of the spikes hitting me. Bravo, I have to say, Zar, you are really something. Despite the suppression, you are able to defend against such a powerful attack, it said, referring to suppression, which is barely affecting me. Before coming to this ruin, I have made a big breakthrough in suppression isolation. Now my aura is enough to isolate most of the suppression, and those extremely powerful, I will have activated a few runes which will create a film around my body, which will isolate all the suppression against me. It is a great tool, slightly heavy on the energy, but it is a trade that is very well worth it, considering I usually have to activate domains to isolate the powerful suppressions, which costs a load of energy. I would have really preferred if you had died by this attack. It had saved the ancestral weapon energy for the next attack, it said with a hint of regret before it turned to me. You really are hell-bent on making me spend more energy on my ancestral artifact, aren't you? It asked with its anger and hate. You can try with all your strength, but little artifact and this little prison would be completely useless to me, I said, and the anger in its eyes burned. Good, it would be the greatest moment of my life seeing when I will take this confidence of your turn it into absolute horror, it said with its blue eyes flooded with an ocean of anger. It seemed like it was very angry that I did not die under the previous attack, forcing it to take more energy from its precious ancestral artifact. I had opened my mouth to reply in something snarky when I felt the intense feeling of danger and saw the holes on the pillars widening up till they reached the diameter. Boom, boom, boom. The holes had just stopped growing when suddenly I felt something from big holes, and a moment later, the loud booming noises rang out in unison, and the huge ball of spikes, which were even bigger than myself, came at me in a crushing mountain force. Their aura is powerful that I wanted to activate the fourth boost immediately. I also crushed down the impulse to bring out my shields. This is an extremely powerful attack, and I want to try my hands against it. This is the decision I am very well going to regret, but it is the only thing that will satiate my battle lust for a while, as it has become clear that this bastard wouldn't give me a chance to fight in close range. Seeing this is likely the last attack I will face with my weapons, I harnessed every bit of the power I had, and also powered my weapons with my enchantment, and sent them toward those huge balls with wickedly sharp spikes. Just seeing those made me shudder all over my body. BANNNG. My lance clashed against the first ball, and immediately my eyes went wide in shock as I flung back in immense force while spurting the blood out of my mouth. I had expected the attacks to be extremely strong, but still, its power had caught me off guard and flew back toward the huge ball in behind, while the other spiked balls curved their trajectory to come toward me. BANNNG. I am moving fast toward the ball coming behind me, and others also coming toward me. I cannot let them crash against me, or the price I will pay will be far greater than the injuries I have suffered. Thankfully, I have prepared for such scenarios. BANNNG, BANNNG, BANNNG. I had reached the huge spiked ball, and now there was only a distance of 1 meter between it and me when I forcefully stopped as the ball crashed against my shield, and a fraction of a second later, another few crashed, lighting my shields like the bulb. I took a deep breath and wiped the blood off my lips before turning toward the Grims, whose eyes had turned raging as it looked at my shields. The last time, it was these shields that had stopped it from killing me before rescue had arrived. It really hates them, and it is visible in its eyes, even with the huge spiked balls that are clashing against my shields every moment. So you have summoned your shields. He said your attacks are truly powerful that I could not survive against them without summoning my shields, I praised, but it seemed like it had taken it as an insult given its expressions would have become worse. This time you will not be able to get away, it said with gritted teeth, and the attack stopped. A moment later the Grim waved its hand, and the stone trident, which was calmly floated above the prison, came down before touching the prison just that it happened. It melted and transformed into thousands of runes which began to surround the prison. Seeing that, the shock and alarm couldn't help but rise in my heart. I knew about the inheritance of ancestral artifacts enough to know it was sacrificing the artifact for power. I truly did not think the Grim was willing to pay such a high price to kill me. Soon, the stone runes spread completely over the prison, leaving not a single space open. Burning sacrifice, it said, and at that very moment, the whole prison burst into flames. The flames were blue and gray and clearly were water elemental in nature, but they were extremely powerful. Just a touch of them was more powerful than a clash of the spiked ball, and now a dense fire covered my sphere of shields. The power of the attack couldn't help but surprise me, but it was not the only attack there. I saw the pillars and the disc melting. The wax-like substance is flowing down the pillars, and it is moving at the shield, slowly covering it. Seeing that, a hint of fear couldn't help but appear in my eyes for the first time. I wanted to run away, but I could not. The powerful boundaries still existed, and I was not powerful enough to break them, so I could suffer in silence as more and more melted substances covered me, making the fire denser and more powerful. A minute passed, and the whole prison melted. 20 had already covered my shields, and the rest slowly covered it, layer by layer, making it stronger and stronger. Seeing how the melted substance was becoming solid after covering my shields, I felt like they wanted to bury me alive by doing that. There were powerful Grim ones who used to do that. It had even buried one of our Grand Lords alive. Crag, crag, crag. The whole prison melted and covered my shields into 24 layers, and now all these layers are burning in the fire so thick that it feels like it is a liquid. The power of fire and physical pressing of 24 layers have reached such a degree that now, it has begun to crack my extremely powerful shields that very few people have done. Half of my shields have already been covered in the cracks, while the cracks are slowly spreading into the other half. The black sharkman Fasra is watching everything with clear eyes. Its face seems unreadable with its emotions being calmed down, but if looked at clearly, they will see the faint shadow of a smile on its lips. It is happy, and it isn't able to hide it. Well, if I had been in its place, I would have been happy too. Killing me would not only give it the resource of origin from the covens, but it will also get the large number of individual rewards that hundreds of tribes of Grimms posted on my head. It will make sacrificing the ancestral artifact very much worth it. It will be more than worth it, considering the boost resource of origin provides to one, and to be honest, I am quite jealous of bastards seeing it had found the resource of origin that is suitable for it. These resources are very few begin with that even Grand Lord could not find something that is suitable for them. If it is able to use it currently, then forget reaching the absolute peak of high Grandmaster class. This bastard would reach close to the Grand Lords, and with a very good chance of reaching that stage. Those Supreme's treasures are different from others. Once one finds the one that is suitable for one will rise. As long as they do not die, they will have a real shot at becoming the Grand Lord. I have only seen two people who have the perfect chance to become a Grand Lord. One is even crowned the Grand Lord. Lady Vivian already has the power of the Grand Lord, and if she wishes, she has a high chance to enter that level. The second is Rai. As long as he does not die, he will become a Grand Lord. Looking at recent data, I do not think it is going long. In less than 3 years, he will become a Grand Lord. Shaking my head from the daydreams of the thoughts of Grand Lord class, I focused on my current predicament, which is quite bad. The cracks have already covered the 70 of the shields and keep spreading without slowing down. If I did not do anything, the cracks would spread on all the shields, and they will break, and the only way I could stop it was to collapse this move or kill the Grimm. Both of these options are not easy. I did not make any unnecessary move. I kept looking at the widening cracks before turning to Fasra, whose emotions were now spilling. With a small smile on its face is everyone to see. Did not talk to me, nor did I to it. I think our battle has reached past the taunts and praises, and now the only thing that matter is killing one another. Fasra is completely focused on that, and so was I. I stared at Fasra for a couple of seconds before closing my eyes for a second, looking at the preparation it was making. Faster, the cracks have already covered the 80 of the shields. I informed my clone, who was busy with the formation before opening my eyes. It might not look like it, but we are still fighting intensely. Each one in its own way. I threw my secret methods, and it threw its crushing force, and both of us believe we will win. I will win, I said to myself, and I will. Those are not just comforting words, it is a truth that I believe will happen. Fasra did not give me the battle I was hoping to get from it. It was too cautious, but I am not willing to let it go for another chance of a great fight, which would be idiocy. If I can kill a powerful enemy, I will kill it. It does not matter whether it gives me a satisfactory battle or not. Especially the enemies like Fasra, who are terrifying. Since the Navar ruin, it had killed and heavily injured one High Grandmaster, whose injuries were so grave, I had to heal him myself. It had also killed 3 Grandmasters, 11 Masters, 36 leaders, and many more. Letting it leave alive will be a huge risk, especially since that thing is coming. A Grandmaster such as this powerful bloodline has the highest risk of reaching Grand Lords. So even if I have to pay a high price, I will kill this bastard. Hurry, I have asked my clone when the cracks have covered the 90 of the shields, and still spreading. They are now spreading even faster. I barely have a minute and a half before it covered my shields completely, and it would burst apart. I don't think I will live for more than a second after that. 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, fuck. I couldn't help but curse as the cracks had covered 97 of the shield's surface, 3% more, and I would fucked. Buzz, it's finished, said the clone, and immediately activated the formation. While I wished it would work as I had expected, I was paying too much of the price for it to fail. The resources I am using in this formation are extremely rare and valuable, and it is feeling quite painful to use them, but I have no other choice. I could get these resources but my life, and for it, if I have to use every resource I have in my storage, I will do it, no matter how much my heart bleeds. The energy came from my core and spread everywhere while I watched with bated breath. The energy is simply neutralizing energy that I am using against the powerful energies of fire that drilling into my fire and above the capacity of what my shields could handle. I am hoping this energy would deal with energies of fire while my shields became focused on resisting the physical force of 24 layers around it. A few seconds passed, and cracks had reached 99, but there was no fear in my eyes but a smile. The energy was working. It is neutralizing nearly all the energies that are coming at shields, and now my shields are completely free to defend against the pressing of 24 layers. I did not waste any time and immediately made changes to my shields to divert their defense into physical pressing. It took a few seconds for Fasra to notice what was happening, and when it did, its expressions changed in that almost comical way. Its eyes became wide as saucers as it saw my shields very slowly healing the cracks, and I felt it increasing the power, but it was not much affecting the results. The energy working as expected, and the shields are healing, and now it is time I completely focused on getting Fasra inside my core and harvesting that delicious, delicious bloodline of it. You should try harder, faster the cracks have almost healed, I said as only 10 of the cracks have remained. My shield already healed fully a while ago. The cracks the Grims are seeing right now, healing extremely slowly, are fake. I had created them so it wouldn't run away, seeing the futility of the efforts. You bastard, just shut up, roared Fasra in frustration, but a couple of seconds later, its eyes suddenly became calm, and there was even a twinkle in them. It is clear that I could not break through your shields, it said. It is good you understand that, I replied, and instead of getting angry, there was a sneaky smile on its huge face. But it is also clear that you could not get out of this prison of mine, it said slowly, and the smile on my face disappeared, so I will just move this prison. It said with a wide smile on its face, you might be able to defend against my attack, but I refuse to believe you will able to a couple of powerhouses the same level as me. Hell, I would even call an absolute peak powerhouse here, if I needed to, it added, and the wide smile turned into the laugh. Boom. It did not keep laughing for long. A minute later, its expression became serious and boomed through the air, pulling the prison behind it. It is quite a great plan, but what are you going to do about the monsters? They will not easily let you leave this place, I said a couple of seconds later when I saw a few monsters coming toward us. Hee, you do not need to be worried about them. Zar, they are not as troublesome as you are, it replied without looking and slashed down its shark teeth sword at the huge that appeared close to it. R.I.P. Its blade decapitated the monster cleanly, sending down both of its parts. I was quite surprised seeing the ease with which it had killed the monster, considering the monster was nearly as powerful as it. Rip/bang. The single attack stopped the monsters for a while before another came, and it also suffered the same fate as the first. After that, many others came, but the numbers slowed after it killed 10 some now. Only the daring monster came, and they came at minutes of break. See, didn't I tell you, the monsters are not as troublesome as you are, it said with a grin. It seemed they are not, but they are still taking quite a lot out of you, I replied, and its grin froze. Dumb monsters might have been fooled by the strong, vigorous aura it is projecting, but I did not. It was already quite spent dealing with me, and when it began to kill the monsters with a single attack, it started to draw a large amount of energy, which cost its reserves a lot. Humph, it snorted and flew at even greater speed, taking me with it while killing all the monsters that came at it within a single attack. If I had been in place, I wouldn't have been able to do something like that. Even with all the advancements, I could not kill the monsters the way it kills them. I do not have enough energy to perform such a feat. I will have to burn my blood to achieve such a feat, which I am very much unwilling to do. It is the reason why I decided to use precious resources to stop the crack, as I did not want to burn my blood. The next 42 minutes were in complete silence. It was fully focused on getting away from this region and killing the monsters that came at me while I was at a critical juncture. I had finally succeeded. It had taken a lot of effort. I can't remember the amount of effort I have taken against any other Grim than it. It had taken me and my clone together, and if not for our extremely fine control that few could match, we wouldn't have been able to do it. You know, you should run away when you found out you could not kill me, I said softly, but Fasra's senses were more than strong enough to hear it, as it immediately stopped and turned toward me with deep fear in eyes, which it desperately trying to hide under the confident front. You are dead, Zar, you shouldn't act like you have everything in control. It mocked and tried to mock, but I could clearly sense the deep fear in its eyes. I am in control, Fasra, the control you have given to me by staying, I said, and it shuddered visibly. Your strings are useless. Zar, you are inside the prison where not even a slight air energy could pass through, and I still have protection, it said, making the powerful energy protection visible. It had deactivated it, even when everything seemed in its control. Really, then what it is? I asked, and my strings became visible, thousands of strings finer than the hair coming out of me and them passing through the 24 layers of prison. To make things interesting, I did not make all the strings visible, only the strings inside the prison. You are bluffing. There is no way your strings can bind me with the protection, it said with deep fear in its eyes. All the fake confidence had disappeared from its eyes. Since you don't believe me, how about I give some glimpse, I said with a smile. For a second, nothing had happened, and I could see the fear in its eyes disappearing. It opened its mouth to mock me when it suddenly froze when it saw the dense energy cover surrounding it, flickering not only the cover, but also the prison in which it is caging. No. No, this can't be happening. It screamed loudly in horror. I just broke the connection between it and the moves, and without the connection and constant supply of energy from it, the moves would disappear in a couple of seconds. Bastard, I will kill you when we meet next time, it said and ran away, leaving me confused. I had thought it would try to self-destruct or do something reasonable, seeing it bound, but it tried to run away. It seemed like it was truly thinking I was bluffing or just saying those words to confuse the shit out of me so it would run away. Stop, I said. I am not going to let it run away even in my confusion. I have worked too hard to get this bastard to let it run away. It stopped with my command before coming toward me. As I pulled, its face looked comical while being frozen in horror, and I could see it was finally taking a decision to go within a bang, which is more than welcome, and was the reason why I have wasted so much time talking to it. Note, the privilege now has 50 off. BANNG. Finally, with the last attack, the prison broke away, and I let myself fall down while activating my stealth method at full power. The monsters were still around, and I was in no mood to fight against them. Thankfully, the Grimm had scared the monsters enough that they were hesitating to come at me, but their hesitation will disappear soon, though by that time I will completely disappear from their senses, and they will not be able to find me. Thud. I landed on the ground with a loud thud, and I disappeared a few seconds later. The monsters landed on the same spot heavily, but did not see any sign of me aside from the light print. ROAR. I heard the roar of the monster couple, but did not focus on it too much. I am already far away from it, and with every second the distance is widening, especially since the monster is moving in the opposite direction. The monster disappeared, but I did not let my guard down, as it was not the only monster searching for me. It was an amazing battle. Father, you have bound that idiot Grimm without it even realizing it, praised Nero as it guided me through the monsters. You shouldn't underestimate the Grimms, Nero, especially the old ones as it. I cautioned. Fasra had been too confident of its abilities. If it had remained cautious and rang away on time, I wouldn't have been able to stop it, even with all my abilities, I added. It was no match for you, Father, and if I had fought it, I would have beat it too, Nero replied, not taking the meaning I wanted to convey. I couldn't help but shake my head at that. It seemed like I would have to give him more battle exposure, or he would grow too confident in his abilities. The battles would make him understand reality and also help him polish his abilities. A few more seconds passed when a smile appeared on my face. The harvest of Fasra had begun. This couldn't help but bring a smile to my face. Fasra is the strongest Grimm I have ever taken inside me, my core, even slightly stronger than the Grimms I have killed in the psychedelic ruin, the exception of the Vidette, but it does not count as it did not provide me with a strengthening boost that Fasra will provide. I'm very excited about it. With this boost, I will be even stronger. It will shrink the distance of power between the Grimms of this ruin and me a lot, and I will have a much easier time killing them. Buzz. Another minute had passed, and the harvest finally finished. A moment later, my runes buzzed, and powerful strengthening energy flooded inside me that a low moan couldn't help but escape from my mouth. It had been more than 2 months since I had the strengthening energy in me, and I nearly forgot how wonderful this feeling is. Every moment, the energy would seep inside me, strengthening every part of me, from the soul to the body. Interesting, I couldn't help but mutter when my clone saw something through my meta scan my bones, which I had thought would accept less energy after they had gone through breaking and melding, are doing the opposite thing. They are consuming the energy like hungry beasts, strengthening themselves more rapidly than the rest of the body and the soul. Usually, I do not interfere with how the strengthening energy is divided, as the runes always distribute in balance, but I decided to interfere. The bones are absorbing too much energy, and I could not let that happen. They needed to be balanced with the rest of the body, or instead of increasing my strength, they will decrease it. I made some changes and looked inside my core. Where the great changes were occurring, the resources were growing rapidly, and in just a matter of seconds, the plant which had been at my foot had become bigger than me. In the past 2 months, I have used a lot of resources from my core, and it feels good to see them growing fast, especially the stainless blood soul lotuses. I have planted another batch of stainless lotuses from the seeds I got from the lodi I had harvested. This batch is big, nearly double that the last time, which means I will need a huge amount of growth energy, which I could only get from hunting Grimms with the bloodline and the Videttes. I truly did not want to plant so many of them, considering the sheer amount of growth energy they consume. It not only made them grow slower with less growth energy for each, but it cut the share of growth energy of other resources in the garden, which is also very important. But I had no choice but to do it. These resources had extremely powerful abilities. They not only cleanse one's soul and body, but also alter the talent and create a growth spurt. This resource has played a big part in leveling up of high grandmasters and tens of grandmasters in the past few months. Not to mention, I have given it to all the council members, including that hateful bastard Sky Saber. I might hate him, but I know he is powerful, and one of the biggest defenses we have against the Grimms. The stronger he, the more helpful it will be for the race. I am forgetting my hate for the love of my race. The strengthening continued for more than 4 minutes before stopping, and my strength had transformed. If I had fought against Fasra now, it would not have been able to crack my defenses, even with the help of that ancestral artifact. It feels good to be powerful, and now I am more sure of killing the Grims here, but before I do that, I need to do one more thing. Nero, help me find the luminescent pool of High Grandmaster class, I asked Nero. Yes, father, I said, and immediately felt Nero powering up his investigative abilities. I have controlled the amount of strengthening energy the bones took, so the balance will be maintained, but the balance is now hanging on a thin line. If my bones get even slightly stronger, it will affect me adversely, so I need to strengthen my flesh, and the luminescent pool will help me with that. With my flesh stronger, the balance will be greater, and I will be able to project a lot more raw power, which I will need against the Grims. Still, it is not easy to find a luminescent pool, even in an area where luminescent energy is dense as this. I just hope it does not take too long. I have to go to the castle soon, or I am sure the council will send a party. Time passed by, and every few minutes Nero would find a luminescent pool, most of which were master and grandmaster classes within an hour. He found 23 pools, 14 master class, and 9 grandmaster class, but not a single high grandmaster class. Father, I have found it. Nero finally said the words I had been hoping to hear from it, and it only took him 2 hours and 11 minutes. It is quite big, I said as I appeared beside the luminescent pool. Nero had found he had opened a small tunnel toward the luminescent pool, which is about 40 meters deep into the ground. It is deeper than the most luminescent pool I have come across, but also bigger. If I were to calculate it based on the data I have got from Rhea, I could tell that it would be enough for 7 to 9 high grandmasters. Buzz. I looked around the pool for a few minutes before removing and taking out the blue pearl which I had created for myself. I activated it as I touched it to my forehead, where it had liquefied and began to spread across my body, before covering it whole. As the blue layer covered it, dense runes began to appear on the layer across my body, and in a few seconds, a dense silvery formation appeared on the surface of my body. Dip. I did not waste any time and stepped into the pool, which was deep enough that I got completely submerged as I sat down. A few seconds later, I felt the energies coming inside me. I felt the lacerating luminescent energies coming inside me. They are being filtered by the formation covering me, but despite that, they are extremely painful, that I had to grit my teeth to bear the pain. For a few seconds, my body was able to bear the luminescent energy of the pool, but as time passed, it began to tear apart my skin, seeping into my cells. It was not just skin, but also the bones and the soul to some degree. I bore it all with gritted teeth, repeating the mantra of no progress without the pain, which I had read somewhere quite a long ago. It is said that pain is a poor motivator for progress, but I find it great. I even saw the painful methods work better and even made some painless methods painful and tested their effectiveness on my subject and found that the pain, which is really close to breaking point, really does help a lot. Though the extreme pain could not be used for everyone, those inexperienced and weak-willed are very unsuitable for this method, and it could even be said it is detrimental to them. The minutes passed and my body had completely broken down. The luminescent energy had ravaged my body, taking me near death's door. Any further, not only the chances of me dying would suddenly increase, but I will also suffer enough damage that it will hurt my foundation. If Marina saw it, she would be very angry seeing me taking such a risk, but I wanted to push myself hard at the edge to receive the maximum benefits. Buzz. Seeing the damage had reached to Percipe, I sealed my body with any luminescent energy and activated the formation inside me and also released my own healing energies, along with the healing rule power and the healing energies from the formation I had just activated in my core. Aha. I couldn't help but moan loudly in relief as all the energies mixed and spread over my body. It was like the first rain of the season in the parched desert. Everything that came immediately absorbed. But the very next moment, more energies came, more than my body could absorb at any time, and they kept coming. My body is rapidly healing. The formation of healing energy I have created is made specifically dealt with healing the injuries caused by the luminescent energies. The formation is extremely expensive, but seeing how quickly and completely it is aiding in healing the injuries, I know every expensive resource I have used in the formation is worth it. Still, it took 6 minutes to heal all my injuries, and I have opened the seals again, letting in the luminescent energy into my body. The first cycle is finished, and now it is the second cycle, and looking at the data of the first cycle, I don't think I would have to go through as many cycles as Rhea or Grandmasters or Masters have gone through. I did not push them hard or dangerously as I was pushing myself even with Rhea, who had a powerful defense. I have very carefully. Unlike them, I know my body extremely well and know where my true limit is, and I pushed it myself to that and even slightly above that, which is quite risky, but currently provides me the great benefits. If I did not have these powerful grims to kill, I would have pushed myself a little less, but alas, the bastards that have come to these ruins are extremely powerful, and to kill them, I would need to accumulate every bit of the strength I could. Soon my body had again reached the breaking point, and I again released the healing energy to heal my injuries. The third cycle began, and after a few minutes it was the fourth and then the fifth and then the sixth and the seventh, which is the last. All the people who have used the luminescent pool till now had to go through more than 30 cycles. Those cycles were small and less painful. Mine was longer and more painful, but I have got slightly more benefits, which make all the pain I have suffered worth it. As my injuries healed, I walked out of the pool, the silvery formation disappeared, and the blue layer began to recede back before transforming back into a blue pearl. It is now faded blue from dark blue, but it could be charged, saving me a lot more resources I would need to craft another for a high grandmaster using the luminescent pool. The advancement I have made through it is worth the pain. My flesh has gotten much stronger, and now they have a much greater balance with my bones than before. Grims now should be very cautious of me. They will not have an easy time against me as they used to have a few days ago. I wore back my clothes and sat waiting. There was one more thing I had to do. If I succeeded, then it would save me a lot of trouble. 20 minutes later, I opened my eyes, and in my hand was a clay ball size of my hand with silvery, while runes shining all over it. Dupe. I threw the ball into the pool, and the next moment, the runes on it lit up, and it began to absorb the water of the luminescent pool rapidly. After I entered this place, I collected the mud and asked my clone to craft a temporary spatial artifact to store the water in a luminescent pool. I don't know whether it will work or not. There is a high chance that the special luminescent energy will disappear as it did when the water is stored in other storage artifacts. To create this temporary storage artifact, I have not only used mud and spatial material, which is quite expensive, but also a lot of rule-bending power. It will be amazing if it works. It will save the trouble of sending a lot of high grandmaster to this dangerous area. I could just collect a lot of water from the luminescent pool of all categories with the help of Nero and Ashlyn, and use it on the mainland on the subject of the project and other people. It will instantly become a hot commodity that many people would throng to use despite the torturous pain it gives. A few seconds later, the clay ball had absorbed every drop of energy from the pool, and I brought it back to my hand with my strings before putting it back into my core. In an hour, I should be able to know whether it will work or not. I hope it does. With the water from the luminescent pool collected, I walked out of the tunnel. As I did, I removed the small illusionary formation I had placed at the entrance before speeding toward the castle. This trip has given me more than I had thought it would give. I have made huge advancements. Now, I want to reach the castle as soon as possible before the pyramid sends a rescue, before starting the grim hunting. I wish the rest of the grims of this ruin would give me the satisfactory fight than the bastard Fasra. Castle, I said as the silhouette of the castle from a distance I had reached it. It took me 17 hours if I minus the time of my battle with Fasra, and the time I had spent searching for the luminescent pool, and a few minutes more, I spent filling the water of the second high grandmaster class luminescent pool and lower grade pools that Nero had found on the way. It was a nice surprise. The second pool was big enough that 5 high grandmaster would be easily able to make use of it. Speaking of that, the clay ball storage worked and worked much better than I had thought it would, as barely any energy leaked from it. Though there is one small problem. The luminescent energy is doing something iffy to spatial runes painted on it and destroying the energies present in the clay itself, so I will have to use the water before it completely destroys its storage. This would not be a problem to completely destroy the storage. It would need 3 months at least, and that is more than enough for me to use all the water I have collected from the luminescent pool. Among many good pieces of news, there is one bad news, which could be the good news, depending on how one thinks about it. I have checked the storage of Fasra, and I have found many amazing things inside its storage, including a divine crystal. The piece was not much when compared to the amount of what I have found in Vestige, but I am still happy getting it. The divine crystal is a resource which more you have it, the better. It has almost endless uses, and could use in culinary too. Though I did not use it, and nor would, I would do it. I would need of mountain worth of it before I could think about using a tiny bit for the cooking. The news I was talking about is a small hill of stones I have found in the storage of Grim. The stones are similar to what I have found in a cavern discovered by Nero. There is no proof that Grim was searching for these stones, but considering how delicately Grim packed them, I felt like this might be the thing Fasra was searching for through its method. It was not just Fasra, but 2 other Grims were also searching for something. Ashlyn had seen them doing that. Those 2 were the ones that had not come for the battle. Ashlyn had killed one of them. It had been more than 10 days since I got those stones from the cavern, and even after doing nearly hundreds of experiments on them, I did not find anything concrete. Still, I am continuing to perform the experiments. Those stones are filled with energy, and after a glimpse of the subterranean, I have become even more curious about them. Few minutes later, I was in front of the castle and directly flew toward the command. Thud. Grandmaster Czar, thank God you have returned, said the middle-aged man as I landed in the command. Lord Yazdi, that place was not dangerous enough to hold me back, I said, and saw his pale body. I instantly activated the seed I had inside him and saw the injuries littered into his body. He was heavily injured in the battle, but still, it seemed like I had underestimated injuries. The Grimms had put quite a nasty surprise into him. If you hadn't arrived by evening, the pyramid would have sent the rescue party, said Grandmaster Yui. My apologies, Lady Yui, you must have suffered quite a lot of pressure from the pyramid. I apologize. While I have sent a letter to the pyramid a few seconds before leaving, freeing her from the bodyguard duties. Still, I could understand the pressure she must have suffered when she returned without me. I am too important to the pyramid, as important as the Grand Lords. Even more, now that thing is appearing, I am a single person who could guarantee the maximum number of Grandmasters and High Grandmaster when that thing appears. You don't need to apologize, Grandmaster. If you hadn't sent Rhea, we wouldn't have been able to rescue Lord Yazdi on time, she said before, her eyes turning to shine. I hope your stay in Vestige is worth it, Grandmaster, she asked. Even Lord Yazdi looked curiously when he heard the question. More than worth it, Lady Yui, I replied, and I could tell she was extremely curious about it, but she did not ask any questions about it, nor I elaborate, as they were going to know about them tomorrow. Lord Yazdi, you should have returned to the pyramid to heal in your current condition. You are more of a liability than an asset, I said, and slight shame couldn't help but appear on his face. I wanted to Grandmaster, but Grandmaster Rhea had been called back, and if I had also gone, only Lady Yui would have remained. The Grimms would have attacked the castle without hesitation, he said. He is right with the number of High Grandmaster we have. It would have taken time to process his replacement, which would have given the Grimms another window to attack. Besides, I knew I only had to wait for a few days once you have returned. Healing these injuries wouldn't be a problem, he said, and hearing that I couldn't help but sigh. Let's go infirmary, I said, and walked toward the infirmary with him, while Lady Yui remained in command. The Grimms have done quite a spell on you, I said to Lord Yazdi, laying on a med bed. The Cursemaster was quite willy. I had to fight against 2 fighters while it would attack me from behind. It was one of the most dangerous battles of my life. If it were not for Lady Yui and Grandmaster Rhea appearing on time and rescuing me, I wouldn't have been alive today, he said and sighed. He didn't have to tell me. I had seen the battle through Ashlyn and knew how close he was to dying. My strings went inside him and began to form the runic formation. Usually, I could just extract the curse, but this powerful and good as hiding, I would have to lay an elaborate net to catch every bigot. The curses are extremely dangerous, especially when you let them fester. There is no other person who understands better than me. I have lived with a curse from the moment I was born. Buzz. It took me around 40 minutes to lay down the formation before I activated it, and the net began to spring up, catching every bit of curses that were deep within the body of Lord Yazdi. It took little more than an hour, but I was able to catch every bit of curse that was hiding inside him. As I dealt with curses, I released the healing energy, healing all the injuries which curses had been stopping from healing up. Take a good rest today, Lord Yazdi. Tomorrow would not be an easy day for you, I said and left the room, leaving Lord Yazdi confused. Note, the privilege now has 50 off. Lady Yui, seal your bloodline, and no matter what happened, don't unseal it no matter the pain you feel, I warned Lady Yui. Don't worry, Grandmaster, I have sealed my bloodline very tightly, I said and flew above the bone block before sitting on the circle. Lord Yazdi, you can enter the pool, I said to Lord Yazdi, who was standing beside the clay pool filled with luminescent water. The clay pool is made of clay from a luminescent pool, with a powerful sealing formation, the same one I used in the spatial clay storage ball I had made yesterday. Yes, he nodded and stepped into the pool till he was completely submerged. The silvery runes covering him lit up faintly as they began to filter the luminescent energy going inside Lord Yazdi. Hour passed, and now the bones of Lady Yui had broken the dust, and the melding while Lord Yazdi is at the last few cycles. He will be finished within a few minutes with the obvious advancements. Everything seemed to be working fine, which made me feel quite relieved. I was a little worried about the bone block, but it was working fine without any problem. Her bones have already turned to dust, and now they are melding slowly with each cycle. She will need 2 hours more before the block reforges her bones. Lord Yazdi, come out, I said as all his injuries of the latest cycle healed. He had gotten all the benefits of the luminescent energy any further, and it will begin to attack him detrimentally. These bone shackles looked quite scary, he said, to which I shook my head. They are not. They are just to bind one tightly as possible, so they would not be able to make the slightest movements, I replied. A minute later he left. There were still 2 hours before Lady Yui finished, so there was no need for him to stay. 2 hours would be enough for him to get some work done and check on the group of masters and grandmasters who were harvesting the resources not far from here. Ashlyn and Nero are both out on their own missions after finding the stones in storage yesterday. I wanted to know whether the Grimms are looking for these things or not, and if they are looking for them, then what are its uses? Time passed, and soon 2 hours passed, and Lord Yazdi returned looking at her scans. Lady Yui would be finished up in a few minutes. It was 7 minutes before the binds of the bone demon began to unfurl from the Lady Yui before seeping back to the bone block. How was it? I asked as she opened her eyes painful. But the advancement I have got is pretty shocking, she said as she looked at her hands. Yes, the advancement she had gone to is quite shocking. This will help in projecting more power. Though the balance between my bones and skin had broken as you had said it would, she said, and I could sense the worry in her eyes. Don't worry, we have this pool for that, I said and threw the pearl at her. She caught it and pressed it to her forehead, where it had melted and begun to spread across her body. A minute later, she had a blue layer and silvery runes across her skin. She walked toward the pool and sat inside it, completely submerged. Lord Yazdi, please, I said, motioning toward the bone block. There is no cooldown in the artifact, he asked. We will find out, I replied with smile. I have no idea if there is any cooldown time. I hope it does not. It will slow down things. He flew up and sat down. The block did not react. The block would not be activated for a minute, so I focused on Lady Yui, who had luminescent energies entering inside her, and when I saw her bones barely reacting to the energy, I couldn't help but take a sigh of relief. I had feared that her bones would turn ravenous toward the luminescent energy, which would have been bad considering they had already broken the balance, but it was not the case. The bones would only turn ravenous when they come across strengthening energy or something like it. A minute passed by, and a smile appeared on my face as the bone block had activated. It did not seem like there was any cooldown period in the artifact, which is good news. Congratulations, Lady Yui. I don't think with the current strength, any High Grandmaster could defeat you, I said as she walked out of the pool. Her body is now in complete balance, and her flesh has been strengthened so that now, it will assist rather than impede the bones from projecting their full power, as it should be. Her strength is now slightly above the absolute limit of most grandmasters, and it could be said she had reached the absolute limit, as improving now will be extremely difficult, near impossible, unless, of course, she creates the core. I did not think I would be able to reach the absolute limit so quickly, she said ecstatically. To that, I shook my head. You are far from reaching the absolute limit, Lady Yui, unless you create a core. You shouldn't believe you have reached the absolute limit, I said, and a surprise couldn't help but appear on her face before she was able to calm her emotions. Do you think I could create the core at this stage? She asked. Absolutely. Your chances increased even more after the experiences you had in this ruin, I said, and a big smile appeared on her face. I will work harder for your expectations then, Grandmaster, she said, and I smiled at that. 2 hours later, Lord Yazdi finished. His face had a smile that didn't seem to disappear. The advancement he got made him very happy and made him cheerful. He needed it after the dangerous battle he had fought against the grim monsters. It was evening, and I was standing in front of the teleportation gate. I was not leaving, it was Lady Yui who was leaving. With her power reaching the peak of the High Grandmaster class, there is no reason for her to stay. She would be useful in other places. I will hand this over to the council then, she said, and the storage bracelet disappeared before walking into the teleportation gate. That storage I have given him contained bone block and the luminescent water of all 3 levels I collected yesterday. She will give that council, who will hand it to Grandmistress Charline. With the instructions I have left, she will handle them fine. I have sent those things because, with them in the hands of Grandmistress, it will benefit more people than in my hands, since I will be here in this ruin for another week. Though I have handed the bone block and luminescent water, I did not hand over the bloodline strengthening well. That thing is too dangerous. With the way how it compels the bloodlines, it will be safest in my hands. Bian and Ng, you just kill a few of their people, and they will send even more powerful people to kill you, I thought, and crashed against the huge tree. Sup, sup, sup. Czar, you have killed our people, and now you will pay the price for that, said the foxwoman standing 3 miles away from me, and waved its hand, and tens of thousands of gray ice lances clouding the sky fell down on me. It seemed like there is no option, I said in my heart, and summoned my shields. I could not counter this powerful attack of absolute peak powerhouse. Defending was my only choice. Thousands of ice lances fell down on me from all directions, so powerful that one could say spatial waves as they moved through the air. I have become quite powerful in my time in this ruin, but still not enough to counter such a powerful attack with my weapons. Banning, banning, banning. The volley of thousands of ice lances came and crashed against my shields, making them visible in an instant, sending ripples across them. The attack is powerful, and if I had experienced it 10 days ago, it would have definitely cracked my shields. I looked at the foxwoman in beautiful gray icy armor. It is Hree, an absolute peak powerhouse from the Frost Foxman tribe. It is very powerful, but we had barely any information about her. It was active 3 centuries ago before it disappeared. Now she appeared as High Grandmaster of the Absolute Peak, a level above the Grandmaster she had been. Its appearance is quite surprising. A few minutes ago, I was eating lunch when Ashlyn informed me of its presence, and a few minutes after that, it appeared in front of the castle and called me out specifically in a challenge. In just a minute, it had heavily injured me and sent me on the complete defensive, completely different from the high I had been experiencing in the past few days. It had been 6 days since Lady Yui had left, and I had killed another 2 Grims, one of which had a bloodline that was no weaker than Fasra. Nero had also killed one, and considering the 2 Ashlyn and I had killed before Yui left, we have killed 5 Grims, which is a very high number. They were not the normal Grims but core members of Grim. They're elites among elites, high grandmasters, who was inches away from reaching the absolute peak. BANNNG, BANNNG, BANNNG. The gray ice lances continued clashing against my shields till all of them had been spent, and not a single scratch was present on the shield. Try harder, and you might be given a few scratches to my shield, I said as I sat down at the base of the broken tree comfortably. Even at such a distance, I could see my taunt had worked, and she was spewing the raging fire from her eyes. It did not say anything other than the glare, but the ice hills began to appear in the air till the whole sky got covered in them. Seeing the thousands of hills clouding the sky, even I couldn't help but feel the awe of the attack and wasted no time in providing every ounce of energy I had and even readied the 4th boost. If the attack seemed too powerful, I would not hesitate to burn my essence. Die Czar. It shouted and the thousands of hills came at me like the giant meteors that, seeing them, my heart couldn't help but skip a beat. BANNNG. The first mountain crashed against my shields, transferring all its power into the attack as it exploded on the touch. It lit up my shields like the sun, and a faint crack appeared at the place it struck my shield, which was not enough to do anything against them, but it was just the first hill, and there were thousands that were behind it. BANNNG, BANNNG, BANNNGs. After the first crash hill crashed, another one crashed a fraction of a second later, and then another one after that. Like the rapid bullets, they struck against my shield one after another, creating more and more crashes with each clash. Even from a great distance, the foxwoman could see what its attacks were doing, and a frown couldn't help but appear on its face. It might have thought the hills would do much greater damage or even destroy the shields, but they did not. They just gave it cracks, but that did not seem to be even for it, as it did not look happy at all. BANNNNG. The last hill crashed on my shields, creating multiple cracks that spread for a moment before stopping. The attack stopped, but one could see the distractions it had brought around a large part of the forest was simply destroyed. The only sigh of wood that could be seen was the one I was leaning against, and even the castle, which is more than 20 miles away, had to put up a shield to defend against the attack. Good attack, I said as I looked at my shield and cracks, which have covered nearly 30 of its surface and are now rapidly healing. You can continue attacking if you want to, but I will tell you, they are useless against me, I said as I flew up, not crossing the miles distance it had maintained against me since it had come. Snort, stop hiding behind shields and you will know how powerful my attacks are, said Foxwoman. I will gladly do that, as long as you appear in front of me to fight, I said back, to which it glared at me. I couldn't help but laugh at its excuse. While what it says is true, there are powerful people around me who hold the capability to stop it, like Lord Yazdi, but that would not stop it considering it is at its absolute peak of high Grandmaster class, and they are not. The only reason it had left was that it could not breach my shields. I stayed in my place till Ashlyn told me the Grim was truly gone before I flew toward the castle, while seeing the vast destruction we had brought in our few minutes. Around 50 miles radius of the area had been destroyed, and the luminescent forest in front of the castle all but disappeared. Thankfully, we are the luminescent ruin, and the area would only require a couple of months to regain its vitality back on the mainland. We had put conscious efforts and resources into restoring the places which have been destroyed by the battle. The more powerful the powerhouses had been, the harder it was to restore the area. Some became so damaged that they took decades and even centuries to recover. It was my pleasure, Grandmaster, he replied. I nodded at both of them the last time before turning back and stepping into the teleportation gate. I would have liked to stay in this ruin for some more time, but my time is up. There are big responsibilities waiting back on the mainland. Thud, welcome back to Pyramid, Grandmaster, said the familiar voice. Hazel, you shouldn't have to come to greet me, I said, and turned other women beside her. Mary, has everything been well in my absence? I asked the young-looking woman. Everything had been good. The donations have dipped a little, but we did not worry about it now that the organizations are truly opening their coffers to us, she replied. I smiled at that, and all 3 of us went to the meeting room, which was empty. They were willing to wait for a meeting, but I had asked them not to let them sleep today. Tomorrow, we will have a meeting first thing in the morning. Though that is not the main reason, I also have a place I have to go, and if not for me to finish some work that needs my urgent attention, I wouldn't have been here. I sat down on my seat and opened the archive of the project with my access, which is the highest level. I have been getting updates daily, but they were not in detail. The pyramid had very careful with it, not wanting to let too many details of the project out. The windows begin to pop up around me, and I begin to read it with a sync of my clone, which makes reading extremely fast. The projects have been working steadily, though there have been some problems. They have been handled well by the team. It could be said that with the directions I have left, the team had done a wonderful job handling things, and that couldn't help but bring a smile to my face. I finished with everything, and the last thing I have checked is the data on the bone block and luminescent water I sent a week ago. There are already 31 people who have used the bone block, including all the council members who are present on the mainland, aside from the Grand Commander, who could not use these things, even if she wanted to, given her delicate conditions. The people who have used the luminescent pool are over 200 from masters to high grandmasters. Everyone used it. These numbers would have been much higher if not for the supply of luminescent pools. Thankfully, I have brought back a huge amount of it. I have Nero a lot of clay storage and sent him out to the 7th region, the most dangerous one. He came back in 4 days, bringing all storage that was filled to the brim with luminous water. I was quite shocked seeing that, as I had given him more clay storage artifacts just to be safe, and would have been more than satisfied if he had brought back filling 25 of them, but he came filling each and every one of them. You two rest too. From tomorrow it is going to be extra busy, I said nearly an hour later when I had closed all the windows. Biting them goodbye, I stepped into the formation with an excited heart. It had been a long while since I had seen Marina, and now I just wanted to embrace her. Buzz, the formation activated, and I disappeared, appearing in Marina's house, but as I appeared, I couldn't help but become surprised. All lights were off, and instead, the candles burning everywhere. I stepped out of the formation and walked out the foyer into the living room, which too had burning candles, and through it I could see the door of Mariana's room was slightly opened with the gentle light coming out of it. I slowly walked toward the room before opening the door and saw Marina lying on the bed seductively, wearing nothing other than the gentle candlelight. She looked beautiful and seductive, so much so that I was having a hard controlling myself. Every cell of my body was asking me to leap at her and ravage her without mercy. I had been very waiting for you, but it seemed like you love your work more than you love me, she said without moving from her spot. It was clear she was upset. That would be the biggest lie in the world, I said as I slowly walked toward us while throwing my jacket on the ground. The only reason I had gone there was to finish up some things, so nothing would disturb my night with you, I said and leaned down on the bed beside her. There were barely a few inches of difference between our mouths. You are important to me, more than work, more than anything. I hope you know that, I said and leaned in for a kiss. As our lips touched, I felt the thirst I had been feeling for weeks finally getting satiated, and it was an amazing feeling. The clothes on my body disappeared, and I gently embraced the Marina. There was no hesitation in us as our lips and hands as they moved across our bodies. Within a few minutes, moans began to fill the silence in the rooms, and they did not stop for hours. We had been away from each other for too long, and now we did not want to separate from each other. Our bodies were still moving when the first rays of dawn filtered through the window. I have a meeting soon, but I couldn't care less about it. I will not stop till the thirst we had for each other does not satiate. You have spoiled me with this. I don't know what I will do when you leave, Marina said as she sat up, a white covering gently sliding off her beautiful breasts, revealing them in full glory. I am not going anywhere, love, I said as I placed the sumptuous breakfast in front of her before taking her wonderful lips for a kiss. It had been 3 months since I returned from the luminescent ruin, and we had been together nearly every night, even when the professor and Alina had come. Though they did not know I was here, the teleportation formation made coming and going quite easy. The council seemed pretty happy yesterday. The project has given them 7 high grandmasters in a single month, Marina said while eating her breakfast. Yesterday was another big breakthrough, and we have produced 41 grandmasters and 7 high grandmasters, a number which I had not thought the project would be able to produce a few months ago. I still couldn't help but get surprised when I thought out the number. Resources are important, but don't forget your own contribution. Without you, nothing of the sort would have happened. We might have even been pushed to the brink of the continent if not for you, she said as she pressed her hand to her mind. A few minutes later, the Marina finished with breakfast and walked out of bed, all naked. Will you be joining me? She asked, to which I shook my head. I could not. I have an important meeting soon, I said with regret. The shower with Marina is great, and I never lose the opportunity, but these showers take time and sometimes more than an hour, and I do not have time. If it had been a normal meeting, I would have postponed it like I have done many times, but this meeting is with the Grand Lords, so I could not postpone it. See you then, she said and gave me the kiss, which lasted for a minute before walking into the shower seductively, which I could only watch in regret before walking toward the teleportation formation. Buzz. 20 minutes later, I stepped into the small hall, the place so secure as the central command of the pyramid that not even councilmen could not enter without invitation. Grand Lords, I greeted as I stepped into the hall. Where all the Grand Lords were sitting, it is very rare to see all Grand Lords in the same place, including the one who people thought was dead. First and foremost, we like to congratulate you on high Grandmasters you produced yesterday, said Patriarch Bradford. This is a result no Supreme could produce in a century, and you have done it in a month, said Lady Angela. We have called you here not only to congratulate you on your success, but also to discuss the state of Grand Commander, said Patriarch Bradford, and expressions of everyone immediately turned sober, especially that of Lord of Glass and Lady Vivian. With the changes I have made, her life had extended a little, but still, she wouldn't be able to live more than 2 to 3 months, I informed. It is already 5 months since the battle which forced her to bring out her power, and since then, it has been growing uncontrollably that 3 weeks ago, it became so worse that it had broken the bands I had specifically forged to contain the power of her constitution. Now, Grand Commander is living inside the formation that is connected to her. It continues to absorb the frost that her core released, but it is not enough. Her constitution is harming her, and in 2 to 3 months it will kill her if no cure to the condition has been found. As nothing could be done to save her. Asked Lord of Glass. I could feel the desperation in his voice, but I had nothing to console it. The only thing that could save the Grand Commander is a resource of origin that has at least 50 sinking with her, I said, and the silence fell. With us wildly exploring the ruins at a scale that had never been done before, we have been finding a huge amount of resources, and even found a resource of origin a month ago, which made it 2 with the one I have found, but both of them are unsuited for her, like all the other resource of origin we have tested. Hera said she is losing control over her power fast, that within 2 weeks, she would be powerless to summon even the slightest bit of energy, said Lady Vivian softly, in an almost whisper-like voice. She's saying she is planning to launch a solo attack on Grimms, dealing them as much damage as she could. Hearing that, I couldn't help but feel startled before sighing. It would be a suicide attack the moment she intentionally tried to harness the power of her constitution. Her life would be limited to minutes because the power of the lunar frost core would burst out uncontrollably, consuming her and everything around her. Not even Grand Lord would be able to save their lives if caught in that burst of power. I will be leaving for Hippon. It is the only place that will give me what I need to save my sister, she said. An alarm shot out in the eyes of Grand Lord. Buzz. A few minutes later, I walked out with a shock still radiating from my eyes. The things that had happened in the past few minutes were truly shocking, especially after Lady Vivian informed her decision to visit Hippon Ruin, the same ruin that nearly killed Grand Lord Gatlin. Mitchell, I heard loudly. Did you say something, Mary? I asked, hearing her calling me loudly. I have been calling you a couple of times, but it seemed like you have lost in the land of dreaming, she said, clearly not happy. My apologies, I was thinking about something else, I said. So, what do you want? I asked as Mary did not do anything without any reason. Nothing. I have sent you the list of this week's donations, and these are the things which our scholars couldn't identify currently, she said and slid the storage toward me. I took the storage and sent it to my clone and opened the list of donations she sent. It took me a few minutes to read the list before I stepped into the teleportation formation. My hole was filled with work. There were many people I had to cleanse, strengthen, and train. I will not be able to free myself before midnight. I continued with my work, hopping from one place to another, hearing moans of pleasure to agonizing screams. Mostly screams. Most of the methods I use are painful. Hun. It was evening, and I was sitting in the center of 312 masters, when suddenly my eyes flew wide open in great shock. I was shocked so much that I had nearly fatally injured 312 people who were going through the cleansing. If I had not controlled myself just now, they all would have been fatally injured, and most importantly, the cleansing solution made with stainless lotuses as the core ingredient would have gone to waste. Still, the thing I had just found out is extremely shocking, with the power to affect the whole race, and if not for me being at the critical juncture, I would have already leaped to my core. Now I just to be happy with the memories I shared with my clone as it does experiment with this thing. Time passed painfully slow. Each second felt like hours that I wanted to abandon it all, but of course, I did not. That would be idiocy and harm these people, some of whom are on the roster for this month's breakthrough into the Grandmaster class. Finally, 27 minutes passed, and the last of the person got cleaned of the impurities of body and soul, and the moment that happened, a wave of silvery fire went of me, scaring the shit of the masters, who will have no resistance against it, if want to burn them. It just burned the filthy impurities they had released, including the smell that made this beautiful hall into a shithole. Congratulations, everyone. All the impurities of body and soul had been cleansed thoroughly with it. Most of you wouldn't have a problem in reaching the Grandmaster class, of course. It is on the condition that those who had taken their comprehension of inheritance to the peak. Doing that, I said, and everyone laughed before the project started. There was no lacking of people with enough comprehension of their inheritance to break into the Grandmaster class. The problem used to be their talent and the strength of their body and soul. Now, after 15 months since the beginning, these problems are solvable, and the main hurdle is the comprehension of their inheritance, which the project could not help much with. It all depends upon their efforts and their comprehension power. They thanked me as they bowed, but I had already closed my eyes, and now at my core I was staring at the sand in the bowl. This sand is no different from the common sand on the beach, but it is not. One might have a hard time believing it, but it is a resource of origin. In all the tests my clone had done, all point out it is a resource of origin, with quite straightforward ability. I moved my palm up and released a powerful gust of silver fire. It was powerful enough to burn even a common high grandmaster, but as it touched the sand, it got completely absorbed. There is not a single spark of the fire remained on the sand, nor there is any change. Hot, I said as I touched the sand. It was hot as my fire, and the strangest thing is, it did not show it was hot, even passed over. It did not affect by it. It only reacts with organic things, such as the touch of humans, plants, and even the soul. This sand had two properties from what my clone was able to find out. One is absorption and containment, and both properties are extremely strong that it will not have even the slightest problem in absorbing the Grand Lord's power. A few minutes later, I opened my eyes and tapped on my holowatch, carefully wording the mail and sending it before stepping into the teleportation formation. Buzz. The teleportation formation buzzed, and I disappeared and appeared inside a familiar manor, which excluded the calming energy. I stepped out of formation and walked inside a massive mansion, and soon I appeared in front of the bronze gate and pressed my palm against it as it accepted my aura. The bronze door began to open. Soon they opened completely, and I entered a big round hall. In the center of the hall is a huge formation, and the center of which is Grand Commander is sitting. Quite a big change has occurred in her over these past few months. Her hair turned silvery white, and so is her eyes. Dense vein-like patterns appeared all over her skin, and though the faint silver-white mist was coming out, she looked like a goddess with all these changes, but the reality was the opposite. These changes were killing her. Aside from Grand Commander, there is Lady Vivian and Lord of Glass, but also Lady Angela and Patriarch Bradford. Both of them are receiving the end of her intense glare of her. I am not surprised after what they did to her in the morning. It is far for her to be angry, ranging even. Grandmaster, why do you call this urgent meeting? Have you found something? Asked Lady Vivian with evident hope in her voice. Yes, I replied while feeling relieved that I was not at receiving end of her anger. What is it? She asked as she appeared in front of me. This, I said, and took out a bowl with the sand. She did not say anything but touch it before burrowing her hand inside it for a couple of seconds. Nothing happened when suddenly a frown appeared on her face, which turned into shock. Unseal my powers, I want to check this thing out, she said to Lady Angel. It was more like bark. Earlier, when she mentioned she was planning to go to Hippon, the Grand Lords collectively sealed most of her power and bound her to a pyramid. The life of a Grand Lord is important, more important than even a Grand Commander. They would not let her risk her life when the whole race is fighting for its survival. Lady Angela sighed, and the barbed crown on Vivian's head turned green from blue, and the next moment, I felt her pouring an immense amount of energy into the sand. It really is a resource of origin, she whispered in shock and passed the bowl to Lady Angela, who too tested it. It took them a while to calm their emotions. Where did you get this from, Grandmaster? She asked. Believe it or not, it had come from donation, and it is a knight that gave it to us, I said to their great surprise. Will this be suitable to Hera? Asked Lady Vivian. We will find out once we test it, I said, and walked toward the formation where Grand Commander was sitting. She is still in meditation, and nobody is in the mood to wake her out of it unless they find something concrete. I stopped at the end of the formation and placed the bowl on a small circular formation, which I have specifically added to test the suitability of resources. In the current state, I could go near the formation. The slightest touch of this lunar frost would freeze my body and soul. Even quasi-Grand Lords will be frozen to death by these icy lunar fumes. Only Grand Lords could survive against them. The formation lit, and we watched with bated breath. It took 12 minutes for the result to appear, and when it had a shock and ecstasy couldn't help but appear in its eyes. The number is 63. This Earth's elemental resource of origin has 63 suitability with her. Said Lady Vivian, seeing the number above the formation. Clear happiness is evident in her eyes. She is ecstatic, and why wouldn't she be? We have finally found a thing that we need to save her sister. The suitability is good, but I would still prefer it if it had been over 70, but beggars can't be choosers. It is already our great luck that we have found an Earth elemental resource of origin, which we could use to heal the Grand Commander. Since you have found the material you have needed, you can healing Hera now, right? Asked Lady Vivian. There was so much intensity behind her emotions that I was barely able to stop myself from nodding. We have found the suitable material, but we barely know anything about it. I did not even know its name, much less the deeper properties which I would like to know before we could start healing. I said and turned to Lady Angela. She is the most learned among all the Grand Lords. If anyone has an idea about the sand, it would be her. I have no idea what it is, but I have already sent the missive to all the organizations. If they have any information about it, we will know soon, she said, and I nodded. My clone is still doing research on the sand and learning something new every minute. Still, it might take days before I could understand enough intricacies of it to use it to begin healing, a time we did not have. Every second the condition of the Grand Commander's condition is getting worse. The more time we lose, the lesser chances of our success would be, and we have already lost quite a lot of time. But as I had said, this is an extremely delicate process. The more I know about it, the better chances of success would be. Well then, I will go and Reese. This sand known is called Sand of Aerith, said Lady Angela, cutting me off. Were you able to find out about it? I asked. Yes, one of our artificers has a book with the list of powerful earth elemental resources, and this sand holds one of the chapters in it, she informed. I opened my mouth and was about to ask more questions about it when a teleportation formation materialized around above her delicate palm, and a huge tome big as my hand appeared, which she threw toward me. The information of sand in on chapter 27, she said as I caught the tome in my hand, which by the way quite heavy. I opened the tome, and immediately a smile couldn't help but appear on my face. The tome was magical. It had far more pages than one could see, which is a good thing because it means I might be able to get a lot of information about the sand. Soon I opened chapter 27, as Lady Angela had mentioned, and it was the chapter dedicated to this sand. The sand is named the Sand of Azith. That Lady Angela had mentioned it is from a cosmic storm named Azith, which could consume everything in its path, living and non-living. It consumes the whole world and celestial bodies like the sun and even black holes. It is called a scourge, and whenever it appears, it brings distractions. It is said one of the most powerful of Azith had even consumed a titan. That idiot sought his own death. It had tried to consume the most powerful Azith storm ever appeared despite not having the capability, and ended up getting consumed by it. Though its death brought more benefits than sorrow, the resource we have obtained from his failed merged had helped us a lot in a big way, said the hidden being when I was reading the line about the titan, and its words couldn't help but shock me but also scared me. This was not just information, but also a warning of what could happen if something went wrong. Thankfully, it did not say it was impossible. Do you have any safe way I could use this resource? I asked, but as usual, I did not get any reply from it and turned back to the tome. The information in the tome is more detailed than I had expected, which made me extremely happy. The more detailed the information is, the greater help it would be to me. It took me nearly an hour to finish reading the chapter. The single chapter had more than 7,000 pages. Lady Angela, would you mind if I borrow this tome for a few days? I asked. It is fine, she replied. I nodded and turned to Lady Vivian. Lady Vivian, please help me collect these resources, I said and sent her the list. We will begin healing tomorrow evening. Couldn't you start healing Hera now? She asked. No, Lady Vivian, I could not, I said with a sigh. It is a delicate process, and seeing the odds are already against us, I would like to be as prepared as possible for greater success. I understand, she said softly as she turned toward her sister, who was still in meditation. I talked to her and Grand Lord a few minutes before I went back home. I have canceled all the appointments for the day and tomorrow. It will definitely increase my workload to a back-breaking level, but I have no other choice. Grand Lord is too important with her elemental body. If I succeed, it will be a matter of time before the Grand Commander advances into the ranks of Grand Lords, and we need Grand Lords. Saving her would be a hard task with how far things have gone, but it is not my first time doing something like that. I have saved the twins at the time, and I barely had any understanding about the elemental bodies in the cores, but I had succeeded in saving them. I will succeed in saving Grand Commander. Too, the problem is more complicated than the twins, but I have more data now, a treasure trove of them, which increases my chances of success. As I reached my home, I laid down on the bed and closed my eyes, and soon I was in my core, and in front of me was a bowl of sand. My clone is already doing its experiment, and now I will begin mine. I will start with testing whether the information I have read is right or not. It is not like I do not believe the information in the book, but I like to verify it. An hour later, a grandmaster from the Crystal Domination came, bringing all the resources I had asked for, and they have brought in double the amount. I am quite surprised by the speed at which they have brought those resources. The list was quite long, and not all of them could have been present in the Crystal Domination vaults, but they still gathered it within an hour. I only slept for 2 hours that night, and took an hour of a break for eating and showering before entering back into my core. As the evening of the next day rolled, I opened my eyes, and there was a smile on my face. I stepped into the hall and saw people were already waiting, and seeing them, I couldn't help but become surprised. Lady Vivian is not present in her physical body, which is kind of surprising considering how big a day it is for her sister, but I should not be surprised. Lady Angela is present in her real body, which means she will have to be out, and it seemed like this time she did not flip, given her expressions. Grandmaster, they greeted Grand Lords. I said back and turned to Grand Commander, who now had her eyes opened, though which silvery white mist was releasing. Grand Commander, are you ready? I asked. I am, but if it somehow failed, I hope you will leave me with enough mobility to make my final stand against the Grimms, she said, and I could only smile. There are high chances of failure, but I will give my all to succeed. Lady Angela, I want you to draw this formation, I said, and gave her the disc in which I had carved the formation and air pen. I would have done it myself, but this ink is special and needs a Grand Lord class energy, which I don't have, which was the reason why I had asked for Lady Angela and not Lady Vivian, who is not technically a Grand Lord, she just has the power of one. Lady Angela took the pen from my hand and began to study the formation of the disc. A few seconds later, a frown appeared on her face and became bigger and bigger before it suddenly eased, and she started to draw the formation, pouring her Grand Lord class energy into each room. She is drawing the formation around the formation, which contains the Grand Commander. I had designed that formation on the view that once I find material, it will easily connect with the healing formation, which I have been creating since the day I had diagnosed Grand Commander. It is the reason why I had needed only a day to create a healing method. I had already designed it. I only needed to make some changes according to the properties of Sand of Azrith. I looked at the formation and checked every rune. I had been looking since the moment Lady Angela had drawn the first rune and knew she had drawn formation without any mistake, but I still double-checked because we started, there would be no stopping. Tap, tap, tap. Seeing there was no problem, I waved my hand, and hundreds of resources, some processed and some not, flew out of my core and landed on their spots perfectly. The eyes of Grand Lords couldn't help but pop up in surprise seeing the resources. Even Lady Vivian was surprised. While she had provided resources, I had only asked those I did not have. Nearly half of these resources are from me, and many of them are extremely rare. I did not hold back anything for the healing of Grand Commander, using resources such as the complete stainless blood soul lotus and many other resources of the same level, and some even levels above that, which I have found in luminescent rune and storages of Grimms. I looked at all the resources before, and finally, a fistful of sand appeared on the bowl of my palms, the Sand of Azrith, and in the center of sand was a single drop of 9-colored matter, which continued to change its state and shape along with color. The value of drop is greatest in all the resources I have used, thousands of times greater than all the resources I have used, including the sand. I unloaded all the sand and 9-colored matter into the small formation before turning to the Grand Lords. Grand Lords, activate the defensive formation to maximum. I said if it worked, there would be a phenomenon, a quite powerful one, and I need the defenses of this place, as powerful as they could be. One person among Grand Lords understood it very well. I am sure he very well remembered what happened when I healed his students. No change had occurred, but immediately I felt an oppressive atmosphere in the hall, and a golden laurel wreath appeared above my head. It is the highest level of protection the pyramid have, and with it, not even Grand Lord would be able to harm me as long as I am in pyramid. The pyramid will use all its power to protect me from any kind of danger, and I will really need it if things work as I had planned. Lady Angela, please take a seat, I said, and the old woman sat on the formation circle, and I sat on the circle beside her. Grand Commander, are you ready? I asked the woman. Ready as I could be, Grandmaster, she replied with a small smile. Buzz. Then we will begin, I said, and activated the formation. And just as I did, it lit up resplendently, and the runes of an inner circle of new formation moved and connected to the old formation. Just as that happened, the protection that keeping lunar frost in had unraveled, spreading the lunar frost all around the hall. I also felt the lunar frost around me and couldn't help but shudder at her power. If it had not for the protection from the pyramid, I would have already been frozen to death. Around 40 seconds later, the old and new formations merged, creating a completely different formation. Lady Angela, begin, I said, and she began to control the grand formation, which is mixing and spreading the resources. The sand also moved. It did not mix with other resources, it just moved before stopping in front of the Grand Commander. I did not do anything, it was not time yet, but I had prepared myself because my task is extremely delicate, and the smallest mistake will have great repercussions. So I am currently looking and seeing how the power of lunar frost spreads into the vast network of seals that I had created inside the Grand Commander to absorb the lunar power. Initially, I had thought they would last at least 2 months, but the cracks have already appeared on them within a month. Looking at how fast their condition is deteriorating, they wouldn't last more than 10 days. Thank the gods, I have found the material on time to heal her, or I would have needed to spend another fortune to revitalize those seals, and the difficulty would have been much greater. The resources outside are mixed and merged as the runes begin to climb up on the body of the Grand Commander. If it had been normal runes, they wouldn't have got close to her, much less climbed on her body, but these runes are filled with powerful resources, so much they would be easily able to bear the power of the Grand Lord. An hour and 57 minutes passed when finally, the first phase of healing was completed. The body of the Grand Commander is now completely filled with runes that are connected to the triangular formation of the center in which she is sitting. As I did, the formations began to seep inside the body of the Grand Commander, leaving only a single link out, which is connected to the triangular formation, which is now being controlled by Lady Angela and will play an important part while I handle the things inside. The runes seeped inside the Grand Commander and started connecting to the ceiling formation, which was already in her body. It is a beautiful process, and what made it even more beautiful was the adverse environment in the Grand Commander's body. The lunar frost there wanted to destroy everything foreign. Within a few minutes, the ceiling formation connected to the new formation. At that moment, all its damage began to heal, and within a matter of seconds, the runes had become good as new that not the slightest damage could be seen on them. It is time to start the second phase, I said, and powered up the ceiling runes to the highest power in sync with the triangular formation that Lady Angela is controlling. As I powered the runes, they began to suck the frost on her body as fast as possible, like a vacuum drainer. Every bit of lunar cold present in body is getting absorbed by the amazing speed, and so is the coming out of her core. Before I begin on her core, I want her body to have as less as lunar energies as possible, or it will create a backlash, and I could not let that happen. So I will take such every bit of the lunar frost energy she has in her body. A massive amount of lunar frost energy is getting sucked out of the body of the Grand Commander by runes which would send it to the triangular formation, which has already begun to change its color from black to the icy silver. It took 7 minutes for me to absorb the lunar frost energies from her body. There are still a lot of them present in her body, but they have merged with her very cells and the formation could not absorb them. Still, the amount they had absorbed should be enough to stop the backlash. The only part of her body still has lunar frost is the source itself. The core, it is still sending out a large amount of it outside, but it is getting absorbed and sent out by the formation outside of the core. Now that the cleaning is done, let's move to the next phase, I said, and this phase is important. The formations in the body of the Grand Lord begin to move toward her core. There is already a dense formation covering, but these formations coming behind are forming layers of it, one after another till forming 13 layers. The 13 layers trapped the beautiful silver-white crescent-shaped core from the first time I saw it. The big changes have occurred into it. Mainly there are more cracks. It looked quite delicate with these cracks, and it is. The slightest mistake in the core would split apart into many parts, and I could not let that happen because it will be the end and my own life could be danger with it. The power the core would produce after the core would be so much that I fear even the protection of Pyramid might not able to stop it. Thankfully, it will not happen with the formation I have designed. The formation looked amazing, and it is powerful. I have used very rare and powerful resources to use to create them. If I destruct it, it will create a force powerful enough to vaporize even a Grand Lord, and now I am using its power to forcefully merge the broken elemental core of Grand Commander with a sand of Azrith. With that, though, a small opening was created into the first layer of formation, and cloud of sand traveled through it. A layer after layer of formations opened, and the cloud of sand traveled inside till it passed through the last layer, and now there is only Borkin core in front of it. The sand did not stop and moved toward it. The core sensed its presence, and immediately amount of lunar frost increased threefold and continued increasing. But the sand of Azrith is an incarnation of great hunger. The laws of swallowing are imprinted into their very being. No matter how much the cold energy the broken lunar frost would release, it would absorb it all without any problem as it moved toward it. When I designing the healing method, this phase had stumped me the most. The power of lunar frost core is so much that, even if other thing is resource of origin, it would be able to stop it, but with sand of the Azrith, I do not need to be worried about it. Within a few seconds, a cloud of sand reached the crescent lunar frost core and enveloped it, and it seemed to have made it very angry as core had released frightening amount of lunar frost, but this frightening amount being easily swallowed by the sand. Seeing sand is fine, even with such massive amount frost energy, I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. There was slight fear in my heart that lunar frost might overwhelm it, but seeing what is happening, I do not need to be worried about that. Now it is time to start the most important part, the merge, which I have never done before, even with the twins, and there is high chance that it might not work at all, but it is the only choice I have to heal the Grand Commander, and I will try it. Begin, I said loudly, and immediately the drop of 9 colored matter, which had been silent in the cloud of sand, burst out with the tens of thousands of runes of dark blue and red color. The formation is extremely complex and one of my proudest works. As it appeared, it immediately enveloped the sand cloud and the crescent core inside it, while the 122 runic chains shot out and connected to various formations of 13-layer globe. Activate the merge, I said loudly, and both of the formations burned into radiant light. They are bright that their light seeped out of Grand Commander's chest. Ah. As I activated the formation, a loud scream burst of the mouth of the Grand Commander. It is loud and sharp, filled with so much pain that one could not bear to hear it. It is my first time hearing Grand Commander scream, and she did not scream. I have done very painful things to her. The last seal I have done on her was akin to burning her soul in fire, and even then she had not let out a single sound, much open her mouth, but now she is screaming with her mouth wide open. One could imagine how much pain she would be feeling. "Hera," shouted Lady Vivian, seeing her sister screaming in pain, and I heard Patriarch Bradford say something to her, but I did not listen to it, as all my focus was on the merging process that had just begun. The merge had begun. All the sand of Azrith enveloping the broken lunar core shot toward it, sticking themselves into the crescent lunar core. As the sand stuck to it, the whole crescent core changed. There is not a slightest silvery light could be seen on it, as the crescent core got completely covered by the sand, and now it looked like it was a core made of the hand, but the lunar frost core is fighting hard. I could see how it was pouring an immense amount of lunar frost energies into the sand, trying to destroy it, but the sand of Azrith just kept absorbing whatever came in its way. Seeing that, a smile couldn't help but appear on my face, and a red-blue formation covering it began to shrink till it started to stick to the sand crescent core, and in just a matter of few seconds, the whole sand crescent core got completely covered in the formation. Just as that happened, 13 layers of formation blazed even further, and that whole body of Grand Commander began to shine as they sent the immense amount of energies into the red-blue formation covering the crescent core. The energies are not just coming from the 13 layers of spherical formation, but also from the triangular formation, which Lady Angela is controlling. Both formations contain immense energy produced from extremely rare and powerful resources. It took 21 minutes for all the energy of both formations into the red-blue formation, covering the core, before the formations began to fade and crack. They have served their purposes, and now everything is up to red-blue formation, which now begins to seep into the crescent core slowly. 1.5 minutes later, all the signs vanished, and only a crescent core remained, which was covered in sand and still absorbing an immense amount of lunar frost energies, whose amount had increased even further, but still, the sand had absolutely no problem in absorbing it all. I am watching it all with great fascination, and I couldn't help but wonder how these Grand Lords would react if I had told them that I have no idea about the things that would happen from now on. I have done everything I could, but from now on, what will happen is not in my control, nor do I have much of an idea of what this will turn into. I am feeling quite a fear of failure, but I am also excited. This is uncharted territory for me. The thing I have done with the twins is different than this and quite easier. More than 2 hours passed, and there was no change. The lunar frost core was still sending the energies which are powerful enough to freeze even a Grand Lord within a second. Hun. A few more minutes passed when I sensed the change. The lunar frost core had now started to send its essence into the sand covering it, which is a huge thing. The essence is thousands of times more powerful than the energy. Unlike energy that could be recovered, the essence is very hard to recover. With every drop of the essence, it is sending it into the sand. It is losing part of itself, but it does not seem to be carrying it, just wants to deal with sand. An hour passed and it had been continued releasing more and more essence, which began to affect its size in just an hour. It had lost 7 of its size, which is a lot, and what is even more shocking is that the amount of essence it had released in an hour would have been more than enough to 100 times more Grand Lord we have in our world. Both humans and grim Grand Lords combine. The elemental core is the darling of the world, immensely powerful, more powerful than even most of the bloodlines. Seeing the power of the core, I couldn't help but a tinge of jealousy for a moment, but I remember the abilities of my core, which are no less wonderful. Hun. Around 1.5 hours passed when suddenly I saw a big change occurring in the sand. It was very minute, but this minute was huge. I saw a grain of sand melting, not only just melting, but also changing its color to silvery white from caramel, which is the reason why I noticed it so quickly. Still, I couldn't help but be surprised to see the grain of sand melting. Considering the essence entering inside it is cold in nature, extremely cold. It should be frozen over, but it is melting, as if it is absorbing the extremely hot energy rather than the absolute cold. I sighed and did not try to make sense of magical things with the rule of physics. I tend to do that sometimes. A few more seconds passed, and another sand crystal melted and began to change its color, and then another. More and more sand crystals began to melt. Within an hour, around 15 of sand had been melted and turned into silvery white, a color of lunar crystal. Time passed with it, and more sand began to melt with increasing speed, and the same time, the lunar core inside began to shrink fast as it poured more and more energy into the sand. 4.5 hours passed when finally all the sand melted, and at the same time, the lunar core covering it disappeared. It had spent every bit of essence into the sand that it had wiped itself from existence. Now, in front of me is a blob of melted sand which is silvery white in color, and the strangest thing is, it is not giving the slightest feeling of cold. Forget the cold, it is not even the slightest bit of aura coming from it, and one might feel it is common melted glass. The interesting thing about it is its color. For more than a minute, nothing happened. The silvery white melted glass ball just floated where the core had been when suddenly, red-blue light bloomed from within, and the change occurred immediately. Both Lady Angela and I had sensed it. Branford, activate the isolation to its highest. The Grimm sensors shouldn't sense even speck of fluctuation of it, said Lady Angela as she sensed the changes. I don't know whether Patriarch Bradford did what she asked, nor do I care. All my senses were focused on the changes that began to appear above us. Two deep spatial aberrations begin to appear, and if not wrong, the gates of the sources would soon materialize in those two places. Bradford, give me the protection, said Lady Angela with some hesitation. Immediately, the golden laurel appeared over her head. Above us, the source gates of two energies have opened, and now the energies begin to pour out of them. The feeling we're getting from them is so dangerous that even a powerful Grand Lord like herself had taken protection from the pyramid to be safe. What is now happening could be said to be the most dangerous part. In a simple analogy, I have mixed the ingredients of the cake perfectly, and now I just have to put them in the oven. But the thing is, I don't know what temperature should I use for baking, and nor I have control over it. The lunar core had merged with sand, but the process is not complete. It will only be completed when it is baptized by the energy, or rather the energies, which makes it dangerous, considering I have made the artificial changes in the core. The elemental body is formed when the body forms a connection with the quintessence of that element. It happens in the fetus stage. Now I have changed the core and mixed it with another thing, a resource of origin, which also represents another elemental quintessence, and now the source energies begin to gather from these quintessence, the source energies of lunar frost and source energies that made the sand of Azrith. The thing that made these things even more complex is that both of the elementals are not pure elements. Like with the twins, one was ice and other fire, but here one is lunar frost, which is a lunar element, and frost element, both of which are not pure elements themselves. While the sand of Azrith is a crystal element and swallowing elemental, the crystal element is not a pure element. So, as the more energies of lunar frost and sand of Azrith began pouring from the source, things will become messy and dangerous, and it is due to this danger Lady Angela asked for the protection of the pyramid. She did not want to take the needless risk and lose a needless life in the process. There is a danger for us, but the greatest danger will be faced by the Grand Commander herself, and I don't have a single method to help her, as in front of these powerful energies, my little bit of abilities counts nothing. The energies begin to pour out of the gates, and in a matter of seconds, two clouds begin to hover above her. One is silvery white, and the other is caramel, and both of them radiate a powerful might as they clash against each other at the point of contact. It is a good thing I have protection, otherwise I would not be able to survive the waves of power created by their class, which are getting stronger and stronger every second as more and more energies gather. While Lady Angela and I are protected, Grand Commander is not, but she is strangely fine. Even the energies of the sand of Azrith are harming her, which came as quite a surprise, and I hope they will not harm her when they begin to seep inside her. A few minutes passed by, and the whole hall got covered densely with the elemental energies. At left are the energies of the lunar frost, while on the other side are the energies of sand of Azrith. It begins, I said just as I noticed the energies begin seeping inside the Grand Commander. Both of them seeped at the same time and in a trickle amount first. See, the Grand Commander sucked a sharp breath as it happened, and my expressions couldn't help but change for the worse. While the energies of lunar frost pass through her without a problem, it is not the case with the energies of sand of Azrith. It begins to burn her. This energy is completely foreign to her. She did not have any inherent protection against it, as she had with lunar frost. Still, there is a small silver lining. The lunar frost that had forcefully inserted inside her cell since she released the seal is now protecting her against this energy, and the coming lunar frost is also strengthening it, which I hope will help us survive. Now only a trickle of energies entering inside her, but soon it will be a torrent. The pain she might feel, energies of sand tore through her body and soul, might be greater than what she had felt before. The nine-colored matter is a miraculous material. It is a thing that gave me the greatest confidence in success. Though this material is extremely hard to manipulate, to create the formation, I had to use nearly all my supply of rule-bending crystals, which I have been creating for months. Ah. Seconds passed, and Grand Commander continued bearing the pain with gritted teeth when she finally could not, and let out a painful scream. I had braced myself for it, but still couldn't help but shudder when I heard her scream, filled with pain, and they were going to be louder as the energies entered inside her in a greater amount. While her screams are painful, I am very happy to see her bearing the energies of Sand of Azrith without losing her life. The lunar frost energies are helping it bear the burn of energies. While it is still injuring her, the pace of it is much slower and bearable. The energy which would be sucked into the core, which now finally started to show the change. It had started to release the aura, which was frosty as before but also felt heavy and sharp with a hint of delicateness, which reminded me to glass. The aura got stronger as it continued to absorb more energies. It also started to bring physical changes into it. It begins to shrink, getting concentrated. Around 40 minutes have passed, and the Grand Commander is still screaming. Her screams feel more painful now, with the blisters that now covering her radiant frost skin. All the signs of her skin vanished, torn apart and destroyed now. She looked like a being whose skin had peeled away with festering blisters appearing on it. She looked horrific and her condition was not great, but she is surviving, and that is important as the biggest change has finally begun to appear in her core. It begins to solidify. A glassy flex begins to appear on the core, and they are slowly spreading. It won't be long before the upper surface of the core begins to solidify, and after that, it will be the deeper part that will solidify, just like what happened when glass ball is created. I just hope it will be like the perfect glass ball, unlike those flawed ones, which cracked apart into pieces when they cooled down. Hera, she whispered, seeing the state of her sister, who barely had any life remaining in her. Her skin had been destroyed, and bones became visible. Even she couldn't understand how her sister was still alive. She had absorbed all the elemental energy in a few seconds. We will know the new core that had been forged is stable, is not, said Patriarch Bradford with an expectant voice. The Grandmaster had explained all the steps earlier. The core had called and absorbed all the energies, and her sister had survived. The Grandmaster had said her chances of surviving is the energy absorption was less than 50, but she did. Still, she is not out of danger, yet a complete core has just been forged, but whether it is perfectly forged or has any problem, they don't know. They will know that soon enough. She desperately hoped that there wouldn't be any problems. Grandmaster had said that even slight problems in the core make it crack into pieces, and that would be the end of her sister. Her mind was filled with these horrific thoughts no matter how much she tried to stop them when suddenly she saw a silvery white glassy shine bursting out of her sister's heart. It was so sudden that within a moment, the glassy lights covered Hera fully. The silvery white glassy shine was a surprise, but what happened next was a shock. Her sister's injuries started healing, and the speed they were healing was the fastest she had ever seen. It was not normal healing either, but something else. Even in projection form, she could see how this dense glassy light burrowing into the skin of her sister. It couldn't help but put a smile on my face. This is a sign of a perfect core. The lunar frost core and Sand of Azrith merged together completely and became one, and now they're changing Hera's body according to it. It felt like hours had passed, but only a few seconds had when all the silvery white dense glassy shine had disappeared and revealed the flawless body of Hera, bereft of any marks. Even those poison marks on the back she had received in ruin, which no potion could make them disappear, had completely vanished. A great physical change has appeared in Hera. Aside from the already lithe body has become even more perfectly proportioned, and her brown eyes became silvery with a glassy shine that looked like her eyes had been replaced by the two glassy orbs. It is not just her eyes that had changed, but also her hair, which had turned into silver white from raven color, and looked like each strand of her hair made of her class. It is highly likely that they have gained that property given the nature her core has transformed to. Now her core has to accept her core, and everything would be perfect, said Patriarch Bradford, the last step, the one that will determine her future. Grandmaster had said if he succeeded in successfully forging Hera's core, he would leave a powerful seal inside it and activate it if her inheritance did not accept it, so no conflict would be created between them, as it had been before. The seal would let her use her inheritance without interference from the core, just like before, but it would be a complete waste of her core. Her core is extremely powerful. It is an elemental core, and colossal power. If her inheritance core could imprint her with its power, she would be extremely powerful and wouldn't face any problem in reaching the Grand Lord class. The core had stabilized, and it was round, instead of the crescent as before, and completely glassy, in a silvery white color which made it extremely beautiful. So much that I wanted to pluck it out of her chest, but of course I would not do that. First, it would be dangerous, and I would likely die, and if I somehow succeeded, it would kill the Grand Commander. Now the inheritance needed to be imprinted on it, which I hoped would happen otherwise. I would need to seal the core, which would be an utter waste of such a gift. The chances that it might happen, especially after what happened, the sand had been transformed into glass by the sand, and there is a 60 chance that it would happen. If it did not have the lunar frost element, that chance would have been above 90. Hun. I was staring at both of the cores when the change I had been waiting for happened. It shone, but the very next second, it did something that shocked me. It moved from its place, and looking in the direction, it is clear that it is moving toward the lunar glass core. I had expected it to release the runes at the lunar glass core, but it is moving, and this makes things very complicated and dangerous. Both of the cores had been great friction before, and it is already a miracle and testament to Grand Commander's ability that she was able to create an inheritance core, despite the inherent resistance from the lunar frost core inside her. It is extremely hard and dangerous to have two cores inside one. They would always fight for dominance over each other and the body. Her inheritance core is also glassy in nature, but much different than the lunar glass core. First, it is purple in color, and second, inside it, a silhouette of the huge throne made of glass could be seen inside, which is quite different from the barren, icy cold world filled in the silvery white lunar light. Soon both cores appeared next to each other, which was barely a hair of distance away between them, and I had feared they would crash when the inheritance core stopped. Hun. Seeing that, I couldn't help but take a sigh of relief, but that relief lasted for only a second before the inheritance core began doing something shocking. The purple glass inheritance core melted, and the melted parts began to transform into the ancient runes, which then moved toward the lunar glass core. I watched with a bated breath as the purple runes touched the lunar glass core, and to my great relief, the core did not react. My heart that had started galloping begins to slow down as more ancient runes begin to climb on the lunar glass core, while the inheritance core begins to shrink. These runes are not only climbing the surface, but also seeping inside it, and there was no reaction from the core. It is letting it do what it wants. I don't know if what is happening is a good thing or bad. I was hoping something like this to happen, but did not expect the inheritance core would use itself for the runes, and that complicated the things, as the hell could break loose at any moment, and there is nothing I would be able to do myself. Grandmaster has the inheritance imprinting itself into the core. Asked Lady Vivian, something like that. I replied and could tell a look of question appearing on the faces of three of them. The inheritance core is using its own essence to imprint the elemental core, I answered, and their expressions became serious. All of them understood what the inheritance core was trying to do and knew how transformative it would be for the Grand Commander if it had succeeded, but they also knew the great dangers that come with it. It took a few minutes before the inheritance core had vanished completely, and now there is only a lunar glass core remained, whose surface and inside are completely covered in the purple glassy runes that one could barely see the lunar shine through it. For a few seconds, nothing happened. The core remained static when suddenly, the purple runes blazed, and a second later, spatial fluctuation appeared above her, through which an elaborate source gate of her inheritance appeared and began to spew out powerful source energy. For more than a few minutes, the source energies gathered till they filled the whole hall densely before they began to seep inside the Grand Commander. The source energy of the inheritance is not harming the Grand Commander, nor did I think it would. The inheritance is already imprinted into every part of her body. She had been baptized by it 3 times, so there is no question of harming her. The thing I am worried about is how the lunar core would react as more and more inheritance energies kept pouring inside it every second. There is a huge amount of energy present in the hall, and the source kept spewing out the energies, and the core kept absorbing, and it continued for more than an hour before the inheritance source gate finally closed, and the core absorbed every bit of source energy in the hall. A few seconds after the core stopped absorbing energy, nothing had changed. The purple runes kept blazing that one could barely see them. There was utter silence from the core, but I could feel the big changes happening inside it, but I could not see it. Gasp. The silence continued for more than 50 minutes when the light began to dim before finally, I was able to see the core, and it couldn't help but make me gasp in shock involuntarily. The core had completely transformed. It was still glassy and silvery while color and halo around it, but now it had purple spots around its surface, which made it look like a real moon rather than the glass balls as it was before. Her fusion core is not barren anymore, and now inside it there is a throne of glass, grander than before and with the color of silver, white, and purple. Hun. I was watching the core when suddenly, a huge amount of energy poured out of the core and began to spread inside her body, seeping every part of her. Her aura, which was already very strong to begin with, has begun to get stronger and stronger. Within a few minutes, the aura had gotten so strong that a look of shock had appeared on the face of Lady Angela, feeling the aura, and it still continued to climb higher and higher for 10 more minutes before it stopped, and Grand Commander had finally opened her eyes. Another change had appeared in her eyes now. Her silvery white glassy eyes had a purple ring in them, which made her look even more mysterious. I opened my mouth to congratulate her when the aura which had just begun to seep back inside her and exploded into full power as the armor began to flow into her naked body, the armor which was much different from before. The armor is silvery white in color with a purple design flowing over it. It looks like it is made of the most precious glass, so delicate that it will fracture with the slightest touch, but it would not, and if I am not guessing wrong, even a Grand Lord will find it difficult to crush it instantly. Second-level core, just like Bradford's girls, sighed Lady Angela, seeing the huge phantom of the glassy throne materializing above Lady Angela. Yes, it is the second-level core. Just like the cores of the twins, these three are the only people who have gained the second-level core, from my knowledge, and that will give them immense power. Even my core is at first level, and I couldn't help but feel a little jealous about it, as the advantages a higher level could offer to one is huge. We were quite lucky that everything went well, I said. It had gone beyond well, considering the things that had happened. She had gained great fortune from a tragedy, and like I had said, she is lucky. If another case such as this came at me, I don't think I would be able to replicate the such feat. "How are you feeling?" asked Lady Vivian to her sister, as she appeared in front of her and her hand made of light touched her cheeks gently. "I am feeling good, great," she replied. "Are you feeling any problem with the new core?" she asked, and Grand Commander shook her head. "The core is perfect," she replied, but a tiny frown appeared between her eyebrows. "The new core had changed things. Most of my new core and methods have become useless and disappeared. The new methods and moves have appeared in their places," she added. She did not seem sad about the fact she would need to learn them all over again. I could even see a hint of excitement about that in her eyes. "With the fused core, you do not need to fear anyone below the Grand Lord," said Patriarch Bradford. He understood elemental cores well. His student has one, but there is a huge difference in what twins have and what Grand Commander has. The elemental bodies of twins are higher level than the body of the Grand Commander, but unlike twins who have the elemental core with inheritance imprinted on it, Grand Commander has a fused core, the merge of elemental core and inheritance core. Grand Commander held an obvious advantage over the twins despite having a lower-level core. Her inheritance completely merged with her elemental core, which means now she could use the full power of her elemental core with an inheritance, and that is colossal power. The inheritance of twins did not even let them use half power of their cosmic elemental cores. At the same level, they would at most fight equally with Grand Commander due to their higher level of core, but defeating her would be very difficult unless they have an inheritance that would help them bring out the full power of their cores. "Grand Commander, don't go anywhere for 3 days. I said, while your core looks perfect, I still like to monitor it for a few days. I will not leave the pyramid for 3 days, she replied. I nodded and walked out of the hall. "I'm very tired and hungry and just want to sleep." A minute later, I was in my room, eating the food my clone had cooked. 10 minutes later, I licked the plates clean and laid down on the bed, and in a couple of seconds I was in a deep sleep. I woke up in the evening feeling refreshed, ready to finish up the work that had been backlogged past 2 days. With the daily duties, it might take me a week or more to finish up all the backlogged work, but I am not worried. The work is something I enjoy, and the drawback of it will be me spending a little less time with my family and Marina, which is the sacrifice I will have to make. I quickly freshen up before going back to the project, and my first stop is, of course, the conference hall. Marie sent the information of Macmara with Grandmaster Jeeves of Crystal Domination. I said to Mary, "Who is he?" she asked as she looked up. "He is a night class donor of last week," I informed. "Is this related to your absence of 2 days?" she asked, and I nodded. She seemed a little surprised by it, but did not ask any questions as she turned back to the screen. "I have sent," she said. I nodded and walked out of the conference room. Macmara is the person who donated the sand of Azrith to the project, which helped in saving the Grand Commander. Crystal Domination wants to properly thank him for that, as it is due to him their leader is even alive and got powerful enough that no one could match her similar level. I have also decided to reward him, as it could be said. I have, too, benefited from him. I have barely used a quarter of the sand I have got from him, not to mention the data and the energies I have got from the Grand Commander, which my clone had been analyzing. I have already gotten a good result with the data and have started analyzing it. I am sure that by the time I have finished fully analyzing it, my knowledge about the cores will deepen further. A few minutes later, after walking out of the conference room, I have become treating the subject, hopping from one hall to another without taking even a minute of rest. I did that till the next morning when I had to stop to heal a few patients coming from the ruins. Their condition was bad, but with the help of Grandmaster Charline, I was able to save most of them. Though a few of them would have to retire, they have suffered huge damage to their foundation that even I could heal in the short term. It will be a long process for them before they are able to recover to their peak. The Grand Commander had come for 3 straight days, and in 3 days I understood I had far too much underestimated the power of the elemental core, which had been perfectly fused with the inheritance. Her power was shocking, and she could barely control it. So she is leaving the pyramid for training. Usually it is not wise for the leader of a whole race to do that, and if she had been a common High Grandmaster or even quasi Grand Lord, the Grand Lords would have stopped her. While individual power is important, leadership is more important, but her power is too great. The Grand Lords themselves understood it and asked her to get control over it as soon as possible, and training in a dangerous place was the quickest way to do that. You know, you didn't have to force me to come here. With Lester, it would have been quite easy for you to get the thing you need, I said as the spatial fluctuations around us vanished. I have confidence in my abilities, but I need you with me in case I am not able to get it, Jim said as he looked at me. Besides, this place has good things. I am sure they will not disappoint you, he added with twinkling eyes, and all I could do is sigh. To be honest, I would have very much liked it if I had been in Pyramid working. I know the thing this place could provide, and they are quite good, but I could still very much prefer Pyramid, and I don't think you will need my help when there is Lester here. The place is dangerous without a doubt, but with a High Grandmaster, Jim will be fine. And besides, Jim is no weakling. Even Lester wouldn't be able to defeat him, and if he had the element Lester had, he wouldn't have brought him here. It would be great if we finish with it soon, I said as we began to walk verdant hills which are filled with beautiful trees. We are not in the central continent, we are in a small continent called Bella's, which is completely in our control. We have come here because of the place that had appeared. It had already 3 times before in the past 2 centuries, so we have quite good information about it. Just as Jim got to know this place had appeared, he had brought me here forcefully and even had called Pool Lester, who was on a mission somewhere. He needed a resource from this place, a resource that is extremely rare and could only be gotten from this place. If it had been some normal precious treasure, Jim had not come here. Considering now we have keys of Supreme's treasure, no regular resources, even those as at the level of divine crystal, could not entice us. We ran through the hills and forest for a few minutes before suddenly stopping at the ravine, where the gate was as dark as night was standing. My lords, greeted the woman as we appeared. She looked to be in her early 30s and a tyrant. Priscilla, right? Jim asked. Yes, my lord, she replied with a bow. You have done a good job, he said, and threw a small bottle with a potion at her. Seeing what it was, Lester's eyes flashed in surprise, but he did not spare more than a glance at it and followed us toward the gate. The gate is big, about 7 meters tall, and made from one of the materials which had the darkest shade of black I had ever seen, so black that it seemed to be sucking the light inside it. Gate of Heroes, said Jim with shining eyes, and a key just as black as the door appeared in his hand. Grandmaster, let me, said Lester when Jim was about to push the key into the door. It's fine, Lester, the door is not dangerous, but what comes after it, he said and pushed the key inside the door. Click. The clicking sound rang out, and Jim pushed the door open, revealing only darkness ahead that no ability of ours could peer through. Careful, the enemies will come from all directions, and they would only be killed by the right, said Jim as the sword appeared in his hand, on which he poured the colorless solution. Let's go, he said, and stepped inside. The moment we did, we felt the danger, and it came from everywhere. A saber blazing in pure white light appeared in Lester's hands, while at the same time Jim's sword lit up in light, but unlike the light of Lester's spear, this one had a tint of green in it. I also did not hesitate to summon my own weapons. My totem artifact appeared in my hand, while 2 strings of hands came behind me, each bearing a lance. All 3 weapons lit up in bright light, and the light coming from my weapons is not white, but silvery in color. Rulu. We had just summoned our weapons when the ghostly sounds rang out around us, and Wrath's claws in darkness, and with a claw that is sharp enough to tear even a grim apart, came at us. It is not a 1 or 2 that came, but 10s of them, and they have come from all the directions, even came from below us, with each having a power of High Grandmaster. These wraiths are extremely dangerous, and had even killed a peak High Grandmaster powerhouses among many. That High Grandmaster was powerful, more powerful than the wraiths that had attacked him, but he still got killed by these wraiths because of the incompatible power. He was an earth elemental powerhouse, and these wraiths could only be killed with the light elemental power, which has properties of cleansing, quite a rare type of requirement, that among all the High Grandmaster we have, only Lester had that power. I do not have a light ability, but I have a fire, and with slight modification with the help of rule-bending power, I could create a light ability that is needed to kill the wraiths. Die. Lester screams and slashes down its saber at 3 wraiths at the amazing speed at technique. He is quite young, just 30 years old, and had reached level High Grandmaster 2 months ago, but he fights like the one with a great experience. Shash. He is a natural-born fighter. He killed 3 in quick succession, but by that time I had already finished killing 18 of them. My lances moved like needles, piercing their heads and releasing light energy, which would spread into their whole body and vaporize them, leaving only small necrostones, which my strings instantly collected. Collect necrostones, Lester, that are the cores that will form new wraiths in a couple of seconds. I reminded him as I collected the last necrostone, which he failed to collect. My apologies, Grandmaster, he said. An even greater power burst through her body. His movements became faster, and he began to kill the thrice a number than before while collecting the necrostone. My lances are also moving around me. They are only 2, but it seems like there are tens of them. Every wrath around me seemed to burn in the light. Within a moment they appeared. They would be pierced by lances, and precious necrostones would be in my storage. Well, it seemed like I have wasted this precious armament potion for nothing, said Jim, looking at his precious blazing sword, which he had raised not once. Keep it ready, these wraiths are slowly getting stronger, I said to that. He shrugged. They will get stronger for a while before their power stabilizes. We will just need to continue killing them till the door appear, he said. I have read the information and what he said is true, but still, I couldn't help but worry. Maybe it is just paranoia. I have experienced too many things that I have begun to sense the danger, even in such a simple mission. Ting tung ting. The wraiths should have been finished by now, but they are still coming, Jim said worriedly as he gripped his sword tightly. It had been nearly 10 minutes and I had killed thousands of wraiths, but they were still coming, and their number had increased even more. According to information, these wraiths should have disappeared by now, and the door had become visible, but they kept coming in greater numbers. Lester is now using all his power to deal with them and is getting tired fast. The sweat had already started building, and I could see his muscle was straining. It wouldn't be long before his movement began to slow down and the power of his attack lessened. Still, his performance is quite surprising. I did not think he would last this long with such powerful enemies, but he is still fighting. I did not stop him, even after seeing him reaching the limit, just controlled the number of enemies he was fighting. He had a great talent for fighting, but it could go to waste if they did not constantly fight against their limit. Only in this way would they be able to achieve the full potential of their talent. Why do you think this time it is so different? I asked Jim, who had a big frown on his face when he looked at the coming wraiths. I don't know, but this time it is clearly different, he said, and it is different. I have asked my clone to scour through the information from all 3 missions before, and there is no mention of such difficulty. A grandmaster at the level of Lester is more than enough to clear this place, but now something different is happening. I was planning for an exit door and even had a string attached to it, but to my great shock, the door had simply disappeared. We will have to deal with these wraiths if we want to leave this place, and it won't be going to be easy. Rip. A few more seconds passed when suddenly, a ripping sound rang out. The wraiths, for the first time, were able to hit him. The first strike was just a trailer of what was coming, as a couple of seconds later, another wraith was able to hit him, and then another in just a few minutes. His whole body got riddled with injuries, those who are quite difficult to heal, despite having extremely good healing power that light user enjoy. Lester, rest for now, I said, and killed the wraith he was fighting. He did not object to the suggestion and took a step back and concentrated on healing his injuries. Ting ting ting. Another 10 minutes passed, and now I am harnessing all power I have, and if the wraiths are still kept growing at such speed, I might need to activate my burst and summon more weapons. I am not liking what is happening while currently. The threat is something that I could handle currently. It won't be if they continue getting stronger at such a speed. It is good when things are predictable. When they are in a range of unpredictableness, dangerous things happen. Currently, I am fighting best of my abilities while conserving as much power as possible for a big foe that might come. The lances are quite efficient and fast, and most importantly, they give a wide range, and if one is skillful enough and has the hands that could stretch, I could kill the enemy that is close as inches away from me to meters away from with ease. Not to mention, I am using a simple method but mountain-cleaving style, which I have finally adopted in all my weapons, which makes its killing efficiency off the charts. First burst. Finally, I activated the first burst, and dealing with the wraith had become so difficult that if I did not use it, the wraiths would come at me and begin to tear me apart. Seeing I had to activate my burst, I sent out even more strings in search of the door in this dark space, which had formations so powerful that even sneaky things like my strings would have a very hard time finding what they were looking for. Were you able to find something? Asked Jim, to which I shook my head. Me too. There seemed to be a powerful formation which is spoiling all my efforts to find an exit, he said with a sigh. Don't worry, we will find the door, I said, and he just nodded and closed his eyes. The next second, I saw tiny, delicate, shining feathers coming out of him before they disappeared into the darkness. I could see the look of frustration appearing on Jim's face, but that did not stop him as he continued. Nothing had changed for the next couple of minutes till I reached very close to activating the second burst when I noticed something suddenly. The new wraith stopped appearing as I realized that. My eyes couldn't help but fly open in joy, and I harnessed every power I could to finish off the last remaining wraiths. Ting! My lance stuck against the head of the last wraith and immediately filled its whole body with light, burning it till only necrostone had remained, which my strings have captured and stored into my core. Each of these cores is precious, and I have tens of thousands of them, which could be considered quite a fortune, even for someone like me. We have finished up the wraiths, the door should appear soon, said Jim, and just as he said, the darkness in front of us parted like mist, revealing the door. The door is different from what was written in the information. It is gray in color, not iron, said Lester, according to information. The door is supposed to be in the shade of iron, but it is in the shade of clear gray, without a hint of iron color. Whether it's silver or iron, we have to enter inside once we enter this place. Moving forward is the only choice, Jim said and walked toward. Soon we appeared beside the door, and he placed both of his hands on the door before pushing it open. The door opened smoothly, revealing the space inside was no different than the one in place are in, but we had to go inside, as it was the only way to get out of this place. We stepped into the other side, and as we had seen on the other side, it was filled with darkness. There was no difference between this room and the last one we were in, now that the gray door behind us had disappeared. Be careful, the enemy could appear any second, I said when I saw Lester wanting to take a step forward. In this place, it is wise to remain together. Unless there is no choice, we shouldn't move away from each other. For nearly a minute, nothing happened before finally, the darkness began to part, revealing the humanoid, which is at least 2 meters tall and has 4 hands. It had gray skin and tattered armor around its body. Its blades also seemed rusted and seemed like turned to pieces at any second. Zombie, said Jim, and I nodded as I took steps toward it while it remained frozen in its spot. The people that came 3 times here had also fought a zombie at the second door before getting their reward at the third door. To get the reward, I will have to kill this zombie, which seems frozen, which is good if I could finish it before it moves. I will clear this second door. I want to do it as quickly as possible. There is a very high chance that this zombie would be much stronger than those which have appeared here before, just like the wraiths. ROOARRR. There was only about a 4 meters distance between us when suddenly, it blinked and let out a ghostly roar before it disappeared from its spot. BANNG. I only heard the sound of a blade ripping through the air before one of its rusted scimitars clashed against my sword, which I barely had time to move in front of me in defense. Step, step, step. I felt like a meteor crashed against my sword. The raw physical power behind the attack was so much that it rolled my internal organs and nearly sent me flying. But I did not let that happen. I moved that energy into my legs before beginning to take the steps back rapidly. It was a good thing I had first boost activated, which had saved me otherwise. I would send flying like a broken kite, which would have been bad. Became Jim and Lester were no match for this bastard. First burst plus second burst plus third burst. In the single step I took, I activated all my boosts, as that is what will require against such a powerful enemy. Not only that, 4 strings of hands also came out from behind, all 4 hands wielding the lances. If any attack gets past these lances, it will be a sword that will clash against it. It had only let me take only 4 steps when it moved toward me. Seeing that, I gulped down the blood that came in my mouth and moved my weapons at it. Last time I made a mistake underestimating it, but this time I will not make the same mistake. CLANNG. Its scimitar clashed against my lance, and once again that powerful raw physical force came at me along with a tide of necrotic energy, but this time it only shook me slightly. ROOARRR. It let out another ghostly roar before attacking again, and this time it did not use the single scimitar but all 4 of them. All of them came at me with extremely fast speed and technique, which immediately changed my thoughts about it. CLANNG, CLANNG, CLANNG. The scimitars came at me, and their movements felt like a storm, all-encompassing and destructive. The physical forces of the strings are powerful enough to crush the mountain into the dust, while the necrotic energy that comes with it will simply vaporize it. It is extremely powerful, and that God, I have such amazing defenses against the energy. If there had been someone in my place, they had to focus quite a lot of energy on defending against it. I did not. The defense is automatic, and unless the energy is at a truly threatening level, I did not have to get involved in it. A couple of seconds passed when finally, I noticed something and within a minute, became completely sure of it. It is improving as I fight against myself. I first did not dare to believe it and thus tested it, changing my fighting style by little and immediately noticing how it is forming a counter against it. It immediately made me worried, but I quickly discarded my worry and thought about it rationally. I could not stop reading and improving my moves, but it also could not stop me from improving by studying its moves. So I have to improve faster than it, and I would. If I think about it carefully, it is a great opportunity for me as well. Ever since I started using the mountain cleaving with my weapons, I did not get a chance to test it against a powerful and skillful opponent, and now it is my chance. Now, not only could I test my moves against the powerful enemy, but also furnish out the flaws in them. This is such a great opportunity, the one I will not miss. With that thought, I stopped holding back on my moves. I began to use everything I had, and even began to use the moves I had planned, but never incorporated. It was a great chance to test them and see if they were really worthy of being added. I have to be careful not to go too overboard, as this is not a friendly spar, but a battle to the death. A single mistake on my part, and those rusted scimitars will cleave me into pieces. CLANNG. Fuck, it is harder than I had thought, I said as I defended against its scimitar, but the other two came again, followed by another. It had been nearly 20 minutes since I had been fighting against it, and I was improving at a speed that I hadn't improved for quite a long, but this enemy of mine had been improving even faster. It is reading me like a book and attacking my weaknesses that I could barely defend. The sweat had covered my whole body, and I was completely focused on the battle, analyzing its slightest movements to defend against its attacks. I have read about such zombies. They are completely dead, but capable of learning from the enemy. It is all due to formation. It is artificial intelligence, but it is far more difficult to create than a simple computer program. Even with all the knowledge, I could not create them. This bastard is learning and improving as we fight, and in the process, forcing me to improve beyond my limit. It had been a long while since I had come across an enemy such as this one, and I am extremely that I did, which is why on my sweat-filled face there was no fear but a smile. I have been longing for such an enemy, but did not have time to find it. If Jim hadn't forced me to come here, I would have been working, hopping one hall after another, treating the subjects, which have continued to increase at such a pace that the staff of the project barely have time to rest. In the past month, the level of staff has increased, and so is the number of staff, as the council eased the requirements. All this rushes for that thing, which could appear any minute, and the pyramid wants a maximum number of powerhouses, especially the High Grandmaster, who have the highest chances of breaking through into the Grand Lord class in that place. Another few minutes passed, and the pressure on me increased even further. Finally, one of the scimitars was able to break the wall my lances had created and came at me. CLANNG. For the first time since the battle began, I used my sword, and it was to defend. The strike was fast as lightning, and even with a crown, it was very hard to discern its movements. I was able to defend myself because, like it, I am also studying it, and even if it had made its movements chaotic, I could somewhat predict its attack. Mitchell, do you need help? Asked Jim from behind. No, I am fine, I replied as I defended against several of its moves that came from behind me. I would not take the help to defeat it. I have a couple of easy ways to fight it, like summoning the wild armories of weapons with 12 weapons. Fighting it will become much easier, but where is fun in that? I am already feeling bad for using the sword and making a snap decision, an idiotic one for those who are watching. I put back my sword and immediately felt the pressure on me increase. My sword was my defense against its attacks, and now I have put it back. It was an idiotic move, but I still did it. I wanted to fight without a backup so that I could push myself even more against the enemy. I could feel the end of the war was approaching, and it would begin when that thing appeared, and I had already decided on entering it, and for it, I would need to be strong as possible and hope I would level up to Grandmaster by that time, but that seemed likely the case. I'm still quite far behind. It is not easy to create the inheritance through which I plan to gain the power of the Grand Lord while still being a Grandmaster, and that thing could appear this very day, which I truly hope. It did not. We are not ready yet. CLANNG. Another 20-some minutes passed, and nothing had changed, though in 20 minutes I have blocked all its attempts at me, not letting any of its sabers cross through my lances. Still, every clash is a challenge, where its scimitars are trying to outdo my lances, so they could come at me and hack me to pieces. RIP. A few more minutes passed when suddenly, its saber avoided my lance by the distance of hair, and came at me. The strike was so fast and sharp that it ripped through my armor, and I barely saw how it had happened. The scimitars are extremely powerful artifacts. They ripped through my armor, and if it weren't for my lances, which moved toward it and it was forced to take back its scimitar, I wouldn't have been able to get away with just a scratch. The scimitar had left behind a huge amount of necrotic energy that would have been enough to kill a high grandmaster of my power within a few seconds, but that would happen only when the energy entered inside me, and the one left by the scimitar did not. In the project, I have learned many things, a lot of which I have incorporated, like the small runic bubble that appeared on the wound, containing the energy that would have ripped me apart. Now that energy slowly entered my armor, where it was consuming and filtering it. The energy would be dealt within a couple of seconds. Till then, I have to make sure to not get injured, as currently, I am only capable of creating only a single bubble. The attack is scary, and makes me realize how close I am to death fighting against it. Its sabers did not even need to hack me to kill me. It would be a job done, if they just needed to scratch me a couple of times within a few seconds. I wanted to summon my sword immediately, and even summon my shields immediately, but I crushed those thoughts. If I wanted to do that, I wouldn't have taken back my sword. No, I will fight this dead bastard with these 4 lances of mine and kill it with them without using any other move. CLANNNG, CLANNNG, CLANNNG. The fight became even more intense after that. I pushed myself harder and harder, and even the dead zombie seemed to have sensed that it had changed its strategy. From the cautious offense, it went on the total offense. The pressure on me increased immediately, but it also helped me push myself harder like never before. Our battle became the dance of blades, and in this dance I cut myself multiple times, but I contained those injuries and continued fighting, giving every once I had, even the small part of my soul sense which I used to keep an eye on Jim and Lester. TANNG. The complete focus bore me the fruit finally, and for the first time I was able to strike my lance at it. Though it was stopped by its broken armor, it did not matter, as I have fully touched it, and once I have done that, it will not be a problem for me to replicate it. The next time my lances would strike it, they would not be striking its armor. RIP CLANNNG, RIP. Every few seconds my lance would slash across its body, but there was barely any effect despite my attacks going into its body compared to the scratches it had given me. These are not normal attacks. While my attacks might not go too deep, they are filled with white-hot inheritance energy, which I have specially created to deal with these necrotic bastards. A single dose would have been enough to kill the bastard, but even after 19 strikes, it is still standing and fighting. The energy is not completely useless, as I could see it faintly slowing down, but the result of still quite disappointing, considering I had considered the energy to be the bane of all the necrotic beings. It seemed like I would need to research it further, but before I did that, I would have to deal with the bastard in front of me, which is proving to be a far bigger challenge than I had imagined it to be. It had been more than an hour since I had started fighting against it, which made it one of the longest fights I have fought in the year. Usually, even the strongest enemies get buried under my feet when I fight them for this long, and those who are truly strong would already force me to summon my shields within a few minutes of fights. I continued with my assault with every bit of strength and concentration I did not dare to relax even the slightest since my attacks started to touch it. I only had a faint edge over it. If I relax even the slightest bit, then I will lose my edge. Worse, it will gain an edge over me, and it will definitely happen, as it is still learning. RIP, RIP, RIP. So I kept fighting and striking it at first. My attacks would only strike it only a few times a minute, but that time began to shrink slowly. By the time 2 hours are over of 4 lances, at least one would always strike it, and it finally begins to show the result. Its defensive mechanisms were not able to destroy the energy fast enough as I was putting it inside, not to mention that it was not just slashing now, but piercing I had pierced so many times. If the Grim had been in place, it would have fallen down by now. Putch, putch, putch. It took me another 20 minutes before I was able to launch my final move. I had pierced all 4 of my lances inside it, which I had done many times, but this time difference in that the tip of the lances had blazing hot pearls, which burned through the zombie and its powerful necrotic defenses. Ting tung ting. The scimitars fell down as the zombie stopped before it began to melt under the radiant energy. I quickly collected the scimitars before I sat down, nearly falling. The battle was intense, but extremely tiring. It had been a long while since I was such dead tired physically. After the fight, it was such a great feeling. I have nearly forgotten how similar you are with Sarah when it comes to fighting the enemies. It is not just killing the enemy with you guys know. You need to improve with each fight and even take idiotic handicaps when fighting, said Jim as he appeared beside me. I am not as petty as her, it was my only answer, and it had brought a smile to his face but also made him sigh with a shake of his head, likely thinking about the relationship I had with his fiancée. My lord, you were really magnificent. You were so fast that I could not see your movements at all, said Lester, looking at me in a completely light of adoration, which had reached an uncomfortable level. Work hard, and it won't take you long to achieve similar feat with your talent, I said and got up. Even though I was tired, I could not sit in this dangerous place. If any danger appears ahead, don't take any risk, just use your strings to get rid of it, he said, and I nodded. I had enough fun for one day, and even though I am recovering fast, I will not take another risk. It is not just my life that I risk while doing that. We should be directly reaching the reward room, right? I asked Jim as we waited for the door to appear. For the last 3 times, one needed to complete 3 challenges before moving to reward. The first 2 challenges were cleared through fighting, while the third was formation breaking. It took about a few minutes before the door finally appeared. It was wooden like the previous 2 but felt metallic. It was supposed to be a silver door, said Lester, looking at the golden door with the changes that had happened. I am not surprised, Jim said, and we walked toward the golden door. We appeared beside the door, and Jim pushed it open, revealing the scene, which was much different than the other 2 rooms we had to pass through. Well, the garden looks the same as the descriptions, I said as we walked inside and stopped at the stone entrance, which had a golden energy layer, and on the energy layer was a complex formation. I only glanced at the formation before watching the garden behind, which is bathing in a radiant light. It is blurry, but one could still see how beautiful the garden behind it is, filled with extremely beautiful plants, and even more precious is the water in a goblet, which is above the stone coffin. That is the thing that Jim had brought me here for. The thing considered inside the goblet is truly precious, and I have already asked for it long ago. So even if I did not have come here, I would have gotten it, but I am glad I have come. It gave me a much-needed break that I wasn't willing to take with the work I had. I am going to solve it, said Jim, looking at the formation on the golden screen. I nodded and sat down. He has a day to solve the formation, which is quite less compared to the difficulty of the formation. If it had been any other person of our age than Jim, I wouldn't have believed they have the ability, but Jim has it. I am totally confident that my friend will solve the formation before the time, and he needed to do it for his own pride, considering he barely lifted the blade in the past 2 challenges. While I sat with closed eyes, Jim focused his all on solving the formation. Some of those ideas have made me really excited. I am finished, said Jim, and a second later I opened my eyes. He took 19 minutes to solve the formation, which is a very good speed, and I had expected nothing less from my friend. Congratulations, I said to Jim, who had already begun to move the runes around on the golden screen. I have also made huge gains. Aside from consolidating my benefits from the battle and working on my inheritance, I have also taken an hour of nap, which has made me ready to face any challenges that we might face. Buzz. 7 minutes later, Jim finished and stepped back while the golden wall of energy buzzed and disappeared, giving us a way into the radiant garden. It's beautiful, said Jim, and stepped inside Lester, and I took a step after and immediately felt the comfortable radiance of the garden. The radiance feels amazing, and not just that, it also has a powerful healing effect that I felt like I should hurt myself just to experience the amazing healing effect of this radiant energy. I was bathing in this radiant light when I felt something, and before frowning hard I was getting a feeling, a very bad feeling, but I couldn't sense where it was coming from or what it was that was giving me. Be careful, this place might not be as good as we are thinking it to be, I said, and a relaxed smile on Jim's face instantly became serious. Are you sensing something? He asked. Yes, but I don't know what it is, I said truthfully. We will be careful then, he said, and walked further inside, taking the amazing beauty of the garden. The garden is small, but it still has thousands of plants neatly planted up, all of them at a high grandmaster level. We could harvest them but could not destroy the plants or even the things we harvest. If we do that, then we will have to face dangerous consequences. Soon, we reached the center of the garden, where a 3-meter-long stone coffin was placed on the round marble stand. The coffin is made of simple white color stone. There are elaborate carvings or even designs, while the bowl placed above it is beautiful. Whoever made it must be a great master. The bowl had started filling, said Jim happily. The drops are appearing on it. If we were to go by past information, then the bowl will be filled by the end of the day. We will have to drain it before this place expels us out. Let's begin harvesting, said Jim, before turning to Lester. Lester, harvest only plants you know the method of. If you want something and don't know the method, you can ask Mitchell or me for help, added Jim, with a very serious voice. This place does not take waste lightly. Many people had expelled when they destroyed the resources, and some even got themselves killed. Lester nodded and walked toward the plants, and so did Jim and me this time, being cautious. I did not go overboard and summoned only 12 strings to harvest the resources, instead of usually hundreds, which I do, and my efficiency with them is great. But here the danger is greater, and I did not want to harm the single plant, so to be careful, I am only using 12 strings on whom I have perfect control. My strings moved and began to harvest the resources at the precious. Even Jim could not compare. Jim has impressive energy control and knowledge, but lacks experience. He has plenty of experience, just not as much as me. I have done these hundreds of times. I walked slowly, leaving behind barren trees, and even sometimes, even trees would enter my storage if they were important enough. All the resources here are precious, 2 of which are rare and important enough that I am going to plant them in my core. Seeing the boxes of resources piling up in my storage, I couldn't help but feel glad I had come to this place, but still, that nagging feeling in my heart couldn't go away. I began to search for danger everywhere, but did not find it. It is all radiant and peaceful, a perfect place to enjoy the afternoon. The only oddity this place has is a coffin. It would have been great if it had been buried, and some had even tried it, but their good intentions have cost them their lives. The coffin is a forbidden item in this place. Even touching it will make one feel the pain they have never experienced in their life. The bowel is the only thing one could touch, but one had to put it back after taking a liquid inside, or those who tried to take it have suffered greatly. 20 hours passed, and I stopped. The garden was nearly harvested. If I wanted to, I could harvest it all, but I did not. Jim and Lester are still harvesting, and what I have left would be more than enough for them to harvest. 3 hours later, both of them have stopped as the garden is completely harvested. There is not a single resource remaining aside from the liquid in a bowl. The bowl had nearly filled, and in half an hour, it would be completely filled, and we will take it at that time. The stuff is precious, and we do not want to miss even a drop of it. I have heard that you are a scourge when it comes to harvesting the resources, but seeing you harvesting a nearly whole garden, it seemed like those rumors were not mere exaggerations, he said as he appeared beside me near the coffin. I only smiled at that. The 10 strings were me holding back. If he saw me using hundreds of strings, I wondered what he would think. Finally, half an hour passed, and the liquid in the bowl finally stopped filling it. The near colorless water, with a hint of violet, looked enchanting in radiant light as it filled the bowl to the brim. "Let me," I said to Jim when he tried to lift the bowl. He nodded and stepped aside, and I fortified my armor further and raised my hands to lift the bowl from the stone coffin. Ever since I have stepped into this garden, I have been getting that nagging feeling of great danger, and I have searched for it everywhere but did not find one, and even now, when the time of our leaving had come. The only place could come from was the bowl, so I decided to take matters into my hand because my chances of surviving whatever danger was much bigger than Jim and Lester's. My hands touched the golden blue bowl, and it felt slightly colder to touch considering it is sunny in the garden. Aside from this little anomaly, everything seemed fine. Seeing that, I lifted the bowl, or tried to, when suddenly the silver and golden formation appeared on the coffin and lit up resplendently. Hun. The formation did not give me a good feeling at all, and I immediately tried to let go of the bowl, but before all my fingers could leave it, strange energy came through the bowl from the formation and struck me, bypassing my defenses like they did not exist at all. I couldn't help but laugh inside me at the futility of my defensive measures, which were not able to stop this energy for even a fraction of a second. I could hear the screams of Jim and Lester, who seemed quite far despite them being close to me. They tried to shake me off my freeze, but the energy inside me reacted, sending both of them flying far away. I wanted to tell them to stop, but my mouth and soul were frozen. I could not tell the condition of my friends or know whether they have survived. The energy did not harm me, but I could feel it scanning my body and soul before going at my core from where it had repelled hard. It tried again and was nearly completely destroyed. Only a small part remained, which seemed intelligent enough not to try at my core again. The energy did not remain in my body and went back into the coffin, but to my surprise, I still remained frozen on my spot. Strong, ha ha ha, it's worth it, definitely worth it. Strong, a mad laughing voice rang out in my mind, making my frozen body shudder in absolute fear. After these years, I have nearly forgotten about my constitution, an extremely rare one that is desired by powerful powerhouses. I have read about it in great detail in Hermes' library. It is the constitution that could hold any soul and restrict it from universal decay. This is the greatest advantage, as normal bodies, even those created by their DNA, would not stop the universal decay, but mine could. My constitution is extremely useful to powerhouses that they have waged for it, and even spent their fortune. Having someone like me is akin to having a second life. Strong, my sacrifice for all these years worth it. I have finally found a body that will foster this soul of mine. Strong, it said as it calmed down, and next second I saw the formation on the coffin change, transformed into something else, before it slid over me and covered my body whole. I watched it all with horror as the golden and silver covered every part of my body, and I was powerless to do anything against it. I could not even self-destruct, taking it with me as it had cut off my connection with my core. I could not do anything other than watch it take control of my body. Finally, the formation covered my body whole, both inside and outside, when a wisp of ghostly green fire came out of the coffin. The wisp is the size of my thumb and looked like it could go off any time, but a faint aura coming from it would have me freeze up without the aid of formation. It is beyond powerful, so much that it could snuff out the Grand Lord with just the power of its aura, and that is the moment it came out, the power of the world began gathering. The wisp seemed to understand what was happening and immediately sped toward me, and seeped inside the moment it did. I felt like I had been submerged in the world's coldest water, with a death aura that wisp seemed to have contained all the world deathly cold. Strong, finally, my wait of 200,000 years is over. Strong, said the wisp, my enemies should prepare themselves. Once I return, I will bring the death to them. The wisp roamed around my body before it came back to my chest and fixed itself into the center of the golden-silver formation imprinted there. Fuck off. I cursed it. I did not ask for mercy as I knew I would not get from it, so cursing seemed like a choice. Strong, I was going to show mercy, seeing I am using your body, but you disrespected the great me. I will give pain you have never experienced in your life. Strong, it said, and I felt such cruelty that I did not sense it from even the Grims. Buzz, the formation it had fixed itself and buzzed, and the kindled ghostly green flame spread through the formation. turning the golden and silver runes into the ghostly green. Within a few seconds, my whole body began to bathe in the ghostly green flames, making me feel such cold that I felt like even my soul would turn into a block of ice and turn to pieces. In a couple of seconds, the ghostly fire had spread into every rune, and I understood the time had come for it to snatch my body. Buzz. Strong, now give me your body, human. Strong, it shouted, and I saw the Kindle, which was reduced to half its original size, taking the size of a horned skull and opening its mouth as it activated the formation. As the formation activated, I felt the pull not to my body, but to my soul. It was trying to suck my soul, and it was getting powerful very quickly, making me feel the pain that became intense. In seconds, I will have no choice but to scream. Ah. 4 seconds later, I screamed, and these screams got louder and louder every second as the pull to my soul got stronger and stronger. If this continues, then it won't take more than a few minutes for it to completely fill my soul out, and what it will do with it will be horrific without doubt. I am sure of it. Strong, scream, human, scream loudly. It has been a very time since I heard the beautiful screams. Strong, said the fire skull, laughing, and I wanted to stop screaming just to piss it off, but I could not. The pain is too much for me to not scream. Hun, the pull got stronger and stronger when suddenly everything stopped. Strong, what is happening? Strong, screamed the ghostly skull, and a moment later, it saw the answer to its question, and me too. Though I was not shocked, as it was there were only things that could save me, and both of them are in the core. Strong, the strange core I was going to deal with after I finished taking control over the body, but it seemed like I have to deal with it first, before taking control over the body. Strong, it said in a very angry voice, and turned toward my core. Strong, come, Strong, it shouted and opened its skull mouth even wider, and I felt all the pull concentrating toward my core, and it was stronger than what it had used against me. I watch with bated breath as the pull gets stronger and stronger, but there is not much of a shake from my core. Forget the core, the moon orbiting, it did not have any change despite the strong pull coming from the skull. Seconds passed, and there was no change even when the pull continued to get stronger and stronger. Every second, and even after a minute passed, there was no change, and it must be really frustrating for the ghostly skull. Another minute and a half passed when it suddenly stopped. Strong, I will deal with you after I got the body. By then, I will see if you still dare resist me. Strong, it said, and came back to me like a looser. Once again, I felt the pull against my soul, but it stopped just as it began. Strong, you fucking thing, I will end yo. Strong, its voice cut off immediately. As the core acted, it started to pull of its own, and is hundreds of times stronger. Crack, crack, crack. The runes begin to crack and fly up into the small swirl created on the core, and with passing seconds, the pull got so strong that it began to swallow thousands of runes at once, and it targeting not the only runes it had placed inside me, but outside too. The skull is trying its all to collect the ghostly flames from the runes, but its attempts are unsuccessful. The swirl on the core is swallowing it all. In less than 10 seconds, it had already swallowed more than half of the runes, and it won't take long before it swallowed the other half. Strong, it seemed like someone had already claimed this body. My apologies for intruding then, Strong, said the skull, and tried to get away when the pull focused on it, stopping it in its tracks. Strong, don't go overboard, you bastard. I will burn this body apart if you did not release me. Strong threatened the skull and blazed brightly as it told it would really do it. Seeing what was happening, I wanted to laugh loudly just a few minutes ago. It was a high and mighty being that could easily swallow me, but now it had fallen so low that it was forced to use threats to get away, which would not help it. It shouldn't have targeted my body as it had said. There is already someone here, and that someone who not to share my body with those it did not like. Like I had expected, the threats have made only things worse for it, as the pull suddenly grew in power, so much that it began to pull the skull toward it. Strong, I have offered you the choice, but since you are willing to throw it all away, then I will burn this body and even self-destruct if you dared to stop me. Strong, said the skull, and even looked at the core in expectation, thinking it would listen to it, but it was gravely disappointing by the answer it got. The pull from the swirl had got even stronger. It began to move toward the swirl even faster. Strong, since it's the mutual destruction you choose, I will give that to you. Strong, screamed the deathly skull and blazed. I couldn't help but feel the horror as it revealed its aura, and that ghostly flame began to spread. It wouldn't take an even second for it to cover my whole body and burn me into the ashes. I was horrified at the thought of being burned alive when my core blazed, and began to suck it all with the power that not even my deathly skull could resist. Strong, nuo, Strong, it screamed loudly as it began to move toward the skull, without the power to resit before getting completely swallowed, leaving not a single proof behind. Just as it got swallowed, I got my mobility back, and I turned back toward Jim and Lester and couldn't help but be shocked at their state. Their condition is bad. They have fractured nearly all the bones of their body and bleeding from everywhere. Their breathing is low, and if they do not receive medical attention soon, they will die. Hun. I immediately appeared beside them, and my strings went inside them a second later. I couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Their conditions are bad without a doubt, but it was due to the physical attack. There is not the slightest bit of energy involved in it, which is great news because if there had been the slightest amount of energy from that thing, I don't think I would have been able to heal them. I started to heal them and immediately noticed a small problem. It was not from them, but from me. I could not access my core, which is not surprising after what happened, but it will make things a little harder. Those formations make things quite easy. Now I have to use my own healing power, which is also quite powerful. Within a few minutes, Jim and Lester's eyes begin to flutter open as I have brought out from unconsciousness. Mitchell, he said before his eyes wide open in shock. What happened? How do you survive? He asked. I will tell you, but later, I said, and he nodded and let me heal him. Hun. A few minutes passed and I was still healing them when suddenly, I noticed something. In healing these two, I had completely forgotten about this place, which had now begun to crack apart spatially. Fuck, let's get out of here. I said to them. They were healed enough to walk and use their energy, which I hoped would be enough for all of us to get out of this place safely. They also saw what was happening and got up immediately, and we ran toward the door. On the way, I touched the coffin, and to my surprise, it went inside my storage. Mitchell, Jim admonished, but I only smiled and avoided the spatial crack coming toward me by jumping before moving even faster toward the door. It took us a couple of seconds to reach the door, and on the way we jumped through the hundreds of spatial cracks, which increased exponentially. Thud, thud, thud. As we reached the door, I pulled it open and threw Jim and Lester in it before jumping out, and a moment later, I crashed against something hard, but I did not mind as we got out safely. Priscilla's shocked face is proof of that. I did not know the mutation inside you would grow such fast that we would need to take such measures, I said to Rai as red runes began to spread across his body. He is in a state I have never seen him since I have begun treating him. He is lying on the med bed with lustrous blue scales, covering nearly every part of his body even when I had first woken him from the sleep. His condition was not this bad. The sudden breaking of last 3 seals have nearly killed me. If I did not return on time and Grand Mistress had not helped me, I would have definitely died, he said weakly as he looked at Grand Mistress Charline beside me. He is right. He would have died if he had been just a few minutes late. While you have nearly died, it did provide me with precious data, and I have designed this. I am sure you would be very satisfied with it, I said, but he only gave me a look. His condition was so bad when he appeared that we had no choice but put him back to sleep in the Hall of Sleep again. We do that extremely rarely. As usual, we always find a way to heal the patient completely. Even if we did not heal them, we would always find a way to stabilize them. But Rai's condition was too bad and dangerous. It was not only dangerous for him, but for us. I still remember how the mutation had tried to attack everything that had come near it. He had been unconscious in the Hall of Sleep for 17 days. We were able to calm the mutation earlier and now focusing on the seals inside his body. It is clear that the seals earlier were too weak, not strong enough to hold his power. This time they are going to be stronger, much stronger and stable. Are the new seals going to be good? He asked. They are going to be revolutionary, I said, shocking him, as I do not use these generally. The new seals are completely different from all the others I have deployed on him. They are the most expensive. For these seals, I have spent a fortune. This is the second most expensive treatment I have ever done, and the only one which cost more than it was the treatment of Grand Commander that I did 9 months ago. The difference in the cost is only small, as this time, too, I have used the resource of origin. It belongs to Hawthorne's Sea, but the people of the Blazing Sphere were able to exchange it with the resource of origin they have. Rai is the shining star of the Blazing Sphere, the one who will definitely become a Grand Lord. For something like that, they would be willing to sacrifice their entire fortune. It is not just the resource of origin I am using in these seals, but also 9 colored matter, which I have only used on Grand Commander. Soon the formation completely covered their body, not only outside but also inside, where it covered every part of his body. There would not be a single part of his body that is not covered in runes. As I have said, the seals this time are comprehensive, or there is no way in hell I would dare to use 9 color matter for it. It is going to be extremely painful, but bear it, I said. Pain is not a problem for me, Mitchell, he said confidently, and I could only smile at his dumb confidence. A minute later, he was screaming like a little bitch, while dense blue mist covered its body while the phantom of hell dragon roared above him. The runes are not going to imprint themselves into his body but also on his soul. I rarely touch the soul, seeing how delicate it is that even the smallest problem could mess up a person, but I have no choice. The power of mutation is extremely strong, and it will get stronger. So to deal with it, the seals have to be perfect. Not the slightest bit of mutation should spread to where it should not be, or he will turn into an abomination. The change it will bring would be far greater, and they would not just be physical, but also the mental. More than 2 hours passed when the physical change began to appear on Rai's body. The lustrous blue scales began to seep back inside his body. The chaotic aura of mutation stabilized till finally, all the aura had disappeared. Rai became normal as a human. He begins to look like a human again, but he is not. The mutation has changed his DNA more than it should. This is the main reason why the mutation could not destroy it, could only contain and harnessed. Its success, I said with a laugh, and was about to take a step toward him when I stopped, as the powerful aura of light never before came out of his body. The aura is more powerful than the aura earlier, which is not surprising, considering how the newly forged seals have helped him consume the mutations the safe way without bringing the slightest change in his appearance. This aura, said Grandmistress Charline in shock. Has he reached that stage? She asked, to which I shook my head. No, but he is very close, I replied with a smile, and a second later we appeared beside him, who again became even more beautiful than before, that I couldn't help but feel slight attraction to him. I shook my head of those thoughts and looked at his left chest, where there were 3 flaming blue concentric circles. These 3 were the 3 seals. How are you feeling? I asked as he opened his eyes. Great. These seals do not feel constraining at all, he said, staring at 3 flaming circles on his chest before he turned to me. How long will it take the mutation to break them? He asked, looking at the way mutation growing. I don't think it would take it even a month to break, I replied. To be honest, my money is on 3 weeks or even less. The mutation grows faster with every passing day. Will I be able to become a Grand Lord in 6 months? He asked directly, surprising Grandmaster Charline. I don't think it will be a problem, I replied before a smile appeared on my face. It is not your question, right? I asked, to which he shook his head and smiled. No, my friends and some bastards are bugging me with this question. I just want an answer, so I could shut them off, he said. The Blazing Sphere is one of the Supremes who do not have a Grand Lord. They desperately need one, not only to aid against the war, but also to affirm their prestige as Supreme. Ting, ting, ting. You are not the only one. There is one woman in my academy who also keep nagging me. Abo, I was replying to him when my holowatch buzzed and vibrated so loudly. It would have woken me from the deepest sleep. It was not my holowatch that rang, but of Grandmistress Charline and Rai, who just wore it a few seconds ago. All 3 of us looked at the mail, and a second later our expressions changed, but it was not surprising. The horn for the final phase of the war had rung, said Jim with a toothy smile, and his aura exploded, forcing Grandmaster Charline and me to take a step back. Since the Grandmaster Czar had appeared, let's begin, said the Grand Commander, and immediately hundreds of screens materialized, each representing an organization, with 9 big ones belonging to the Supremes. I even saw one belonging to the Academy. It had an old woman, Marla, sitting in it. I had been thinking about her not too long ago. I could feel the eyes of tens of people on me, as aside from the Grand Lords, I am only a non-council person sitting at the table with the council. Though no one was surprised to see that, it had already become common knowledge that I was the leader of the project, the one responsible for churning out powerhouses at factory speed. Grand Commander, is it true? Had it finally appeared? Asked the leader of Martel. It had started coming out, and in 3 days it will be completely out, she replied, and I could see the change appearing on the faces on every screen. It is one thing to be notified by the mail, but another thing to be confirmed by the leader of the pyramid itself. How many people are Pyramid going to send? Asked an old woman from the organization called the Amethyst Island. This question had everybody silent. This is the most important question, because that thing represents the greatest opportunity, and not many people were willing to let it, including the members of the council. We had a riot because of more than once. So this is the subject that Pyramid will have to treat carefully. We will send 50 of our masters, 400 grandmasters, and around 50 high grandmasters, replied the Grand Commander, and the visible shock spread across the screens. We have numbers. It is like sending all our forces there, especially with 50 high grandmasters. That is the number of high grandmasters we have, including those of your of the council, said the old woman from Mistsan. Council should not forget what happened 2 millennia ago, she added sternly, referring to a very bad incident that had brought heavy losses to us and nearly wiped out all our powerhouses. We were able to hold them for long enough till our powerhouses begin to return from the thing. The incident of 2,000 years ago will not repeat itself. We will have enough powerhouses back to defend ourselves, even if the Grimms attacked with all the force they have left behind, she said with confidence. It is not just her eyes that have that confidence, but also other council members and the Grand Lord. A second after she said the words, I found hundreds of eyes turning to me, looking at me like they wanted a piece of me. Just how many Grandmaster and High Grandmasters that you have produced, nephew? Asked the old woman, and my expression became a little serious hearing the word nephew. Technically, I am her nephew, consider my great-grandmother and this woman was cousins, but I don't like it. We have enough, Lady Ramina, I replied curtly. The screens became silent for a second before the barrage of questions began again. They asked all sorts of questions. While most of them were directed at the council, Some of them were targeted at me, many of them were related to a number of powerhouses we have, which of course the top secrete. Aside from the council and the Grand Lords, nobody knows even me, but I could guess the number with a good range. Does the whole council plan to go inside? Asked Lord Marin of Silverstone Academy. No, Lord Marin. Lord Whitmore, Lord Hearn, Lord Sylvian, and I will be staying back, she replied, and the wave of shock again spread into faces of people. Usually when this thing opened, it was the council that was first in line to enter that place. These people were the ones with the highest potential and greatest chances to reach the Grand Lord class. So, when hearing the third of them is not going, it couldn't help but shock them. I might have known about it for more than a month, and they have already made a plan about who's going and who is not. There is no need for Grand Commander to go if she wished. She could become a Grand Lord within a day. Lord Sylvian is planning to make a breakthrough into Grand Lord class on his own. He had come to me a month ago for his final treatment. He is ready as make a breakthrough, and from deep scanning and studying his data, I could tell he had a chance of success. Going inside will increase the chances of a breakthrough even greater, but I did not plan to do that. It is due to the feelings he had for Lady Vivian, which are no secret. He wants to prove he could also make a breakthrough on his own. I don't know the reason behind Lord Hearn's refusal. The Grand Lords and Council seemed to know the reason behind it, but they did not share it with me. Of all council members, this fat man is the most mysterious. He never so much revealed his aura. I once tried, but failed to sense even a speck, which is quite strange because such tight ceiling of power is really, really hard. The last one is Lord Whitmore. His choice of not going confused me the most. He is a powerful man with great potential, but he still decided to remain out. The council also seemed confused and even asked about it, but I have got no answer from him, other than him being not interested in going. They might not have any interest in going, but I very much have. That place has one thing that I very much needed is even more important than my advancement into the Grand Lord class. The meeting had lasted for another hour, before the screens began to disappear one after another, till only the council and the Grand Lords remained. Grandmaster, you will begin the breakthroughs in the evening by tomorrow morning. I will need the updated list of how many Master, Grandmasters, and High Grandmasters the project have produced, said the Grand Commander. You will have it. I said there is still more than a week to the mass breakthrough day, but we have to do it in the evening with those who are ready. We have already made a plan for it. The moment that thing begins to come, we will make those eligible for breakthroughs. It does not matter whether it is the day after the mass breakthrough. Thankfully, it decided to appear at the near end of the month, and we have quite a lot of people ready who are going to make a breakthrough today. I stayed in command for a few more minutes before walking out with hope and fear filling my eyes. That place we are going to is dangerous, extremely, and many people going to lose their lives. The people going knows that, but they also understand it is the opportunity of a lifetime. That place is a thing that gives everyone something. The only thing one has to do is survive. In these 2 years, all of you have done a wonderful job, and it is because of all of your efforts that we have been able to achieve the miracles in the past 2 years. Some of the people on my core team have already expressed their intention to enter that place and asked me to refer their names to the council. Let's begin. We have to finish it all before dawn, I said, and jumped down on the viewing platform onto the small floating runic disc on which I sat down. Around me are runic bubbles, hundreds of them. It is not just a single level that is going to make a breakthrough, but 3 levels, leaders, masters, and grandmasters. There are 152 leaders, 73 masters, and 11 grandmasters. This month was supposed to be a memorable day. For the first time since the project began, I was going to make more than 100 masters break into the Grandmaster class, and would have done that if that fucking thing had appeared 9 days later. Now, I have to do with the 73 masters. The number was less than the last month. Though it will be the first time since I am leveling up the people of 3 states together, it would not be a problem. All of them are ready to make a breakthrough, unlike the time when we attacked the Grimm's fortresses, to revenge for Lord of Glass. That time I had not chosen the people who had somewhat less chance to make a breakthrough. This time, I have not done that. Start, I said, and immediately, 236 powerhouses initiated the breakthrough simultaneously. It felt like hundreds of parts of a big engine rumbled together, spreading a soft hum across the hall. It was a beautiful sound that I have come to appreciate over the years. The runic spheres begin to light up, till each of them feels like a bulb. These formations contain the powerful herbal energies which have been specifically crafted for them individually, just like the breakthrough formation. In these 2 years, we have made many advancements. I have perfected the breakthrough formation so much that it now only increases the chances of breakthrough it is supposed to, but now also provides a slight increase, which is a big thing. Grandmaster Salvador and Jim, along with their teams of alchemists, have also made a huge advancement in crafting personalized solutions and essences. If we win the war and they can pass down the knowledge and skills they have learned, it will benefit the whole race tremendously. Through sheer practice and experiments, we are able to learn things that no book was able to teach us. It is what helped the alchemists to advance rapidly in their craft and levels. Grandmaster Salvador had broken through the stage of High Grandmaster, and 13 people of his and Jim's team were able to reach the Grandmaster class, including Hazel. It is not just alchemists who have advanced, but also healers, artificers, psychiatrists, and others. Everyone has advanced in their crafts and levels. The project has provided them guidance, exposure, and freedom to advance their crafts, and now they have become capable of producing over 100 Grandmasters, and over 10 High Grandmaster a month, a feat that would have seemed impossible to me and everyone else in the first month of the project. We were advancing fast, and I really wished that thing would have waited a few more months before it came out. By that time, my wonderful team might have really been able to produce 1,000 Grandmasters, which I once thought might take me more than a decade to produce. A few minutes passed, and now the people began to call the energies, some of the Grandmasters even began to call the energies of their sources. The breakthroughs are a wonderful thing. The data they provide is immense, and I have collected tons of it, which has helped me a lot in creating my inheritance, which is nearly complete or fully completed on how one looked at it. If I wished to, I could make a breakthrough into the Grandmaster right now and would get the power of the Grand Lord, but I did not. I am sensing something lacking, and that is the reason why I haven't made a breakthrough despite having someone with Grand Lord's power who would be a great asset to the race. Though I have made all the preparations, if the need arises, I can make a breakthrough immediately. I hope I will find what I need in the thing. It will not only help me with my inheritance, but also help me in gaining the library, which I am still not confident enough and haven't tried since my second attempt. At 57 minutes, the first leader class, Tyrant, broke through into the master class, and a few seconds after that and then another, within a minute, 27 of them had made a breakthrough and still doing it at nearly every second. 20 minutes passed, and the leaders with the bloodlines had also begun to make a break, and at the same time, the first master made a breakthrough into the Grandmaster class. In the next minutes, more masters made a breakthrough into the Grandmaster class, while all the leaders finished with their breakthroughs into the Master class. All of them have finished a breakthrough without a single failure among them. As I have said, all the people I had chosen had a very good chance to make the breakthrough. I did not choose the shaky ones. A little more than half an hour passed, when finally we got our first High Grandmaster of the day. She was an old woman of nearly 300 years old. She was her last years. A few months ago, when I admitted to her that she became compatible with my method, I thought she might not be able to do it. A vigorous life force is necessary to make a breakthrough, and she nearly wiped out, but she had proved me wrong with her preservation. I have come across some people here in the past 2 days, the ones who have defied the extreme odds to achieve their goals. A few minutes later, another Grandmaster broke through into a High Grandmaster class, and then another a little more than 1.5 hours later, the final Grandmaster made a breakthrough into the High Grandmaster class. He is quite young, just 30 years old. Congratulations, everyone, on the successful breakthrough, I said and got up and flew up to the viewing platform, where the team was present. Today is the first time where no outside person was present in watching the mass breakthrough, not a council member or a Grand Lord. I forbade them from coming. I wanted to give the honor to my team without them. Achieving what we have achieved today would have been simply impossible. Your mother hadn't come, Father said as he put down his coffee. She is fine, see. I pointed at the delicate bronze lamp which was burning in white light. It is a soul lamp, a very expensive artifact and hard to get, all of which have been hoarded by the Supremes to keep a watch on the state of their powerhouses. I was able to get one, and this one notes the state of my mother, and currently she is like. I know she is alive, but it had been more than 1.5 months, and she had not returned, he said worriedly. Rose had been asking about her a lot, he added, and I couldn't help but nod at that. She had been asking about Mom to me too, and now I am also going to leave, and she will be alone with Father. She should be returning soon, is all I could say. This time she had not gone to the official mission, but the personal one. She had sensed something familiar from the ruin, where she had gone to the mission, and asked permission from the pyramid to go and investigate it. Until now, she had not returned. My father is not the only one who is worried. I also worry about her, but there is nothing I can do about that other than have faith in my mother's abilities. As for her missing the greatest opportunity, it is not for her or those with grand arts. These are the only people who barely get any advantages from that place when it comes to the art. They might advance in levels in that place, but it is hard for advance in the art. This is why not many hosts of grand art enter that thing, as the levels are not important as the advancements in their arts, which would automatically help them in advancing their levels. My mother is still a master, but has the power of High Grandmaster. She could easily level up to Grandmaster class and High Grandmaster, but she did not, despite the obvious advantages the levels offer. But she did not. She wants to take her art to the Grand Lord before leveling up further. It is a daunting task that might take her years or even decades to achieve, or she might not be able to achieve, as even for those with a heart, reaching the power of the Grand Lord is not easy. I did not say anything about it to my mother, but I really hoped she would level up, at least to the Grandmaster class, because one needs backup. If she spent up the art, she would have the power of Grandmaster to run away, not to mention a higher level that provides the quick recovery of the energy. You take care of yourself. Mitchell, I have heard that place is extremely dangerous, he said, and I could see how much he was worried about my safety. I will be careful, I said like he had said. That place was dangerous, and even with all the abilities I have, I could not guarantee my safety. I spent a few more minutes talking with my father before I walked out of the kitchen. I would be leaving in the evening, and since it might be a month or more before I came out, I wanted to spend this whole day with my family and Marina. Rose went to school and will be returning by afternoon, and at that time, I will be going to Mariana's. It is such a regret that I will not have alone time with her with those two present. Buzz. The formation buzzed and appeared in Mariana's house, and I heard the familiar laughter. As I stepped into the living room, I saw three women sitting on the couches, talking and laughing. Teacher, professor, I greeted and sat beside Alina, who had red cheeks and glared angrily at the professor, and even turned at me with a glare that had a hint of warning, which confused me, and I looked at her with a look of hurt. I did not do anything, not even a word, and got a glare from her. What are you all talking about? I asked, and the smile on the professor's face brightened as she looked at me while feeling a threatening aura beside me. I did not have to look to know that Alina was casting another threatening glance at me. We are talking about Ellie's boyfriend, whom she is not telling us anything about, she said, and cast a hurtful glance at her niece. Because it's none of your business. Auntie, you all will meet him when is a time, she said, glaring at her aunt. Oh, this is just hurtful. I just want to meet the first serious boyfriend of my niece, she said, acting hurtful, and turned to me. Am I wrong in that, Mitchell? She asked as she turned to me, and I nearly opened my mouth to answer but stopped myself, seeing how unwise would that be. Since I am not getting an answer from my niece, I will ask you, Mitchell, do you know this mysterious boyfriend of Ellis? She asked, and immediately, I felt a feeling of immense threat and glare that came with it. I would be dead if I dared to answer it. I have never said Alina or her boyfriend. I have known about them explicitly, but I have hinted enough times that they know I know about them. I can't say anything about it, Professor, I replied, and sad expressions clouded the professor's. You too, Mitchell, I had not expected this from you, she said while using her potent powers. That nearly made me believe that she is really sad and I should tell her everything she wanted to know. Thankfully, my mind is guarded and I could resist her power of compulsion, which many of my levels wouldn't be able to do. At least tell me how powerful he is. Is he stronger than me? I don't want Ellie to date anyone who can't even fight against me equally, she asked while blaring her full power of compulsion at me, which quite frankly is something very hard to resist. Josie, enough. Ellie will tell her about her boyfriend when she feels it is time, Marina interrupted, and the professor smoothly turned toward her sister, like you will tell. The professor asked and got an even bigger glare from her sister than her niece. Fine, fine, I will not ask about the relationships your mother and daughter have, she said as she raised her hands up in surrender. God, when it did become a crime to ask about others' relationships, she muttered grumpily, and I couldn't help but smile at that. I really wanted to tell her about Marina and me and see what kind of reaction this niece and aunt would have, but Marina is not ready, and I would wait till she is, even if it is a decade or even a century. So have you guys made the preparations? I asked, and immediately expressions of the three of them became somber. Marina is not coming, but the professor and Alina are. I have already read the information you have provided and have a basic idea about the place, she said and looked at me. Though I would have very much liked it if you could let me make a breakthrough into the High Grandmaster. It will make things a lot easier and safer like Alina. She is too a Grandmaster and could level up to the High Grandmaster anytime. The only reason they did not is because of me. I have asked them not to level up. You both have top-level bloodlines, and there is still a lot more power you could harness from your core before you need to make a breakthrough into the next level, I said. Still, considering the danger you two are going to step in, I won't stop you if both of you were to level up. I don't think you guys will face any problem with that. The place we are all going to is extremely dangerous, so dangerous that even those who have the power of the Grand Lord couldn't guarantee their safety. Strength is important to survive that place, but knowledge and guile would be equally important. It is fine, we have already waited for more than a year. What are the few more months? Said the professor as she waved her hand. It is true that they have been stuck in Grandmaster class for more than a year, but their strength has not been struck. They are improving. Though not as fast as they like to be, they are, and it will be going to benefit them immensely when they level up. They already had enough strength to go against the powerful High Grandmaster, and I want them to be powerful enough to go against the limited High Grandmaster and beat them before making a decision to level up. We talked for more than an hour about our preparations when Alina stood up. Mom, Auntie, I will be going. I have some personal business to attend to, she said and walked toward the teleportation formation. Say hi to your boyfriend from me, Ellie, shouted the professor from behind, which made Alina stop and glare at her aunt for a second before she stepped into the formation and disappeared. So who is her boyfriend, Mitchell? Asked the professor the moment Alina disappeared. It is not my secret to tell, Professor, I replied and got a glare from her before she got up. I had enough of you. I will go and meet some of my friends whom I might not be able to see after today, she said, and a few seconds later, disappeared while Marina and I looked at each other. I thought she would never leave, I said and brought Marina to my lap before kissing her gently. Today will be the last time I will have these wonderful lips of hers. I don't know when I will return. So I want to imprint the memory of her part of her in my mind. We made love for 2 hours, and during these 2 hours, nobody disturbed us. The whole house had been silent other than the sound of our moans. Buzz, be safe, said Mariana as she wrapped her arms around my neck and gave me a long kiss. I will, I said as the kiss ended and stepped into the formation, seeing her one last time before disappearing. When I went back home, my sister had already returned from school, and I played with her. She already knew I was leaving. I had told her yesterday, so there was much less sadness yesterday, but still she stayed with me till evening, not daring to stay away even for a minute. Goodbye, Rose, I said. Goodbye, brother, she said, barely able to stop the tears welling up in her eyes. I will return before you even know it, I said and kissed her little cheeks before hugging my father. Don't worry about Mom, she will return soon, I said to him before stepping into the formation, and a second later I disappeared. I appeared in the big hall, which was filled with people of grandmasters and high grandmaster levels. Most of them had already appeared, and to my surprise, I found out I knew nearly all of them. There were a few people I didn't know, even among those who are wearing the cloaks and masks. I have helped more than 80 of people here, and they have my seed inside them, which easily tells me their identity, even when they are wearing masks. I looked at the huge crowd of grandmasters and high grandmaster in over tens of thousand years of history of the pyramid. There have been only one-time powerhouses of such level gathered in such numbers at one place. There are more than 300 grandmasters and high grandmasters standing here, that even with their auras contained, they have charged the air so much that some masters will feel suffocated. It is one of the reasons why they have not been allowed here. I did not see the ones I had been waiting for, so I went to the friend I saw, but on the way, people came talking to me, so I had to make small talk before I finally reached my friend more than 10 minutes later. Ria, it has been a while, I said as I appeared beside her. It had been more than half a year since I had seen her, but in half a year her strength had quite changed. She's still a grandmaster, but not many high grandmaster could challenge her. I have been on an important mission, she replied as she turned to 2 people from Silverstone Academy, who are about our age but are grandmaster class powerhouses with a battle power to fight against the high grandmasters. Grandmaster Czar, they greeted politely before I could turn to greet them. Grandmaster Gadgel, Grandmaster Pax, I greeted, and soon we began talking. The subjects we were talking about were light, nothing serious, especially not about the place where we would be going. Minutes passed, and people kept coming till finally, I saw the person appear for whom I have been waiting. I had just turned toward us when she appeared beside me with the speed that surprised some of the quasi-grandmasters. Nice haircut, I said, looking at the shoulder-length bob. You are not looking that bad yourself with the new jacket, she said and took me for a hug. It had been more than 3 years, I said as I broke the hug. Yes, quite different from the time when we used to see each other at the school. Nearly everybody, she said. She was Ellen, one of my oldest friends, whom I am seeing in a very long time. She has changed a lot since I have seen her. She has become taller, and her physique more toned that it feels like she could crush the mountain in a single punch, and that is likely the case from the threat I am feeling from her. Even most quays, Grand Lords didn't give me an as intense feeling of threat as she is giving me. She's not hiding her aura. The aura of Grandmaster is visible around her, but only an idiot would believe that is her true power. You have grown powerful. I don't think I can beat you to the pulp like before, she said as she looked at me from up to down. It seemed like your habit of overestimating yourself against me still hadn't completely disappeared, I said, to which a bright smile appeared on her face. Don't forget, I have beat you the pulp many times, and I have photos of it if you want to jog your memories, she replied with her old taunting smile. That was the past. You will have a very hard time if you want to beat me to that condition ever again, I said, to which she arched her brow. Puh. Really, from what I could see, you are a high grandmaster, and I am grandmaster and still confident in dominating you in battle. I wonder what will happen if I reach the same level as you are, she asked, and that brought a big smile on my face. Are you really sure I am a high grandmaster? I asked back, and her expression froze for a moment before a familiar smile appeared on her face. You still like to play the wolf in the sheep's clothing, aren't you? She asked, and to that I could only smile. How are you? I asked. Me good, she replied and turned me with twinkling eyes. It is you I should be asking, Mr. World Famous, producer of powerhouses, she said in an exaggerated manner. Do you know, nearly every conversation I have, you appeared in it, and when people came to know I am your friend, they begged me to introduce them to you, so you could do your magic and make them level up, she complained. It is not just her complaint, but also of the many of her friends and family. My father had been barraged by these, and so was my mother. They did not even leave my sister. Just a few days ago, my sister told me to make her and her friend Lola strong, so they could fly in the sky like adults. So the people know my worth. Finally, you should come to my lab. I will give you a good advancement in a short time, I said and looked at her as I looked at the precious thing. She did not like me looking at her like that and glared at me fiercely. Ellen was different than the rest. Her bloodline was on a completely level, above that of the Phoenix and Dragon bloodlines, which are considered the top bloodline of the universes, and I want to examine it. I am sure the data I will get after that would be tremendously helpful to me. Snort. I don't need your help. I am capable of advancing on my own, she replied with a snort. That you are, I affirmed. By the way, where is your fiancée? Is she not coming? I asked her, to which she shook her head. She decided to stay back at the organization, she replied. And your girlfriend, is she not coming too? She asked. No, I replied. I could have lied and avoided the question but decided not to. So you do have a girlfriend, she said, and to that I could only smile. I have already said more than I should. I am not going to say anything further, so I swiftly changed the subject to something else. Ting. A few minutes passed as we talked when my holowatch rang out with the mail. I read it and turned to Ellen. It is time, I said to her before walking on the stage without me saying anything. Everybody fell silent and turned to me. In a minute, the teleportation formations would appear and take us to the place near that thing, I said a little awkwardly. Even after such a long time, I am still uncomfortable in a big crowd, and that makes me a little awkward, which sometimes shows. Still, I did it as it was an honor. Have all the people gathered, Grandmaster? Asked a High Grandmaster. No, Lord Anders, the thing had begun to come out yesterday, and we have not been able to call back all our powerhouses we have selected. Those who we could reach have come back, and still coming those who could not sadly miss this great chance, and we will have to choose the others as their replacements, I replied. We have a range of numbers for each level, like we will take 375 to 425 for Grandmasters. There is a decided range for High Grandmasters. The number we choose depends upon the powerhouses who could come back from the various missions they have been on. It would have been great if we knew the date of its appearance. It would have made a lot of things quite easier, but we did not, and thus wouldn't be able to call back all the powerhouses who have been chosen to enter the thing, which I will see in few seconds. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as the minute passed, the teleportation formations appeared beneath the feet of people, and a second later they buzzed and we disappeared. A second later, we appeared in a place that was filled with rock hills everywhere one would see. They would find the hills of red rocks with scant vegetation. Thoughts of years ago, this place used to have a verdant forest, but the battles fought here had changed the whole ecosystem of this place. In front of me is Grand Commander with 7 council members aside from her. All of them are entering inside. There were supposed to be 8 council members entering inside, but Lord Hunt had not returned from the ruin, yet the pyramid tried to contact him, but they could not reach him. Behind me are Grandmasters and High Grandmasters standing in a neat line, and behind them are thousands of masters. There are over 6,000 of them. The pyramid decided to level 50 master into that thing, which I am quite opposed to. The think offers the advancements that even I could not compete with the team and unlimited resources, but that place also kills quite a lot of people. I looked ahead toward the Grand Lords, who were standing a few miles away. There were only 3 of the Lady Angela, who was in the middle, while Lady Vivian to her left and Lord of the Sky to her right, and they were facing the 5 grim Grand Lords. The one that is leading them is the Old Snake, the oldest and most vicious Grand Lord of Grimm's, whose curses have taken innumerable lives. The curse that my mother got, and then transmitted to me before becoming sentient, was a signature curse of it cast by its student. This bastard is very dangerous. It is said anyone below the Grand Lords who enters the 300-meter range around it will be hit by its curses. It is not just the rumor, but the truth that Grand Lords have conformed, so no matter how much I hate this bastard, I will not be going near it unless I have the power of the Grand Lord. Behind the 5 grim Grand Lords, there are over 100 High Grandmasters, over 1,000 Grandmasters, and around 15,000 Masters. People behind me saw these numbers with sheer horror. They were not fearing it, but thinking about what would have happened. If they didn't have the powerhouses match them, the answer is clear: total destruction. Forget the decade. If they had attacked us with these numbers 2 years ago, we would have been defeated in a matter of days. 1,000 Grandmasters and 100 Grand Lords are enough for that, and the thing is, it is not their real numbers. Like us, a certain number of their forces had stayed back, and it might attack us the moment we enter inside the thing. It has happened many times in the past. Within a second of my appearance, I felt the gazes of Grimms on me, especially of the Old Snake, which made me shudder all over. They are looking at you like they want to eat you alive, said Ellen. They would be given half a chance. I said, Grim eat humans, and if they get the chance, I am sure they will waste a chance to eat me alive. The price they have kept on my head would entice even a Grand Lord. The reward on my head had now become even greater than the Grand Lord itself. That thing is really different, said Ellen after some time. Yes, it is, I said as I cast another glance at the yellow, frothy, squirming thing pouring out of the ground. It did not look like a thing that would take us to the realm of danger and rewards. A few minutes passed, and when a teleportation formation flashed in the air and brought the professor, Elena, and a few other people. Both of them were sent to the emergency mission by Pyramid a few hours ago, and I feared they might not be able to return on my time, but they have returned, and it couldn't make me sad and relieved at the same time. One part of me was hoping that they would not come in time, as the place we are going is extremely dangerous, and they might not be able to return, and I don't want to lose a good friend and mentor. Most importantly, Marina would be heartbroken if something were to happen either of them. The other part of me was hoping they would return on time, so they would be able to enter inside and take advantage of the biggest opportunity the world has to offer. I nodded at them before turning back. The place of each one was decided, or I would have really gone toward them. The pyramid wants to project the human forces as one single unified force as it is, and not the one that is made of different organizations and cliques. As time passed, more people came, masters, grandmasters, and high grandmasters. These would be directly sent here the moment they appeared from the ruins. 3 hours after arriving, 2 people appeared. Seeing them, a smile couldn't help but appear on my face. I thought they might miss it, but they were not. Leonard and Ida had come at the right time. They are one of my proudest achievements. They have made huge progress in the past few years. Leonard is a powerful high grandmaster, while Ida is at the peak of the grandmaster class, having the ability to fight against the high grandmaster. She's still the most talented fighter I have ever seen. I have personally trained her for months, pushing her boundaries with everything I could teach her, and she absorbed it like a sponge. Her combat skills have improved so tremendously that she has now surpassed most of the old monster of her level. Another hour passed, and yellow frost had spread even further. A teleportation formation materialized beside me, and 2 people wearing cloaks and masks appeared. Their cloaks and masks were a powerful artifact that one could not sense the slightest bit of their aura or see their appearance. Ellen looked at them carefully and frowned as she was not able to ascertain their identity. The grim Grand Lords tried to move their soul sense toward them, but were stopped immediately by the soul senses of our Grand Lords. I did not think you guys would come, I said simply, and miss this great opportunity. We are not idiots, Mitchell, said the cloaked voice. I did not mean that. It's just that I did not think your teacher would let you come here given how much he loved you too, I explained. Snort. That old man tried, said the cloaked voice with a snort. It's nice to see you again, Mitchell, said the other cloaked person. You too, I replied without taking their names. These are twins with their cosmic elemental cores. They do not need such places to improve fast. The cosmic energy is more than enough for them. Still, it is a good thing they're coming because, with their core, they would be easily able to find the resources containing cosmic energy. I need those resources. A few more hours passed by, and yellow froth spread further. It had reached its end, and if the past data is in the right, then in an hour or two, it will begin to consolidating. A process of a few minutes which will take us inside it. This froth is not a gate but the thing itself that we are going to enter. This froth contains the world in itself. It is hard to believe, but it is a truth. The research we have done on it and the things we have found inside all point that it is the truth. Hun. A teleportation formation appeared, and another person with cloaked gear appeared. Aside from twins, 2 more with cloaked had appeared, and this one was a third and also man, and the one who is giving me quite a familiar feeling. I think I know him and know him quite well but couldn't tell who it is. Didn't he seem familiar to you? Ellen asked suddenly, and I couldn't help but nod. The instinct of people of our power is quite good. If we feel we know him, then we certainly do. Though we did not initiate the conversation with this familiarly unfamiliar person, our faces were visible. So it is he who should initiate the conversion, but it seemed like he does not have an intention to do that, which is fine too. There are more than enough people to talk to. Hun. A few minutes passed, and another person appeared, not among us, but in the Grandmaster, and he was different. My seed is inside him, and like most people who came, my seed's inside immediately. Them immediately passed the data to me. This data is the one I hate to see the most. An activated spy, Grand Commander. I informed her name, level. She asked back. Patrick Neal, Grandmaster. I informed and could see the Grand Commander sighing. Each Grandmaster is precious. It hurts when they activate as a spy. This Grandmaster is not the one I produce. If one of mine had activated as the spy, the seed inside would have killed them on the spot before they could deliver a single piece of information to Grimm's. This one is quite lucky. It had been 3 days since he had activated through the genetic timer and did not pass the info. If it had tried, it would have died and would still die within a week due to the mechanism I have fitted inside my seed to deal with such trouble. Deal with it discreetly, she said. Yes, I affirmed and set the timer through the seed. Like the Grand Commander had asked, it would die discreetly, or at least not in front of these people. The moment he passed through, the program inside the seed was activating, and its heart and brain would implode, killing him in an instant. It is the second reason why the Grimms hate me so much. I have been able to find nearly all their spies, and for that, they hate me to the bone. As for the first reason for hating me, is obviously me producing the powerhouses at factory speed. Without these numbers, we would have already lost the war year ago. Monster integration, the consolidation begins, I said as the yellow froth stopped coming out of the ground and started to recede back, but not on the ground. It had begun to take shape. As for what shape it would take is a mystery, as every time it is different, but it did not affect the end result. In the place where masters are, teleportation formations appeared, and people started appearing one after another. These are the replacement for the masters that the council had chosen. The chosen could not return on time from ruins, so now their replacement would take their place. Currently, only the replacements of masters are appearing, as they will be the first to enter this place, but soon it will be replacements of grandmasters and even high grandmaster as the time comes. I was watching the consolidation of the frost when the teleportation appeared beside twins, and another person appeared, and this time is not masked and clocked like others, and she instantly attracted the attention of all the Grimms. You have taken quite a lot of time to come, I said to Jill, who was wearing a black battlesuit. Seeing it, I couldn't help but be surprised. The artifact is extremely powerful, but that is not a surprising thing. What is surprising is that she is wearing an ancestral artifact of the Hawthorne Sea, which was once upon a time worn by Ramona Hawthorne. She's the second person to wear it after Ramona Hawthorne herself. I have just appeared from the ruin a minute ago and sent directly here, she replied and looked around. She had grown really powerful that the threat I was feeling from her was no weaker than what I was feeling from Ellen. This is not surprising, seeing how much hard work she had put in, and she is the host of the most powerful inheritance this world has ever seen. The yellow froth came close to taking shape, and expressions on everyone's became cautious. I readied myself and felt the air around me getting charged with power. Many times, the Grimms had attacked when the froth had taken shape. It is unclear whether they will attack or not, but one thing is clear: I have to be ready. Another minute and a half passed when finally the yellow froth consolidated into an oval-shaped disc, which had spread over nearly 500 meters and was floating about 100 meters above the air. It would be bad if we started without an old-age tradition, said the old snake with a laugh, and immediately hundreds of thousands of gray snakes appeared. They are made of energy and come in all shapes and sizes. The smallest snake being small as a finger, while the biggest one is hundreds of meters long. The attack of the old snake is vast that it covered the whole sky. Each snake it produced was strong. Even a tiny one was enough to make me shudder with fear. The Grand Lord's power is no joke. This is just a casual attack of it, but it is enough to wipe out nearly everyone in this place. Without the protection of Grand Lords, we will be like a chicken on a cutting board. It will be able to kill us in any way it wants. Careful, this is the old snake's attack, cautioned Grand Commander while looking at a sky full of snakes made of Grand Lord's energy. Shar, shar, shar. The snakes stayed in their spots for a few seconds, roaring in their scary voice. The attack was a psychological tactic. The bastard wanted to lower our morale before we entered that thing, but the attack could turn into something else if we could not defend the attack. It had happened more than one time that our Grand Lord was not able to properly defend against the attack, and it led to the battle. The Grand Lords did not move to see the attack, and only when the attack reached halfway did the Lady Angela raise her bony hand and wave down. Just as she did, the giant blue glittering net appeared in the sky and moved down toward the snakes. The snakes tried attacking it and moved away from its way, but nothing seemed to work as it stretched itself toward the snake, not wanting to let go of even a single snake. Soon the net had reached the snakes, and they attacked it with a full fury of curse fire, and what attack it was, it had completely mesmerized me. The blue net shimmered, and in some places it blacked out, but still able to hold on. It began to envelop the snakes, which tried their hard to run away, but not a single one was able to do it. Each and every snake caught in the net before it turned to bundle and disappeared. Have you finished with your little game, old snake, or do I need to entertain you further? Asked Lady Angela as the simple wooden staff appeared on her hand, which the old snake looked cautiously. The old snake's slitted eyes lighted up for a moment, hearing the challenge, but it shook its head. We will fight soon, but first let our people enter, it said. We will use the old formula, it added, and Lady Angela simply nodded. Masters forward. Ordered Grand Commander, and the masters immediately moved forward with the order they had assigned. The old formula the Grimm had referred to was 2.5 Grimm per human, which is not fair for humans, but we did not have a choice. As we once declined and a fight broke out, the Grand Lords fought. Their fight lasted for more than 3 hours, the entrance closed, and the opportunity was missed. The opportunity is too big to miss, even under such an unfair deal, but we are used to it, which is why gains are rarely lower than the Grims most of the time. They are equal and even higher. The feet of the first 8 humans and 10 Grims touched the oval froth, and immediately they were consumed by it. The froth climbs up on their bodies, covering them fully. The moment that happens, the froth falls back down in its place, minus people. Immediately, the second group took their place. A fraction of a second later, they too disappeared before another group took their place. Things are going smoothly, but they could go wrong at any time. The Grims are notorious for breaking agreements. It is why all the humans are cautious. Even masters who are entering each of them could burst into their full power within a moment and attack. Soon, half of the masters entered, and the replacements of grandmasters began to appear. Those who had not come were going to lose their lives. Grandmasters forward. Grand Commander ordered, and 8 people besides me moved forward. The only person remaining was a masked and cloaked man who seemed familiar, but did not know who he was. The gazes of the humans and Grims became sharp as the first batch of the human and Grim Grandmaster moved forward. This batch is the most powerful one, each and everyone capable of fighting against a powerful High Grandmaster, some even against quasi-Grand Lords. Thankfully nothing happened, and I let go of the breath I did not know I was holding. Monster integration, good luck. Mitchell, I hope you will come out of this thing alive, said the man beside me and disappeared, appearing on the froth directly with the other group and disappearing inside it while I watched it all in clear shock and confusion. I truly did not expect it, I said finally with a happy smile on my face, and there was a small smile on my face. He had truly improved beyond what I had ever thought, and it couldn't help but make me excited. I had always wanted to beat him till his teeth went flying but never got a chance in those days, but it seemed like I will now. I just hope he will survive and make huge advancements, or there will be no fun in beating a weakling. One after another, grandmasters entered, and soon, it was the turn of the professor and Alina, along with Ida in their group. I wished them good luck as they entered inside. Soon, it was the turn of the last group of grandmasters to enter, and which had quite many familiar people, including Danielle's, whom she had especially asked me to take care of if I met her inside. High Grandmasters forward, ordered the Grand Commander, and I moved from my spot as I am in the first badge, and it was filled with some friends, colleagues, and mentees. There is Lady Yui, Leonard, and Lady Veronica. Among others, we appeared above the discs at the same time as the 20 Grims in front of us. All of them peak High Grandmasters or Quasi-Grand Lord. As each of them is unfamiliar, I read about a few, but the information about them is too old. We were inching toward the disc when suddenly, the powerful aura blasted out of the 20 Grims, the aura of Quasi-Grand Lord. At the same time, I felt even more fearsome attacks coming toward us, the attacks from the 5 Grim Grand Lords. These were not vast attacks but precision ones, filled with immense power, that there is no way in hell we will be able to defend against it, and nor we needed to. Bastard, cursed Lady Angela, and all 3 Grand Lords made their moves. Not a single one of us looked at the attacks coming from the Grim Grand Lords. It is not our responsibility to defend against it. Our responsibility is 20 extremely powerful attacks that are coming, which have been turned into something else. The Grims seem to have put a lot of thought into selecting these people, because each one of them seemed to be amplifying the attack of another perfectly. The combined might of their attacks reached near the attack of the Grand Lord. While they have been prepared, we have been to it. Is I who selected the groups of Grandmasters and Grand Lords when the pyramid had asked me yesterday. I am the most equipped person considering I have a vast amount of information on nearly every Grandmaster and High Grandmaster. They activated defensive methods one after another, stacking their shields against each other perfectly. By the time the combined attack of the Grims touched the first shield, all the defensive methods had been stacked up perfectly. The attacks of the Grand Lords clashed above us with such a might that it produced a web of huge spatial cracks. It was as magnificent as it was horrifying. BANNNG. The blue-violet confluence of Grimm's attack tore through the first shield without any resistance, and given its power, none one was surprised. It did the same with the second and third defensive shields, which brought huge changes to human expressions and cruel laughs on the Grimm's faces as their attack moved to the fourth shield, but unlike the 3 shields, it did something to their attacks. Whittled its power and speed, the same done by the 5th, 6th, and 7th shield before the attack appeared in front of the horrified faces of humans while still bearing more than 60 might of the combined attack of the Grims. Shit, cursed Lord Holden. While others tried their hardest to reach the froth once the feet touched it, no attack of Grimm's would be able to affect them. Finally, the attack reached 5 meters around me and clashed against my invisible shields, which became invisible as the attack clashed. BINNNG. Defeating clash rang out, and a huge ripple spread across my shields. The shield had lighted up as it sucked the attack before beginning to digest them while the Grim watched in utter shock. While I have not leveled up in more than a year, I have progressed immensely. I have reached the absolute limit, and even after that, I have continued to harvest the Grims, which have given me great resources, and it is due to the aid of these resources that I was able to build one of the biggest human forces in history. I knew it would not work. It is a good thing I have taken the things in my hand, said the deep voice, and with it came a feeling of impending death. The host of the voice materialized above us, and so was the source of the danger. It was a black ape man, holding a clear white hammer which was coming toward us with a speed that we could not even follow. Even if it did, that wouldn't have changed anything considering the bastard attacking us is Grand Lord. At this moment, everything had slowed down. I could see the grim Grand Lords laughing as they moved to block Lady Angela and others from rescuing. Even Patriarch Bradford, who was hiding, had also been blocked by Grim Grand Lord. He would not be able to rescue us on time, and nor feet touched the frost before the hammer of Grim Grand Lord struck us. Aside from the horror and fear, I felt very apologetic toward my group. They would die because of me. The Grim is targeting me. It is looking at me with an huge hammer centered on me. It is clear that I am its target, but others would not survive if the hammer struck. The hammer was just inches away from striking my shields when I felt the familiar cold and the great alarm flash in Grim's eyes. I could see it looking at me with great regret before suddenly, its happen exploded in even great power and changed its trajectory toward the opposite direction. CLANNNG. A loud clang rang out as the hammer of Ape Man clashed against the wickedly pointy silvery white glass staff, which looked like a work of art but froze up the energy on the hammer, and even the small layer of glassy ice appearing on the Ape Man, which immediately shook off. Leader of humans, said the Ape Man with a look of shock as the Grand Commander materialized in front of it. It is not just the Ape Man that is shocked, but also the other 5 Grim Grand Lords and other humans, aside from other Grand Lords and me. When her inheritance core merged with the elemental core, she had already gained power very close to that of the Grand Lords, enough to entertain them for a few minutes, and now, nearly a year had passed, and with how perfect her inheritance had bonded with her elemental core, even I don't know how powerful she had become. Though I know one thing for certain, she could take on Tekker without any problem. You should not have attacked them, Tekker, said the Grand Commander, and to the shock of the Grim Grand Lord, it saw 5 Quasi Grand Lords being frozen to the glass. You idiot. It cursed and moved to save them but stopped. 3 delicate silvery glass staff with a pointy edge appeared in front of it, stopping it from its tracks. It is a price for breaking an agreement, she said, and the only thing the Grim Grand Lord could do was glare at her. I looked at the 2 bright moons and sighed. The reason elemental bodies are so desired and feared is that they give absolute dominion over their element. When they are in the presence of their element, everything becomes their domain. The reason she was able to move so swiftly, avoiding the 5 Grand Lords, was moonlight, which is everywhere, and under it, it is very hard to deal with her, and it is not her only element. You will pay for this, said Tekker with gritted teeth and a blazing aura. I am waiting, replied the Grand Commander. The Grim did not move from their spot. They had created a single chance for an attack, and they failed. Now, if they try anything, there will be consequences. Even without it, there will be consequences. The idiots missed the chance and even paid the price for their failure, and it is far from the end of their trouble. If they had succeeded, the risk they took would have been worth it, but now the ball is completely in our favor. Because our most important powerhouses, those with the greatest potential, have already gone inside, including me, who will go in a few microseconds. While there are many high grandmaster and few quasi ones, they are not as important as I or Jill or Ellen. So now we could force the negotiation, and it would be fine with us if the Grim chose the battle because, as I have said, our most important people have already gone inside. It is quite regretful that I would not be able to see what would happen next, as my feet had finally changed the frothing surface, and I began to feel the sensation that thousands of people who went inside have recorded. This thing had many names like the Star World or Luminary Paradise and tens of others, but most people referred to it as a thing, and more than half of the people who went inside it described alive. They felt it being alive for the first second they touched it, like I am now as the froth begins to envelop me. It felt alive. It was not just the sensation of the froth, which felt like a touch of skin, but also the faint beat that felt like a real heartbeat. I wanted to struggle against the frost and the strange feeling it was giving me, but I remained calm and let it cover me fully. The struggle is fruitless, as once you touch the surface of it, you will not be able to get out of it, even with the power of the Grand Lord. The froth did not take even a second to envelop me completely, and when it did, all the feeling vanished, and I found myself in a vast cosmos, and around me were thousands of twinkling stars in all the colors I had seen in my life, and some I had not. It is theorized that this place contains a space that is even bigger than our world. There are so many places here that one could not count, and every time, 30 would be different when one combines the area of these places. It would easily become many times of our world. I shook my head of those thoughts and focused on the stars around me. The size of this place did not matter. What mattered was choosing the star. There are hundreds of thousands of them, and each would take me to a different place. And the thing is, I don't know where it would take me. It is said to be a completely random thing. I looked around before choosing a dark cyan star and flew toward it. There was no meaning behind choosing it. I found it pleasant and flew toward it and hoped it would be a gateway that would take me to that place where I wanted to go. To be honest, this place is amazing and contains chances that would take one to even Grand Lord class, but I have no interest in them. I do not need the chances of this place to make the advancements. Here in this place, I have only come for one and one place only, and if this place did not have it, I would have remained back and focused on creating more powerhouses for my race. Finding that place would totally depend on my luck, as there is no map that could take me there. Though I did find some hints about it after scouring through a huge amount of data we have about this place. As I flew toward the star, I found myself alone despite thousands entering before me, which is not surprising as this place might be the same for everyone, but people face it alone. There have never been people who come across each other in this place. Few minutes passed and the cyan star began to grow bigger and bigger as I flew closer and closer to it. By that time, half an hour had passed, and the cyan star had become a giant in front of me. It had become big as the city and emitted faint coldness, which was accompanied by a feeling of danger, which made me careful and lowered my speed. There was not any information about its danger, likely because those who faced it died, and there was no one around to report it. Around 10 more minutes passed, and I finally stopped in front of the massive cyan star, which was burning brightly in the cold fire. Click, as the information said, the star had a door. It is at the very top of it. I looked at it for a few seconds before pulling the door, and it clicked. I don't know why I am surprised to see that when I clearly know this would happen. I did not waste any second and walked inside, and saw the lake containing the clear blue water. I even saw a few fishes swimming in it, and also 5 grims and 2 humans. They are walking through the lake and are not relaxed as they should be. There is a huge sweat pouring out of their bodies. The lake of cleansing, I said softly with a slight groan, as this challenge going to be quite difficult, but I had to pass it to reach the wooden door which was waiting for me on the other side. Reaching there would not be easy. With that thought, I wasted no time and began to climb down the marble steps toward the lake. These steps were one of the easy steps I had in a couple of hours. While I groaned seeing the lake, I was happy to see it. It is one of the common tests one faces after entering the thing. Nearly 20 of people face it, and the benefits it offers are equal to what stainless blood soul lotus offers, which is huge. Dip, I took a step inside the pool and immediately felt a refreshing feeling, but I also felt the heaviness, which would increase with every step. One has a week to finish this challenge. After that, they are out if they do not get out. No, it sends one to another challenge which is not only more difficult but also dangerous, and if they fail in that too, they will be sent to even more dangerous mission. Will be continued for 4 weeks before they are thrown out of this place, but most wouldn't survive, as those with the ability to survive would clear the challenges easily. There is a debate among humans about who killed the humans most here, the challenges or the Grims. Usually the answer is Grim, with them being mortal enemies and all, but here it is different. A few seconds later, I dipped another foot in the lake and began to take the steps, which increased the cleansing effect and weight at the same time. The effect of the lake is different for everyone. It works proportionally to the strength of the body and soul. The purer the person's soul and body are, the more pressure they would feel, because it is the purer body and soul that require the greatest efforts purify them even further. Within a minute, my body got nearly submerged in the lake. The body below my neck was completely underwater, even half of my neck, just like the humans and Grims in front of me. It does not matter what size you are, it will submerge you to the neck. It took a few minutes, but 2 humans finally noticed me, and a few seconds later, the Grims, all of whom had a comical horror appearing on their faces. In the past few years, quite a few rumors have appeared about me and the Grims, but the one that spread the most that me eating the Grims. It is said that I love to eat the Grims alive, which is why I have captured them with my strings and caged them somewhere that even powerful Grims could not find them. I don't know who spread the rumors. It is not the Coven, because they tried to tamp it down, as it increased my notoriety among the Grims. Well, I am happy as long as the rumor is not about me eating my fellow humans. 2 hours passed when another Grim behind me, a familiar Grim though the information had said it was a Grandmaster, it had turned out to be a High Grandmaster. Seeing me, a clear flash of fear couldn't help but appear in its eyes. It controlled its emotions quickly, but did not step into the lake for nearly half an hour before dipping its toes inside. I did not care for it, especially when it did not even have a bloodline. I focused on crossing the lake, whose pressure was increasing with every step. Currently, the pressure is fine, and I could much faster, but I decided to maintain a steady pace. Things going to get very hard for me. I don't know whether I will be able to cross the lake in time unlike these people ahead of me. My soul and body are much purer than theirs. Despite being a master, my soul and body are nearly as pure as the Grand Lords, who have the purest souls and bodies. Now, this lake is going to grind them like they have never been before, but if I pass the test, I will receive great benefits, which would be extremely beneficial to me when I level up to the Grandmaster class. So no matter how difficult it is, I will have to pass this test. A day had passed, and I continued moving at a similar pace, while the water continued to seep the energies inside me, performing the gentle cleansing with every step that continued to become heavier and heavier, but still, my pace remained unchanged. In a single day, I had already crossed more than a third of the lake, and if I continued moving at such speed, it wouldn't take me more than 2.5 days to cross the whole lake. I wish that would come true, but it would not as the pressure has continued to increase, and it will till I will be forced to slow down my pace. I wonder when that time is. I hope it will be after I have crossed 90 of the lake. It is not the first time I have been in this type of test. I remembered a few years ago. I had passed through the lake such as this, and that challenge was much easier than this. I have crossed through it in a record time, a feat which will be quite hard to replicate in this challenge. Another day passed, and I had nearly crossed 75 of the lake with my unchanging pace, but now doing that would be quite difficult. The pressure has become so great that in a few hours, I wouldn't be able to maintain this unchanging pace. I will need to make changes. It took me around 5 hours before I was forced to slow down the pace. I could continue with the previous pace, but it would be detrimental in the long run. So it would be better if I slowed down on my own to save energy that I would use later. Another day passed, and 5 Grims reached the door. While the 2 humans slowed down their faces, the 5 Grims were waiting by the door to attack the humans. One could be attacked in the lake, but the power of the attack is reduced a lot, which is why they are waiting by the door to finish the job they could not do earlier. The humans are looking at me with hope, but all I can give them is a smile as I try my everything to take one step after another. It had become difficult for me to take the steps under this intense pressure, which was making me feel like there was a mountain on my face, but I had to do it. Another day passed, and my pace had slowed down even further with the sweat pouring out of every part of my body, which I could spend any effort to stop, as every bit of my effort was done to take the step ahead and save the pitiful humans who have come beside me and now walking an ant pace. They have no choice. The 5 Grims are above what they could handle with their power. They might have some chance to escape if they had been outside, but here, it is very hard when the Grims are standing right in front of the door. So to save them, I began to put more and more effort into every step of mine, and finally, at the end of the 6th day, I reached the end of the lake that now only 10 some meters have remained for me to cross. Click, we will see you ahead, humans, shouted the 5 Grims at 2 masters before opening the door and walking through it one after another before not a single one of them left. As they disappeared, all the energy seemed to be leaving me, and I stopped. There were less than 10 meters remaining in the lake, but I had no energy to take even a single step. I just wanted to close my eyes and sleep, and I nearly did that before waking up a few seconds later. It would be a complete disaster if I fell into sleep. Forget losing the challenge. I might end up losing my life in the hands of the bastard who is cautiously following behind me. It would have easily passed by me, but fear in its heart had kept it back. Though I have no doubt that if it is given a chance, it will hack me into pieces without a second thought, and sleeping would directly be handling that chance on the platter. So I forced myself to remain awake and moved through the water, which felt no less than solid metal. Taking a single step forced me to dig into my body and soul for every bit of strength and use every strand of willpower I had. I took one step after another with each step, taking everything from me before finally, 3.5 hours later, I stepped out of the lake and felt like a mountain full of weight had been lifted out of my shoulders. Thud. I fell down on the marble steps as I completely got out of the lake. I was feeling the lightest I have ever felt before and also tired, very tired. I remained on my spot for a few minutes before crawling up on the flat ground and started taking out things, and soon there was a formation around me, powered by 4 powerful defensive artifacts. This is the 7th day, and I still have little more than 20 hours. I want to take the rest. While I could continue with this tiredness with some small rest, I would rather sleep and let it all out because the next challenge could be dangerous. And if it turned out as tiring as this one, then I could forget to complete it. I will be sleeping now. You could attack if you want, but I will kill you if you do that. Let me sleep for 8 hours, and I will leave without even glancing at you, I said to Leopardman, who was still in the lake, and closed my eyes without waiting for its replies. I was so tired that I fell into sleep without a second, and it was a deep sleep without dreams and nightmares. Wake up, exactly 8 hours later, I was woken up by my clone, and the first thing I looked at after I opened my eyes was the Leopardman, who was in the same spot as earlier. I have waited as you have asked me to. Now get the hell out of here. It said, I will soon, but first let me eat something. I replied with a smile and cleansed myself with a method to feel refreshed, which I do not have too, as I am already feeling quite refreshed. I said and took out the freshly cooked meal box that my clone had cooked and began to eat while going over the changes that the lake had brought to me. Back home, I have reached the limit. I have advanced as much as I could with the help of resources, and the consuming the Grims with the bloodline that I could not improve any more in any aspect, but in the past 6 days I have, which would have been quite hard, near impossible, considering I have reached the limit, but here I have improved. This place is heartless, merciless, and will throw one challenge after another without giving you a break or a way to get out before the 4 weeks. But if you survive here more than a month, you will automatically make advancement the master with no future, will advance to Grandmaster and Grandmaster to High Grandmaster. It is very complicated when it comes to becoming a Grand Lord, but it is possible some people always break into that boundary whenever this thing appears. Since this thing appeared thousands of years ago, this is the first time we have sent so many Grand Lords here till now. We have never sent more than 35 Grand Lords into this place, but there are nearly double, and many of them have quite a potential. Like the members of Pyramid and people like Lady Yui and Lady Redhorn, who are among the precious few who have the core at Grand Lord, thus have the highest chances against that level. The lake had purified my body and soul even further. I could see the shine of my soul become denser and even purer than before, which couldn't help but put a smile on my face. Soon I finished the meal, and the empty box went back to my core. I got up and walked toward the door before stopping in front of it and looking back at the Grim. Click, hope that you will not come against me again, because next time we meet, I will kill you, I said and pulled open the door and walked inside. I did not have to say anything to the Grim, but I had been uttered bored these past 6 days and done nothing other than take the most difficult walk on the lake. So I wanted to have fun, and threatening the Grim, who is already scared shitless of me, is fun. I stepped into the darkness, and immediately white star came floating toward me and stuck on my wrist. Seeing the number on it, I couldn't help but be surprised. The score took me by surprise. It was much higher than I had thought, which I had not expected, considering I had taken more than 6 days to pass the challenge of 7. Though the better than I had thought, it is not highest but not lowest either. I am happy nonetheless. It became very useful later, and I will need quite a high score if I want to reach the place I want to go. Step. A second later, after the star struck to my wrist, the darkness had disappeared, and I found myself in a large clearing of the beautiful bamboo forest, the bamboo around me moving slowly in a gentle wind, producing melodious sounds. Just like the lake, a board appeared for a second, informing what type of challenge it would. The words were a little vague, but I understood the gist, which was to fight some opponents, and I had 3 days to defeat them. Sup, sup, sup. Barely a second passed since the board had disappeared when the sound of air-piercing rang out, and I saw wooden arrows with the end onyx crystal head coming at me with a speed that most absolute peak High Grandmaster difficult to deal with. This would be fun, I said, and a red saber appeared in my hand, and I moved it toward the arrows that were coming toward me from all 3 directions, all of them being aimed at my weak spots. Clang, clang, clang. The saber in my hand moved flawlessly and clashed against the arrow, which was aiming for my eyes before appearing next to the one targeting my neck and clashing against the one targeting my thighs in a fraction of a second. It destroyed them. All 3 arrows exploded with head, and even their shaft had splinted into pieces as I moved my saber with the mountain-cleaving style. Hun. I had just destroyed the arrows and looked at my work when I saw the blurring movements, and in a fraction of seconds later, there were 3 delicate bamboo golems, each wearing a green cloak made of bamboo fiber and having a green bamboo sword in their hands. Sup, sup, sup. All 3 of them appeared above me and swung their thin swords at me, and if that was enough, another round of arrows came at me, and this time, it was not simple 3 arrows but a barrage of tens of arrows, which kept increasing by seconds. The challenge of the first week is supposed to be easiest, I thought as I fought these difficult opponents before 2 strings of hands came out of behind, each holding a short blue spear. If it had been just 3 bamboo golems, the red saber would have been more than enough, but the arrows complicate things. So, for precaution, I summoned the 2 arts. They will deal with the arrows while I fought with 3 golems with a saber. Clang. My saber moved and clashed against all 3 bamboo swords at once, which I have to say possesses quite a physical force despite looking light. My attack had stopped them in their tracks while my spears destroyed the arrows, but the very next moment, they disappeared from their spot and appeared beside me, cornering me from all 3 sides as they attacked. Clang, clang, clang. The red saber moved like a viper and clashed against the attack of the bamboo sword, while the spears moved to defend against another barrage of arrows, which packed a lot more punch than before. The small, calm clearing has become a battlefield, but despite our powerful moves and destructive shockwaves coming from it, the bamboo around remained fine. The constant shockwaves made the sound coming from them even more melodious. Bamboo golems and I flashed around the opening, wanting to strike at each other weak spots, which, by the way, is quite difficult. Whoever designed these golems must be someone great. Their skills are even greater than the zombie I had fought about a year ago. These golems not only fight well, but they also have amazing teamwork, not only with fighters, but also with the hidden archers. They are attacking me in such a way that will give them the optimum opportunity to strike at my weakness. This is something else. It had been a while since I had such a challenge, so I did not hold back and began to use every move my combat style had to offer. I did not care for the score, which would be higher if I had finished them early. The only thing I cared about was fighting to my heart's content. I even started to use the new moves of the mountain cleaving style I learned a few months ago from my art, which I have not properly able to incorporate with the saber. So I begin to use them more and more despite facing greater danger, as they are easily able to read the weakness of it and strike, but that is also helping me too, as I am quickly finding out my weakness and fixing them immediately. If I had chosen the sword, the battle would have become much easier, but where is the fun in that? Also, I would not be able to learn as much as I should. Since I have come to this place, I should take full advantage of it because even with all its danger, the challenges in this place would still pale in comparison to what we will face the moment we come out. With its appearance, the final phase has begun, and the war will be finished in a matter of months. Seeing the scale of it, we would not be able to recover if we lost this war. If some of the information we have collected is right, then we might as well get exterminated in war. So for the survival of my race, I need to get as much as I can from this place and hope that when I get out, there will remain something to fight for. The Grand Lords have already said, the moment entry closed, the Grimms will start their assault, while we have kept huge forces, including half of the Grand Master and the Grand Lords. I still worry, and the reason is the troubling intelligence we have got about the Grimms. The reason Grimms were able to produce so many powerhouses at such a quick speed, and the same reason could spell out our extermination with us unable to give anything given its power. Still, there is a chance because the powerhouses of that level have many restrictions. If it weren't for restrictions, the powerhouse of such a level would require mere minutes to wipe us all out. If it could do that, it would have done that ages ago. I shook my head of those thoughts and focused on my battle. I have a habit of overthinking things. I should not do that while I am here. The only thing I should focus on improving myself so much that when the time comes, even if that thing comes, I will be able to stand against it. Though that seemed impossible. So I will focus on what is possible with my current strength, the bamboo golems. More than 2 hours passed when I finally got the chance to strike the body of the golem, and I took it without wasting even a second. BAMMM, my saber moved like a snake, avoiding the two bamboo sword before striking the waist of the golem hard, while sending the powerful burst of inheritance energy. BOOM. A second later, the bamboo golem exploded into pieces. I did not move, instead moved toward the two golems which attacked me amidst the splitters, which are quite powerful themselves, but my armor was strong enough to handle them. Clang! My saber clashed against the bamboo golem before I disappeared and appeared above the second bamboo golem and brought down my saber. It reacted fast and even had the aid of arrows, but my spears handled them before my saber clashed against the head of the golem, avoiding the sword that came for defense. BOOM. The second golem exploded into pieces, and I moved toward the third without stopping. The golem did not seem to have fear as it came at me, but it was no challenge without two, especially when I knew all its moves. BOOM. My saber avoided its sword without much effort before piecing its stomach, and a moment later, it also exploded into pieces like the other two golems. Now it's your turn, I said and pulled, and immediately 3 bamboo golems came out of the bamboo. They tried to struggle, but all was fruitless in front of my strings. BOOM. Goodbye, I said, and the saber and the spears struck the bamboo golems and archers at the same time, making them explode into pieces. My strings picked up the sword and bows of the golem and took them to my core before sitting down in a clean space. Little more than 2 hours passed, and now there were 2 choices in front of me, whether I could wait for 3 days and go right now. I decided to wait, not for 3 days, but for a few hours to consolidate what I had learned. Spending 3 days here would be an utter waste of time and this opportunity which I have to exploit to its fullest. Click. 3 hours later, I got up and walked toward the gate, which is at the end of this beautiful bamboo clearing, before opening it and walking inside. Once again, the darkness has enveloped me, and a star appeared, and this time it gave me the best score, which is not surprising, seeing I had not taken even half a day to defeat those bamboo golems. A second after the star appeared on my wrist and merged with the first before, everything cleared, and I found myself on the floating black brick platform with an information board ahead of me. The challenge is described in short but precise words and has one word that is in capital letters. Survive, sup. The board disappeared, and a moment later, I saw a couple of spears materializing around me before coming at me at an incredible speed. My expression became serious. This might look like a challenge that knights would face, but it is not. These survival types are the hardest challenges that one would face here. It is very hard to survive the whole period in them, as they are not only difficult but also quite long. Thankfully, this challenge is only a day long, but it would not be easy to deal with, and I better remember that the bamboo golems I have faced before are proof of that. The spears came at me from all directions with an amazing speed, but as they came closer to me, they turned like a snake, replicating the movement of the expert spear master. I was not surprised. I was expecting something like it, as such challenges have appeared. Clang, clang, clang. The axe in my hand moved with speed and destructive power and clashed against the spears and destroyed them completely, but that was just the beginning. Another round of weapons came, and this time they not only had spears but also hammers, and as they approached me, they moved with a fashion they would move when an expert is wielding them, which created a confusing view, especially now when I am getting attacked by different kind of weapons together. Clang, clang. The attacks were completely destroyed by my axe, but that was just the beginning, as before I even destroyed all the weapons, another group materialized, and then another before the second had even clashed against me. As expected, no challenge is easy, even those of the first month which are considered the easiest, I thought as I looked at the coming weapons. As I have said before, the whole place would continuously throw challenges at you, and you will have to crash through them before failure would send you to an even more dangerous challenge, while winning will also throw you at an even more dangerous challenge. One might not see any difference between winning and losing, but there is, because losing will make you continuously fight without giving you the slightest bit of rest, and such a condition will kill even the world's strongest, much less me. Every this thing appears, it will take at least a quarter of our lives. The number is always greater than it, but never lower a couple of times. We have lost more than 50 of the people. The challenges that appeared at those times were truly difficult. The mortality rate is even high among the Grimms, where at least 40 of their people die, and at the worst time, they have even lost 75 of all those who entered. Still, despite such a high mortality rate, the people of both races fight to come here, especially those who are at the end of their potential. For those, this place offers a true opportunity that they will not find outside, and the absolute truth. 10 minutes have passed, and now the attacks are constantly coming without the slightest break, and the number and types of weapons have also increased. Now every minute, there would at least 20 different types of weapons would be attacking me, and some were strange and difficult to deal with. Like the Morning Star and Chakram, I had nearly summoned 2 more arms to deal with constant pressure. I would rather not do that this soon. I want to last at least an hour before I bring out the arms. Time passed, and with every minute, things got harder and harder to deal with. In just half an hour, I had already started sweating heavily under this assault. If there had been someone else in my spot, they would have already started using the skills and even boosted their strength. I have skills and could also boost my strength, but I would rather not do that for more than a year. I have been focusing on the combat style, and I would rather focus my all on that first. It is not like I would not use the skills I have developed and the boosts I have. It would be foolish to not use them, and I would be forced to as the challenges got harder and harder. But till then, I would polish my combat method before I begin to polish my skills. There is a reason I have been focusing so much on the combat style for more than a year, and the reason for it is more than a personal preference. I am developing something, and for it, I need a large amount of combat data in every weapon possible. I have already added the first model of what I am developing into my Grandmaster inheritance, and if it works as I had expected it to, then I will have another trump card. Over the years, I have come to know that my strings are not omnipresent. There are ways to deal with them, so I would need something else to deal with the enemies, something strong, something that is as hard to deal with as my strigs. I had to think a lot before the idea came to my mind, and after comprehensively thinking about it, I wasted no time developing it. Sup, the dart flashed by my axe, avoiding it by hair-breadth distance, coming directly for my eyes. If I had moved my head away on time, I would get much more than the lacerating air. It seemed like it is time to bring them out, I said, and 2 arms came out of behind, each holding a rapier and scimitar, and they moved toward the coming weapons. Pyramid. Horror pods, the grim bastards are using those damned things, said Lord Whitmore with a grimacing face as the Grimms brought out one of their most dangerous weapons, which they have been using for thousands of years in nearly every war. On the 34 battlefields, a gray-blue-colored mist exploded the battlefield, and immediately screams of humans began to ring out as the mist drilled inside them, and horrific pores began to materialize over their bodies. Some humans had just exploded into the blood and gore, infecting even more. With the appearance of that thing, the final phase of the war had begun, and both sides began to fight no-back-hold battle, using everything they had, bringing out the weapons they had kept secret for such long. Ask healers of these 34 battlefields to prepare the pools of solution we are sending, said Grand Commander to her aide before turning back to the screens. Since the Grimms have started to use the horror pods, it wouldn't look good if we hold back, she said and pressed the button in front of her, instantly connecting to the commanders of the battles. Release the roses, she ordered, and for a few seconds, nothing happened before a terror appeared on the battlefield. It had been quite a while since they had used it on the battlefield, and Grimm seemed to have been nearly forgetting about them before that beautiful horror appeared and began to chase them. The huge vines appeared on the battlefield and began to capture the Grimms in their thorns before sucking their blood and growing at a speed that even Grimms could not stop. Some idiots tried to attack it with it, but they were barely able to put any scratch on them before the vines enveloped them, and the thorns began to suck their essences and grow. The vines, which had only appeared in the few spots on the battlefield, soon appeared across the whole battlefield as they grew at a horrifying speed, chasing away the running Grimms. Even the Grimms' commanders are helpless against them, as they themselves are struggling against vines. I have nearly forgotten how dangerous these things created by the Grandmaster are, muttered Lord Whitmore as he saw the destruction these vines were bringing. They are like a bloodhound, chasing away every Grimm that they could smell, said Lord Hearn, seeing how vines split into hundreds of parts every second and killed thousands of Grimms, which powered them further and made them grow faster. In a matter of few minutes, the battlefield has completely changed now. It is not only the humans that are screaming, but also the Grimms. The Grimms are now screaming so loud that they have completely drowned the sound of humans. 10 more minutes passed, and now the bloody battlefields have turned completely green with vines, which have to begin to shine as the essence roses begin to spurt on them. Though nobody is focused on it, as the power of the pods and the vines have disappeared, the humans and Grimms begin to fight hard again. If it had been a battle before, they would retreat into their forts, but now there are no such options. The humans have drunk the potions, which slowed down the effect of horror pods entering inside them, and now fighting, cutting down every Grimms they have come across or being cut down by the Grimm. The battles are now 100 times more horrifying than before. The casualties are piling into thousands, but there is no stopping. It would not stop till one side is completely defeated or begin to retreat, where they will chase the retreating side, bringing out the weapons and powerhouses to break the forts. The wars are horrifying, and this one is going to be the most horrifying of all, as both races are hell-bent on making this the last war they have ever fought. Lord Whitmore, how many of our forces have returned by now? She asked, and he immediately provided the figures. Sent them to Fort Sand. She began to give the order to move them to the different forts across the human territory. As the last phase begins, the battlefields have begun shifting back to the mainland from the ruin. Both races have given the order to bring out all their people from the ruins to the mainland for the final battle. The number is not enough, we need more people, said Grand Commander. The realm gates are already running at the full capacity, Lord Whitmore informed, and hearing that the hands of the Grand Commander couldn't help but curl up in the fist. Ask all the organization to activate their realm-breaking gates. We will provide them coordinates to bring our forces down from the ruins, said Grand Commander, surprising Lord Whitmore greatly. This decision will need the highest authority, he said and looked at Grand Commander. I have it, she said and produced a badge, which surprised all the people. All of them immediately stood up and bowed. Seeing the badge in her hand, she had got something that very few have gotten across the history of humans' race. It shall be done, Supreme Commander, said Lord Whitmore. She had become a Supreme Commander, and with this designation, she had the authority to order even Grand Lords, and they will listen. Very few across history were able to gain this designation, because not only it trust but also power. One might not believe it, but power is easier to gain but the trust. To gain the designation require the approval of each and every Grand Lord. Not even a single objection is allowed for it. This is hard, extremely hard to gain because, with this designation, she had complete authority over every human and resource control. She drains a supreme of its people and resources and sends Grand Lord on a suicidal mission, and they wouldn't be able to do much anything. Not many people know it, but the Supremes are connected to the pyramid. Their offensive measure is connected to the pyramid, and so are their vaults, and the authority of the Supreme Commander also gives her complete authority over the pyramid. She is the fifth person to gain this authority in over 10,000 years of the history of the human race. The last person who gained authority was Ramona Hawthorne. She had gained that through fear. She had demanded it and beaten every Grand Lord of humans in a single battle that they had no choice but to give her what she had wanted. All the organization affirmed the order. I have begun sending the coordinates to them, and soon 157 new channels would be open for our forces to come back, Lord Whitmore informed. Send the Grandmasters for the protection with Grand Commanders as overseers in every region. She ordered. He couldn't help but be surprised to hear that, but followed the order a second later. It is not a time to keep the forces hidden. especially now that Grimms would try their all to defeat them in 3 weeks before. After 3 weeks, the people begin to come back, and they would want to defeat the humans before that or at least deal enough damage that new powerhouses that came out will be completely useless. Clang, clang, clang. Finally, two artificial hands came out from behind me, one holding a saber and spear and helping me defend against the weapons coming toward me. I lasted longer than I had expected, nearly 3 hours, which is more than I had expected myself to last. With the appearance of two extra hands, things relaxed immediately with these 3 weapons. I could have better control over the directions and control more area. Still, I did not dare to get too relaxed. Things seems easy now, but they will get harder with the passing of time. So I need to be careful and look for a pattern among the weapons, which will make dealing with this challenge easier. The notes of minority powerhouses claimed that there is a pattern in such challenges. If one is able to find and exploit it, then the difficulty of the challenge reduces a lot. Many more have refuted the claims, saying there is no pattern and these weapons come off randomly, but I am going to differ from that. I have felt the pattern since the first hour of the challenge. It is complex and elusive, and getting hold of it is going to be difficult. Those who have sensed the pattern have said that it is easier to sense it than unravel it and then make use of it. Still, I am searching for it because I do not want to defend myself like dumb. There is a challenge in that, but an even bigger challenge would be finding the pattern, and I will do it without taking any help from my clone, which is busy doing some important things. Before I knew it, 5 hours had passed, and I still have not found the pattern, but I have made progress, and I feel like I will be able to find it. It just takes a little more time. I was right, it did take time, a lot more than I had thought it would be, so much that now the pressure of the challenge has increased immensely, and in a few minutes even 3 weapons wouldn't be enough to defend against the attacks. Though now I do not have to worry about it, the pattern has become visible in front of me. I could see the invisible thread connecting to all the weapons. With this invisible thread, everything became clear, and I moved my weapons according to the pattern I was seeing. Clang, clang, clang. Something magical started to happen as I began to move my weapons through the invisible line. I started to find things becoming easy that, in a few minutes, they had become nearly effortless. I just needed to move my weapons in the invisible line, and my weapons would clash against the coming attacks on their own. The attacks of weapons are fast and complex, but I have no problem defending against them. It is starkly different than what I was facing a few minutes ago. I remained focused on the pattern and increased the speed and the power of my attack accordingly. I defended against the attacks without any effort, and it couldn't help but amaze me and filled me with inspiration. If I could find a pattern in the enemies fighting as I have done against the weapons, it would be much easier to kill them. Though I understood the difficulty of that, what I am facing now is a complicated pattern of attacks, but it is a dead one without a soul, far easier to crack than the fighting style of any sentient being, which changes according to a condition far more flexibly than something created by the runic formation. It made cracking the fighting style of a sentient being such a difficult, near impossible task if I wanted to do it on the same level as I have done with this dead pattern. Time passed and soon 20 hours passed, and I sat down while 2 more arms came out of behind me and began to deal with the weapons around me. The difficulty did not increase by much, but I am slowly getting tired, and I want to rest a little because this challenge will last whole 24 hours without giving me the slightest break before I get thrown into another challenge. Before that, I want to rest my body as much as possible, as who knows what kind of challenge I got thrown into, and for it, I want to be prepared as possible. With the 4 artificial arms, I did not need to move my body, and after an hour, I even laid down and let the 4 arms do all the work they were doing expertly, following my intentions across the pattern without making the slightest mistake. Clang. Time passed as I defended, and before I knew it, the butcher's saber on my left struck the sharp boomerang, destroying the last weapon to come in the challenge, and the second later, the blue stone door appeared in front of me. Click, I got up and walked toward the door before stepping inside into familiar darkness, which gave me another star, the one with the highest score, before sending me to another challenge. Days passed by one after another, and before I knew it, it had been 15.5 days since I entered this place. In these 15 days, I have completed 9 challenges. The shortest one had a time limit of 3 hours, while the longest one had a week. I have completed each and every one of them and got the best score aside from the first challenge, which gave me a subpar score. Every other challenge came at me, and I excelled at it, including this one that has given me the highest score yet. A moment later, everything cleared, and I found myself in great shock in many instant things. I did not even sense them, they just happened in an instant. First, I am naked. There is not a single piece of clothing on my body, not even my storage ring, which usually lies hidden in my skin, but that is not a shocking thing. The shocking thing is that I have turned into a completely normal person. My connection and my energy had disappeared, and I found myself at the weakest I have ever, even when I burned my blood and became so weak that I did not have the strength to twitch the finger even at that time, as I was not weak as I am right now. Before that time, even if a king wanted to hack me, he wouldn't have been able to do it with the strength my body had. But now, a simple knight of the lowest level could massacre me. I lost my power, and also my physical augmentation. Even sensing my core has become quite difficult. Though I have a perfect connection with the clone, which is not surprising considering we share the same soul. As I came out of my shock, I looked around and found myself in a desert at near dawn, with wooden tables spread in front of me, and on them were various things not powerful, magical things, but common things which could be easily destroyed by even the weakest knight. Desert Trek. This is the name of the challenge. I have a week to reach the endpoint, with 7 midpoints to reach every day. The table contains things that I will need, and also a weapon that I could choose, which is the only magical thing present in all. There are restrictions on choosing things, but with my physical capacity, I would need to be careful about what I take. Aside from water, I will not get anything from the daily midpoints, including the food, so I have to be very careful in choosing the stuff I will take, and I only have half an hour to choose. The first thing I did was choose the clothes. The clothes should be light, but also insulated. It is common knowledge that the temperature in the desert drops to -degrees. Which is not much of trouble if it is hundreds of degrees minus, but my current body is so weak that it would not be able to take even -1 temperature. I will freeze to death within minutes. I chose the clothes which are the lightest and feel most insulated before picking up the bag. There, I chose the camp, which seemed sturdy enough to hold even in the storm before moving to the water container and the water bottle, and then the food. I chose the ration type, which could be eaten directly and also be cooked in water after that. It was a small stove, a couple small things that would come in handy, and then another piece of clothing. By the time I had done, the whole camping bag had been filled to the brim and felt a little heavy. I wanted to unload something, but I could not, as each and everything important. I have already been quite austere in my choosing. There are many things I have not chosen, like the entertainment pad and other things. Now only 3 minutes remained, and the only thing remaining to choose is a weapon. I have chosen a specific halberd which could second as the walking stick, which I am sure I will need it. The halberd is the only magical thing. It is made completely of energy, which is black in color, with the blade being dark red. The blade of it was wickedly sharp that I did not dare to touch it. With the weapon, everything was ready, but I still waited for the timer to end, which ended 2 minutes later, and everything had disappeared, aside from the start sign board. I looked above at the sun, which had fully come out, before staring at the leather map and compass in my hand. The map is normal but very detailed. I think I will not have a problem following it, especially with the compass that came with it. A minute later, I put the map in my pocket and began to walk in the desert for a while. It was fine other than a feeling of crushing weakness, but soon I began to feel the heat, and this heat began to increase that within an hour, the hat begins to feel useless. In 3 hours, my whole body got slimed and acrid smell, and the heat began to radiate from the sand as well as the sun, so I wanted to take a few sips from the water canteen hanging from my waist. I resisted the urge and continued walking. I decided to drink a fixed amount of water every hour or when my clone told me. I am still in contact with it, and it could see my metaphysical scan, which is not detailed enough due to suppressive power sealing it all. Still, it is enough to see the condition of my body, which provided enough data on how much water I should drink and the pace I should maintain to last long. It is quite a cheat, but it is part of my strength which I have worked hard to gain now. My clone is working to break the suppression. I do not need to unlock all my power, which I think is impossible with the level of suppression here, but I think getting a sliver out at the moment of need would help me a lot. I have no doubt there will be others in this challenge. There are always people in such challenges, which means there will be Grims, who will obviously have a great advantage due to their huge size and the power that comes with that size. With the suppression, every Grim is an enemy here. Even masters and grandmasters might be able to kill me with the inherent physical abilities they have. Soon it was 12 in the morning, and the sun over me was spewing fire. I had thought it would be difficult, but did not expect it would be this difficult. I am sweaty, I am parched, and I am tired. I just want to drink all the water I have and just sleep, but doing that would be a death sentence, especially when those carrion birds flying over me, who just waiting for me to drop dead, so they could nibble on my flesh. So this is mortality, I said as I looked at my condition, so delicate that even a whisper of night could kill me. Back on the mainland, I had the power of God. Crossing such a desert was a matter of second for me. I held so much power that I could turn the places into the desert and make volcanoes, and now simple flicker of that aura would wipe me out of existence. It seemed like this is the way this place tells us, that no matter how powerful one is, even with godlike power, there is always something that will bring you down. I sighed through the parched lips and continued before stopping at the shade of a big boulder about half an hour later. necessary, especially with this delicate body of mine, which I do not have to strain too much, because there is no awesome power that will heal the damage immediately as I receive it. Though I did notice that my body is slightly stronger than normal, which is likely the result of rule-bending power which had merged into every part of me, even under such strong suppression, it was able to create some leeway. I rested for half an hour and took the measured sips of water before I once again looked at the map and continued with the journey. Looking at the map, I am making very good progress, and if I am able to maintain such a pace, I will be able to reach the first midpoint by night, where I will be able to replenish the precious water before continuing with this hazardous journey. Another hour had passed when suddenly I heard something and carefully began to walk the dune, and when I reached the top, I saw the source of the sound. A human, a woman at a distance, is running from the two Grimms who are chasing her, and they are rapidly closing in. I didn't have to imagine what would happen if these Grimms caught her. I really wanted to focus on crossing the desert, but after seconds of watching, I put my backpack down and many things hanging down from my waist before running toward the two Grimms. My mind wanted me to run away, focused on the test as much as possible, but my heart wanted to rescue the women, especially when I felt the women being familiar. So I ran toward them under the scorching desert sun. I did not care how running was not optimum in this environment, and I shouldn't be doing me, but currently I do not care. I want to reach there as soon as possible and rescue that woman. They discovered me within a minute, and to my surprise, the women took a sharp turn in the opposite direction seeing me. It surprised me, but I soon understood her intentions with her running in the opposite direction. The Grimms had been forced to choose between two humans, and if we know anything about it after fighting with them for more than 10,000 years, it is that they want all humans. With the choice of who to follow, the Grimms chose both of us. One went to chase after the women while another came at me. I stopped immediately, seeing the Grimm coming toward me. Since it was coming toward me anyway, why should I waste my energy moving toward it? It is better that I just wait for it. The precious few seconds of rest would help me a lot in dealing with the giant Grimm coming toward me. The Grimm came running before suddenly stopping a few hundred meters away from me, and I could feel its big eyes on my face. Ha 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 ha, Mitchell Czar, it said with clear ecstasy, never in this place, I have wished to cross you. It would have been the end of me, but here in the desert, it will be the end of you, shouted Golden Fire Werewolf in ecstasy, and came out with those glowing axe in its hand. I think it is unfair to give these damn Grimms the weapons. They already have a huge advantage in their size and the strength that came with it, and now with these weapons, they have become a terror. I can't imagine the humans who have fallen prey to the Grimms. Soon there was only 100-meter distance between it, and it came raging. It was a Golden Fire tribe, and I don't know whether it was a master, grandmaster, or a high grandmaster. According to the information, it is a master is more than a decade old, and I know enough to believe such old information. What's seeing the Grimms becoming high grandmasters from masters in a matter of years, and especially it being a Golden Fire werewolf. Go to hell, Czar, shouted Kaxa, and swung its axe at me with a speed that seemed really slow. I did not even need to take the help of a clone. It was experience. Even though all my abilities are sealed to a common person, I have a great experience with Grimms that even with common senses, I could see everything. But that does not mean I will have an easy time dealing with them as here. I am fighting one of the most dangerous battles of my life. I did not have healing abilities or armor, and with these energy weapons which could tear through anything, its attack only needed to touch me, given its sheer size, and I will be dead. As it lifted its axe, I looked at its body language and began to move. Unlike before, there would be no clash of weapons. Its speed and physical strength were far greater than mine. I would have to dodge every attack of it if I did not want to be eaten by this bastard. The claw came at me and I moved to dodge it, but like me, it could also predict what I would do and move its claws according to it. This is why I have said this will be one of the most dangerous battles I have ever fought, and if I want to survive and much less win, then I will have to use every bit of advantage I will have. With that thought in mind, I connected myself to my clone vision, and immediately everything slowed down further. It is not just that my clone also began to help analyze it, and immediately I could predict its moves with accuracy akin to seeing the future. Unlike me, my clone is not restricted inside my clone. It could use the analyzing power of the High Grandmaster, even with the very bad visuals it is getting from me, as my senses are restricted, and currently I am not getting even 0.1 of what I usually get with senses. So with the aid of my clone, I began to move. As the prediction flashed around me, it seemed to have noticed the change, but did not seem worried as I brought down nearly 8-meter long axe down toward me. It slowly came down, and soon it reached me when a frown appeared on its face when it saw that despite moving its axe toward me as I moved, it was not able to catch me, and even the distance between its axe and me was widening to its frustration. Bang. Its axe crashed on the sand, but it immediately hacked it toward me without losing even a fraction of a second. There was no change in my expression seeing the huge axe head coming at me as I stopped, and when it was just a meter in front of me, I jumped toward it, surprising even Grim, who moved its axe, wanting to hack me with me into two, but even with strength and speed, it won't catch me. Step. Like I had said, it did not catch me as I was successfully able to land the foot on its axe before jumping to the other side, and it couldn't do anything. Bastard. It cursed loudly as it stopped its axe and moved it back toward me, which I predicted would happen, and moved to dodge it. Try harder, Grim. It would be a true shame if you couldn't kill me with all the advantages this place has provided you, I said through my parched lips as I dodged another of its attack. I will kill you. It shouted and launched another strike at me, which I again dodged, and it once again attacked me without wasting even a second. I have to say this Grim is good, especially with the advantage of speed and strength. It couldn't help but deepen the horror in my heart, because it will be very hard for my fellow humans to deal with such enemies. I hope the woman is fine. Though the chances are not in her favor, all I can do is hope. I have done what I could to save her. She will need to kill the Grim on her own or survive long enough so I can go help her, but the chances of that happening is quite low. I don't know whether I will even be able to kill the Grims given its power, its size, as the bastard only needs one strike to kill me, while with my little weapon I will need more than one, and there is a high chance that it might crush me to death before that happens. Are you going to dodge? It seemed like without your strings, you are nothing, Czar, taunted Kaxa as it launched another attack at me. At least I am succeeding in that, unlike you, who did not land a single attack on me in the past 5 minutes, I said back, which made it glare at me fiercely and came at me with another attack. What it had said is true, and it is time for me to attack. In the past 5 minutes, I have recorded its limit, and know how fast it could go and how much strength it uses on its moves, and I know it is using all its strength and speed without holding anything back. My clone had also studied all its moves and now could predict them with far more precision than before. I also need to do it because I could not afford to waste any more time, as that woman I need to rescue may be dying right now. So it is time that I take the offensive. I dodged another of its attacks before bursting toward its legs with all the power I have, and it surprised it as I had expected it to. Since the beginning, I have conserved some of my power, not much, but about 20, which now will make a great difference in my offensive against it. It drew back its axe, but I was already a precious few seconds away, and it knew that too as the looked uncertainness appeared on its expressions became clear, and it lifted its leg and moved to crush me. Seeing that, a smile couldn't help but appear on my face. I wished for it to happen, but wasn't completely sure about it, considering it is a risky move, but it took it, and I jumped when it reached sufficiently high, and finally took out the halberd, which had been at my back since the start of a battle. The werewolf seemed surprised by it, thinking I would attack from the ground, where it is much safer, and I have more space to move around in the air. It is pretty much fixed with my energy sealed, and me unable to call any worldly energy. A slick smile appeared on its face as it changed the direction of its food, and now it was coming directly at me. The foot is coming at a slightly awkward angle and is not fast enough, but it does not need. I am moving fast enough that when I crash into it, I will break a couple of my bones and will be pushed back. An axe from behind will finish up the job. You have miscalculated, Czar, it shouted where there was barely a 2-meter distance between its giant foot and me. Really? I asked, and the next moment, a look of shock appeared on its face as I spun in the air, defying the physics or using to its peak. It had been a long while since I had used such a risky maneuver, and my clone had to try it to see whether it was possible, and it was, and I did that using the perfect body control I had. I spin not only to avoid its giant foot, but also to gain the maximum power for my attack. While the blade of the weapon could slice through anything like butter, I still wanted something more. It tried to move its foot toward me, but it could not do that as the already awkward angel would become even more awkward. With the axe coming from behind, it will lose its balance, and the only way to avoid that would be to stop the axe, but that would not help it. I would be done with my attack by that time. Slash. As I came face to face with its foot, I slashed my halberd on the vein of its ankle, which is hidden in thick fur. The blade reached the vein and began to slash it, and there was no resistance. The blade slashed through it before coming out with the shower of thick dark red blood and the scream of Grim. Ah! The werewolf screamed loudly, and a moment later, the thick red blood hit me, and it was scalding. Literally scalding, my skin began to scald as it touched me, and there was nothing I could do other than scream, and I wished that I had moved away from the shower spurt as quickly as possible. A second later, I moved away from the ring of blood shower and landed on hot sand, which stuck on the blood, making things more painful and uncomfortable. You will pay for it, Czar, said the werewolf as it turned toward me while the blood spurted from its vein. Die, it screamed and swung its axe at me in rage, not caring that its careless movement was spurting even more blood from its wound, unconsciously thinking it might heal on its own like it do in the battles outside. I jumped back, easily avoiding the slash, but the inherent rage appeared in its eyes, and now it only wanted to murder me. took a step toward me and slashed its axe again, which I had avoided, making it even angrier. "You have lost, you should have run away while you have a chance," I teased as I avoided another attack of it. "Shut up," it roared and attacked me even more furiously. Unfortunately, its fury couldn't help it transform into greater strength as it usually happens. It is losing an immense amount of blood every second, and it is weakening it. It shouldn't have lost its calm and focused on the injury I have given, but it did not, and that will be the end of it. Puh. I'm very knowledgeable about the physiology of the Grimms. I don't think there is anyone in humans who knows about the Grimm's physiology as much as I do. The werewolves are the most common Grimms, and all the subtypes share the same physiology. An ankle vein I had cut it is a major blood vein, and also gives quite a lot of pain when cut. It is a reason why I had targeted it specifically despite the danger, and it is very well worth it. Though there are some things that caught me off guard, like the temperature of the blood, I truly did not think about it as usual. This thing never affected me. I could avoid it with the layer of energy, doing that since the first time I began fighting the Grimms. This hot blood is not a thing of all the Grimms, but special cases with powerful fire elemental power like the Golden Fire were a werewolf. This miscalculation had cost me a lot. My skin is now scalded, and this will complete this test downright torturous. That I really hope my better than normal healing power will heal it quickly, but as a healer myself I know it will be hard because it is not just heated that I will deal with but also the nature of the Grimm's blood, which contains some very nasty elements that will make my life a living hell. But before that happen, I will kill this bastard who did that to me. "Die, you wretched human," the werewolf screamed and attacked again, but compared to a minute ago, there was a clear difference between the speed and the power of its attack, and speed had been reduced to more than half, even if its fury had not. "It is time to finish off the Grimm," I said as I looked at the coming attack and jumped. I felt quite intense pain as my scaled skin strengthened, the dry sandy blood layer strength across my body. Step. I bore through the pain as I landed on the blade of the axe and leaped toward the face of the werewolf with all my strength. I could see surprise appearing on its furious face before it opened its giant mouth and moved its face toward me to take a bite of me. It is quite risky, more than what I did earlier, and if I failed I would be weaponless and dead, but it is the only way I could finish the battle quickly, as with my condition and environment around me, I couldn't fight long. Within a second of taking a jump, I spun in the air, and the Grimm became careful, but still, it did not expect what I did next. Sup, I threw my weapon at it, the only thing that could help me kill it, and my aim was its eyes. Seeing the halberd coming, the alarm couldn't help but flash in its eyes, and it closed them immediately. Its eyelids are very thick, and if it were any other weapon, they would have a hard time piercing it, but with the energy, there is no way it could defend against my small halberd, especially when its weapon is so far away. Puchai, the halberd reached its left eye and pierced through it smoothly, going completely inside it, and I could not even see the end of it. Our eye was to see that, but that surprise immediately melted away from the loud deafening scream of the werewolf, on whose head I had landed before jumping down immediately as far as I could. It is a good thing I did that, as the next second, it had immediately brought down its hand and its eyes, forgetting me or the giant axe it threw right over my head so fast. If I hadn't ducked on time, its accidental throw would have taken me down. It is screaming in pain loudly, and I quickly created as much space between it and myself as I have quickly reached the giant axe it threw a few hundred meters away. I remained unmoving as I watched the Grimm fall down on the floor, screaming madly in pain, which continued for more than a minute before the scream slowed down and suddenly stopped. Did my halberd really reach the brain? I thought as I looked at the werewolf, which had stopped screaming but still twitching on its spot. I feel like it is acting, but no way to prove it, which I could not do without a weapon. I should follow my earlier strategy of leaving it in a while until my halberd hit the target, which did not seem so wise now, even when it did not seem to be in any condition to chase me and like die if no help came. I looked at the huge axe in front of me and had a hunch and decided to act on it. I touched the axe with both of my hands, and a second later, it changed its size, perfectly fitting into my hands, seeing that a smile couldn't help but appear on my face. I had expected this would happen, but seeing it happening couldn't help but make me smile. I tested the new weapons for a few seconds before walking toward the Grimm. There was a high chance that it might be acting, but I had to take the risk. I am walking toward the most dangerous part of it, its hands. I won't cut it. While cutting the whole hand will be better, even with the weapon, it will take time, and the slashes make things quite easy. It had already lost quite a lot of blood from the vein in the leg, which is still bleeding. If I cut in the nerves of its hands and even neck, it wouldn't take even a minute to immobilize it, and from there, killing it will be easy as cutting the cake. Slice. I cautiously reached its twitching hand, expecting it to stop and reach for me at any moment, but that did not happen, and I was able to slice the nerve of its hand, which began to spurt the fountain of blood. Thankfully, I had expected it and was able to avoid it before walking toward the other hand even more cautiously and slicing that hand too. Now I am truly sure it is not acting, because not even an idiot would let me injure them so much that it will result in their sure death. As if now it is constantly losing blood, it had already lost enough that there is no going back. It will die in a few minutes, and before that, I wanted to test one thing before I hack its neck, destroying every possibility of surviving by accident. The thing I am trying to do is only take a second. It will be great if I am a success. I really need one thing, and it could provide me with that. Buzz. With that thought, I touched its bare skin on its hand and closed my eyes immediately. My clone inside activated formation, which was powered by the big crystal of the rule-bending power. As it activated, it sent out a huge burst of energy, so powerful that I began to feel constraint because of it. But the next moment, it began to reduce at an incredible rate, that within half a second, 99.9 of it had been completely destroyed, but a very tiny burst of it came out and surrounded the grim hole, which disappeared. Seeing that, a smile couldn't help but appear on my face. I have been able to send it inside my core. I have spent a fortune for it, which I have not done it, even if it had been a high grandmaster, but this one had bloodline. I had sensed its blood, and the bloodline of Golden Fire Werewolf is powerful. Most importantly, I need the growth energy produced from it. I have found a seed I want to grow. It is really important. The resource produced from it will help me a lot when I make a breakthrough. With that done, I moved toward the women. I really wanted to walk back to my backpack and drink a shitload of water, but rescue is important. This is the reason why I took such a huge risk, though I don't know how much I would be able to help in my current condition, which is pretty bad. I had just taken the step when I suddenly stopped and slowly turned back, and I saw in the place Grim had been a chest, a simple wooden chest glowing in green light. Click, I opened the chest, and inside it found a small bottle. It had a healing potion written on it. I took out the small bottle from the chest, uncorked it, and before taking a small sip from it. As I took the sip, powerful, refreshing energy began to spread inside me, and as it did, it started healing the injuries on my body. In less than 5 seconds, all the injuries I had suffered had vanished, but there was no smile on my face. Things will be bloody in this place, I said with deep seriousness, and placed the potion bottle in my pocket before running toward the other Grim. The chest is a reward chest. This place had considered the disappearance of the Grim as my kill, and rewarded me for it. I am happy to receive the reward, but sad thinking about the consequences it will bring or has already started bringing. This whole place is not good, but is not bad either. It could be said to be neutral. Every test is different with different rules. In some tests, killing is forbidden and even punished, and in some, killing is encouraged and even rewarded. This one is among them. As for why it is bad, because it will encourage people to kill. It is not just humans killing Grims and vice versa, but also humans killing humans and Grim killing Grims. The reward it gives is insidious. They are not random. It gives what one needed. It gave me a healing potion because I needed it, which seemed good but not. When one finds themselves in a desperate condition that had their life depended on it, people will kill even their friends because this place will offer them things they need to survive. I am sure many deaths would have already happened due to it. Soon I could see the Grim at a distance and also the humans fighting against them, and I was quite surprised that she was still alive and running. As the Grim chased her, the Grim was much slower than before, and it was clear that it was injured. If it had been running at the speed I had seen earlier, it would have already caught her, and she might be in its stomach already. Still, even at a distance, I could see the woman was tired, and while she was injured, the Grim would eventually catch her due to the great stamina its size avail it. I continued to run toward it, and soon they caught my glimpse, especially the Grims, who stopped while I also received quite a surprise. The woman is a girl, someone I know, a friend I have made in the native continent. I did not expect I would meet her here, but I know she would be here. She is on the list I had suggested to the council. Rachel. Not my ex-girlfriend, but a friend, the archer. She had made amazing progress, reaching the Grandmaster class without the aid of a project. While the Grim stopped, Rachel kept running this time. She ran toward me. An ape-man who had stopped had also come toward me, despite now there being 2 humans and one who had quite a fearsome look. Run quickly before it catches us, said Rachel as she came near me. Why? Running will only make us tired, and with the stamina it has, it will catch up to us eventually, I said as I waited for Ape-Man to come. My words stopped her in her tracks, and she looked at me as if I was crazy. You want to fight it? Are you crazy? She asked what she was thinking. She had not recognized me yet. Not I would if I had been in her place. My voice was heavy due to the dry throat, and nearly my whole body was covered in blood and caked with the sand, including my face and hair. In such state, even my parents wouldn't be able to recognize me. I did not answer her question and instead threw the axe at her. I am sure you will be able to use it at the right time, I said to her. She seemed quite surprised by the familiarity I had said those words to her. She opened her mouth to say something but closed it, seeing that I smiled and walked toward the ape-man, who also slowed down and looked at me seriously. It was not an idiot could see my state and also the weapon I had thrown at her, which was used by its friend earlier. Mkrog, surrender your weapon, and I will let you leave, I said as I appeared 100 meters in front of him. My words seemed to genuinely shock it as it did not react for a couple of seconds. Ha 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 ha. It came back to its senses and began to laugh loudly. It had laughed so much that tears started to stream down its face. Ah, it's been a while since I have heard such a good joke, it said as it wiped out tears from its eyes. It is not a joke, I said with a small smile on my face. To me, it is little human, it replied and looked in the eyes. You may have killed that worthless Caxa of the Golden Fire tribe. You can forget about killing me, even if two of you attack me together, it said confidently. Good, I want to see how injured little Grim like you could contend against us, I said and ran toward it. I had already analyzed its injuries, which are in its left leg. There are 3 bloody spots I could. One is on the knee and the other 2 slightly below it. These injuries have affected its gait as well as its speed. But as it said, it is not werewolf, and seeing I have killed that bastard, it will be careful against me. Still, I have confidence I could kill it, and I will do it because there is no other choice. If we do not kill it, it will kill us. Die, it said as I had approached it and brought down its club at me, with power and speed that is above that of a golden fire werewolf. Bang, bang, bang. I avoided the attack by inches, greatly surprising it, but it followed with another attack, taking its one good leg forward. I avoided that attack as well, and the one that came after and the one after that. My battle with werewolf has given me great experience in fighting with this strength, which I am using against it, and it is clearly frustrating as the confident mask on its face is slipping up slowly. You seem quite confident in your strength. Where is that confidence now? I taunted as I had avoided another of its attack. I will show it to you when I crush you to the pulp, it said, and launched another attack, which I again dodged. This bastard is very good. It is playing by its strength, containing its injuries quite well. Not many people among the Grims and humans fight such calmly as this ape-man is doing in such harsh conditions, which make most people a little reckless. How long will you keep hopping? Fight me like a real man. It taunted me. I did not reply to its taunt and kept avoiding the attacks. It had been 3 minutes since the battle had begun, and since then I have avoided its attacks. I did not take any big risks, and it also has its mobility restricted due to the injuries, so it is refraining from moves that require too much footwork. It is intelligent enough to recognize its strength and weaknesses and act according to them. I could not continue like this for long. I would get tired soon with all the moving under this blazing sun, while despite being injured, it could continue longer with its current speed and strength. Some more of it was hiding to reveal it at the right moment. Another minute passed, and I decided to launch the offensive. I have already studied it, and I know it is hiding some of its powers, but I am confident that I will be able to deal with it. Not to mention I am not alone. There is Rachel, who I am sure will help me at the right time. She's already helping without doing anything, forcing it to divide its focus between two, which is already a huge help. Bang, a few seconds passed, and I got the opportunity I had been waiting for. I did not waste any time taking it despite it being very risky. Step. As the huge staff of the ape-man came down against the sand, I changed my way and jumped on it. I had done it in such a way that despite reading my movements, it was not read my movements quickly enough, which gave me a chance to safely land on the stump of its staff and begin running up. The fly had walked into the trap. It said ecstatically, and the surprise on its face turned into a grinning smile, and I saw it releasing the hands on its staff and moving them toward me to catch me, with a speed that was much faster than before. It would be my end if it caught in those giant hands. It would be easily able to kill me through numerous methods, from squishing me to tearing me into two, all of which are painful ways to die, but they did not stop me as I race across the falling staff. It may have its plans, but I have mine as well, and we will see who succeeds. The hands of Ape-Man had reached closed enough when I jumped up from the falling staff. It had taken me high as it could, and now staying on it will only make me fall with it. You are mine, it said with an even bigger smile as it moved its hand. There is now barely 2.5 meter distance between its hands and me, and those looking would surely feel I would be captured in its hands, but I would not. Sup. Its hands moved closer and closer toward me, when suddenly a great alarm flashed into its eyes as it looked behind me. A look of indecision flashed in its before it moved its right hand up and left hand toward me, seeing that a smile couldn't help but appear on my face. I was prepared against the 2 hands, but it would still be risky, but one hand would be much easier to deal with. I have to thank Rachel for that, who is still very good at attacking at the perfect time. She made this dangerous attack a little easier for me. As I approached, its hand came at me. I saw the axe streaking through the air, with its target being the right eye of the ape-man. To defend against it, the ape-man had moved its hand in front of its eye, which is quite a bummer, but still I am happy. Putch. The axe pierced into the hand of ape-man, and at the same time I spun in the air, changing my position from getting captured in the middle of its hand and getting slightly above it. Step. It tried to motion capture, but to its surprise, I placed my foot on its hand and took another jump, which strained some of the muscles hard, and I even heard faint cracking, but it did not matter as I jumped from it, and it tried to move its hand toward me when it suddenly stopped. Putch. I heard another putch sound, and it was from an axe which came out of its hand and pierced into its eyes. It had caught me by complete surprise. I thought like arrows that had been buried into knees, but no, not only axe came out, but also pierced through the eyes of the Grims. Ah. It screamed loudly, and I bore it as I gripped my halberd tightly for the attack that I was about to do. Slash. Soon I reached its neck and slashed across it, and like before there was no resistance. It tore through its skin, and when it reached the vein it cut through it, releasing a fountain of blood, the majority of which I am able to avoid, but some of which have struck me. The Grim screamed louder as I came to the other side and began to fall down after taking a step on its shoulder. I would have very much liked to use its hands as a stand to jump down, but now I will have to handle the jump on my own. 7 meters is quite a distance, and I would have feared the landing if it had been a solid surface, but thankfully it is sand. If I do it correctly, I will not suffer any damage. Thud. I landed on the ground with a thud before rolling to distribute the force, but still, I did not feel any of my bones breaking. Some of them did, but the damage was still bearable. I will drink the healing potion to heal them, but not now as I have a Grim to face. You bloody human, I will kill you, shouted the ape-man in a fury and hacked its staff toward me, which I easier avoided. Really, with only one hand, I asked as I had avoided its attack. It is attacking me with a single hand, while its other hand is holding its neck through which blood is dripping down. I had chosen the vein on the neck for a reason. It is the most important blood vein I could hit that deals the greatest damage, and with the current method, it will not be able to stop the bleeding, and I am sure as hell would not let it stop it through anyway. I will kill you, it shouted and attacked, and while there was rage, it was still cautious. Though this cautiousness is not going to help it with that injury in its eyes and neck, it had already lost the battle. It is just not understanding it, which is fine too, because I will make it understand it soon enough. I avoided its one-handed attack and ran toward it, seeing that an alarm couldn't help but flash its eyes, and it attacked me with its staff sweeping, which I simply avoided by ducking down and resumed running right after it. The huge body has an advantage, but tiny ones have their own advantages. I will show them that. Slash, I gave another to the other leg of the ape-man. It is a little uncomfortable to walk into the shower of blood that another leg is spurting, but I have no choice. The blood of ape-man is not as dangerous as the blood of the golden fire werewolf, nor is it hot. Though it did have corrosive properties, and I could feel them working on my body, it will take them a while before they affect my performance or do any serious damage, though by that time I will completely deal with this bastard. I will kill you, you wretched human. It shouted and finally took the hand off its neck and placed it on the staff, but as it tried to take a swing at me, it got destabilized and was barely able to stop itself from falling. You are dead already. Resisting will bring it faster, I said calmly as I avoided its loose blow. A shower of blood is falling from its neck and both legs. In a few minutes it will die. It is already too late for it, and unless someone could provide it with a healing potion or bandage its injuries, there is no way it would survive. It will not survive, I will make sure of that. I will not die alone, I will take you with me, it said and came at me suicidal, but I easily avoided it while more and more blood spurted from it, till finally it had lost enough that it could not even remain standing. Bang! Its huge body fell down on the ground with a huge bang. Bastard, it cursed and struggled to get up, but it could not. It had lost too much blood, and still losing it won't be long before it dies of excessive blood. I have no intention of expediting the process by a few minutes. It costs a fortune to take it inside, and it is not worth it, even with the essence rose it offers. It would have been another thing if it had a bloodline, but it did not, so I am content to watch him die. As I watched it struggling, I heard the sounds of footsteps behind me. I did not have to look back to know it was Rachel. Who are you? She asked me with shock. Hearing a smile couldn't help but appear on my bloody caked face. You hurt me, Rachel. I did not think you would forget your dear friend so quickly, I said and placed my hand on my chest like I was hurt by it. I could see her thinking hard before suddenly her eyes went wide in recognition. Mitchell, she said and moved to hug before stopping when I raised my hand. You don't want to get this on you, I said, motioning to the grim blood that had covered nearly every inch of me. No wonder you only someone like you could kill the grim single-handedly despite such a huge disadvantage, she said. I did not do it alone, you had helped, I said. To that, she smiled. I am not talking about this one, Mitchell, she said, and to that, I remained quiet. It had been a while since I had seen her, and she had changed a lot. She had grown slightly taller and became even more beautiful. Her blonde hair is also longer. She used to keep them at shoulder length when I used to know her. I am lucky to be your friend, she said and turned back to me, and now her eyes were far more emotional than they were before. I have never truly thanked you for what you did for me. If not for you, I wouldn't have been able to get out of that mess, much less had a high grandmaster apologized to me. A master, she said with tears dripping from her eyes. You are my friend, you did not have to thank me for anything, and you should tell me about your difficulties. Do you know how bad I felt when I came to know about it from someone else? Even after so much we went through, I said. I am sorry, she said, and tears started dripping from her eyes. Don't cry, I only hope that in the future, you will trust me enough to ask me for help, I said as I gently placed a dried, blood-caked hand on her shoulder. A few months ago, her relationship had turned sour, which is nothing strange. It happened. It is natural, but the thing is, the man she was dating was not willing to part ways and began to force her to mend the relationship, and she couldn't do anything much because the man she was dating had a grandmother who was a high grandmaster. I had few words with that old woman and even called the Quasar Grand Lord, who is responsible for all high Grand Lords of that supreme. The matter was sorted out within a day. The old woman personally went to Rachel to apologize, who was a master at that time, and the man she was dating never disturbed her again and even received punishment for what he did to her. I got to know about it from the spies. Even though it seems unfair, powerful people get certain privileges, and there is not much one can do to fix it. Though I could not fix it, I could damn well make sure my family, friends, and organization do not suffer under it like I had once, and now I have the power to make sure nothing of that sort happen to people I care about. I will, she said after some time after she calmed her emotions and wiped her tears. A few minutes passed and the ape man had finally stopped twitching. There was not the slightest movement from its body. Let's go, I said and walked toward the ape man. Is it dead? Asked Rachel. If it is not, then it will soon, I said. I have no fear of it acting. It had already lost so much blood there is no way it could do anything to me, and I have to keep an eye on it in case it has something like a potion, which it did not. Soon we reached the ape man, and I found there was some life remaining in it, but it would soon disappear. Till then I have a job to do. Stay back, you wouldn't like it if anything from it spurted into your clean clothes, I said and began to process to remove the axe and arrows. It is not a clean process, and many other things other than the blood have covered my clothes and blood. As a healer, I worked on many disturbing things, and even dealt with Grimm's physiology, but seeing the substance covering my clothes and hands, I truly wanted to vomit.